20 something, you're like, oh, I didn't know shit back then. Then when you're 30 something, you're like, wow, I really didn't know shit back then. So
Yeah.
I hear you.
No facts, man. Yo, I'll be right back. We have 5 minutes.
All right. What up, Issa? Woo! I got my letter in there.
What's up, brother?
Chucky, I was just talking about I was only talking about me and Nate at that time. I know a lot of you guys don't believe in a creator. That's that atheistic demonic lineage shit Lemon's always talking about. Shouts out to Lemon Bird.
So what were you saying about a mistake? What mistake?
This whole thing, well, we were talking about a creator, and I'm like, well, usually you create something for a reason, you know, for amusement, for to study, whatever. There's usually some reason, you know, it has some use for you for why you create something. And Nate was saying, well, this whole thing, this whole universe could have just been an accident, which he's also said was highly unlikely, which I don't even think it's a possibility that this was an accident. I mean, I guess there could be that 0.000001 chance or something, but doesn't seem likely.
Was it he just sneezed and all of a sudden just it pops a world?
Yeah, like this was just some kind of like freak accident or something. Yeah, I don't see it. I mean, is it possible? I mean, I guess so. I don't know.
That's hilarious.
It don't even seem possible, right? Like this whole thing's an accident. I don't know, man. It's crazy.
I mean, given their their worldview, right? That so many worlds and so many this vast distance in space, yada yada yada. They have to believe it has to be a coincidence. It came out of nothing, something sneezed and there you go. Big bang.
Dude, there is so many crazy coincidences. This shit reeks of creation, just the way everything is, like mathematically, geometrically, with the Fibonacci sequence and fractals and just the numbers. Oh, there's a lot of numbers that are fucking crazy.
Yeah, it looks a little too designed.
The information inside DNA, like, dude, there's so many reasons why this shit is. I can't see getting around a creator at all. There's no fucking way. Or even with a creator and it having to be on purpose. Like I don't know. It seems too well designed for it to be just an accident. I don't know. What's that analogy? It's like a hurricane going through a junkyard and you know, all the parts mixed together and you end up with a 747 or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think we would have experienced something like that by now, right? Like, I mean, somebody in our timeline or before that, just all of a sudden something just snapped in two, and all of a sudden there's a house that wasn't designed by nobody.
Yeah, I don't know.
3-story building with toilets, running water.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking crazy. Fucking crazy, man.
Did you ever get that worked out with the lights and the bending lights or with the stars?
Which one?
The Michael Bislin? Is it Michael Bislin?
Walter Bislin.
Oh, Walter Bislin.
No, I mean if it maps out the sun, it has to work, and I don't know anything other than refraction that would make straight lines bend. Like perspective, I don't think perspective does it. Like you ever see a perspective grid? Things don't cross that horizontal line just because of perspective. You need refraction to do that shit. I mean, if there's any other mechanism, I'd be open to hearing about it. But
I mean, what's on the other side of that horizontal line? I mean, the grid, though. I mean, because a perspective grid only gives you up to the horizontal line, nothing beyond it.
yeah, well, nothing's beyond it. If something goes into that horizontal line, it ends up being too small to even see. It just vanishes into that. That's like the vanishing line. So there is no beyond it.
Don't you think that the horizontal line, I mean, the perspective grid acts somewhat like an X in a way? Because
Like
if
an
the
X.
going down and the ground is going up and the sky is coming down beyond the horizon, it will seem to elucidate that it looks like, the ground is still rising and stuff for the sky is going towards the ground or some shit.
Well, I
Meaning,
mean, things that are left to right. Oh, go ahead, because I didn't really understand what you mean. Go ahead.
so like think about it at like some kind of an X. Like you're looking at an X, perspective is an X, but like you're watching it from one side, not looking at an X directly.
I mean, the X. You could look at it as an X because there would be a vanishing point right where the lines meet on the X. So because things from the left to the right, they also converge to that middle point. The farther away you get, it's what's it called? Diffraction. With diffraction? With a D. You have two lights and then you back up from them and they get closer together. And eventually it'll be just one light. It's happening left to right and up and down. So yeah, I mean you could look at it as an X, but I just don't think perspective is going to make anything cross the line. Like you need that. You have some kind of magnification or refraction or something going on with the bending of light to make it cross that horizontal line.
I mean, there is that also that you just mentioned the magnification part because of
That's refraction, though.
right because of the water in the air and whatnot.
Yeah, the thing is, there's no mechanism other than refraction, I think, that could make something cross that horizontal line. I do think it's that is my personal opinion that it is actually magnification. And that's what's making things.
Didn't what's his name demonstrate that one time? Who was it? Oh my god, I can't remember. Can't believe I forgot his name.
The Chicago skyline guy?
Yeah, he dies and everybody forgets his name. Holy shit.
I mean, Andrew Thomas Young said we have atmospheric magnification, and the Globers say that he doesn't know how the word magnification is used, or he didn't use it correctly, or something. Also, every time the Globers replicate the atmosphere, they use a lens, like the guy with the Chicago skyline thing when he said it's just a mirage. Then the next day or a little bit later, they had an expert come on. He replicated the atmosphere. He used the fucking lens. So like, I don't know. There's definitely like some lensing thing going on, I think, and it's causing things to appear lower. Maybe sometimes higher. It's all over the place. It all depends on what's going on. Like there's all kinds of shit going on, but it's all It's all the bending of light, refraction, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. I mean, did you? I mean, I forgot his name. Also, that he did that one video, um, that showed that with a magnifying glass going like
Rob Skiba.
Rob Skiba. Holy snaps!
Yeah, that's what put me on, bro. I flip flop with flat Earth for like 6 months. I'm like, dude, there's no way a sunset on flat Earth. I'm like, I don't know. And then I seen that Rob Skiba show. I was like, okay, it could happen. you know. So that's what put me on right there. Honestly, that was like that was like the deciding factor for me.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I didn't even think it was possible. I'm like, that shit's not even doesn't even seem possible. You know what I'm saying? And then I saw that. Then there's been other tons of demonstrations along the way. Sky Free does a whole bunch of shit. Pebbles in the Pond did a whole bunch of shit. He made a light disappear on a fucking flat floor. Now the floor wasn't perfectly flat, but it's really irrelevant because you could see the light. Like he had a camera on it and you could see it. Did you ever see that? Pebbles in the Pond thing?
Was it on that hallway with the two cameras?
No, I was in a giant warehouse. My man worked in it. We did it on Brandon's. We used to do all kinds of dope shit. Brandon's was dope. Anyways, shout out to Brandon. But he was in like this giant warehouse. He had a light. He had a couple lights. He had a whole bunch of goofy shit set up. He had like a fake toy ship and some Legos and a couple little lights and shit on the floor. Then he had a camera down low. Then he opened the door behind the lights, and it ended up so you couldn't see the light. Like you could see the light, camera's not moving, light's not moving. You could see the light. So it doesn't even matter if the floor was flat or not, honestly. But it was a flat warehouse floor, you know. Obviously not perfect flat, but he opened the door in the light. Like a whole bunch of like cold air came in or hot air. I forget when he did this, but there was like a temperature difference. And he opened the warehouse door. A whole bunch of different temperature air came in, and you couldn't see the fucking light anymore.
Oh, yeah. I remember this. I remember hearing about this. I don't think I remember seeing the video, but I do remember hearing about this.
Bro,
Yeah.
head should have been in Brandon's, bro. We got it. We had it pop. Like Brian Leakey used to do like experiments and after shows and shit with magnets, and me and Brandon did a whole bunch. I remember I did a fucking a test once at work while Brandon was debating one of the Glover guys. I forgot the one that did the high altitude balloon thing. But yeah, we did some dope shit, bro.
Shit, you're in
That
school.
Pebbles in the Pond guy was on fire. Yeah, I did it. Well, it was Blue Mage. Was that the name of it? Mr. Sensible. Brandon was debating Mr. Sensible, and Mr. Sensible's he's going, why is the ground curving? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, yo, I know why the fucking ground's curving. It's because you're seeing in a circle, and as you raise up off the circles fucking curve depending on which direction you're looking at them. So I went to the break room, got a whole bunch of cleaning spray bottles, put them in a circle, took my camera, put it down level with the circle of the tops of the bottles, right? They all look straight. It looked like the bottles were like in this straight flat thing. Then as you raise the camera up, you could see that they start curving. Like just a circle on the ground and it starts curving. I don't know what to tell you. Like I think if it's a flat or a globe, as you go up, it should appear to start curving.
Even Doofus agreed with that.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer. That's why. Yeah, that's like obvious. Heads fought me on that for so long, you wouldn't believe it.
Doofus
I got
just
kicked back
said
on that for months.
Doofus just said on a flat plane it wouldn't appear to curve as much. I don't know how he knows that, but that's what he said. He said both would appear curved at altitude because of the way we see, like the tops of the clouds that he filmed, and said that was Earth curve because the tops of the clouds were following Earth's curvature. That apparent curve would be on a flat plane also. It just wouldn't be as much.
Yeah, so now we both agree that it should be curving. Now we're just quibbling on how much. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, in his case, it's the tops of clouds, which is kind of weird. He didn't even know that was the tops of clouds. He said that was Earth curve until I pointed it out.
Well,
When you
clouds
go up,
Go ahead.
well, when you go above, at altitude, you're usually above the clouds. So when you're looking out into the distance, guess what you're looking at?
It's clouds, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's fucking dangerous though, because they're not all at the same height.
No
I mean, you
shit,
could
huh?
have clouds in one place. There's this thing called nocturnal or noctilus, some kind of there's some kind of clouds that are like way higher than you're thinking. Like, how high do you think clouds are? And then add like 100,000 feet onto that, because that's how high these noctilus or whatever the fuck they're called clouds are.
I'm not even sure he thought they were clouds. He first told us it was Earth curve, and then when I pointed out that that had to be tops of clouds, then he said that the tops of clouds were also following the curvature of Earth. That's Doofus, you know, the guy that comes here every day.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. I remember that. I was here for that. I haven't missed anything in the past 4 years. Yeah, we both agree it would curve. Now it's just about how much, whatever. That's what we're always. It always comes down to something like that. Well, just like with the light bending thing, yeah, okay, we all agree light's bending. Now it's just about which direction and how much. Well, most of us agree that the light's bending, but or whatever. Our pictures being distorted up or down, however you want to phrase it. Like something's moving, and it's all about which direction and how much from its actual position. So.
I don't hear enough talk about foreground and background. That's how we see visually. You have a foreground, which appears to me to be to the vanishing point. And then you have the background, which is anything beyond that. You know, the objects appear in their, they go back down, right? They usually appear on normal conditions to be in their normal positions, but or close to it. But the foreground appears to rise up, you know, towards the viewer's eye level. So anything beyond that point where the foreground appears to rise up towards the viewer's eye level, towards it, anything beyond that is going to appear to be lower in most cases. So obstruction is going to occur for several different reasons, but that being one of them. It's not really obstructed. It just appears to be. You can't see it. Do we know the ships in the distance that appear to be floating in the sky? They're not actually floating in the sky. We know that as humans, right? Everybody agrees on that one. That the water is actually much, much further and higher than the boat because of perspective, right? The way we see. But when we see a boat lower than the water and the bottom of the boat is obstructed by the water, we say that's Earth curve for some reason. We don't attribute that to any optical phenomena. It's definitely Earth curve, right? Even when it's like closer than Earth curve would obstruct that boat. As a glober, you have to say that's Earth curve because it's bottom up obstruction. No way that can happen any other way on a flat plane, because then it might be a flat plane and you might have to start, I don't know, believing in a creator. That might be one reason they don't want to do it. So it's logical, right? It makes sense on why they would do it. And when you come out, figure out that most of the guys that defend it as anti-flat earthers all day, every day are usually non-believers. That seems to logically add up.
Can I understand it again? If there could be bottom-up obstruction, then the Earth is flat? If something else
Well,
could cause, then the
no,
Earth's
I'm
flat and
just
there's a creator?
saying, I'm just saying all bottom-up obstruction wouldn't be called earth curve. Yet, almost everyone that I've introduced bottom-up obstruction to that isn't earth curve, like it has to be an optical phenomena, still hold on to the fact daily. Like, I'm not having to go back years to figure this out. Like yesterday, they said that was bottom-up obstruction has to be earth curve, right? And then go to posting a curved object with things being obstructed bottom up, like people don't realize that would actually happen. That's what I'm talking about.
I think it'd be possible to say there could be things that cause bottom-up obstruction, like refraction or shoaling or big long waves and stuff, without then
Mirages.
going, therefore the Earth's flat.
Yeah, mirages. You and I agree then. I think Zanuck
Sure,
agrees with that too.
Yeah, I'm just not getting the thing then, that because it seems to me that that it could be caused in other ways, an argument against an argument for the globe, but accepting it doesn't mean therefore flat.
Well, you were obviously here for years, right? When every day all bottom-up obstruction was earth curve, right? You agree to that? Like just in the last
No.
year, people like me and yeah, well then, okay, I'm done talking to you.
Like, I've heard many people agree that there could be bottom-up obstruction due to other effects. Rohit's been huge on it for ages.
Yeah, in the last year or so.
Oh, right.
I think that was after the Black Swan. After Black Swan, they lost their geometric horizon and everything. Now it could be something else.
It was never claimed that way, right?
Yeah, I don't.
Always.
Since about 200 years, light was not claimed to travel in straight lines through air.
No, but all obstruction was definitely claimed as it was Earth curve.
Yeah, but that doesn't change anything. Even with refraction and those supposed black swans, the horizon remains as geometric as it is. Like calling the tangent line through the observer the geometric horizon is actually a misnomer.
Yeah,
even when the light path is not straight, you can determine the horizon geometrically. In that sense, the horizon is geometric on a globe. So
where is that geometric horizon?
Depends.
It depends.
Obviously, because the light path the varies between conditions, between varying conditions. The location where the light path that travels through the observer is tangent to the surface varies.
Yeah, where have you seen it?
Sorry, what?
When have you ever seen the geometric horizon?
Don't need to. Can't.
Again, if the Earth is a globe, the horizon is in a geometric occurrence. There's nothing to debate about that.
So you've never seen it?
Depends. If the Earth turns out to be a globe, then every time you see a horizon, it's in geometric occurrence.
So it changes.
Clear and free visibility.
So does it change its size all the time? Because I mean, the geometric horizon.
Nope.
Size
the atmosphere changes.
No, the light path changes all the time depending on the ambient conditions. We just went through that.
So what you're seeing is an optical illusion, not actual geometric
Correct.
horizon.
It's not an illusion.
So again, what you're seeing is an optical.
Incorrect. It's not an illusion.
Well, I mean,
it's an expectation. You expect the atmosphere to deflect.
If it changes location from maybe 1 minute to another or an hour, that means it's not what you're looking at is actually a mirage.
Sure.
Correct. It's not a mirage.
Can it be both? If it's a ball, could it both there be a quote unquote geometric horizon and it gets refracted sometimes? That's the question. That's the bit I'm not getting about this. It seems like you guys it might sometimes be refracted, therefore it definitely always is therefore flat. Whereas if it's like, it sometimes is quite refracted and sometimes less refracted, but it's always somewhere, then the argument falls apart. Seems like you're taking a really extreme view.
Also, it should be a gray thing, not black or white for you.
Yeah, but that I think is an interesting difference between many globers versus many flat earthers. I feel flat earthers need things to be like binary. It's absolutely this or it's absolutely that. And anything in between is seen as doublespeak.
Yeah,
But it could, there's a lot of vagueness in reality.
Unless it's their subject, then they don't care if it's absolute.
So you're saying the size of the sphere wouldn't be what it says it is, because it's halfway there.
No.
Otherwise, it'll be
No, that's not.
flat sphere, a half a sphere.
No, that would be like saying when I drive down a hot road, the car's not really there because the car's wibbling. The car is a definite shape. It is a fixed size, but it's wibbling, so it sort of looks like it's doing a belly dance, shaking its hips from side to side. I know it doesn't have hips. I know it's not doing that. But at some moments in that image when there's less refraction, I see much closer to the real car. And when it's wibbly like the cranes and the black swan, I go, well, that's probably a bad image. But that's not saying there's no car. It seems like you guys are going, well, either the car is there and it's always looks exactly as a car, or the car doesn't exist.
Yeah. So, but let's see on the black swan, can you aim a gun to that bent crane and shoot at it? What would happen to your bullet?
That's a good question. I mean, I think you'd miss. I think there's probably parts where you'd happen to hit. Like, if it's zagging this way and that, it's sort of like a graph almost. It'll cross back over with reality. But I think there are bits you could pick on that crane of its wibbliness. And if you shot out at the bullet would go sailing right by.
Yeah, but the thing is, the definition of horizon is where the Earth appears to meet the ground. I mean, the sky appears to meet the ground. But is it really, or is it just an apparent thing?
No, it's both. It can be a real object that is wibbly in its appearance to you, and more wibbly on some days than others.
Right. So you will say it appears to be wibbly, but it's not, right?
The physical crane on the Black Swan, I don't think is bending one day, and then if you go back the next day, it's completely straight. I don't think that's physically happening. I think that's optically happening as it goes through layers of atmosphere, as we've covered on this ad nauseum, ad infinitum.
Right. So the horizon is not really a actual position because it's an apparent position, because it is where it appears to meet the ground, but it doesn't really do. Exactly.
So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's already going to be an apparent position, because if you move your position or change your altitude, it's already going to change. So if we go right from that position, it should be in a fixed location from you. And then from there, it wibbles. Yes, everybody agrees that. We've agreed that since, before I entered the argument.
The thing is that calling this observation, for example, with those oryx, a black swan, is a straw man or non sequitur, depending on how you detail the reasoning.
It's almost like a photo of a swan taken at night. Look, it's black. It's a silhouette of a swan. I quite like that analogy now that I think about it, if I'm going to give myself a pat on the back.
But the case still stands.
I agree.
Before the black swan, everybody used to say that every obstruction was Earth curve.
Sure. People get things wrong. Even smart people get things wrong. We can know that just by listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson or Linus Pauling for a couple of minutes. It's smart people are dumb on subjects they don't understand. So And it's not even saying globers are smart. Many are dumb. We can say things that are wrong. Like, that's the thing that I keep trying to get flat earthers to consider is, if the Earth's a globe, then we aren't like experts sent in by NASA and paid to be here. We're a bunch of autards trying to convince you guys to give up a delusion. And we're wrong, and we're argumentative, and we're poorly informed, and we're fallible. So yeah, it could have been the case that you spoke to many people, and every time they saw obstruction from the bottom up, they went, "Look, there's Earth curve." And if you crunch the numbers, it shouldn't have been there. I absolutely can believe that. But my point is, that's an argument against the flat Earth. It's not an argument against the globe. Right? Both can exist. You've got three possibilities you need to rule out. Maybe the Earth's flat and maybe it's just a mirage. Maybe the Earth's a globe and it is Earth curve, or maybe there is Earth curve and it's a mirage. And it's a third possibility I feel you're missing. You're trying to make it between one of two.
We still
And
need
very
demonstrable. I agree. And we still need demonstrable information or observations or evidence the Earth being a globe, though, right? If you still haven't pursued.
sure, go find it. I mean, again, if the Earth's a globe, then we're not a crack team sent here to convince you. We're autards who like arguing. And if you want to be convinced of something, go and convince yourself of it.
You can't say that some aren't here to do that. Maybe you can say that you are here not to do that. It's a good point. And I get it, right? Some are just going to argue because they think they're right. That's fine. Even if they're proven wrong, they'll still argue. But you can't say
Sure.
some aren't sent here on purpose to create arguments and confusion and all that. Because I know for a fact they are.
So hang on. So what I'm saying is, I keep prefacing it with, if the Earth's a globe. Are you saying you're accepting for the sake of argument that the Earth's a globe, and you still think that people are paid by somebody to be here?
No, I'm saying that's why you think you're here, because you think the Earth is a globe and you honestly believe that, and you're here to argue your point. Okay,
Yeah.
fine, agreed. But you can't say there's not people coming here knowing that they're just coming here to argue, create confusion, and no matter if the Earth's a globe or not, they're just paid or whatever. Because I know for a fact that they do studies like that. Like, it's being done. And to think that they're
Sure.
not using this group to do that is absurd.
I think that may well happen in isolated studies, but what I mean is, like, it's not a sort of disinformation campaign funded by the government. I'm sure you can find sociology and psychology courses that go, we hung out in flat earther discords for 6 months and here are the observations we made. I don't think that's the same as people being paid by some shady cabal who run NASA to come and disrupt flat earther rooms. I mean, if there were, the first thing you would do is stop them going to flat earth rooms. Just let them die, because the flat earth rooms that don't have globers turn up die.
That's another assumption based on you.
Yeah, that's true. That's an assumption based on places I'm not allowed. I'm saying places that don't allow me in there suck. So that's probably true.
Most places appear to die that you know of because of people like you, to be honest. They've moved on to different sites, and their channels are actually doing fine. You just don't know about them.
Yeah, that's possible. I would concede that point.
No, it's a fact. It's huge groups of people
I don't know.
at different places. I do. That's what I'm telling you. It's a fact.
Okay.
It's just
All
one
right,
little
except that you
small
think it's a fact.
sector. Yeah. Just to make my point very clear, I can't even invite most of the people that are interested in flat earth to places like this because of how Globers act and flat earth.
Yeah, I mean, I try, but I mean, these rooms are same as like the politics and religion Discord or a bunch of these like discussion Discords. They draw argumentative folk. Like it's just the nature of the platform, right? You look at the even between other platforms, like the comments we get on YouTube versus the comments we get on Instagram are so different. Like the Instagram, they're all love hearts, and you guys are fantastic. And on YouTube, it's like, "Fuck you guys! I hope you die in a crash." Just different platforms attract different folk.
Yeah, it's weird, right? I hope your children get taken away. I wish death upon you. You know, things like that.
Yeah.
It's the normal everyday person, and I think that's why it's done, right? They don't want people to come here. I think they do that. You just think they're vile humans.
No, I think that all humans are nice 90% of the time, but then they do this sort of weird shit 10% of the time, and they don't realize that if somebody else is copying that, that's a few thousand. Like if you've got any kind of profile, that's a few thousand people being an asshole to a stranger, and that's kind of nasty. They just don't see it that way. They think, oh, like the thing I'm thinking about when I say it is I took my girlfriend down some difficult tracks in Laos, and a whole bunch of people in the comments are like, "You should dump him. He's an asshole. Don't listen to him anymore. You know, come and ride with me instead." And it's like, these are anonymous people online. At one level, you just be like, just ignore them. But at the same time, you're like, these people used to be nice to me just yesterday, and now they're cunts. It's, yeah.
These aren't anonymous people online. These are mods in main servers.
I'm not talking about your situation. I'm talking about mine.
Yo, I brought it up. That's why I'm making the point. I'm refuting your claim that these are normal, everyday people. Like, or you should just avoid them because they're just one little, person in the crowd. No, these are main people.
I'm not disputing your point. I was just likening it to a similar situation I experienced a couple of weeks ago. Yours is horrible. I've heard it from you many times. You can tell us again if you'd like. But I'm not disputing it. I'm not telling you how to behave about it. I'm just giving my opinion of why I think people are nasty. It's not that they're nasty people. It's that they're nice most of the time, and they give themselves brownie points of that. And they still think they're being nice when they're being assholes to a stranger. We don't judge ourselves properly. Judge ourselves at our best and others at their worst.
They think they're being nice when they wish death on to someone they don't know. That's strange.
Yeah, I think that's the main way people are assholes to other people in the world. They think they're doing the right thing at the time.
By wishing death upon them.
Sure, yeah. I mean, go to any people who haven't just wished death, who've committed atrocities like genocides and stuff, and you won't find people going, hee, it's fun to be evil. You'll find people talking about the importance of protecting the homeland or, some other shit. Just like it's easy to find. They're doing it today. They've been doing it for generations, and they always think they're on the side of the right.
Yeah, that was my whole point that we're both agreeing on. They're doing it to protect their, whatever you want to call it. Their religion or their globe or their model or whatever. They're scaring people off. They're trying to run me off. And then anybody who's watching that is going to say, oh, shit, I don't want to spend time here. This dude's getting death wish upon on a daily basis. I'm out. So they're protecting what they believe in, right? Their model.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what I'm saying is strange. I don't do that.
Well, yes, you do. You bark and shout at me every time we talk.
I don't wish death. No, I said I don't wish death upon people.
Well, I mean, you're now narrowing it down to specifically. You call me a liar.
Yeah, that was my whole point. Maybe you missed it. Wishing death.
You brag. Yeah, I know, but you're making it specific so that you can only make that point. You brag about trying to run me off places.
I'm making a point on wishing
I've got to speak out against you.
I said it over and over again.
And you think you're doing the right thing when you do it. When you speak up and shout at me, you feel like you're doing the right thing. You feel like you're doing other people a service, but in fact, you're just shouting at another human being who disagrees with you.
Yeah, right? I mean, most of the time you call me shouting, but I'm not shouting. I mean, I'm just on a job site, man. Just sit and shout.
Do other people tell you you're shouting? Is it just me? Maybe I'm.
Oh no, I definitely shout sometimes. I'm just saying, if you're saying I'm shouting right now, it's not me shouting.
No, you're sort of sounding mostly reasonable now. I was about to say this is one of the most convivial conversations we've had in quite a while.
I have this conversation daily, like 100%. Just only on the internet when people, the same people that have wished death upon me that pretend or like attack my family that are still here, by the way, on a daily basis.
Right. So you shout at me because they did that to you.
I shout at you.
I don't get it. I don't get the relevance.
I'm not shouting at you.
No. We're talking about other times when you have. It seems like you're linking that other people wish death upon you and do nasty things to you to why you then
If I've shouted at you, it's because you've given me a reason to shout. I don't just go around shout. Sorry.
Okay, what is the reason you usually have to shout at me? Because usually it's me expressing my
Have
opinion.
no idea. Don't remember any specific point shouting at you. Maybe
So
you can bring one up since you said that.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty much every time I open my mouth. It's so you've got a good reason, but you don't remember those good reasons.
No, you have a good reason to bring it up, but can't bring up any specific time. Just almost every time we talk, except for this time.
I mean, you still sound kind of upset. I wouldn't call it shouting, but it doesn't sound like you're trying to meet minds with me.
I'm not leisurely sitting at my desk. No, I'm backing trucks in. I'm walking around. So yeah, I might sound a little energetic, everybody's different, but this isn't shouting, brother. There's a huge pump running in front of me. There's concrete trucks. I'm at work. I'm not in front of my computer, leisurely drinking coffee and being able to keep a calm demeanor and like that means anything. You're different. I'm different. Thank God.
Yeah, I'm down with that. I mean,
All
I even
right.
think a bit of a fire is why we come here. That's sort of where we started off, right? I think people come here for a bit of a debate.
I come here to expose deception. So people get mad at me for exposing deception. I don't care. That's what I'm here for.
Do you think people, yourself included, or do you think I or Globers or anybody could see deception and convince themselves that it's deception when in fact it's just a difference of opinion and bias is making them think it's deception?
I think when they're plainly told that that boat is X amount away and the viewer height is X and they still go, well, that's Earth curve. Or, I give them the option. They're either dumb, right? Can't figure it out, or they're trying purposely to deceive.
So it couldn't be that they're dumb. It's only deception. I think it sounds like something that could be people being mistaken. Sounds like it also could be you that's mistaken. I think my connection's gone to shit.
No, I just got a phone call, so it cuts me off.
Oh, good. Yeah, I agree, Mike. Like I also had people say the same thing. Who was that weird Dutch chap that threatened to catch a flight to Australia and come and find me and kill me? Like I think it happens, but I don't want to minimize somebody else's experience of it. They're not all going to be the same. If it's deeply affecting somebody, I don't want to sort of go, well, you shouldn't be affected in that way by your experience because I wasn't affected by my somewhat similar experience.
Yeah, I've taken to more often ducking out of the conversation and just leaving because when it gets to be that way. But frequently I respond to what I feel are slights against me. So I do tend to yell, pitch a fit, and I've decided to for the most part just leave.
Yeah, I mean the sort of the challenge is we're fighting, all of us fighting our own dissonance when we come here, and the dissonance makes us shout. It's that's the word I was trying to remember before. It is called terror. That's it, terror management theory. It's a fascinating idea, which is essentially why we mistake worldview, attacks on a worldview or a difference of worldview with an attack on our very being. So I'll just share the link if anybody's interested, rather than giving you a bunch of psychobabble now.
Yeah, I don't know what drives me back to these forums. I mean, it's partly the chess game of just trying to play, find a way to say something that they can't just try and turn around. So there's that game of chess.
Eggshells.
There's some people that I feel are, they just sound like lost souls. Like, oh my God, yeah, maybe I can help them, but I really know I can't.
Right. And you like the argument too. Sorry, I think that was Snacks.
Oh, yeah.
Something.
Yeah, eggshells. I was going to ask the thing that you were talking about, right? The association or attack on worldviews, taking it so personal. Do you think people who may have a tendency to utilize the phrase we, or placing themselves in a situation they may not have been in, would be more likely to react emotionally to an attack on a scenario that may come against something that they would consider, like, let's say, an accomplishment, like going to the moon, like we went to the moon, right? So if somebody's commonly saying we and associating their own persona with that event, do you think they're more likely to react in an emotional way when that is questioned or attacked?
I certainly think so. I reckon you could probably even do some sort of like AI analysis on that. But yeah, so I think certainly people who say we in that way, like terror management theory would even say it's like football clubs. So like, we smashed you last week, rather than meaning like the players who play for Arsenal beat you and I support Arsenal, which is probably a more accurate, like, I didn't do anything to Tottenham. The players I support on the field smashed the players you support on the field. I certainly think you could be right that those people are more susceptible to the effects of terror management theory. I think that would seem to follow from what I've read about the theory. Whereas people who are sort of fiercely independent and don't even associate with even like many flat earthers are quite fiercely independent. You don't associate with other flat earthers, probably less defensive of other flat earthers' worldviews, but certainly still just as defensive of their own.
I think that was Napalm asking, isn't it possible that a person saying we is just an agreeable Frenchman?
We.
That was good.
I'm allowed to make fun of
These on terror management theory are pretty cool as well. Like, one was they prime people, like all of these psychological studies, I read up on them, I've written about them, but they are like pseudoscience. They're absolutely pseudoscience, but I'm still going to tell you about it. They prime people with a concept of their death, and then they ask them to fill a cup with hot sauce for a different experiment. So it's like they're doing a little bit of deception, where they go, oh, there's somebody else coming in later and we're doing a test on how much pain they can withstand. So we need to put some hot sauce in this cup. And it was done in America. So they would get people who are Democrats to fill a cup of hot sauce for Republicans, and people who are Republicans to fill a cup of hot sauce for Democrats. And the point was, they were trying to see, if you primed with the thought of death, do you put more hot sauce in the cup? And sure enough, they seem to. So the idea being, if you think about your own mortality, you will become more clinging to your in-group and be more willing to support or enact violence against an out-group. Same thing happens if you say, what do you think about the death penalty? Somebody who's thinking about their own mortality is more likely to support the death penalty. It's very fascinating ideas about it. I think it's a cool idea.
I think that's when I was a young manager, Eggshells. I think that got to me too. Somebody called me a liar because of my company, and I took it personally when I should have just, and I went off on her. And I called my boss and told her about it, and she explained to me it was I was taking we or you as the individual, not the company.
Yeah.
It's funny, I got accused of, I got slighted. I was working at filling out the expense report, and I bought a legitimate business expense. I bought a fishing tackle box to hold all the different piece parts I used for radio measurement and stuff. And they asked the question, they're like, well, why did you buy this? Explain yourself. Yeah, initially my dander went up, and I'm like, oh, Jesus, how could you dare question me type of a mentality? And then I realized, it's like, this person doesn't know me from Adam. And all they see is a tackle box being purchased by an engineering group, and that seems very weird.
Yeah. And I think it's also really useful. My fascination with it is because I work in like persuasion and confidence, is to go, can you recognize and manage your own dissonance enough to be more effective? Because that's a good example where you go, if you can balk and recognize and control the initial dissonance of going, this motherfucker's calling me a liar, and instead go, step back and go, they don't know me, they just want an explanation. And then you can say to them, I can absolutely explain that to you if you like, because I can understand why it looks a bit strange. It's actually
As controller, we would often ask a question like the situation he was in, an obvious business, even more obvious business expense. And we would ask them and question them about their purchase just to see their reaction. Because you understand, when there is a question, you want to know how they react. It was common practice.
But Rakia, what would you have said with Moyok's reaction?
I would have reprimanded him. If he overreacts, then I would say, this is what's going on. Maybe chill out a little bit. This is, common practice. You're going to get this every 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he was in the right in that, right?
And that sounds like a really good response too, Rakia, because the thing I find interesting about the dissonance is there's a reaction, or like a sort of cascade or something, like a nuclear reaction, which is like you react, like say Moyok reacts with dissonance and goes, fuck you, why are you judging me? Do you think I'm a thief? And the other person, because they're getting shouted at, now has a distance reaction towards them. So they're more likely to think, well, the only reason he's reacting like this is because he is lying. Like we immediately assume the negative intent if we're in that fight or flight situation. Whereas like if we can get past the fight or flight, we can just be like, yeah, you can be like, hey, just have a think. We're going to be asking you a lot about your expenses. Don't take it as a slight. Just explain them to us and we'll work well together.
Yeah, it never actually came to words on the phone. It was just like this initial just dander going up, like, God damn it, man, son of a... Oh, yeah. I guess this kind of makes sense. It is look silly.
Yeah, it's that they call it in NLP taking the third position, the second position and the third position. So like the first position is me, Moyok, being questioned about my integrity. And in that position, we'll quite often make those like more reactive things. And the second position is going, what if I stepped into their shoes? Why would they ask me about a tackle box? And that's quite often revealing where you go, of course, tackle box looks a bit weird. And then the third position is like, what if I'm outside both of them, like God's perspective or like a speck of dust on the wall or whatever you want to call it, that doesn't have any feelings but can see the thoughts and intents of both people. And it can usually be quite interesting when somebody's had an interpersonal thing and they're like, no, that bastard's got it in for me. He's had it in for me from day one. And then you take them through this exercise of going from second to third position and then like, oh, it's just that each time he asks me what I've been up to for the week, I shout, and then he immediately thinks I haven't been doing anything all week. Like it suddenly becomes clear.
Sometimes, too, the descriptions on those receipts that you supply, Moyok, are pretty funny. And you know what they are, so you can decipher them. But if you just read them with the sick mind that I know you and I share, they can be pretty funny.
Yeah.
I think you might share it too, Eggshells, but not to our degree.
You know how many people don't cheat on expense reports? I mean, I wouldn't say none, but
I count a lot of nipples in a given day when I get electrical parts.
You know what I'm saying? Now.
Nipples.
The reason we do those tests. I'm not controller of.
Isn't that also what you call that little thing that you squeeze grease into the joints of heavy machinery? Isn't that also a grease nipple?
Yep.
Grease nipples.
And the company's called Dixon, so they're Dixon nipples. I see a lot of Dixon nipples in a day.
That's awesome.
And of course, Siemens.
Yes.
It can mean something different in German. Hey, Rocky, are you a mod here? Is he gone?
He's probably busy, or his Discord cuts out the moment he gets a phone call. It just immediately yanks him out of the room.
No, he's not a mod.
What do you need, Chucky?
I just I feel okay right now, but I'm going home not feeling well. So if I have noises coming out of my mic, please mute me.
Yeah.
What do you mean you're not feeling well? Do we need to call an ambulance or something if we hear noises?
No. Just hand me a tissue and a glass of water.
Oh. Okay. What's that about? Sorry, you don't have to tell us.
I don't think you want to know.
Yeah, kind of do. If you're.
Are you sick of the globe, Chucky?
I'm gonna up Chucky in a minute.
I thought you were saying you're epileptic, because I had a friend who was epileptic, and they said they could feel the attacks coming on. They were like, I might be about to have one in half an hour. I'd be like, what an awful feeling.
No, Chucky's just an epileptic.
Is this the noise? Is this the noise we're supposed to mute?
The one that we hear
It's
every day.
Your robot is getting sick, Chucky.
Meat more.
Your Tin Man needs more lube.
Tin Man needs the nipples.
The nipples.
Mm-hmm. Is that where you lube the Tin Man through his nipples?
I'm envisioning some kind of terrible, like a Tin Man whorehouse that he goes to when nobody else is like paying attention. That's just off the yellow brick road. Then follow it down a little too far down the road there.
The yellow what chode?
Are you through your mysterious anomaly? Sure.
I don't know. Am I?
Close.
It's gonna get worse.
Well, when they can hear you, it will.
Do people who are not Canadian know who the Group of Seven is?
I've heard that phrase, but I don't know what it means.
They're a group of 7+ artists, painters.
Why don't you enlighten us, eh?
I just passed the A.Y. Jackson lookout. That's fine. He was the best of all.
You talking about hockey?
Ice hockey?
Yeah, I was watching a boxing match the other day and an ice hockey game broke out.
Do you have to be a hockey fan if you live in Canada?
I get it, Chucky.
You don't.
It took me a second.
Yeah, it's
I
required.
got you, Chuck. Yeah, that was pretty.
It's required, actually.
I thought it was only a thing in Australia.
You have to be into hockey.
There's no hockey in Australia. They've never even heard of such a thing.
No, in Canada.
No shit, Sherlock.
I scored a hat trick in my hockey game on Saturday.
That's good.
Yeah.
Especially if you're the
What,
goalie.
you took off your helmet and beat someone with it?
No.
No, that's the Gordie Howe hat trick.
Yeah, Gordie Howe hat trick is a goal, an assist, and a fight.
Yeah.
No fight, just 3 goals.
You play non-contact?
Yeah, no check leaks. Yeah. No, I'm in my 40s, bro. We're not checking.
I heard Jamaica's got a bobsledding team.
Coached by Canadian.
What? It was John Candy.
He was Canadian, but he played a Canadian character.
No, he's Canadian.
Yes.
All right.
It was a
okay.
true story.
Yeah, and then how is like Eugene Levy the dad in American Pie? That doesn't even make sense. Canadian Pie, maybe.
Because it's awesome. Do you guys get Schitt's Creek in the States, the show?
I've heard of it.
Oh, you should watch it. The first season is not good, but after that, it's excellent.
It's horrible. That is literally the worst show. My wife watches that. It's like I can't even walk through the living room when that's on.
Your wife has class.
Well, I know that, but I would disagree with her taste in television.
Should sit down and watch 2 episodes. You might change your mind.
One man's class is another man's detention, though.
It's not too bad, but have you guys seen Letterkenny? That one's actually a lot better than Schitt's Creek, in my opinion.
I've seen the clips of Letterkenny on like the shorts, and they look fucking hilarious.
Oh, it's so funny. Yeah. That one's
it's mostly filmed in my hometown.
Oh, no way. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, Chucky, you have a fellow Canuck here.
I didn't know you were Canadian.
Oh, are you Canadian?
Yes, I am.
Are you guys both wearing your toques right now?
No, it's
not right now.
Okay. All right.
I was earlier. It's cold out.
What? What's cold?
The weather where I am?
It's -7 here. That's t-shirt.
Oh, it's -12. Feels like -20 here.
Oh, so you're in the Winterpeg area?
Yeah, Manitoba prairies.
What about your boots?
Oh yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Parka, boots, and toque. You got
What
it.
a boot, your boots.
Yeah, Winnipeg is actually cold.
Yeah, I don't live in that cesspool of shit, but I am in Manitoba. But yeah, it is. It does get cold in Manitoba, that's for sure.
Every province that names a town after an awesome dwarf, Gimli.
I did not catch that. Sorry.
Gimli, the dwarf. The Hobbit or Lord of the Rings.
All right, check.
I think I caught part of that, but I'm not sure. Hang on. I'm gonna turn you up.
Yeah, I'm sure it's cold for you guys because I'm here in Florida in a freaking hoodie freezing my ass off. So.
Yeah, what is it, like +20 out, Nathan? Must be nice.
Speaking Fahrenheit, come on.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what it is in Fahrenheit.
I'm guessing 50s.
Yeah, it's in the 50s, which is winter jacket weather for me.
That's 10 degrees, 12 degrees maybe.
Oh my gosh, that is like shorts and a t-shirt weather, like sun tanning weather. Right?
Chill, we still got the hoodie.
Yeah, I know.
You can see his nipples through his hoodie.
Yep. Yeah, we know when you Canadians come to visit because you're the only ones getting in the freaking water.
Right.
Yeah.
Nipples through his hoodie because he got his nipples pierced. That's the only reason.
Is my cam on when I'm changing?
Yeah, who wears a dangly cross on their nipple? That's weird.
Yeah,
It
one
should be
day.
fully erect at all times.
George Michael loves it.
Moyoc is getting uncomfortable right now.
Moyak Man has dinner plate nipples. They never get hard.
So when's America and Canada going to switch to metric?
Canada is, right?
Yeah, we
Canada's a
don't.
metric, is it?
Yeah, it's just the states that are weird.
We're like
isn't it?
halfway in between. Like we get milk in gallons and then soda in 2 liters.
And you
No one
buy your
ever bought a
weed in
gallon of
grams.
soda. No one bought a gallon of soda ever.
Mm.
We got a little bit of a mix, but we can't let go of the imperial system, probably solely based off of its name. We have a hard time in the States letting that shit go.
But it's so weird. It's like you guys were like anti-king, but you're like, we'll still measure things by his foot.
What's
Yes.
ounces?
Right.
I
You
thought
don't like.
ounces and gallons were basically in the same group, right? I thought
Metric is
that's what
stupid.
soda
What's
was.
wrong with you, Moyoc Man? The only people that say that are like the best argument I've ever heard for maintaining like all of the imperial stuff is it would be too expensive to change. And that to me is like being like, why should I stop punching myself in the face? I've been doing it for years.
Right.
You mean I could have stopped years ago? Ridiculous.
Why should we stop having 2 socket sets for everything?
Yeah.
Is my mic okay?
Yeah.
What's the argument for it? Do you have a good defense of it, Moyoc?
It's people like Moyak Man. I mean, I would rather deal with the metric. Come on, let's just move decimals. Stop dealing with fractions. It's ridiculous.
Especially given, like, I don't know about you, but like when I'm like, oh, is it 7/8 or 9/10? It takes me a good couple of seconds to work out which one's bigger.
Dude, I still don't know. I just look at them.
You're still going to read the numbers. Whereas, like, I can look at a bowl and go, that's a 14. And I might sometimes be wrong, but generally speaking, I'm like, oh, it's not a 14, it's a 13. Whereas you're like, oh, it's not a 7/42. Okay, I've got to crack out my calculator again, go back to the drawing board, or just try 7 different spanners till I get it right. And that the temperatures and the lengths and the weights are all related to one another. That's super useful as well for a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I've got a blah, blah, blah liter back, like blah, blah liter esky. If I fill that, how much will it weigh? And you're like, it'll weigh as many liters as it will kilos.
So
40
if we
liters,
switch to the
fill that
metric
baby
system,
up, 40 kilos.
if we switch to the metric system, do we have to start calling wrenches spanners? Is that a requirement?
I mean, you can keep the bits that are good. Like saying I'm 6'2" sounds cool than saying I'm 192, whatever it is, centimeters. You keep
They
the
actually
bits
had
you
an
like.
issue.
Still measure. Go on.
They actually had an issue in the medical field recently. Well, I don't know how recent it was, if they did it all at once or it was just one hospital at a time, but they had a system you have to have everything in metric for the medical stuff. Like it's a requirement from whatever or medical organizations there are. But when you measure people, we don't measure people in millimeters. We don't weigh them in kilos. Like we got to do the transfer, and it was just some people had like an issue with it in America, the way our systems were set up.
There was also something I'd heard about. I know this is going to suddenly turn a nice chat into a shit fight, but there was also some story about one of the probes that, like space probes, that's like slammed into the surface of Mars or something, or Jupiter, and they were like, "Why did this happen?" They're like, "Okay, so some of the team was working in Imperial and some were in Metric, and so
I
it's
heard about that.
ready to deploy or something like that."
Is that the European Space Agency?
Yeah, I think it was some sort of joint thing where, like, German scientists or, scientists from a smart part of the world had sent it over to American scientists.
Oh, wait, are you saying Myanmar, Liberia, and the United States might be wrong about something collectively?
Are they the only ones? Hang on. Myanmar,
They
which
are.
was the
Look
second
it
one?
up. Myanmar, Liberia, and the United States.
So a place that is run by a military junta that still executes people, Liberia, which is famous for like cannibalistic warlords, and the USA.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, that's a good one. I did not know that.
Myanmar used to be Burma, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We couldn't go through Burma because they were still killing people. We just skip it.
I'm pretty sure those are the only 3 countries that are officially not metric.
Yeah. Which countries? The UK is very mixed. Like it's still miles an hour, but then a lot of stuff is metric.
I don't know if you want to go get, willy nilly getting rid of the foot and all that too quickly, because there's a lot of mathematical coincidences, if you will, and shit that's like built into the Great Pyramids and just all kinds of shit like that. And if we get rid of these units, like, this shit will just be lost.
Do you think they built the Great Pyramids using the imperial system, feet and inches?
Exactly. Like back then, the foot changed length when you had a new ruler, didn't it? Oh no, that's after the Egyptians. The Egyptians had some other different standard measurement, didn't they?
It was like a cubit or something. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, go ahead. Go ahead, Snack.
It's the Egyptian royal cubit.
It was the Egyptian royal cubit. And that was an arm span, wasn't it? The width, the length from fingertip to fingertip or something?
No, that's a foul.
Elbow to wrist or something.
Imagine you get a tiny, like Ptolemy, wasn't one of the Ptolemies like a child? And you're like, oh, fuck. Oh, no, you'd be happy, wouldn't you? My property is so many more cubits than when his giant dad was in power.
Well, I feel like that is maybe just some urban legend shit that we hear about those approximations.
His nickname was Tiny Ptolemy.
No, his nickname was the Savior or some shit. For
yeah,
Egypt.
because I was being serious.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry, it's the length of your various lengths.
You're going to
Cubit,
tiptoe
rod
through
of
the
man.
colonies.
One man's cubit is another man's 18 inches.
Yeah. I told you I was 9 inches, baby. That's only since 2020.
Egyptian royal mile.
Is it verified eggshells? Did you...
Say again, sorry, that cut out for me.
Did you verify my claim about the 3 countries?
Yes, you were bang on about it. The only ones that officially still support it are the US, Liberia, and Myanmar. Oh my God. I swear though, if the rest of the world started like encouraging the US to maintain the imperial system and being like, you guys really
See which
should.
countries also ban abortions.
Okay.
Myanmar has like the coolest. It has like one of the coolest names ever, I think. You know, Myanmar.
Well, somebody pointed out something to me on the trip because we were in Thailand trying to see if we could cross into Myanmar, and I called it Burma, and somebody was like, "Good on you for calling it Burma," because the Myanmar are like 30% of the population. They're like an ethnic group, and it's kind of, and they run all of the military that's currently in charge of the country. And so the point this person was making is like they called it Myanmar as in like it's the home of the Myanmaris, whatever you call them, people. So it was a kind of like big fuck you to the Hmong and a bunch and the other group. I forget what the 3 main groups are.
Yeah, real quick, I was having this weird argument last night. We can convert I think convert is the right word. We can convert a liter to a gallon, an inch to a meter. There's all these conversions. And now we have a mile and a nautical mile, right? Those can be converted on a 60 to 69 ratio or whatever. I think it's 0.89 for every nautical mile, whatever. the point is, can I travel up?
Have I cut out or is he?
He cut out.
I said, can I go up?
No, you got to go back a bit. So
Can I go? Hold on, I'll be right back.
So this thing I found, Chucky, says there's no restriction in Australia, but apparently you do have to get a doctor's okay. Last time I checked the law. Go on. Sorry, Jeremy.
All right, here we go. My mic's good now. So can I go up? Can I travel up vertically 1 nautical mile?
Sure, yeah.
What if I wanted to go horizontally? You think I could go horizontal 1 nautical mile?
Sure, yeah.
It wouldn't change though. It would still be the same conversion, right? No matter which direction you go, right?
Yeah. Like a nautical mile doesn't even hold true on the Earth as Data had in his book. It's sort of the 1 degree per nautical, 60 nautical miles is a bit wibbly on the Earth because it's got kind of flat spots. But yeah, it's a straight up conversion. You can go any direction.
Yeah, straight up. I can go
mile.
diagonal, horizontal, vertical, whatever. Like it's just it's like a gallon and a liter.
Yeah, I think so.
I know. I was having some weird argument where some guy was saying it would change or something. I don't know. It was weird. You know that Kool-Aid guy, boat boy.
Oh, okay. So he's into boats. So maybe he's got some boat insight. I'm only giving you my thought, but like I could understand somebody being like, no, it's only for measurements across water level or something like that. But I mean, yeah, to me, I agree. I would agree with you. You can convert a foot to centimeters.
Yeah.
You can go a foot in every direction. You can go a centimeter in every direction. But maybe what he was saying is like it only makes sense in relationship to the mean sea level of Earth or something.
He was making it seem like I don't want to like straw man him or anything, but he was making it seem like you couldn't go horizontal for a nautical mile or something. I don't know. It was weird. These weird arguments I get into.
We'll have to ask him when he gets back.
No, I think you misheard him. He was saying it's a ratio. It's different on different planets, but on Earth, it's a ratio.
He was saying something like that, but he was also saying that like you couldn't go horizontal. I don't know. It was weird. We'd have to ask him. You're right.
Because yeah, like a nautical mile on like Jupiter. Not that I really comprehend what the surface would be like, but like on a big planet would be thousands of times longer than on a small planet if you're going to keep it a degree per.
Yeah,
60.
but if I bring a gallon of milk and a liter of soda, we can convert those on Jupiter. But
yes.
Now all of a sudden, if I go a mile on Jupiter, I didn't go a nautical mile.
Sure, some
like
things will change.
A nautical mile.
Well, no, actually, I think it depends. A gallon or a liter a gallon or a liter is still going to mean the same thing. But what you'd want to say is like, let's say I've got a liter of air at sea level on Earth, and I take that to Jupiter, it's going to be crushed. It's going to be smaller. It's no longer going to be a liter for the same volume, like the same sort of matter.
Are you saying it's going to compress?
Yeah, so that would be a better analogy. Like if you're going to keep the same nautical mile relationship where it's a minute per mile, then
I don't know if water compresses. It might.
That's why I went.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's why I went for air, because air would compress.
It doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter.
Always
though.
STP,
if you go to Jupiter and you have the gallon of milk and you have a gallon and the liters and shit, you can convert them. It's still a liter to a gallon. You know what I mean? Like whatever the ratio is. That.
Sorry.
What's up?
Well,
I was going to say, what about mass versus weight? My weight would be different. Like your weight is different on. I found out I was obese, but I think that was just my motorcycle gear because I'm now only 100 and something kilos. I would weigh less on the moon. So my weight on Earth would be different to on the moon despite my mass being the same.
Yeah, but if we go to the moon and I have a kilogram, that'll still going to be the same amount of pounds as it would be on Earth. Like the conversion rate doesn't change.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
Jeremy,
if you have one.
Go on, sorry.
Kilogram is mass, Jeremy, and it wouldn't change.
I was going to say, your wife can still ask, how does mass look on this planet?
That was good. That was really
Very,
good.
very good. Very good.
But the size of the planet would definitely change the length of what we call a nautical mile. It started out in theory to be 1/5,400th of the distance from the pole to the equator. So if the planet grows or shrinks,
all right,
then
this is
the
dope. Let's
distance
have
from
a
the
little.
pole to the equator is going to change, right?
Cool.
And
Let's do a
nautical
little
mile.
hypothetical. Thought you were done. I thought you were done. My bad. Go ahead, Blue.
But yeah, over time, we just finally got around to defining a nautical mile and saying, okay, we're just going to agree that it's 1,852 meters. That is a nautical mile in any
All
direction
right.
you want to go.
Oh, go ahead. My bad. My bad. Go ahead.
Okay. So anyway, I'm done.
Okay. So let's
And
do a little hypothetical. Hold on, man. You know I was dying to get in. Have a little social awareness, bro.
He was waiting for it so long.
Yeah. Come on, man. Thank you. Thank you. So let's do it. Just a little quick hypothetical, real quick. We're going up to Jupiter, let's say, right? We're going to go ahead and beeline. We're beelining it for Jupiter. We're going to go to where Jupiter is. At what point? Go up 1 mile. I went 0.89 nautical miles, whatever it is. I go up another mile. I went up another 0.8. At what point does this change?
At what point does the nautical mile change? Is that what you're saying?
I'm going up to Jupiter. I'm going up to Jupiter. I go vertically 1 mile, 0.89 nautical miles. I go another mile. I've went another 0.89 nautical miles. At what point am I going to go a mile and it's not going to be 0.89 nautical miles? I'm just curious.
It will change whenever you decide to redefine it. It is a definition.
Yeah, you could turn up at Jupiter and for some reason still use Earth nautical miles if you chose to, because it's a convention that you voluntarily accept, which is why America still voluntarily accepts a retarded imperial system. You could choose to voluntarily accept a retarded system, but you'd probably, once you got into the sphere of influence of Jupiter, switch, like for example in Kerbal, your speed is always relative to whatever thing you're orbiting, just because that makes more sense. Doesn't mean your speed changes, but your speed relative to what you're orbiting, you choose to switch convention because it makes more sense there. That's all you do. So it's not your speed changes, it's just that you would go, this makes more sense to look at it differently now.
This is why we use metric.
Yeah, because it makes more sense.
So we should get rid of the nautical mile and the mile?
No, not on Earth.
Why?
We
Why
should
would
get
you
rid of
keep a
mile.
nautical? Why would you keep a mile? Why would you get rid of a mile and keep a nautical mile? Not just use kilometers.
Because the nautical mile still has utility on Earth. Well, any planet.
So what? I didn't hear you, Chucky. You're fuzzy.
It still has utility. That's why.
It's just the distance. That's all.
But it's a ratio, as Blue said.
Okay, so what? It's just a distance. We don't. How many distance measurement types do we need? We're just gonna go with metric and throw everything else in the trash bin. That's what you guys wanted to do 5 minutes ago. Now, when it comes to the nautical mile,
you need one, but sometimes it's handy to have a second.
well, why is it not more handy to have the third one?
Well, because the third one doesn't have utility.
Doesn't have utility?
Not compared to metric or not.
So you're saying the mile that didn't like stem from anything or has no. How'd they come up with a mile?
No, it
Ended up based on the length of the king's dick.
Yeah. It's still useful to you, but to the rest of the world, including your scientific, you already said this. Your scientific community uses metric because the conversions are easy.
So here's a quick
millions.
The mile, Jeremy, so-called statute mile, is actually just a law. It was enacted by Parliament in England. And they just said, okay, we're just going to make it this. It's going to be 8 furlongs, each furlong composed of so many rods or whatever. And when you do all the multiplication, you end up with 5,280 feet.
So the mile was just totally
Yeah,
arbitrary.
yeah, they just said that's it. We're going to call that's what we're going to call a mile. Period. And it's a law. Period.
And if you get a gallon and you say how many inches by inches by inches would a gallon be, you've got no idea. Whereas, and how much would it weigh? You've got no idea, right? Whereas we can all do that calculation in your head. You go, how much water would weigh a kilo? And you go, well, 10 by 10 by 10 is a liter, and that's going to weigh 1 kilo.
Yeah, it's
and it's going to boil at 100 degrees.
Sure.
Yeah. And a cubic meter is 1,000 liters.
Yeah, they all match
up. How many gallons is that?
Yeah.
Hold on. You're telling me if I have a cubic meter, I can fit 1,000 liters of water inside it?
Yeah.
Definitionally so, yeah.
That don't sound
if
right.
you struggle to fit it in,
that's right.
That's how it's defined.
Yeah, it's exactly right, Jeremy.
That is a metric ton.
Yeah.
A cubic
also
meter.
known as a fuck ton.
A metric ton.
Okay. Maybe I don't know what a cubic meter is. A cubic meter is 1 by 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter.
Yep.
Correct. Yeah.
And you're telling me 1,000 liters fits inside that?
Yeah.
Exactly 1,000.
That's why it's a sensible system, because you can do really, really easy conversions. Like things just like Moyok saying in the chat, I can intuitively guess the length of something. Yes, but can you convert that length into something else? No, because I can still intuitively guess at 10 centimeters or a meter, right? So the intuitive guessing at things, you just change what number you intuitively guess at. But can you convert them? That's what matters.
Yeah, I mean, I can look at a tank of liquid and guess the number of liters it needs. At least close. But it's hard to do gallons. I mean, at least for me, for gallons.
I can't do gallons. I can guess feet and inches and stuff because we still use that, like colloquially, you use that for a height. Yeah. And somebody might go, how many is that in centimeters? And I know the conversion, and I know that inch is 5.4 centimeters.
Correct.
Yes.
A yard is close to a meter.
Okay, so just for the
yard is 30. Well, yeah.
Okay, so just for the record, Blue. Let me get Blue on record right now. I'm gonna write this down. Blue, can we travel vertically or horizontally 1 nautical mile?
Sure.
All right, bet. I wrote that down. I wrote that down.
Direction you want to, because it's just defined as 1,852 meters.
And if you don't believe it, check with the astrology department at your local university.
No, that was actually my argument. If you heard it last night, I was arguing you can go horizontal and vertically a nautical mile.
Yeah.
Once you leave navigation, nautical mile doesn't have any particular usefulness as far as I can tell.
And was that the idea? Because I remember hearing somebody told me that for a while, now the baseline of a meter is how far light travels. But for a while, when the French were in charge of it, it was the distance to the equator. Was that an attempt to sort of combine meters and nautical miles?
No, the meter was originally supposed to be 1/10 millionth of that same distance from the pole to the equator. So 10 million meters should have been that distance. And now if you divide 10 million by 5,400, see what you get. It's going to come up 1852 point something, I think.
But now it's defined by
twice as long.
I think since 2017 or so, it's defined as a ratio of the speed of light.
Right. Yeah, we've tried to get away at least from, physical type standards.
Yeah, because the Earth could conceivably change size or shape
Yeah.
Whereas the
Right.
speed of light is constant. That kind of makes sense to me.
Right. Speed of light's pretty
Hey,
stable.
but you guys did it. I still can't believe that you could fit 502 liters inside a cubic meter. Anyways,
5
did you?
liters, yeah.
I mean, that doesn't seem right in my head when I try to put it in there, but maybe it could be the shape. I don't know. Anyway, either way, you guys did agree with me, right? Though, if you go to the moon and you have a kilogram, it's going to equal the same amount in pounds that it does on Earth.
No,
we didn't. Like, that's a weight, and weight is the amount of force exerted by that mass due to gravity, and gravity has changed. So the mass will remain the same, the weight will remain different, the force it exerts will be different.
Yeah. So I'm on the moon. I have a kilogram of
mass.
I have a kilogram of lead, let's say. Mm-hmm. That's not going to be 2 pounds or 2 point whatever pounds.
No,
it's not. You don't need to convert it. It's just like when you put it on the scales, you'll get a different number than what you got on Earth.
No, we're on the moon. We have a kilogram of lead.
Right.
Scale. We put it on the scale. It says 1 kilogram. We're still going to have the same amount of pounds that we would have as if we had put a kilogram on the scale on Earth, right? Like the conversion doesn't change.
Jeremy,
so the conversion doesn't change. Yeah, the relationship between pounds and kilos won't change. But when you say I've got a kilogram of lead, what we assume you mean is weight, and then the question becomes, well, where did you weigh it? But if you say
I was saying on the moon. On the moon, yeah.
No, so if you weighed it on the moon and it's 1 kilo on the moon, that is the amount of forces exerting on the scales, then that conversion is still going to be the same to pound. Pounds and the relationship between pounds and kilos is fixed. It's just that one is dumb.
Yeah. If there's a conversion rate and we go somewhere else, the conversion rate doesn't change. Is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah. Wait a minute. I'm not sure what you just said.
If there's a conversion rate like liters to gallons, pounds to kilos, if you go where you go, that conversion rate doesn't change.
You have to be careful about this pounds and kilos. Kilograms a kilogram is a mass. It's not a weight. We cheat.
What's mass?
We cheat and we cheat and calibrate scales to register in kilograms. But in fact, what you're measuring is not mass. You're measuring a force.
Blue, what is mass?
Huh?
Blue, what's mass? I don't know what is this mass word you keep using?
Mass is stuff.
When you go to church on Sunday.
When you got stuff, okay, it has mass.
Start writing
so you're
it down,
saying
Jeremy.
matter?
Number one, stuff.
Matter.
So you're saying
call it
get
matter,
the pen out, Jeremy.
But see, the thing is,
call it mass, call it whatever you like. But
the problem is blue. The problem is blue. An electron, mass, right? But there's no matter there, so we can't say mass is matter, right? Because we got an electron problem now.
It's mind over matter, Jeremy. It don't mind, and it don't matter, and I don't mind. How's it?
Well, I'm just saying we got an issue if you want to say mass is like stuff or matter or whatever, because then we go to the electron and it doesn't have any matter, but it has mass. So now it's weird.
Okay, now.
Is kilo weight? Before I heard them say kilo is weight. Who said that?
I said that. It sounds like Blue's correcting me. I'll happily take Blue's correction. He knows a lot more stuff.
We colloquially use kilogram as a weight, but technically that is incorrect. You need to take.
There you go.
That is correct.
Mass is a kilogram is mass. If you want to know weight, which is literally the force that the gravitational field of the Earth creates acting on that 1 kilogram of mass, you end up getting 9.8 newtons. That is force.
You said mass is a kilogram?
Yeah, mass is a kilogram.
Right, write that down, SAS2.
Newton is a force.
So you're probably going to find, Jeremy, you're probably going to find many people who are wrong like me, who thought it was weight. I did have like fluttering in the back of my mind, being like, this is wrong. But so,
what is
Blue,
the resistance to acceleration? Blue? What is resistance to acceleration?
Mass.
That's 3. Write these down.
But so, could something find differently, but it matches all three, like be defined 2 or 3 ways, but match all 3 definitions?
Yeah, the problem is if you say it's stuff, we now have an electron that has mass with no matter, so that's an issue now. So it can't be mass as matter because we
Well,
have an
okay.
issue where we have something with
All
mass
right.
with no matter.
Okay, I didn't want to start an argument, Jeremy, but
You're
think
not
about
into
it any way.
particle physics
Think about it any way you like.
or chemistry, whatever the electron. What's the electron? Chemistry you guys use it in?
We were talking about 2 liters of soda a few minutes ago. I thought we were just having a general discussion.
Yeah.
We're going to
About,
get into
now
particle
we're having a
physics,
general
then.
discussion about mass. Yeah.
Okay.
Jeremy, it's the amount of stuff plus energy. Matter plus
Well,
energy.
that's 3-4 now. Amount of stuff and energy.
SE, tell me how mass tastes.
How about How about this one? What is the inherent property of matter?
The
Anyone?
inherent? I don't think there is the.
Anyone?
I don't think
Sure.
there's only one.
Mass.
I
That
can
would
give
be
you the
mass.
inherent. I can give you the inherent property of matter. Some things matter, like kilos and stuff, and some things don't, like all of flat Earth. So flat Earth doesn't have any matter. It
So we're
doesn't
up to
matter.
6 now. That's 6 definitions. Okay, we're on a roll. We got how many last time? 10?
We can come up with more if you want. What is matter?
There's lots of definitions for lots of different words.
In a
We broke
legal
the
sense,
record last time.
it would be a proceeding brought against another party. So you
How
could
about a
add that one
religious
too.
mass? How about a religious mass?
You said what's matter?
Oh, we said okay. We're on matter now. Okay.
No, that's what you asked. We're still on the thing you asked. You're just changing your mind about what you asked.
Well, there's so
You said,
many
what is
things that
matter?
it's I'm on a roll here.
Sure, yeah. You're not
How
following
about
your own.
matter's the eraser of space? Being that if matter occupies space, then that space can no longer be space by definition. That's fucking
What about
deep,
I
bro.
like that.
Holy
What about the
shit.
erasure? Rather than the erasure, the reduction of space. We've reduced the emptiness of this bit of area.
That's fucking deep right there, Dice Law. Holy shit, bro. My brain just exploded.
Yeah, that was some heavy
It's a very
duty stuff
cool
there.
idea. It's a very
He's
cool
channeling
idea.
the tattooed. What's his name? That was a channel right there.
He said matter is
Taboo
the space.
So how could one thing have like multiple definitions and make any sense?
I would challenge you to find a word that doesn't have multiple definitions. I think there probably are a few, but I would say almost the vast majority of words can be defined in different ways. I think it's just there is something particular, I think, to flat Earth or very conspiracy thoughts that like words have to be super specific in their meaning. But I think I go exactly the opposite way, where I'd say we define them each time we say them. Each time I say the word mass, it's very close, but slightly different to the last time I said it. And when you say mass and I say mass, we both mean different things. And we need to resolve those differences to have meaningful conversations.
You know how I would define mass? Very simply, the amount and the type of stuff in a certain shape. Very simple.
What is stuff?
Exactly.
Does that mean
the amount?
something?
You can call it stuff, call it whatever you want. There's no need to have fancy words and multiple things, right? You have a volume, right? You have a shape. And what determines that is the amount and the type of material. Very simple.
No.
So if I've got a
Type doesn't
pound of
matter.
feathers and a pound of, if I've got a pound of feathers and a pound of lead, or a kilo of feathers
Which
and a
one weighs
kilo
more?
of lead, well, both are the same mass. You're wrong there, right? They're different matter. So the type of matter has changed, but the mass has remained the same. So I think you need to rework your definition to take the type out.
No, why?
And then we also take out the shape.
Hold on.
But
You have
by definition,
one
a pound of
square
feathers
evolution
is
argument.
by definition a pound of feathers is heavier or it weighs more than a pound of gold.
Why?
Because of how it's measured. I'll save you the
Is it?
trouble.
Because what?
It's the avoir du poids.
Okay, then I'll take it away from gold. I
Okay.
feel like you're going to tell me something specific to gold that is not specific to feathers. So a kilo of bricks versus a kilo of my sloppy poops are both the same, but they're a different shape. They're a different type of matter. It's not all to do with how much it's arranged. It's just to do with how much it resists movement, and they both do that the same. Except out of my butthole. My poops come out
That's
easy.
nonsense, bro. No. Everybody knows if you have a certain amount of feathers and you have a certain amount of rocks in the same volume, the rocks are going to weigh more than the feathers.
Yeah,
It's very simple. This is not,
Hang on.
But that's not
Are you
what he
saying a
said.
kilo of feathers and a kilo of rocks weighs... How much does a kilo of rocks weigh?
A kilo.
How much does a kilo of
Hello?
feathers weigh?
Well, this is like
One
university
kilo.
stuff.
This is a brain
3
buster.
pounds.
More. Because there's more ounces in an avoir du poids pound. I'm saying it wrong, but because it's rated and weighed at a certain because it's a category, because it's for air travel. Like it's weighted for its plane travel. Gold is measured in troy ounces, so gold is actually lighter per pound than feathers might be.
Right, so that's why I've changed it to poop and rocks, because nobody measures my poop in troy
Right.
ounces.
Well, why not?
Nobody
why
measures
is
damn
your
poop, so shut up.
I think your shit is gold.
I don't
All right, forget it.
Oh, I need to send you a photo. You might change your mind. I've
Troy
been
ounces
in
also have
Pakistan
a
for 3 months.
Troy ounces also has a direct correlation. I can say convert troy ounces to ounces and pounds. That's just a scalar.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the grains per ounce that is different between a.
You're just talking about different measurement systems. It's still
No, I'm saying like how where because each one has there's like a troy ounce is different because of the amount of grains in it, like because they're measuring it down to that. That's the base unit, and there's just more grains. There's more grains in a standard than a troy ounce. All right, forget it. I hate this conversation.
Because
It sounds
math
very
is a
interesting, but I'm
meaningless
not
word.
following what you're saying. You need to have another crack. But
It's
I have
done on
heard
purpose.
that gold is measured depending, or on balance scales, depending on latitude, because of the centrifugal force changing its value. So things that are very high value in very low weights.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Right. So there's
Plus you can take
your implication that is centrifugal force, because you need that to be consistent. But we just know that it weighs different amounts, I guess.
Yes, I
But
think
then,
that's.
But then there's the
something
whole
we can-
gravimeter kind of tag on here, right? So it's not purely a function of your latitude.
Yes, there appear to be fluctuations even within latitudes. I have heard. I mean, there's when he turns up and speaks, which is rare, he says very interesting things about it. Which is IB Hunter, who has measured the different gravity effects of gravity. Like
Can you show me one
fluctuation.
thing?
Yeah.
Can you show me one thing in nature that has centrifugal force in terrestrial nature?
What's what I'm saying? Like, if you're saying that there is inconsistency, you're also saying that there's inconsistency in the centrifugal force. I disagree with either, but
no, I don't think there's inconsistency in the centrifugal force. What I think is
there has to be for you.
I would have
because of what you just said.
No, I don't think so. I think that what it probably is, I don't know much about it. I would defer to IB Hunter if he was here. Is differences in the density of what's under my feet. So I think if I was standing on top of, let's say 1 billion tons of lead, although I don't think that happens, but let's say I was standing above something very, very, very dense on Earth, then that would mean that the weight of things, the effect of the force of mass on things would be different in that area than if I was standing, I don't know, maybe in something very porous like the desert or.
Well, we don't
or
see that. We don't see that. You can go to like high dense areas of like, let's just say granite, like in Death Valley per se, and you don't weigh any different than you would in your specific location where you are. But I'm asking
You
you
do.
if you can give me one example of centrifugal force in terrestrial nature.
What do you mean by
What
terrestrial
is
nature? Give me
terrestrial?
examples. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
talking here where we can validate it tangibly, not like speculate celestially.
I got
So I
some.
can't give you
You know,
something that you
I can give
can
you
see
something
as
then.
validation. But
I can
what
give
it
him
seems to
something.
be the case is a kilogram weighs differently at different latitudes, and you can get the same effect from spinning something. And given the other reasons we think that the Earth is spinning, we can go, that's probably what's causing it.
I can answer your question,
That's just the Zhabennikov effect, dude. That's all that is. I'm asking for an example of centrifugal
I got
force. Other
I got
than what I think you're gonna say. There's only one thing you can give me. But go ahead, Jim.
There's not. You know those little
Go, Jim.
you know those little things that fall off trees and they go down in a helicopter fashion?
Whirly things. Yeah, what are they
Whirly.
called?
There you go.
Maple keys or ash keys.
But I don't think they're weighing less. I think that they are developing enough speed. Like it's like choppers can land when their engine is out due to auto rotation, where they can store up speed in their rotors and then use that. I don't think that they weigh less or they've
I
got
wasn't
less mass.
necessarily talking about weight though, so that was actually a really good example. But if we're
Yeah.
gonna discuss weight, you have to be able to identify the variables associated with it. Otherwise, you're just going to be having like a futile pursuit and chasing your tail. So, do you understand the 7 variables of weight, Eggs?
Probably not. No, illuminate me.
Well, it's kind of a grueling task, but I'll give you a few.
You're a good descriptor of things.
Yeah, you've got vector, you've got medium, you've got phase, and then I think there's a few others that I left out, but go ahead and kick those around a bit before we start getting specific as to what weight is, because I assure you weight is not a force.
Okay, what is it?
It's actually an anti-force.
Okay,
Why is it measured in newtons then?
Well, your bulk quantification of units no sooner explains anything than it can define it.
Definitions or units do define what something is because they're the equation.
No, it's just a
Kilograms
convention by which we measure. That's all that is.
I don't understand what you mean. Say that again. The definition of things no sooner.
No, I said the bulk quantification of units no sooner explains things than it can define it. Whether you're talking about joules, watts, amps, ohms, hertz, no matter what it is, you're only talking about a convention of quantification, but you're not defining or explaining what it is in specifics that we're talking about.
When you do units, though, you are explaining what it is.
Yeah, I think we'd agree on that. Like force is both an equation and a convention and a definition. Force is MA, and you define it as MA.
Yeah, but math is not. Math is only a convention. If we're going to actually explain and define things, math is only maybe a precursor to help describe, but it'll never explain. So if you're going, what was the thing that you mentioned? Force. Yeah, a force is not a thing. A force is an action done. A force is not a thing of itself, by itself, to itself. It's only an action done, and ultimately there's only one fundamental force. But in your model, you have infinite forces. This is a problem.
A force is not an action.
Dude, I had
it can be, but not in this case.
A force is not real in the sense that it's an actual thing. No different. Or a photon, or.
My bad, you cut out. No, you cut out. My bad.
Yeah, I was just saying a force is not a thing, no different than a wave's not a thing of itself. Or a shadow. A shadow's not a thing. A shadow's just a privation. Or how about negative charge, or a virtual particle, or photon, or
wind.
I mean, I can go on and on.
Wind is just like air with a moving at a differential to which it's going past, right? Like if you stuck your hand out a car, you'd potentially say that's wind, or like if you were going downwind on a boat, it could be an extremely windy day where you see snow caps all around you, but it feels really calm on the boat. So I guess you could say like wind's not a thing; it's just an experience of differential between the air particles and you.
Wind's a thing, dude. It's a physical, tangible thing.
Unless there are angels on the corners.
Wind's a tangible thing. What up with it?
Oh, by the way, Jeremy, I put the mass of an electron in the chat for you. According
You
to
don't know
the
anything about it. Like
mathematical
electrons
experiment.
aren't real, man.
Yeah, electron's another fallacy that's not
Thank you.
actually
I
a
appreciate
thing.
that.
I know they say it has mass, but then they'll tell you it has no matter. So when you come back and say mass is the amount of matter in a stuff,
Matter,
show you something
matter
that has mass
plus energy.
Right.
Do they also say that it's a particle of matter that has no shape or size?
No known shape or size.
It's
How
all
do you know
energy.
it's matter?
It's all energy. When you press them, what is an atom? When they go down to the nitty gritty, they're going to tell you it's energy. It's not actual matter.
Yeah.
They also say they
Matter
have
and
no idea where
energy are
they can never
interchangeable.
Energy and
they
mass
can never
are
directly
interchangeable.
detect it. That's official science, bro.
I certainly agree with something you said the other night, which is our current understanding of electrons electrons do not exist in the current understanding of them. Despite not understanding anything about a topic, anything I read on electrons, I'm like, I don't think we've got those figured out yet. They keep doing contradictory things. I think we've mistaken about something about them. I don't get it.
Yeah. Like actually, if you talk to most people that are like higher up in the fields of physics, they know that. They know that we just have a model for the electron. We don't know exactly what it is.
Well, that guy the other night when we were having that discussion was like, I don't know, he's a particle physicist or something. And I liked the way he said it, where he said it might be a false dichotomy between, or it's a false sort of distinction between a wave and a particle. We might just not fully understand what are the available options. So we're trying to fit it into the options we can understand because we can't understand what it might be.
That's exactly right.
I was like, it could be. It could be like that wave and particle aren't the only choices, or it could be that that waves and particles aren't necessarily the only thing, or that they might be in some way interchangeable. Yeah, I can certainly believe any of that.
If you see how they explain it, right? Take, for example, the God particle, right? They have that as a wave, as a field. So picture layers of water. So you have the God particle field, then you have, I believe it's the gluon, the elementary particles. So they have like different layers like oil and water and vinegar, right? And then you have what they call particles, which are like energy. And when they interact with the God particle, with the Higgs field, then they get mass. This is how they explain it, man. It's like insane.
I know what's really funny, dude, is it's just always funny to me when the anti-flat earthers like come to teach you about the electron or something. You know, it's like you know damn well you don't know about it, bro. You know, like just chill out, bro.
Let's stay with the conversation we are having in the room, because I don't think anybody's doing that right now.
No, I'm just saying in general, like man wants to pretend they know things they do not.
Right. But what I'm saying is nobody here is doing that right now, so let's not have a conversation about people who aren't here and what they might say.
Well, I did hear someone say, like, literally start to do that, but anyway. Like the electron is made up, okay? The phenomenon is real, and then the construct of the electron was made up to try. This is the story, dude. They quantified the smallest amount of quote unquote charge, and the smallest amount they could quantify, they called that electron. It's a unit. Okay, that's where we got the electron. No one picked one up, isolated one, found one. None of that ever happened. That was the smallest amount of charge they could isolate. So they called that an electron. It was an agreed upon unit.
Yep, that's all it is. And First of all, their atom was an orbital model, neutron, proton in the center, and the electron, a single electron orbiting around. Then they got that wrong. Now it's neutron, proton, and a cloud of probability of where possibly the electron could be. I mean, you can't make this stuff up.
Sure, I mean, it may well be
Protons
wrong.
don't actually exist either.
I don't think people could sensibly argue that it definitely does exist, but I think it's not sensible to argue that something definitely doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's
Well,
a good
you can never,
That would be like
prove
arguing that we know that the Yeti doesn't exist because I haven't seen it yet.
No,
That's
now
right.
you went
Yes,
off the rails. Now you went
no,
off the
that's
rails.
Bigfoot out of
no,
this,
no,
dude.
it's
He's very
not.
real.
No, he didn't go off the rails. You can't prove that something doesn't exist. So he's correct. You can't prove something doesn't exist, which is why it's ludicrous for someone to say, like, prove the electron doesn't exist.
Well, that's the
I
whole
can
thing.
prove.
He's
I can
saying
prove to you
because you
something
can't
doesn't
prove.
exist. How about nothingness? Can you show me that? I
No,
guess
but
it's
guys,
Well,
what he's saying
see what
is,
you did. You asked if someone can show it to you because it's all about whether or not someone can prove it does exist. It's not about
right.
anything else.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I know.
They don't
he's
know how
saying,
claims.
your guys are not getting it, man. He's saying because we can't prove it doesn't exist, therefore it does exist. This is what he's saying.
No,
That's not
that's
what I'm
not what he
saying.
said. That's not what he said.
No, I'm just saying it may not exist. It may, or I kind of lean with what Whitsett said the other night, that in our current conception of it, as little as I comprehend it, it probably is very different. It's quite likely that in 100 years' time, we're like, oh, we think the electron's something very different to what we thought it was back in the 2000s. But I'm just saying
That's
it's
guaranteed.
weird to say that it doesn't exist, because to argue about the non-existence of a thing is just logically bunk.
Yeah, but you're just what you think exists is just energy. It's not a thing. That's what you're not understanding.
What you're not listening to is I don't think it exists.
Oh, okay. Then we're on the same page. Okay.
Yeah, I said
Yeah,
it a few
that's
times.
my point, man.
My
Yeah.
bad. Maybe I didn't hear you, eggshells. My bad.
But like it's then you get into it. I know Daislow's chomping at the bit right now. Like, well, what is energy though?
Exactly.
You know, like this is the thing, bro. We have a bunch of constructs, and specifically like particles. They're all constructs. They're all units. They're constructs we came up with to count things, man. It's very
They're
useful.
just measurements of energy. That's all it is. Various
useful
measurements of
construct.
energy. Yeah.
It's a useful construct because there's different types of phenomena, and we've isolated different phenomena, and then we wanted to be able to distinguish between them, right? So if we had no construct to count them, if we had no construct to name them, we wouldn't really be able to distinguish between them. Okay, so it's actually even a useful construct, but it's incorrect. It's not what it actually is. The problem is when you have people that conflate that construct with reality. That's where you lose the plot.
Well, I think yes in some ways and no in others. Like it may be with the electron, but I think like force, if you just say this force is an ability to accelerate mass, that is useful. And because it's a sort of, I would say the only things that are true that a human can know are agreed upon fictions. And I'd say that's agreed upon, maybe not even a fiction, but it's useful, right? It tells you how fast your motorbike's going to go.
Look, we're like ants trying to figure out what the glass is. Let's put it this way. And not even that, even worse than that, because the glass is invisible and we can't see it. This is what we're trying to do. We're in God territory now.
But like you said, the force is the ability to accelerate mass. Like define what is a human. Like humans have the ability to breathe oxygen. Like, okay, but what is a human? You know, like what something does is not what it is.
Yeah, it's like saying humans have the ability to walk. Whoop-de-doo. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, humans can walk. Yeah, you know. But like, what is a human?
That's where they're at. That's literally where they're at.
Yeah. And that's what I think Daiso always tries to make. He always tries to make that point because it's very important. You know, energy and force. Energy, the ability to do work. Force, the ability to accelerate mass.
That's
Okay.
ridiculous. Where does the
We're
force come
describing
from?
we're
Yeah.
describing like a superhero in his powers. You know, Superman has the ability to fly. Like, I don't know. You just assume that Superman exists at that point.
No.
Something
I
has to
think
exert the force.
that's a wild straw man. Like, there is, if you could show me sensible people achieving incredible results by assuming Superman exists, then what you're saying would be valid. But like, physicists can make really cool shit do really cool shit by assuming that force is what it is, or energy is what it is.
I could
So it's not
achieve
the
all
same
kinds of
thing.
stuff.
I agree that they are like constructs, but then you're equating ridiculous constructs and going, well, then this useful construct that has real world applicability is the same as this ridiculous one that I intentionally invoked because it's a ridiculousness that has no real world applicability or usefulness.
Oh,
No,
you mean like the
I
atom?
can say stars are Superman. Each star is Superman flying. Each star is a Superman flying. And then I could map out the stars. I could come up with an entire construct about the sky. I can tell you where all the stars are going to be, what they're going to do, how much they're going to change. I can come up with all kinds of stuff about the stars that would be useful. I could navigate with the stars. I could map out the azimuthal grid of vision on a flat Earth and explain all celestial phenomena, and no glober can respond. And it doesn't mean the stars are Superman. That's the point.
Right, but the point to bring parity to what I just said is show me how, to that thing you're saying, the stars are Superman is relevant to the predictions you're making. If you can go, because stars are Superman and they're not giant exploding balls of hot gas or whatever the fuck they're meant to be, this gives me more predictive power. Otherwise, you're just feathering it in with other known previous predictions and then going, therefore, this thing I feathered in that has no predictive power is just as good because I mixed it in with stuff that does have predictive power.
Yeah, what about the current understanding or definition of the electron is integral into its predictive capability? Nothing.
I feel like
Nothing at all.
I feel like you changed the topic. I'm asking you, what does the predictive power of saying stars are Superman have? You need to show that that's got predictive power and is as good at describing stars as our current model, or better, for it to be taken seriously. You've just switched topic to go, well, let's talk about the electron because I want to.
No, I didn't switch the subjects. You
What
were
he's trying to
literally
tell you,
you were comparing it.
What he's trying to tell you, Eggs, is that without a definitive explanation to point a finger at upon a said phenomena, you're left with speculation, and anything can be the prime mover of that said phenomena. When all you're left with is conventional frameworks of quantification, you don't have an explanation. You don't have anything definitive to point at this prime mover of phenomena.
Well, I agree with the first half. Sorry, I jumped in with no at the second half, which was rude of me. Like, it's if you've got, like, we had the concept of something about the Earth attracts us long before, if you believe conventional history, we had this idea that we're all sticky on a ball way before we had any idea about this bendy space-time shit, right? So you've got what you have there in the intervening period is from Ptolemy, like 4,000 years ago, you had people going, I think we're living on a ball, with no conception, no reasonable answer for why we stick to it. They just go, we just do. Right? So what you have is we stick to the ball, but not a valid explanation as to why we stick to the ball. But that we're sticking to the ball is still a valid explanation, right?
Well, no, it's not. And Ptolemy didn't offer an explanation, but Ptolemy actually says in his writing, he's like, we have to make an assumption. He's like, we have to assume a tangent point that we can't actually observe. And Ptolemy makes it very clear that to even work on the idea that the Earth is a ball, we must assume a tangent point at the horizon that we cannot observe. So it's like, it's only now that people now don't blatantly say the assumptions. They pretend that they're not assumptions. But
I think I'm happy to agree. Like, we live under assumptions. Like, outside of FE, I would say 90% of our lives are assumptions. Like, when you go to the petrol pump, you go up to the pump that says petrol and you put it in your car, or you go up to the pump that says diesel and you put it in your truck. You just assume that says what it is, and you put it in your truck. It could be anything,
yeah, but that's
right?
a fair assumption.
It could have
That's
been
a fair
kerosene the
assumption.
whole time. It could be pure water with some foul smelling shit to put in just to fool you. And it's exactly, I agree with you, Dicelo. It's a fair assumption, but we decide what are fair assumptions, because if we wanted to check everything, what you're talking about is going, I want to check my tire pressure, but how do I know the gauge is correct? How do I test the gauge? Well, PSI is just a convention.
We're
How
not
do I know
falling
what
into
a pound is? How do I
solipsism.
know what inches?
Yeah, I
Right,
mean, you're falling into solipsism.
exactly. The only logical conclusion for we can't confirm that is solipsism. That's my point. If you say we can't confirm that, then I'm arguing back to you, you can't confirm anything.
Well, we can though. We can by accurate definement. We have to understand what the intrinsic and extrinsic connection is to all things, and that being magnetism, which no one coming from academia has accurately defined to anyone's satisfaction.
Sure. So tell me the base, simplest, most undeniable thing that you can confirm, and I'll tell you where the assumptions lie within that.
Well, you have to understand what magnetism is. I would have to read you the definition of magnetism, and then from there you could begin to see where I went wrong or was right.
No. I don't mean necessarily it's magnetism. I mean any fact that water is wet, that up is up. Give me anything that you know is true, that you can confirm is true, and I will show you that there are nested within that many assumptions.
Matter is tangible.
Okay, what do you mean by matter? What do you mean by tangible? And what do you mean by is?
Wow. Something that has a spatial footprint in Cartesianal reality that we can interact with.
So spatial, what do you mean by spatial? How do you know that when you say space or spatial, I mean that I understand the same thing by spatial?
How does you not understanding it have to do with assumption?
It has potentiality. Can you give me a so it's got dimensions.
He said dimensionality.
Okay, dimensionality, beg your pardon. Can you give me the dimensions that's measured in?
Will that help you explain what it is, being matter or not?
No. It will show that you have to make assumptions about what those dimensions are. You've got to measure them in something, and then you have to make the assumption that when you say 1 foot and I hear 1 foot, we both think the same thing.
But that's an agreed upon measure, i.e., language.
Right, but you have to assume that you're talking to another human who agrees upon that conception. There's many times across history where people haven't agreed on those conceptions and problems have happened. So what I'm saying to you is
these conventions are already, if in order to have a convention, it already has to be pre-established in agreement. So, I mean, it's kind of, I don't understand the question, I guess.
Right, but that's exactly my point. We have to agree on this thing. And you have to assume that once somebody stood in front of your face and said, right, we're going to agree that this property is measured in feet, and we both agree that feet is measured upon this stick that we've got that is measured against the king's foot. Okay. We both 100% confirmed that is the king's foot length, and we're both going to stick to the same foot length. But it also assumes the other guy's not going to shave a bit off the end to make the property look bigger.
Well, let's just hypothesize that we don't agree on this unit of measure. Can we now fairly assume that what we're looking at is not matter? If we can actually see it and interact with it, and it has dimensionality? Like, I mean, I just don't. It seems like a futile pursuit of what you're pursuing right now. I don't understand.
I'm not pursuing it. I don't agree. I don't think that things are this meaningless. But my point is, if you drill down to it and you go, what are the things I really, really can confirm with zero assumptions? What you have to accept is they are assumptions. You have to make assumptions to function within the world. You have to make assumptions. Like, think about walking up to a door. Let's go away from all of these highfalutin things. Walking up to a door. Imagine your memory will wiped clean each time you had that. I have no assumptions about this thing versus another thing. And I'm sure we've all sometimes seen, be it in computer games or in a bar that's themed, a door that isn't actually a door. Right? It's just sort of made to look that way, or it's locked. But when we walk up to a door, generally we think, I twist that handle in some way and it'll open. We generally think, I'll twist it counterclockwise, but sometimes we test it clockwise. We keep updating and testing these assumptions, but we need to make the assumption that this thing that looks somewhat like the rest of the wall is unlike the rest of the wall and will open. But that's an assumption.
Well, I mean, yeah, we can only weigh things by contrast. I mean, you have to have something in comparison to differentiate things, but I'm not really following the point you're making, really, unless I have addressed.
The point is simply we must make assumptions. Nobody can live a functional life without.
Yeah,
we all do.
I'm not saying that's not a thing to do, but you also have to, within your assumption, have some form of logic and rationale. You can't just like make these far-fetched speculations and have them hold any weight and keep them attached to your model. Like, it doesn't work that way. Like, you have to be able to discard things once it's shown to not be a viable assumption.
Sure, yeah, and that's I think the bit where also we'd agree. We make assumptions, and then as they are useful to us, we use them, and then when something better comes along, we like sometimes completely abandon them. The example I use is the humours. Like, we thought that humans had 4 humours, and they were phlegm and bile and something else and something else. I forget them. And then we just went, oh, that's absolutely bunk, and we abandon it. And then other things we refine. But what we noticed, I think, is that as people make better assumptions, their predictions become better, and as a result, their performance becomes better. They build faster cars.
I agree. I agree. And now that we're on the same page, wouldn't it be fair to say that boiling the understanding of magnetism down to things that have no bearing or weight in reality, such as virtual photons, would be something that could be refuted and replaced with a better understanding, a better assumption? Because I don't think anyone in their right mind would agree that magnetism is the byproduct of interacting virtual particles or photons. I think we can easily
I didn't even know
dismiss
that. I didn't even know that was their assumption.
Yeah, like
can you explain it again? I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, at the highest academic level, they'll tell you that light and magnetism is the byproduct of virtual particles and virtual photons. And then when you look into the definition and understanding of what those things are, they're literally just conventions for mathematical equations to balance out to keep the model going. It's easily refutable.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I know absolutely nothing about it. That sounds it does sound insane, but I think I could easily believe that. Yeah, theoretical physicists. Everything I hear theoretical physicists try to describe sounds insane to me.
So if we know that magnetism is the one fundamental thing that's connected to everything, don't you think it would be in the utmost importance to have a definitive explanation behind said subjects?
No, because I think that definition would involve assumptions, and the assumptions are where these problems sneak in. We have to define things in order to quantify them. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but that's what we have is assumptions. So whittling away at that assumption and refining it to the point where it actually has tangible, verifiable, understandable features to the definition would be obviously of the utmost importance, but it's not. That's a big problem in today's world when we're so understood, yet the one simplex thing that connects everything, we have no clue of what it is, and we're only speculating with lewd assumption.
Sure. I mean, the difference, I think I agree with all of what you've said. The difference is, I would go, if somebody makes different assumptions and gets better results, so they build a better cathode ray tube or electric motor or something, so they're utilizing magnets and magnetism, and they're kicking better goals than the other guys who say that it's pseudo.
That's what happened.
Whatever's.
That's what happened.
Then
yeah, we had a different understanding, and that right there spawned this whole new revolution of invention. If it wasn't for these guys that had this different understanding, we would never have the framework that we have today. We would never have the engineering that we have today. So it took somebody coming at this from a different angle, a different approach, a different understanding, a methodology that was unique to what was being presented to further our understanding and innovations. And this is what birthed today's world.
So what would you describe then? I always ask this when I talk to scientists and stuff, and like Chronic was talking about, like, we found this Jovian planet around this thing, and I'm like, okay, if I'm to accept that, what's the so what? So what's the so what then to this? You said people have sort of, if I were to use my words, restructured our understanding of magnetism. Is there a massive so what in our daily lives that, like, I'm holding a smartphone now, is that technology in my smartphone?
I would say it would further enhance it. I would say it would bring further capability to what we already have, to the point where we might even be able to have free energy at wireless disposability.
But we don't yet.
We don't yet, because we're being held back by combustive technologies instead of implosive.
So yeah, if we get to the point where we are, that's when I'd be like, okay, I think they're onto something. Because that's my general thing. It's I would call it an argument.
No, that's where we're at today. You might not hear about it as much, but yes, the scientists at the highest levels, this is what they're at. This is what they're diving into, is precisely implosive technology, which is completely antithetical from their current understanding.
But precisely implosive. The question I'm asking is, like, do we have a car that utilizes precisely implosive technology, or a plane, or a rocket, or a jet, or a phone, or a laptop, or something?
I mean, potentially. I don't know that it's come as far as putting something in mainstream production, but I would say that a few people could argue that there is.
Cool. Yeah, that for me is the bit. Yeah, that for me is the bit. Like, it could be. I absolutely keep it open to the possibility that maybe someone has. Like, you know, people would have been calling Einstein and Tesla and all sorts of people crackpots until they're suddenly like, look at this wicked thing I invented. And then we're like, I use that every day. I'm the late adopter kind of person that's like, okay, turns out he was onto something. When I've got a, you know, motorbike that's powered by precisely implosive magnetic, you know, drivetrain, and I go, wow, this is a powerful sports bike off-road bike that, you know, has an incredible battery life, better than these other guys. I think this guy's on something. That's the bit that I would.
You know where I think there's a major disconnect is where you guys equivocate science, like discovery of stuff, with technology, with research and development. Somehow you guys mix those two things together and say, well, if we didn't have this, then we wouldn't have that. And that's not the case. Usually it's R&D that brings inventions, research and development, not what you guys think.
Well, yeah, that's you're absolutely right. That's exactly where I'm at with it. I'm like, if somebody can produce something useful with it, then I think they're onto something. That's why I say it's like an argument. I call it an argument from competence. Somebody's
Absolutely.
competent.
And I agree with you to a certain extent. Yeah, I do agree with you to a certain extent, but there's a limit to that line of thought, is what I'm saying.
Sure. I will be missing the cutting edge thing. The cutting edge thing will still be, you know, on a blueprint somewhere that somebody's trying to get funding for, and there's probably ones that fall through the cracks that might be true and I miss out on.
No, it's even deeper than that, Eggshells. Like, example, we use magnets. Like, I'm looking around, right? Everything that I can see has magnets, speakers, and all kinds of stuff, right? But inherently, we really don't know what magnetism is, unless you want to believe virtual particle explanation, which is totally ridiculous, right? Just because we use certain things in technology and make it work doesn't mean we understand what they are, right?
Well, I mean, that's actually a fact, because once again, like, I'm going to point out the fact that no one modernly in academia has ever defined magnetism.
Exactly.
Like, yeah. So we don't know what it is. All we're doing is exploiting the few possibilities that we see, which is attraction and repulsion, and magnetism is not that by definition. I'll leave it at that so we don't get too far down the rabbit hole. But that's all we've got. We've got these two features of pushing and pulling, and we've somehow learned to exploit that feature but that's not a definition or an explanation
Exactly.
behind it. Yeah.
Exactly, bro. And we also know if we take copper wire, wrap it around and twist it around the magnet, we know we can produce electricity. But we don't know what any of those things are really, but we use them.
You got to
See
do
what I
something
mean?
else.
Sorry, Blue?
You got to do something else. You can't just wrap it around the magnet.
Well, you know what I'm saying, Blue. You know what I'm.
Yeah, you have to have
convention.
movement.
Yeah.
And that's actually what Tesla said his greatest discovery was, is rotational magnetic fields. He says that that it's virtually limitless potentiality of innovation that can spawn from that.
Yeah, if we want to get into Tesla, he gets into it way more than anybody else. But yeah, even him, he doesn't really know what that stuff is, right? Even Tesla says it himself, you know? He calls it a gas, or he calls it the smallest particle beyond the periodic table. Like, you hear all kinds of explanations, right? But really, nobody knows.
Gas? You mean gas?
I wouldn't say nobody. I would say nobody in mainstream, but I wouldn't say nobody outright.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Okay, yeah, gas. It's a way to define a magnetic field strength.
Say what?
That's how we define magnetic field strength.
Yeah, we can define it, we can measure it, we can use it, but what is it, Blue? What is it?
A unit of measure.
What is magnetism, Blue? You have to say virtual particles.
I don't really have to.
You don't have to.
I don't really have to.
What would you say then?
Do you know the virtual particles thing that he's talking about, Blue?
Yeah, I know what he's referring to. It's a discussion that I'm not really comfortable having, honestly. I don't think I know enough about it.
That's just it, Blue. Nobody does. Nobody does. That's why they say virtual particles. And guys that have half a brain like us say, what? What did you just say? A virtual photon? What the hell's that?
Well, if you look at Richard Feynman's definition, he says that let me pull it up.
While you're doing that, Dice Load, don't you think that's okay to say, SE, to say I'm not informed enough on that topic to speak on it?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, sure. That's humbleness. That's how we should be. Absolutely.
Okay, so Richard Feynman says a virtual particle is an abstraction which facilitates in calculations and understanding. The term is very vague and loosely defined. They never appear as inputs or outputs of experiments. Their existence is questionable at best. However, they're very useful in rendering concepts and making equations balance out. Make of that what you will.
And that's the brain of brains, right? Mr. Quantum. Yeah.
He's like one of the godfathers of quantum physics,
That's
him
right.
and Leonard Susskind.
The brain of brains.
I've got some really good quotes from Susskind as well. But
were they flat earthers?
No. Just ripping quantum in general. He says it has no basis in reality.
Cool. They might be right.
Think about that.
Were they flat earthers?
Think about that. No basis in reality. So he's openly saying what you're talking about is fairy tales.
Yep. And the most telling statement of all is when he says, whoever thinks they understand quantum mechanics doesn't understand quantum mechanics. Now, what the hell is that? What the hell kind of statement is that?
Yeah, I love when Kosho tries to explain that away.
It's like, if you listen, they tell you. They tell you we don't know.
That's like another Don Pettit fucking re-edition.
Yeah. I like the one where if you can't explain your theory to a cocktail waitress, you got nothing. Or a
That's an
barmaid.
Einstein quote.
Yep.
That's an Einstein quote, dude.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So they're telling you we have a theory, but we don't understand it. And if anybody thinks they understand it, they're crazy. But this is it. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, man. If you tried. And you have guys, NASA fanboys. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. Virtual photons. Yeah. Time dilation. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Quantum
Do you
entanglement.
really hear that though? I don't. Every time I hear somebody actually speak in favor of those like high concept things, I don't hear anybody like steadfastly defending the theoretical parts of physics.
Yeah, this is all based
Like
on
I hear you
redshift.
guys saying that they do, but I
Your
don't
whole
ever hear
model,
them do.
your whole model and understanding is based on redshift and the slick bond.
What?
Everything
I
that you
don't agree
know,
with that.
everything that you know and come to believe is based on a false interpretation of light creating a phase disparity, creating this diffracted wave pattern. Your whole
I don't agree.
understanding is premised
I
off
don't agree with
of
that at all.
fallacy. It's true. This is true.
But that
Sorry,
you're telling
whether
me
you
what I
agree or
think.
not.
So
No,
you're
not
telling me
you.
what I think.
Not you. Not you. Your model. Your model determines and dictates based on this.
But what I would say is the idea that we live on a curved surface predates anything to do with redshift or the expansion of the universe or the size of the universe or anything like that by literally hundreds of years. So to say it's built on to say it's built on that, I think is like you would need to present a lot of evidence for that, because I think like Captain Cook is a great example. Extraordinarily skilled celestial navigator who if you read anything about him or the reasons he was doing what he was doing, it just the globe keeps popping up. He was going there to find this lost land that he was measuring by using sextants to measure, that the globe was poorly weighted, that all sorts of things like this, and they weren't talking at all in that era about redshift. So I would say what builds is from the bottom, and that is at the start. I think that redshift is recent. And
but
the
you and I
globe is
already agreed. You and I had already agreed that assumptions are fair until they're quickly dismayed. And they based the heliocentric model maybe not primarily off of redshift, but that was a false assumption with no validity to support it. And they used redshift to verify it and to validate it to themselves. That's the
right,
point I was making.
But if redshift's wrong, sorry, I was clipping you there. If redshift's wrong, that won't alter at all our confidence we live on a globe. So yes, it is part of the same model, but that to me fits with my model much more, which is redshift could well be wrong, but we still probably live on a ball with a roughly given radius, because we can measure that thing with like 19 different ways. No, you're good. We can measure the ball in 19 different ways, whereas redshift, I agree with you, is based on one assumption. A stack of assumptions, but one measure. Well, no, I think originally it was based on one measurement, but I think I agree with you, is flimsy, but I don't think the shape of the Earth we live on is flimsy.
I'll be listening. I got to back out. I got to get to work, but I'll be listening. Thank you for hearing me out, Egg.
Nice chatting again, Dicelo, as always.
So since he can't say it, I'm going to say it. I found this out yesterday, thanks to him. Apparently, you can see the redshift using magnetism, using a ferrocell.
That's not
so there's
true.
another explanation for you.
But that's not true, though. I've heard of the redshift Dicelo and Napalm talk about. That's not redshift, because it's not to say you see the color red or you see the color blue. You know, they just did something with the magnet and they saw these colors and then just assumed it's redshift. That's not it.
Well, sadly, I don't know much about it. I just found about it yesterday, but yeah, that's something to look into.
All right.
Too bad Dice Low is busy.
Yeah, but I mean, he showed it to me, and it's not redshift. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Might be better off figuring out the difference in mass and weight before you take on particle physics.
Yeah, no kidding, Blue.
That's the
I
part
think it's
Nate,
beyond all our paychecks, Blue.
Nate, question for you. So redshift and blue shift has nothing to do with the wavelength of the light as it gets shifted towards the red or the blue spectrum, depending on direction of travel.
That is what it is. But what you guys showed me is like you seeing
Okay.
the color red or seeing the color blue. That isn't redshift, and that Ferrosol thing Dyslow
So when
showed me
light
wasn't redshift.
gets shifted towards the red or the blue spectrum,
It
visually,
doesn't mean you're gonna see the color blue or the color red. That's not red shifting or blue shifting.
oh, so when light gets shifted more towards the red end of the spectrum, what do you see visually?
Visually, it depends. What is this light interacting with? It really depends. But if you see light being red shifted or blue shifted with your own eyes, you wouldn't see any difference. It's the wavelength which is changing. But that light with in the visible spectrum that we can see in, it would be the same color. It wouldn't
So
change blue or change or become red.
within the visible spectrum, when light's wavelengths change,
It looks the same to us.
Oh, it
It
looks the
doesn't.
same to us.
Yes. When something becomes blue shifted or red shifted, it tends to, like things on the red spectrum, that's like infrared, and we can't see that. You see what I'm saying? So our eyes don't
Wait,
see
the
a
red
change
shift
in
is now
color.
infrared? It shifts away?
I'm just
It
giving
shifts
an
so far we
example.
can't
I'm
see
giving
anymore.
you an example of light that's on the red spectrum.
Dude,
That's on the red side of the spectrum, such as infrared light. That's light we can't see.
Oh, there's
If
something
light
on the
changes in
spectrum, yeah.
wavelength,
That's for
it
sure.
just looks the same to us. We don't see a change in color or something.
So is
You
it
guys are
is
reaching
it,
a new low in like every subject.
Chirality, is what I said about our comprehension of redshift like completely off base, or like because when I first heard about it, I was like, how do they not just know that the Earth isn't receding from these things, and not that the entire universe is expanding, but like that the Earth's running away from these things, or that we're in a pocket that is expanding, but the universe is 4,000 times bigger than we knew, and some bits are collapsing. Is it based on a lot of assumptions, like I suggested?
I didn't hear. I wasn't here to hear what you had said, but just to add on to what you were asking, the expansion goes both ways, Harry. If you were in those galaxies moving away from us, and you were in those galaxies looking at Earth, from your point of view, it's Earth that's accelerating away from you. It's not to say the expansion is one-sided. It's happening in both directions.
We assume that, right? We assume that based on the redshift. But my question is like, how robust do you feel that assumption is of redshift?
How robust? I would put it within the 90th percentile. I'm not as confident in redshifting as I would be in how magnets work on Earth. But we are pretty confident that these things are all moving away from us.
Right. Okay. So in your mind, there's like a 1 in 10 chance that this is based on a broken assumption of like, because the other thought I had was like, what if we see space as black and nothingness, but like something about the light and its travel to us makes it look redder?
Yeah, I would say it's more the interpretation as to what's happening that's a question. Because I think all sides would agree as this light comes to us, its wavelength is moved towards the the red side of the spectrum. But why is this happening? Some of us say it's happening because the light has to travel and increasingly expanding distance. Some would say it's because the light is what they call tired light. It's as it travels along this distance, which isn't expanding. Just because the distance is really long, the light could get tired and lose a lot of its A lot of it's momentum and its frequency. It's the interpretation more that's challenged. I don't think anyone can deny that blue shifting and red shifting is an actual real world phenomenon. It's just what is
Sure.
happening when we see
Yes,
this.
nested assumptions. Is it also based? This is a genuine question. Is it also based on do we not need to know the exact color of the star already? We were like, that star looks pretty red. It's like, no, it's already just a reddish star.
Yeah, but if you look at a star, Harry, it's always going to look one color to you. And that's white. If you look at it through a filter, like our atmosphere, that could change the color of it. But all stars look white because they release light on the entire spectrum. So they release infrared,
Yeah,
gamma red,
that's actually inaccurate.
radio waves, But
Stars
when
are
we say it's
stars are
red shifted or blue shifted, we aren't saying the actual color of light we're seeing is changing. We're just meaning its frequencies moving towards the infrared spectrum or to the higher frequency side of it, which is blue, which is the blue
I
shift.
get the difference between those two things. I thought that light was a frequency. We're
Light
just
is a
saying, but
frequency.
it's not but you're
Starlight
saying
is
it's not the color that's
monochromatic.
changing. So what would a
Starlight's
red star? Right.
Dude,
Okay.
somebody stop
I'm
this.
just not getting it, am I?
Yeah, you just made a bunch of phallus choices on what you're defining things as duality. Stars are monochromatic. Actually, one of the most purest sources
Stars
of.
are not monochromatic.
Yeah, they
That's not
are,
true.
dude. Yeah,
Stars
they
are
are.
monochromatic.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're making
I'm
assumptions.
telling you, stars are not monochromatic.
You're making assumptions.
All right, cool.
Prove it.
They're not monochromatic because when we when we measure the frequency of the light from stars, we see that this light covers the whole entire spectrum. It's like the light from our sun. It's not monochromatic. If the
Who's to
sun
say?
was monochromatic, we would only receive one type of frequency from it. We
Who's
wouldn't
to
be
say
getting
that's not the medium that the
infrared
light's passing through?
and ultraviolet and gamma, gamma radiation. We'd only receive one type.
Who's to say that that's not the light that's passing through? Analogous to a neon light, where you have gases, different types of gases that emit different colors based on being excited. I mean, it's the same thing.
It's not the same thing. You would have to show that's a possibility, but then you would have to show that to be the case, Dyson.
So do you not agree that different gases, when excited by EMR, produce a different frequency of light? Because
Yeah,
this is
but
a
then
known fact.
you would have to show that these gases are abundant enough in our atmosphere that they could cause the sky to change colors.
You didn't know that we have different gases up there at different
I
altitudes?
do, but as I said, they would need to be
Why does it
abundant
need the
enough.
whole sky? That's another fallacy. That's not right. He's
It would
talking
need
about
to
point
be
source of light being excited in the atmos. Right?
Yeah, so Daiso, I didn't say they aren't different gases in the sky. I said you would need an abundant enough quantity of these specific gases because I know what the gases are that you were talking about. I've heard this explanation before that there's a difference between daylight and sunlight, and daylight is what's being excited
Can you give us
by the
a
ether or whatever. I've heard this.
can you give us a value for abundance? When you say an abundance of light, do you have a specified value as to the amount
More than 1%.
of the gas that would be contained? So more than 1%.
1%.
So is
Yeah.
more than 1% of the upper atmosphere either hydrogen or helium?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure what the content of the upper atmosphere is. But I
Alright,
know
cool.
predominantly our atmosphere is made of nitrogen.
Oh, does that fluoresce when hit with EMF?
Nitrogen is a gas that is not very chemically reactive. It doesn't really react well when excited by electromagnetic waves. Even you would need really strong waves like lightning. That's why it's only through lightning that you have nitrogen fixation. That's the only type of frequency that could release nitrogen in the air and isolate it from all of these other gases. So nitrogen would be Yeah, it's the most abundant, and it is the one that's most involved with changing the color of the sky. But you need a lot of energy to really do it with nitrogen. When we see the sky change, it's mostly due to oxygen and hydrogen, these very reactive elements.
Look, every chemical has a certain wavelength, right? Certain color.
Chemicals can have all sorts of colors,
Yeah, but
depending on
what? Say again, what?
depending on how energized the electrons are in that chemical. It could release all sorts of light.
Yeah, but each element has its own vibration, shall we say, its own frequency, right? That's how spectroscopy works.
Yeah, we match it to a known emission signal,
Right.
or to a known absorption signal. But remember now, when you look at those emission bands, you see the emissions all over the spectrum. It's just that when you do it with gases, you get a much more clearer picture, and you see those bands show up in very specific places on the spectrum. But it's not to say it's just in one place on the spectrum.
Yeah, I never said, and I must say I'm surprised at the monochromatic nature of stars. That's the first time I heard that one.
Yeah, but stars are not monochromatic. Dice Flow has something to support that. I would love to see it. But I see. Give me 2 minutes. I just want to download Discord on my phone so I can show you how, with the emission spectrum of hydrogen, we see emission lines all across the spectrum. Or you can Google it. Just Google
I've
emission
seen it
spectrum
before,
for
bro. I've
hydrogen.
seen it. That's my
Okay.
whole point. That
Yeah.
my whole point is each element has its own spectra line, its own energy that it releases, and it has to be
Definitely.
exact, right? Helium has
Definitely.
this. Yeah, every element has its own spectra. Yeah.
Yeah, but then to say every element has its own color isn't true, because we see these spectral lines all along the spectrum. We see it in the red, in the green, in the blue for hydrogen, for
Well, they
example.
blend in. Yeah, some of them like mix. Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, but you
But
can
their
distinguish one from the
signatures
other, is
are
what I'm
unique.
saying.
Definitely. They have
Yes,
very
that's
unique
exactly
signatures.
my point. It's like a
Yeah.
fingerprint. It's like a fingerprint, easily recognizable. Yeah.
Yeah.
But knowing that doesn't mean that you can point a spectra or you can point whatever you're looking at into a star that's trillions and trillions of miles away and say that you have an actual spectral reading of that star. I'll fight against that all day long, because the corridor between you and that star, trillions of miles away, you don't know what's between you and that star.
So
I mean,
what?
I don't think you can argue that one.
So you saying that? But if we have line of sight, we can see the star. Is there really something in between
I
us
got a
then?
quick thing to say. I got a quick.
Line of sight. There we go. Go ahead, bro.
Like,
Yeah. I just wanted to say. I got to pull over here. Starlight has coherence in lengths and thousands of kilometers, and starlight is far more coherent than any human-made laser light. And the most distant stars are just like ideal point sources. And the astronomer Michelson discovering that Betelgeuse is far less coherent than other stars. And I would assume, because Betelgeuse might be one of our closest stars, even though I've had a lot of people argue against that. But I just wanted to say that starlight is very coherent.
It's interesting. That's the first time I hear that, starlight and coherency, because all they claim is that, especially the sun, it shines in every spectra. Like it, you know what I'm saying? So that's just weird.
Well, you got to remember that visible light can only be had, being that it's the byproduct of actual light, and visible light is essentially just illumination, and you can't have that without an object or a medium. So the very fact that you see stars from the terrestrial perspective should indicate that there's a medium affecting that visible interaction.
Yeah. Don't they say white light is the accumulation of all other light? Like the light that we see from the sun that has
that's
all.
monochromatic.
Yeah.
That isn't
Yeah,
what
Is that what
appearance
monochromatic
frequency.
means. That isn't
I don't think so,
Appearance
bro.
monochromatic.
frequency.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
that's
means
not
appearance
monochromatic.
frequency.
That is not what monochromatic means.
Well,
White
that's what
light
it
isn't
means. I'm telling you, that's
monochromatic.
what it means.
It's
Appearance
not.
frequency.
No. Monochromatic
Yeah.
light means it's light on one specific wavelength.
Okay.
Like a laser.
I.e. pure in
Like a
frequency.
laser,
What
thank you. A
differentiates different
laser
color
and
light? Is it
sunlight
the change?
are two
Oh
totally
my
different
God.
things. Thank you, Essie.
Well,
Yeah,
you don't
Laser
have
and
to thank me.
sunlight.
I'm just going by what I know. Maybe Dicelo knows something else. So
When
let's
Dennis
listen.
Gabber
Okay.
when Dennis Gabber invented his whole holography before lasers existed, to create his pseudo laser, he just took light from an ordinary archery lamp and passed it through a pinhole. And the mercury's emission line made it nearly monochromatic, and the pinhole gave it the spatial coherence. You're welcome.
Yeah,
You see,
I'll
I didn't
be
know that.
open.
That's
Yeah,
why you
I'll
gotta
be.
listen.
You're right. You're right, Essie. I am being closed-minded. Dicelo might be right. I would love to see what it is he's talking about.
I could probably
That's the
post a
problem. When
diagram.
we talk with each other, let's not assume we know everything. You know, let's just say what maybe this guy knows something I don't know. So maybe I should listen.
You're right, Essie. My bad. My bad. I was being closed-minded to new information.
I could probably post a diagram, but I would have to dig through my archives, and I'm driving. If you're really interested, I'll do it. But
Do you think that
just
goes both ways? See that maybe chirality knows something you don't?
Absolutely. I always say that. He knows his shit when it comes to what he's into. I say that all the time.
I agree too.
He knows
I do
shit
respect.
inside out. He can recite you stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
Doesn't
I do
mean
respect plurality. He
his
just comes from a different
assumptions.
school of thought.
Yeah.
Nice
Yeah.
work. Yeah. Good. I respect both of you.
We can all learn from each other. That's the main takeaway here. One guy might know this, the other guy might know that. And chirality he does that for a living. So you'd be foolish not to listen to what he says. Doesn't mean you have to agree with it, right? But you have to listen at least.
Yeah. In a world. Have you guys ever heard of Ron
Now,
Hatch?
the fact that. Sorry,
Did
go
you
on,
hear
bro.
Clay do that yesterday with his German accent? He's all in a world.
How not?
Oh, it's
Clay
funny.
did it. That's funny. Guys, so you've heard of Ron Hatch?
I've heard of the name.
Yeah. Like, it's just weird that people talk about stuff they don't know. Anyway, like, supposedly GPS, they say it uses time dilation, right? But this is what really happened. So relativity and time dilation did not work for their GPS like constructs, right? So they brought in Ron Hatch, as in the government brought in Ron Hatch to fix GPS. Okay. He then fixed it specifically not using relativity and time dilation. He wrote an entire book. I can go inside in a second. I can drop all kinds of links that he supplies explaining it. Okay. Specifically, he had to use something else other than relativity and time dilation to make GPS work in their own construct. Specifically, use a neo-Lorentzian ether theory. Literally, the guy that was brought in by the government because none of the scientists could make it work, assuming relativity and time dilation, he used a neo-Lorentzian ether theory to fix the discrepancies in their GPS. And then it was sealed, and they just kept telling people it uses time dilation. And what they would say there's anomalies and there's fluctuations, and it's always not the same or consistent. There's some things that happen with the satellites that we don't fully understand, with the GPS we don't fully understand, blah, 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 right? They hid the fix because relativity and time dilation didn't work. And Ron Hatch has actually written entire books about it. That's the reality of the situation. But since the mainstream article will still say that GPS uses time dilation, they're going to actually come in here and pretend to teach you about how it works using time dilation. And they don't even know who Ron Hatch is. So there you go. There's
These
a
guys
summary. I
got
don't
a
know if you guys knew
dedication.
about that.
These guys got a dedication to education.
Dude, it's so goofy
Yeah,
to me, bro.
somebody brought this up months ago. We were talking about this months ago. I forget who it was. Yeah, the very guy that came up with the system says it doesn't use time dilation. Yes.
He fixed the system, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he came up with the current system, yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, bro. It's like, and actually, it's the book. I guess they stopped printing the book. So it's like pretty expensive. I think it's like $140. And one of my followers, I guess, bought me the book and sent it, but it got lost. I haven't got it yet, but I do have a website.
I've got a PDF if you want me to send it to you.
Yeah. If you can send it to me in Telegram, or I don't want it.
Oh, you mother.
You can drop
I mean,
it
no
in
one can
Discord.
even figure out. No one
things
can
you
even.
do.
No one can even figure out how to get this Telegram thing installed, bro.
That's just Clay.
Well,
Come on.
Well, that weeds out the people that shouldn't be on it anyway.
We gotta just stick with Discord.
Hey, how much are they paying you, Witsit? That's 3 days in a row now. You're
paying
stuck.
me in freedom, bro. Seriously, dude. I'm just trying to help
Freedom
out a
unit.
fellow truther, man. All I know is I had my Discord nuked, and I had so much information in my DMs gone. It just gone, right? So that's why I'm pushing Telegram. But if you'll send it to me in a DM, then yeah, I'll download it and then just drop it in my Telegram. Yeah, anyway, I'll drop a bunch of links for you guys in a second, but it sucks because this is why I said that there should be a chat for the trolls, because right now I want to go in there and I have to go through all this stuff to get all my links and my papers so I can send it to the truth seekers in here that actually want to learn things. And it'll just get it'll get broken up with all these trolly weirdo, but whatever, it's all good. I'll drop them in here in a second, but it's very
Aren't
interesting.
they like category channels where you can put stuff?
Well, we need
You
a
said?
category. We need a category for the text trolls.
No, I mean, but like if you go downstairs where it says the research database, like Ether research, you could drop it in there, right? For example.
Oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. Because no one, like, I think only certain people have permission to post stuff in there. Like those aren't really for chatting. Yeah.
Yeah, I just think yeah. Hey Nick, can you level with me here? Do you agree that in this paradigm, and on both sides maybe, but there's a lot of people pretending to teach people things that they're ignorant of?
Maybe, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you agree that that's a very popular anti-flat Earth tactic, is to kind of like repeat the script without having ever diligently researched that subject, just like repeat the catchphrases and mock the flat earthers? Can we meet in the middle and agree on that?
Yeah, I think both sides definitely do that, yeah.
Yeah, but it's easier for the anti-flat earthers, right? Because it's just like the catchphrases of the whatever they think the mainstream consensus is. So like right now it's like it uses time dilation. I'm like taking my time to type all that. Well, Ron Hatch had to fix it. Relativistic time dilation didn't work. He explained specifically that it wasn't time dilation, and now they just took his fix and then falsely attributed it to time dilation, claiming time dilation has a lot of anomalous factors when it comes to GPS because they need it to be relevant. That is time dilation because relativity would require it, but it specifically wasn't that, and they just call it that now. And then he starts responding with, "Oh, so it does use time dilation. Thanks for your concession." You see what I'm saying? Where it's like, it's kind of just like, I guess that's my fault. I should know who I'm talking to, but it is very disingenuous. It's like just easy to say GPS uses time dilation over and over and over because it's like a catchphrase. Do you not agree that happens a lot? I was just wondering what you thought of that.
Bro,
because
when
when
you're talking, you're talking to an audience. Forget about these guys. Don't even put that in your head.
I would definitely agree. People defer to the words of those more experienced in the subject. So a lot of us are going to quote what the actual physicists and whatnot say. And I definitely agree it's easier for the globe because we have a lot more people making these quotes. You know, for flat Earth, it's only so many people who you can quote. You know, I've heard people here quote you, Whitson, like word for word. Your quotes and your sayings, I've heard people here say them. I've heard people quote Nathan Oakley and QE. They're known catchphrases, word for word. I mean, it happens. But I agree, it's
Yeah.
easier on the globe because we have a lot more people.
But this is the
Yo,
difference, right? Like if say someone repeats one of my catchphrases. Now I'm openly admitting this happened on both sides, but usually they've tried to diligently research and understand what it is they're saying. Like there are certainly exceptions, right? I've heard people say what I say about electrostatic acceleration, and then when the person presses them on it, they're like, "You'll have to talk to Witsit," you know?
Yeah,
And yeah, okay, so that's a problem on both sides, but like it's way more rampant on the globe side. Okay, like
I agree.
there's
I
this
agree.
there's this like assumption that if you're on the globe side, you're automatically right and you get to automatically make fun of the other person and they automatically know less than you. It's like for sure, with a few exceptions, you may be one of them, right? I know more about like the electron and all of these like subatomic claims than most people in this room. Not more than quantum physicists, but than a bunch of people in this room, right? But since I disagree with what they think the consensus is, they automatically get to pretend that they have an intellectually superior position. Same thing with like redshift or any cosmology or the geodynamo model. I know way more about the geodynamo model than anyone in this room because I was like a nerd obsessively reading it for days at a time, right? But since I'm going against the mainstream claim that there's a core that creates the magnetic field, they automatically get to pretend that they're teaching me by just saying the rudimentary surface level catchphrases. I just find it to be very disingenuous. I don't understand it. I don't understand why someone would do that all day, every day. Like, what's the point? Because you know deep down that you don't know as much about it as me in this specific example, or us a lot, right? You know that.
But yeah,
I'll
but
stop there.
I think you should listen to what SC says. You're really talking to an audience, and you shouldn't care what these people say and think. Which I
Well, the
think
people in the audience need to say it as well, right? So.
but this is just my 2 cents. I think for someone as brilliant as you have too thin of a skin. You need to not care what people say to you too much. Just let it be
Yeah,
water
fair
off a
enough.
duck's back. Yeah, deflect it. Because people are gonna say what people say, and especially now that your profile in this argument is so big, you're gonna be a target, bro. You got a big target on your back, and just don't let it get to you. Otherwise, it could end up derailing you from whatever mission you have set up for yourself.
Yeah, all those chubby bullies that are never gonna get laid are gonna come after you on the fucking playground there, Wit.
Yeah. Well, I do appreciate that. Seem genuine, Nate. But yeah, I guess yeah, you're right. I do. I guess there is some importance to it. I would say I actually have pretty thick skin overall because you would be amazed at the stuff that I get constantly sent. But yeah, maybe in here I do take the bait too much. I will just say that it's more like the principle here, right? Like I'm trying to make like a meta point. I think this conversation can be much more substantive and valuable or progressive for both sides if there's a few meta points pointed out, right? Like just because you think you're defending the mainstream consensus at the time, that doesn't mean that you actually know more about it or you have some intellectual superior position. So we can throw that out. Same thing with just because you're defending the globe, that doesn't mean that there's this double standard that you get to benefit from where everything that you can't explain, that's just science. If you can name one thing you think the flat earther can't explain, that proves globe, right? Like there's this weird dynamic here that just needs to, it's just not very fruitful.
Look, you're up against what
Do you call that a weird dynamic or a double standard?
Yeah, it's a double standard. Yeah.
By the way, Whit, check your phone, whatever phone I sent you. It's a scanned version of the book. I don't know if you know Toby, but Toby bought the book. It was like almost $200, so he just scanned it. So yeah.
Yeah, very cool. Thank you.
This is what Rumpus used to call the body of science. They don't say it anymore because it sounds ridiculous, but this is what you're arguing against. In their minds, it's all figured out. They got the beat on everything, right? The scientists know. So when these are the ones that just don't know nothing, they haven't researched them themselves, they haven't looked into it themselves, so they just buy the story. So when you tell them something
Wait, so
that's
do you have
against
any
that,
kind of a document
automatically
that shows what Ron Hatch did to come up with the number? Because as I recall, the ultimate correction they came up with was something that was done on a. Shut up! Shut up!
You just talk all over
To be fair,
SCD.
someone was
No,
literally
Moyak, you interrupted him. You interrupted.
Oh,
shut your bitch mouth.
there was nobody speaking.
Oh yeah,
No,
maybe you
unless you're
can't
not.
hear me. Maybe you can't
Yeah,
hear me. It happened to me
you
yesterday.
probably. You probably.
Do you have? Well, can you?
Moyak,
everyone calm down. Everyone
can
calm
y'all
down.
please calm down? I'm trying to
Who
moderate.
was speaking?
If you shut your mouth, I will let you know who was speaking. The one that was speaking was SE, and you just interrupted all over him.
I don't have SE turned on.
Maybe
Find out why I
disconnect
can't
and
hear him.
reconnect.
But Discord's been kind of glitching out like that, so that's why
Yeah,
we
it
got to be
happened to
better
me
about just
yesterday.
fixing the problem. Yeah, it happened to me the other day.
I came in dead silence, buddy.
Just
It wasn't.
leave
There was
and
a
tell
lot
them to
of
leave and
conversation.
come back.
Yeah, can you
That's all.
disconnect and come back?
I am.
Thank you.
Also, it helps to like not just turn people down because you don't want to hear them, because then you'll forget, and then a week later, you're the person that winds up like over talking inadvertently, whether you want to or not. So
It's like if you're trying to have an adult conversation and you got a room full of people, you can't just turn the guy across the table down. Okay, you have to be an adult and listen to what they say.
Moyak, make sure you don't have him. Moyak, make sure you don't have him.
I told you I didn't have him turned down. Do you listen?
Okay, I wasn't listening to because everybody was trying to speak at the same time. So Sassy, will you want to finish and then Moyak?
I think I was pretty well done. Go ahead, Moyak.
After all that heat, I'm not sure I remember.
No, actually, I forgot what I was saying.
Ron Hatch.
Yeah, I know y'all
being
both
polite.
forgot what y'all were.
I forgot what I was
talking
saying
about.
Ron Hatch.
actually
Do we have
forgot.
anything of what he did? Because as I recall, the one big thing that they did to GPS was just putting in a, for lack of a better term, like a 30 microsecond adjustment every day. It's just it's not like a long formula. We observe that there's this much change per day. Therefore, we will throw in this much as a straight up adjustment. So I just wondering how his formulas play into the that adjustment, or whether it's something else he did.
What did you say? Is somebody else talking now?
What's
or
it?
Is it me?
No,
that
no,
can't
but
hear?
everybody
nobody's
went
talking.
quiet.
Okay, okay.
I think who are you asking? What's it?
That was Witzy.
What's
No,
it?
He's busy. He's busy. He said just a second.
All right, as you guys were, that's all I had to say.
Well, that was fun.
That was a killer right there. I wanted to say something almost smart, and I forgot.
I think you were on about the body of science or whatnot.
Oh yeah. That's right. Yeah, thanks, bro. Yeah, it's like you're going up against the accumulative knowledge of the world. That's how these guys see it, right? They think they have the backing of all the knowledge of science, and you're just going against that. You're just being a contrarian. You're dumb. You're not educated. It's all figured out, right? But meanwhile, when you listen to the scientists themselves, the physicists, the astrophysicists, the theoretical physicists, I don't know how many lectures I saw on them, and I keep doing it. I love doing that. They all disagree with each other. The string theorists fight with the quantum boys. The general relativity guys say, well, this and that. Well, we need to use M theory. Now we have to combine this. We have the four forces, but the last one doesn't integrate, and it's all a mishmash of nonsense. That's what I wanted to say.
Isn't that only on the bleeding edge of technology that they have that? I mean, when you really get down to it, they all agree it's a globe. They all agree that it's a big universe. How big? That could be up for argument. But everybody who is in the field agrees that it's a gigantic, massive compared to our normal scale of miles.
No, that's the misconception. Maybe they all agree it's a globe, right? I'll give you that. But everything else, when it comes to particle physics, cosmology, atoms, all this stuff, they don't agree, bro. They really don't agree.
Right, but like the size of the universe, nobody disagrees on. Other than the absolute size. I mean, you know,
Well,
whether it's
nobody knows the
14
actual
billion
size.
or 30 billion or 100 billion, they all agree that it is really big.
Yeah, I'll give you that. More or less, they agree on that. Yeah.
And the shape of the Earth is a sphere, according to them.
Okay, those two things I'll give you. But everything else, bro, they're in disagreement. I heard Penrose and the German girl, and they were lambasting Michio Kaku on the multiple world theory, string theory. They were lambasting them.
Oh yeah, he's a woo scientist.
Yeah. So it's like they're not in agreement. All these guys, they fight against each other.
And you think that's a bad thing?
That's a good thing, actually. But the people here in Discord, they think that they have the beat on everything. They think they have it all figured out, but nothing could be further from the truth. Even quantum theory, there's multiple. There's the Copenhagen interpretation, and there's a whole bunch of other ones. Same with cosmology. There's multiple worlds. There's this. There's M theory. There's that. There's all kinds of things.
Oh yeah, when you get to the really small and the really big, it gets to people, and the really old, people do start to diverge in how things work.
Yeah, and they're saying now relativity, they're going to have to they're going to have to toss it aside because it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. I mean,
doesn't work is a little bit of a misnomer, but it is definitely flawed.
Well, you can't combine the forces. You have the weak, the strong, electromagnetic, right? And gravity. So
I often disagree with that argument. I still think that there doesn't have to be a coherent link between those. That's just that's just a logical assumption that you could say that maybe it should be that way. But
well, that's what they're striving for, bro. The unified theory. That's the whole thing of this.
Yeah. Right, but what if they're wrong?
It.
There is no unifying theory. That there's not one answer for everything.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you. A lot of things are not known, and even the shadow giants that most of the ballers believe in, they disagree with each other. There's no common agreement on the cosmological theory. It's all different theories, and they all disagree with each other.
But that's a good thing, right, Essie?
That's the best possible thing, yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you guys come here, tell us we're stupid, that we disagree with certain things. That's what pisses me off. Because we know your theory, man. We know your cosmology. It's not it's not hard. If you're into it.
I don't usually
you study
disagree hard. I don't have hard disagreement when it comes to time dilation, although I think that's something that's observed, but do we know everything about how it works? When you get down again to the minutia of how things work, I don't usually argue that. It's the shape of the Earth. The shape of the Earth has got lots of things going for it.
Bro, time dilation, you usually use two examples, right? Satellites, which we just proved the guy that came up with it says it's not that. And you also use the Keating experiment with the atomic clocks. And I think I've done enough damage on that to at least make you question it, right? So what do you have really? Your two go-to explanations have been, like, I think debunked personally.
Well, time dilation is observed. I mean, what the cause is, you can argue.
Where is it observed?
It is observed in clocks on airplanes. It is observed in experiments in buildings. The clocks do deviate from each other at a predictable rate, or at least a very predictable rate.
Yeah, but that's just assumption.
It's not assumption. That is fact. That is absolute fact. The time dilation that we observe, that we call time dilation, the clocks that deviate from each other at a rate based upon altitude, upon velocity, and direction. That is something that is I would say indisputable unless you want to say that they did the experiment.
No, we've been through this before, bro.
Yeah,
we've been through this, and I think we
Moyar's just gonna
went
live
through.
in that land you just talked about.
Yeah, there's too many variables that are on it that they didn't account for. They just two guys basically grabbed a bunch of clocks. I mean, a clock, and brought it onto a plane and put it into a table. That's all they did, bro.
Well, you assert there's variables that are unaccounted for, and there may be, but thus far we observed that clocks in these
No,
conditions do deviate.
SE does not assert that. The people actually doing the test assert that.
Right.
So why did you say
Clock.
SE?
Clocks deviate.
I don't think I said
Clock.
SE.
Yeah, you. Never mind, man.
Clocks.
The only reason I
deviate.
comment is because you did that. Yeah, clocks, atomic clocks that are so sensitive deviate when you put them up in the altitude on a vibrating plane. Yeah.
Clocks are not time.
Both planes vibrated. One vibrated backwards and one vibrated forward. If you want to tell me how the vibrations have a coherent direction based upon which way you're flying.
Hold on. Can you explain to me?
Yeah.
Can you explain to me why in your model or your understanding of space-time or the solar system, would there be a difference in easterly and westerly direction when it comes to time?
Yeah, it's absolute speed and reference to what the hell is it reference to? I gotta think about the experiment for a second. Why does the clock
You got to
go
Google it.
forward or backward?
That's cool.
Okay, because the clock is moving at one speed. The plane that's going the one direction, the opposite direction of it. Shit, I can't explain it well. It makes sense. to me, I'm sorry.
Maybe go ponder on that because that is the big question, right?
No, it is explained and is predicted. It comes out of the formula. The answers are in the same direction in the formulas. And I will admit that I am no formula. So I'm definitely deferring to them when they say that Einstein's equations answer this. But if they're not lying, then it is predicted by the model.
By the way, the frequency doesn't change. It's just the clock measures something different, and they apply that to whatever they want to apply it to, X, and then write formulas to come out with X.
Yeah, let me say this because it's important. The Heath Keating experiments, the atomic clocks on the plane, were off by 1/10000000th of a second. I want the audience to hear that. Yeah.
You're saying like.
Well, actually, it was more than.
Maybe
actually, it was
now's
more
a
than a
good time
billion.
to say you don't. Oh, so you do know.
It was like 40 or 50 billionths, if I'm not mistaken. There might have been an error of a billionth.
Amazing.
Yeah, he's right. It's more, but I just say that because it's way more than that. Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Well, then why did you lie?
Well,
it's
would it make a difference if I say 20 billionths of a second or 10? They don't even know for sure because it varies, right? So I just say 1/10000000th of a second.
Yeah, they get variations of 1 billion to even more or less. That's the whole point. And then when
clocks
they get
that sit next to each other don't get a billionth of a second error.
Okay, anyone pretending that thing is accurate is kind of tripping. But I missed what you had said to me. I walked in and was talking to my question, baby.
Yeah, no. My question was in Ron Hatch's ultimate solution to the problem. I seem to remember something with GPS that they just, rather than going through the complex method, they just said, okay, the clocks are off by this much per day, per hour, per whatever unit you want to say. So they just have a straight up correction that they slam into the satellites.
Then why would they need
does Ron Hatch bring into the equations of how it came, how he came to his conclusion, and what is the ultimate fix that they use? Do they use a complex formula, or do they just add 30 microseconds every?
If they just added a certain amount of seconds, I don't really know why they would need to bring a specialist in to do that. But I like I said, I was waiting to get his book, so I haven't read his full book now. He just sent me the PDF. I can read through it. But I do have a website with a bunch of his stuff. He explains, though, in the small excerpts that I've read specifically, that he had to apply a neo-Lorentzian ether to make the equation work. So it was obviously an equation. Wasn't just like add 30 seconds or something.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I just remember hearing in passing that that there was a fix that came in. I don't know if it's associated with Ron Hatch or just another mechanism they use in addition to, because I
think it would actually be illegal for him to release the exact specifics of it. I don't know if he did, but I would think it'd be illegal because there is, of course, like a military GPS that's closed, right? Like I would assume.
I think that's on the other end. I think that's on the other end of the server. Yeah, basically that's in the post-processing of the data that comes out of the military section of it. It's not in the basic operation of it, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't know if there'd be a difference. I haven't read his book. I was supposed to get the book a couple weeks ago, and it just disappeared. So I'm trying to find it.
You're supposed, like, as far as the military stuff goes, they have that locked down so that you can't use it for high speed. I think that's the primary now, because we have all the other methods of correcting it, so we get the same accuracy out of the civilian side, but the speed is definitely limited on the military side. You can't fly over 500 or 600 miles per hour. I guess over 600, and get accurate GPS readings.
Did you know that they can adjust the limits? Like they can make it 60 feet accuracy, 100 feet. Because when they first brought it out, they didn't have the accuracy that it has now.
Yeah, they could do selective availability and stuff like that on it, where they just say you can't look at more than 3 satellites or more than 4 satellites at a time.
No, I mean a radius of your location.
And then
the precision.
Oh yeah, the precision drops when you have less satellites. So they actually, the first thing they did was limit that. That was selective availability. I don't remember what else they used to make it fucking suck.
Because when it first came out, I think they had a 100-foot accuracy.
I thought it was 100 meters, but yeah, it was huge.
Then they opened it up like to really almost pinpoint accuracy. Yeah.
Like
they almost had to.
Speculation, I think, right? Like to know exactly what the differences are. We can speculate, and it does obviously make logical sense that it would be usable at higher speeds and stuff like that for weaponry and whatnot. But there's no way for us to really know.
No, they say it, bro. Research it. When they first came out, they say that they gave a certain amount of accuracy. They say it themselves.
I'm saying the difference between the closed and openly available GPS systems. There's no way for us to know what all the differences are because it's closed, right? Like it's just like you can't actually break down the map. Like the most accurate map that the government has, like you can't actually you can get the final product, but you can't actually break it down and look at each part of it. And for obvious reasons, right? Like if the military was going to hide a certain area that's classified, even if it's just a military base they don't want the public to know about, whatever it is, they would just leave it off the map. They would leave it out of the mainstream GPS as well. So
you can't leave those coordinates out of it, though.
Well, yeah, we have a base coordinate system. That's right.
Yeah. Look, you can go around. It might not show up on the map, but I can tell you how big it is and approximately where it is.
Put it this way so people can understand. If there's a war, right? The military has the capability to switch off all GPS on all your phones and make it work on their devices only.
Yep.
Yeah.
Although they really can't anymore because you'd have to get all the countries to do that, since now there's 3 competing GPS systems out there.
Well, you have the
couldn't
Russian
turn off
and
GPS
the Chinese.
anymore.
Yeah. No, sorry, the European.
There's 8 GPS around the world.
Think about how easy it is to hide. The federal government, I think, like claims 90% of Nevada or something like insane. So, like, and if you ever driven through Nevada, I mean, so it's like, okay, just take over a huge portion, and then you put your secret base somewhere in the middle. Well, you could boil it down to that huge area, but you're not going to be able to find it. But anyway, like
Right, but I could use
that,
some. Oh, good.
You're good. You're good.
Oh, I was gonna say I could use the European satellite system, and I can go and look at those areas and see large swaths of that land from above. Maybe not down to the level of seeing what's in the structures or what tanks they have parked out where, but you can definitely tell that there's a base there.
Or the Russian
we're
or the
veering off
Japanese
the
or the
topic.
Indian.
This has nothing to do with time dilation. None of this
Well,
beautiful technology proves time dilation. So,
Well, no, specifically relativistic time dilation didn't work, right? Like you can just his book is called Escape from Einstein. He's very vocal about how there has to be a neo-Lorentzian etheric framework to explain physics. Like he's very open about that. For someone to say, "Oh, so it does use relativistic time dilation," it would be ignorant. That the person that had to do, they wouldn't need to bring him in if they could just apply relativity. Okay, like it didn't work. They needed someone to fix it, and he came in and he fixed it, and then wrote a book called Escape from Einstein. He's given speeches, like he has there's a website that has all of the articles he cited, and he's very specific. He said it's well known. 2007, it's well known that there's a replacement for gravity that's a neo-Lorentzian etheric model, and it can actually provide every single experimental prediction and result that relativity can. And this is well known and just ignored. So it's
Does it
like,
explain the Eiffel-Keating experiment?
I don't know what that is.
that's the
The
atomic
planes,
clocks. We
clocks
just
on
went through
planes.
that.
What is
Did
it?
you say snakes on planes?
Does it explain the Eiffel-Keating experiment with planes flying and the time dilation?
Oh, the atomic clock. Yeah,
Snakes
on a plane. Of course. Of course, but this is the thing that would actually make more sense in an etheric framework as well, because it would be a physical interaction with the actual cesium atom, quote unquote. So,
I'd say
although I guess
that's a bunch of. Now you can't ascribe that to anything. That's what I say. It's impossible.
Well, yeah.
What billions of a second off because some resonance of some sort of crystal, and you're gonna ascribe it to time dilation? That's just like the biggest guess in the history of guesses, I would say.
Well, this is the thing, right? This seems weird. Like just using like logical deduction. Like, okay, so you used relativistic time dilation and it didn't work, and you brought a guy in to fix it, and he had to use something else. Why would that be like kept a secret? Like, what benefit do you get keeping that a secret? Right? I mean, there's nothing to hide, right? So what? Why? Why is that a secret? Like, to me, that's glaringly obvious. They want the public to still think that like relativity and then relativistic application is the go-to, but it's not. So why are they hiding it? Because like you would think, oh, this is just a huge discovery we made, and we have to update our understanding of relativity this way. It would help science progress in theory, right? So I find it very interesting, and I don't even know if that dude's still alive. Does anyone know? Because I'll try and
I don't think he is.
reach out to him. Oh, that sucks.
He did write something in 2004 entitled Clocks and the Equivalence Principle, basically talking about, I think one of his biggest contentions was clocks not being affected by the sun's gravitational potential. But I'll have to read through it.
Right? Didn't he say it will cancel out? Or something like that in those lines? I think I was watching a video of him speaking about that.
Well, there's two reasons why they give for time dilation, right? It's immense gravity and speed. It's not just the speed. So they have two explanations for this fantasy of theirs. In other words, they say that a clock on the top of a skyscraper and the clock on the bottom of the basement of the skyscraper They show two different times. That's what they say.
Yeah, but look, we talked about this, right? So the fact that it's an oscillation rate, which means intrinsically electric, and you're going into a different aspect of the quote-unquote magnetosphere, like it actually makes sense at different altitudes of the magnetic field to have different results. That makes sense. I
Absolutely.
don't dispute that. Yeah, like I think it probably 100% does. Even, and these are very intricate and precise measurements, although not consistent. Right? There's an error bar that supersedes like the alleged change detected, but it makes sense that it would change.
I would say
Just
that's
logic.
only one aspect. There's also heat, pressure. There's so many other things that I can think of that could
But
be
the
a
pressure is
variable.
because of the magnetic field too. Like seemingly
Yeah.
everything is, right? Real fast, just not related, but Cygnus Octantis. Have you guys ever actually seen that star? I guess they claim it's real. It's just really hard to see, and some people, I've heard a Glober claim that they've seen it, but I've never seen it. I've never seen actual evidence that it's even a thing. Has anyone? Also, really interesting for the flat earthers in here, you might want to look into this. Apparently, in Australia, for example, if you take time lapse of the stars in different directions, you get a convergence point in all directions. Like you could take a time lapse and you'll see like all the stars go in a circle around a single point. If you turn 90 degrees and take a time lapse, you'll also get convergence, like a circle point, convergence point. That doesn't make any sense on the globe, right? I mean, but that does make sense with it being like a product of perspective, you know, looking south with rotation emanating out from the center, right? So Polaris does this few degree little wobble, and you have all the stars go around it. And if you're in the south, you're looking out. It's like this optical convergence point, and that therefore, when you look in the south, wherever you look, you're going to see it. Have you guys ever heard of that? I saw a bunch of different time lapses from this person in Australia where you see the freaking like what they call the circumpolar point in different directions. That's
Well,
such a
that
death
can
blow.
be. That can be.
Yeah,
Another
it's
thing
literally
that's weird.
refutation of the globe. That's direct refutation of the globe, if that's true.
Why did you believe it when it doesn't make any sense that it's
It
different?
doesn't make any sense on the globe.
No, it doesn't make any sense on either model. Why would it be
No,
different?
it does make sense. It makes sense on our model, actually.
Explain that.
I just did. So we have an
No, you said
azimuthal
it.
grid. We have an azimuthal grid of observability. Okay,
Observability.
see, you guys hate words, but I don't. Why? It just. Oh my god.
You're
Azimuthal
changing
grid
your
of
story now because you're wrong.
azimuthal grid of bit. I'm not changing any story. You just see how everyone was having such a normal conversation. You just come in like, oh my
No,
god.
you were talking to yourself.
Does this make you feel good about yourself? Do you feel
No,
like
does
okay,
it make you feel good about yourself to talk to yourself?
Now the conversation is derailed. That's exactly what he wanted. Won't you shut
No,
up?
there was no conversation.
Vision.
You asked for him to
about
explain, and then as soon as he started to explain, we've heard nothing but you.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. How are you doing, buddy?
Hey, Chucky, when you fuck
What
off.
you're
You're doing it's derailing. I'm gonna mute you for now until the conversation keeps going, and then I'll let you continue. But if you keep
Hell
derailing, I'm
yeah.
gonna time you out, bro.
This will take me a second. Give me like 30 seconds to a minute, okay? So we have an azimuthal grid of vision. The Globers are like, if you look up that term on Google, nothing pops up except for 2BitChute videos. Yeah, we added the term vision, but it's still accurate and it's more specific. That's why we added it. You could say observability if you want to. It's also called the celestial sphere. Azimuthal grid of observability, azimuthal grid of vision. Because the azimuthal grid is built upon angles you take relative to the position of the observer. So that's just a derailing talking point. Anyway, we have an azimuthal grid of vision, and if we look south on a plane, then that's going to, the idea is that's what causes it to look like the stars are going in a circle around a point in the south. It is a product of vision or perspective. It's the azimuthal grid. So in that understanding, if you look in different directions, you would still see it. You would still see it in different directions because you still have that same personal azimuthal grid relative to the observer, no matter which direction you're looking. So you would see this optical convergence. That makes sense in that understanding that it would be in different directions. On the globe, it has to be in one single actual physical location because the Earth's allegedly a globe. Okay, so if you're able to go to Australia and take time lapse in different directions and see this like circumpolar point in different directions, like 90 degrees to each other, that is impossible on a globe. That was the point.
And what if it doesn't work? Does that falsify your argument?
No, it no. Even if we see it in a singular point, if you map it out on a plane, it's actually a slight directional change when they see it. So that makes sense with the azimuthal grid of vision. It makes sense either way.
It makes sense if there's one point, and it makes sense if there's multiple points. That's good.
No,
Good
it
for you.
wouldn't be. In actuality, it wouldn't be 1 point though, right? It's just going to be 1 point relative to the observer's angle in their azimuthal grid. So I get that you guys don't understand the concept, but
if it's not, if it is 1 point in the south, what does that mean?
It's not 1 point though, because it's all different angles relative to the observer. How do you understand it?
No, I'm saying if it is 1 point, what does that mean?
You will interpret it as 1 point, but on a plane it wouldn't be 1 point. I don't know how you guys don't get it.
No, how do you not get my question? If it's 1 point that we observe in reality, what does that do to the argument you just tried to make?
I just answered it. I'm only going to do it one more time. So you would interpret it as being 1 point, but in reality on a plane, it would just be an optical convergence relative to the observer and the actual stars moving above you. So you could perceive it in the same area, right, which would be different angles for different observers. It would be different angles for different observers, and you can call it 1 point, but that doesn't mean that's actually so. But can you agree that if you see the point in different positions, that debunks the globe?
No. If you see the point near Sigma Octantis from every position, that supports the globe.
No, dude, listen. Listen, dude, if I'm in Australia and I take a time lapse of the stars, and then I turn 90 degrees and take a time lapse and I see a convergence there as well, you agree that would debunk the globe?
No, I agree that would be really weird. But, oh, sure, I'll agree that it debunks the globe, so it doesn't happen. What now?
Oh, okay. Well, there seems to be...
Eggshells gone? Eggshells lives in Australia.
There seems to be... Yeah, he should go do it. Because another glober is the one who did it.
Who was that?
I was some glober on the internet.
Oh, good. Thanks.
Not an anti-flat earther. You guys are a special breed. I'm talking about just a normal glober. Okay, anyway.
I'm emotionally attached to my childhood breed.
But what do you got? What do the flat earthers think about that? Isn't that pretty interesting? Like, I'll see if I can find the video.
As kids, they have fallen in love with the idea of space travel. And now they get so emotional, knowing that it's actually fake, that they have built an illusionary state of mind to defend that state. They're just defending their little self, you know. The kid that fell in love with space.
So I want to get you clear.
I don't have time to look for the original uploader because I'm driving, but here's a link that I think has them in it.
Please, not while you're driving, don't do anything. That's fine.
This is the link that has them in it.
Don't post it while you're driving.
I already posted
it. Okay. Please be safe.
I can multitask. I'm a glober.
Okay. Are you saying that there's more than one, what I would call a south celestial point in the southern hemisphere?
Oh, I'm saying I'm interested to figure it out. I have no idea.
All right.
What I am saying is that it's not an actual thing. It's a product of perspective, just like anti-crepuscular rays. Okay, anti-crepuscular rays is just a product of perspective, right? I'm saying the stars in the south are the same way.
Yeah, both crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays are perspective. I got it.
Okay, so the southern star
parallel.
trails are the same way.
It's because lines are parallel, and when they go off in the distance, they appear to converge. I get it.
Okay, now you remember you just said that. Now let's see if the Glovers can follow me. So if we have parallel lines and we look at them in the distance, they converge because of perspective, correct? Did I go out?
No, obviously you're addressing somebody other than me, so I don't think they know who you're talking to.
Do you agree that parallel lines, when we look at them in the distance, they appear to converge?
Oh, the thing that I just said a minute ago? No, I changed my mind.
Okay, yeah. Okay. So now, if the Earth is horizontal and then the sky above it is parallel to that, okay, what's it going to look like when we look out in the distance? What's going to happen to those parallel lines?
The sky isn't a thing that's horizontal to anything.
Okay, so the bottom of
You
the
think the
clouds
sky is a thing?
flat, right? Buddy. The bottom of the clouds are flat, right? So the sky is parallel to the ground. Okay, it's just pretty common sense. So the sky is parallel to the ground. So if you take the railroad tracks and you flipped them on their side and you looked out, you would still see convergence.
Oh, sure.
So
Oh,
you would
okay,
see
yes.
convergence due to perspective on a flat Earth. So all the people that say that there isn't a limit to perspective are insane. And all the people that say there would be no convergence point and there would be no horizon are insane. And the reason that we can no longer see the railroad tracks is because due to perspective, they appear to converge, not because the globe blocks the railroad tracks.
Has anybody thought
the
of this?
statement that there be no horizon is a little bit of a misnomer. There would be a horizon. It just would be distinctly different from what we see. It wouldn't be a clear, crisp horizon.
How's
It would
it a
only
clear,
be a-
crisp horizon now?
It is on the water sometimes because the water actually creates this reflection that gives you a hard cutoff. So
But
we
it
don't
almost
see hard cutoffs outside the water. So
it's hard to see, because there's mountain trees and shit. But across the Nevada desert and stuff, you should be able to see stuff like that.
well, we don't. And think about thank you. And think about high altitude footage. Also, it's a blurry area. SEO, you're not following what I'm saying? So if we look at parallel railroad tracks, they appear to converge in the distance, right? So, in the idea that the Earth is flat, we live on a horizontal plane, and then the sky is parallel to that. So it would be like taking the railroad tracks, right, and then flipping them up 90 degrees to where they're vertical. Like if you turned them up, they would still converge down into a point. That's what we see on the flat Earth. We see the horizontal Earth with the sky parallel to that. So when you look in the distance, they're going to appear to converge because of perspective. And that's what we see.
Yeah, I hear that. I just want to make another point as well that's often overlooked, right? When we get this time lapse thing, right? What do we see? Almost perfect circles, right? And there's a point, and then there's a circle, right? Now, how many movements do they say that we experience while we're traveling through this mythical cosmology?
One that would be
I say we only
perceivable.
experience one. Yeah.
That's impossible because there's all kinds of different movements of all these far out stars, right? You can claim that the nearby ones, blah, 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 we move because they're in our galaxy, whatever, right? But how about the further ones? They themselves say those are on different, different galaxies, different vectors. It's impossible. I say it's impossible for us to get this shape if we look out to the cosmological model they tell us. That's my
They
argument.
claim they're so far away that you wouldn't see them change. In order to see the change, it would take like a long time. That's why, like when they first proposed it, that's how they first proposed it. Like they came up with the idea that, oh, maybe we're one of those lights and we're going around the sun. So in order for that to be the case, since the stars seemingly do the same thing over and over, those stars would have to be super far away so that we wouldn't really see them change. And in order to see them from super far away, there would have to be nothing in between us and them. So that's where they got the vacuum. This is long before they ever allegedly went and measured it. You know, it was just like a philosophical idea.
I got a vent.
Yeah, but let me drive the point home. One more thing.
Can I vent real quick?
They've done this. They've done this on the ISS, right? Which is traveling how fast?
17,500 miles an hour.
Okay, so how the heck did that get concentric circles like here in a time lapse? How does that happen? This is all mind-boggling. You have to be stationary for this to happen. We would have to be stationary, and everything above us would have to move in the same direction, always.
They don't show concentric circles from the ISS. They show like just star trails going down into the horizon. Like they don't really show circles.
Well, they're like lines.
No,
like,
I've seen
well,
it. I've seen it.
Sort of, yeah.
What? How would the circles work? I don't know. What?
Because they're to another fixed point. The way that the orbit of the what do you call it? The ISS works. It has a different axis of rotation. Like if you look out to your right or left of your major direction of travel, there you'd be going around in a circle, a different central point than we have on Earth.
But you would in order to take a time lapse, which takes 2.5 hours. I mean, you would have gone
could do it
around
in 96 minutes.
Okay, so it goes around the Earth allegedly every 90 minutes.
Yeah,
halfway you'd be.
Yeah,
you'd be
have
halfway
96 minute
around.
star trails.
Every 45 minutes, you'd be halfway around. There's no way that could happen. There's no way you
go
can
around
get
the whole Earth. How can you get a convergence point in a time lapse? I don't understand.
Yep, no way.
Convergence point? I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, like the circles around the points.
Well, if let's just say you are going around a ball, whatever direction you're going around, if you look to the left and right, everything will be spinning around, making it 360 every time you go around.
Okay, so you're saying that I can go around the whole Earth and it'll give me perfect circles?
Yes.
Like one full path around the Earth will give me a perfect circle. Dude, your time lapse would look insane, bro. Like I don't
Every
know.
90, they would look pretty much the same. You'd have different settings, but because it's only 96 minutes. But
Are you kidding me? Are you saying being stationary and traveling 10 times the speed of a bullet will give you the same imagery? Are you kidding? Who do you think?
like I said, you'd have to adjust the timing on it, but that's about it.
No, dude, when you see time lapse in real life, if a boat slowly crosses in front of you in the water, it'll make a huge streak of light in your time lapse.
If you have your time lapse set that way, what you'll do is you'll shorten the duration of the shutter. Essentially, you're still going to show 180 degrees per picture. That until you're on the daylight side of the Earth. So you have 180 degrees or less of streak.
So you think if you take a time lapse in your car traveling and one in your backyard, you're going to get the same results?
If you spin around at 10 RPMs in your room and 20 RPMs in your room, you will see everything circle around you in time it takes. Hold on, I got to take a call.
Hey,
That's just absurd.
Can I just throw this in there too a little bit, because it's a presumption, even though it is reported at moving at 17,005. What if it is not that high up? What if it is closer? It is moving slower? Is it possible we're not counting that in there?
So you're saying that it's not traveling at the speed required to achieve orbit in your model?
It's not my model, but I'm just saying in that.
Oh, sorry, in the model, yeah. That doesn't make sense.
We have a reported number, but that number is based on a set of other numbers that must be so, right? This is like a just so kind of thing. If it is possible that the ISS is not able to go beyond a certain height, or that the gas distribution is such as that it doesn't allow for them to kind of go past that, or even past the ozone layer, I think that they're below the ozone layer myself. But whatever.
And the radius would be different.
Well, like their speed has to be so fast because their orbit is of a greater radius.
They have to fall around a radius. To fall around a radius and not go off into space or hit the object you're orbiting, you have to be going a certain speed.
Yeah.
So if one changes, the other has to change.
Yeah.
I don't doubt that at all. Like when you study orbital mechanics, you can prove that in a smaller scale somewhat, like to the point where you can understand that. That's how they came up with the speed in the first place. They didn't just go out there and say, I'm going to go 15,000 miles an hour. Oops, I crashed into the earth. They did the math first, and then voila, it matched
Exactly.
perfectly.
It's all in their calculations based on gravity, based on all that stuff.
They don't have to do it. They didn't, you know what I'm saying? They just have to calculate it. It all works out perfectly, right? On paper.
That's where they get their escape velocity, their orbital velocity, and all that stuff.
Right,
The
you got
parabolic
1G, and you have
curves.
to know how fast you would have to go at this radius to counteract 1G.
Yeah, if Earth is a sphere, yeah.
Yes.
But now Elon Musk today is in where? California? And
I don't know.
I'm in Louisiana. Yeah, wherever he's at, right? Just pick a spot. He can be wherever he wants, right? He's got the money, resources, he can get it done, right? But he's not on the moon. He's not
But he's working
orbiting.
towards that.
He's not orbiting Earth. He's in California. Yeah.
Oh, you think he would do it? I don't even know if I owned that company, I don't even know if I'd go up there. I still don't
Right.
trust rockets enough to say that, Elon's next mission isn't going to blow up. Yeah.
Right.
I don't know.
I need 100,000 or I need 10,000 flights before I think it's safe. 10,000 uneventful flights.
Well, he said it just anything can happen, and there's only one Elon Musk. So send all the Moyocs.
Did you guys know?
Yeah.
Do you guys know that at the time of the moon landing, they were telling people that commercial flights would be soon, and they already had a 21,000 person waiting list for like Pan American Express or whatever to take them to the moon.
Yeah, that's all well and good, but none of those actually came with an explanation of how the budget would.
Hey, do you think Moyoc? Do you think your parents believed that about the flights going to the moon? Do you think they bought it?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. How does it make you feel?
They got because it's been 50
Hold on.
years.
How does it make you feel, Carter?
All right.
How do you feel about that?
Don't you guys think your parents
Yes,
might have fallen for it as well?
Hold on. I was talking to Moyoc. Please, Moyoc. How does it make you feel that your parents were also fooled? Hoodwinked?
Good day, okay?
Say that again. Say it again.
How does it feel to know that both you and your parents were hoodwinked, bamboozled?
Oh, I've never seen any evidence that I've been hoodwinked or bamboozled.
I'm not asking that. Since you have been, clearly, how does it make you feel? Are you embarrassed? Do you want to learn more? What's going on with
Same
you?
question to you. That you've been hoodwinked and bamboozled about the flat Earth.
So my senses hoodwink and bamboozle me? All of my senses?
Yes. just like if you were standing on a on a glacier that is moving, you will say with all of your heart and soul that glacier is not moving.
Hey, when was the last time either of us were on a glacier? Shut the fuck up. Where's the Earth curvature?
Right in front of you. The ships go over it.
Anyway, that was awesome. The audience caught that one. Thank you, sir.
I just want to point out that they said that it would cost $28,000. They had a 21,000 person waiting list. They were actually interviewing people what they were going to do on the way to the moon, and their ABC broadcast right after the moon landing. They also interviewed Neil Armstrong's wife during this as well. And it's like a 5-hour broadcast. And when you watch it, it's very telling, by the way. When you go watch what they show the American public on the news, it is hilarious, dude. Hilarious. And there's a wait up. there's a clip of Buzz when they're supposedly on the rocket where he says something about needing the cue cards, and he's like, well, I don't want to take the actual actor's job. And he says that, and then when the broadcast shows that clip, they take him saying that out of the clip they showed on ABC. Why? Like, they show the clip, but then they just mute it during that point, then bring it back. Why would they do that? Why would they take him saying that out? You know, it's like very interesting when you go back and look at it. It's just a joke, dude. It's a joke. What they the pictures that they actually showed the American public, and it's like insane. It's absolutely insane.
That's really cute.
Fake. What's really cute? The ABC took out a freaking line that Buzz Aldrin said.
Whoopee.
You see, you're not even like in the realm of like just genuinely trying to think about things. Like, you have a bias.
Seems as if you do as well.
No, I'm just telling you something I discovered, dude.
Yes, you discovered it. You're making a whole story up about it in your own mind that doesn't mean anything, or has no. You don't have any way of validating what it means. You're just making a story up about it.
I didn't even make any claims.
There is a claim. It's in your own head.
Well, what is your claim?
Otherwise, you wouldn't think it's significant.
Yo, shout out to the 30 people plus in here and 26 people on YouTube. Holla.
If you hear me. Wait, there's actually 26 people on YouTube right now?
Dude, we have pretty much. I mean, anyone in Flat Earth right now is watching us or whatever, so.
That's so
Can we give Moyak a chance to redeem himself? Because maybe I feel like he got bamboozled and pushed into saying that the curve is right in front of him, that boats go over a curve. You don't really believe that, do you?
That's what I see. The reason I say that is because it's not just a horizon effect. It happens to tall objects as well. The top of those objects moves down. So everything moves down and not in keeping with perspective.
The tops of what objects move down? And
mountains, tops of ships.
And you don't think that's an optical effect in the distance? You think that's Earth curve? Yeah. Just say you think that's Earth curve. I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. No, don't turn it around.
Why don't you redeem yourself? You're the one with the bizarre outlook on life.
Wow, dude, what is wrong with you? Are you okay, man?
Are you okay, man?
It's like a simple. Yeah, I'm fine, dude. I'm at work, full of joy, blue skies. Asking you a simple question.
Simple question. Are you okay?
The tops of mountains.
What's wrong with you?
The tops of mountains that you say get lower in the distance. You're saying that's due to Earth curve, correct?
Yes.
At what point do you start saying that's not an optical illusion or an optical effect and say it's Earth curve? Can you distinguish between those two?
Can I distinguish between optical and, well, when it's in keeping with perspective, so I can eliminate that. You know, I know how much it's going to go down for perspective. So now we got this leftover residual stuff. Now down by the horizon, we see a whole bunch of shit going on. Like a lot of noise, bending of light, for lack of a better term. And the top of the mountain doesn't seem to have those effects.
But you think that due to perspective alone, the tops of mountains would appear to get lower in the distance, correct?
By a given rate, a formulaic, perfect rate. That would be expected. You agree now we've got the above and beyond that, which is coincidentally, it matches, the curvature of Earth very closely.
Well, forget about that for a second. I mean, if you can possibly get Earth curve out of your mind for a second, you agree that perspective alone would make that object appear at a different angle, right? Like the top of the mountain would appear lower
mathematically,
just due to
perfectly,
perspective.
yes.
Okay. And you agree that there's other optical illusions, like optical effects created by the atmosphere that would make the top of the mountain appear lower and higher, or no?
There are optical effects. Yes, they do exist.
Okay. But just not enough to make them go down far enough the difference that it goes down, up or down, and then down due to perspective, and then. But the difference is definitely Earth curve, right?
Yeah, light bends downwards typically, especially when you get up into out
you
of
have
the
to say
noisy
typically.
area. Well, yes.
Because it doesn't always bend down. Yeah. So,
Well,
so
the
you're
fact
saying
that you
the
want
mountain
to
is being
assert some
loomed
kind
up.
of all right.
No, I'm asking you. You say it bends down, so you're saying the top of the mountain goes down due to perspective and looms up due to what you're saying light is doing. You can't have it both ways, man. Not with me, you can't. It's either being loomed up, right, and then perspectively appears lower, or perspectively it appears lower, and over distance, that optical illusion is making the object also appear lower or higher. I'm sure he probably ran because he's going to blame it on over talking, but it's a very simple question that he doesn't want to answer, and he seems to get stuck. The dude earlier kind of backed him into saying that boats go over a curve in that short a distance, and then he had to switch it to tops of mountains. I hope y'all noticed that, because saying boats go over a curve in that short a distance that you would be able to measure very accurately is their downfall, where you know that it's an optical illusion. Thank you.
Yeah. Rakia, do you see the pictures I dropped? I think that this is not explained enough. So you see the railroad tracks on the top, they are converging. And if you just flip it over, okay, this would be the flat Earth. So of course we have a perspective-induced convergence point or limit where it makes things converge in the distance. This is how we view distances on a flat Earth.
That's the funny thing is that prospectively speaking, convergence is not an optical effect. It is a physical effect. You can verify using two strings and a protractor.
Yeah, but it's
You'll
never
see
just
the further you get away from something, that perspective is not optical, it is physical.
Yeah, but you agree that it's never just perspective in the atmosphere, right?
Wait. You're saying that the railroad tracks are actually physically converging?
Their angle between you, the angle between you and it is reducing. Angular size of it is reducing. Basically, like I said, take a string, go to your door, stand 3 feet away with it, and put it on your protractor, and you'll see that it's like 45 degrees. Now walk back 10 feet, and you'll see that it's now, I don't know, 10 degrees. Go 10 feet more, it'll be 4 degrees.
Hey, Moyak, do you expect anybody listening to go and do this and then be like, oh, you know what? Earth's the globe. Moyak is right. Check this out, honey.
Nope, just talking about perspective.
He's
honey,
just saying that angle changes. He's not saying anything that it's a globe or flat. He's saying there's an angle change. But
Nope,
the
saying it's not
question was,
optical.
yeah, but the question was, do you think that the railroad tracks are actually getting close together? That was the actual question.
The actual question is what's actually happening. What? Oh, I'm not allowed to do what he did?
I'm saying you're making this weird.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know. It's only the flat earthers are allowed
It's
to make
okay, man.
options.
We were just having such a chill conversation. I know you and Rakia like.
I didn't hear chill. I heard somebody being obnoxious.
So did they
Hence,
touch
you
or
will
not
find,
touch?
hence you will find that I mirror Rakia's actions. Don't
Well,
initiate.
yeah, I'm just asking everyone.
Can you just answer the question, dude?
Okay.
Like, I don't know what it's such a weird thing. No, the angles are actually changing. Like, what's so irrelevant? The railroad tracks aren't physically converging. It's an optical effect due to perspective. The same thing would happen on a flat
optical,
Earth.
though.
It is optical.
The angle between you and it is changing. In your field of view, that angle is changing.
How do you
And
know?
it is physically measurably different.
The field of
The
view
angle
is not
between you and the right-hand corner and the angle between you and the left-hand corner of it changed.
based on
not
the field of
asking
view.
Do those railroad tracks actually touch at some point? That's what we're asking you. Okay, great.
No.
Thanks. Great.
Why would they? That's stupid.
Well,
so it's an optical effect.
No, not optical. It's geometric.
It's due to your perspective, right? So it's due to the observer's point of view. So my question would be, if you take your protractor and your string, right, and you're saying the railroad tracks below me, this is the angles I get to them. Now when I walk, 3 miles back, I get a different angle. Basically, you're holding the protractor, right? And the world updates how it presents itself to you based on you, the observer.
The physical angle to me is
Mm-hmm.
measurable and a real, tangible angle.
No, angles aren't real, tangible things.
Okay, that's fine.
If you think angles are tangible, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Yeah, Mike.
The
I don't
tangibility.
know why you're
So
saying it's not optical.
if you wanted to do the tangibility aspect of it, you would have the railroad tracks below your feet. You could reach down and you could touch them, and you could feel that they're just a little over your shoulder width apart. Now, if you wanted to see the tangibility of the railroad tracks that are on the horizon, you would have to walk to that point and do the same thing, and you would realize that they're actually the same distance apart, tangibly.
I would call it optical if I could change it with optics. I cannot change it with optics. That angle to my protractor is physical.
Actually, you can't
angle
change it with optics. You could change the lens, and then it would change.
The angle to everything that you see in the world is solely based on the observer itself. And if you are trying to observe through a single protractor, everything in the world around you and the angles to it, it's only relative to the specific point that you're holding that protractor. Anytime that protractor moves, the angles update accordingly.
A geometric relationship exists at all points, at infinite number of points on Earth.
If you take a camera lens, and you change the focal length, you'll change the angle. Okay? So if you're going to have, here's an example. Take your camera, put it to the floor.
That's optical.
Zoom doesn't matter. You're going to be making a measurement. You're always going to be making a measurement due to optics. A piece of paper is different when it comes to ratios versus optics. There's a slight difference there. So again, you're going to be analyzing your optics and making an angle based on that.
So look, if you zoom in or you zoom out or you change the lens, it will be different. It's an optical effect. The fact that
those are optical, yes.
Only an anti-flat earther would have to deny that perspective is optical, right? Like that's the most insane thing I've ever heard.
Oh, since everybody on Earth can go with a protractor and measure to your door 3 feet away, they will all get a 45-degree angle. That is perspective. That is what is there. And it is uniform. Everybody gets the same answer. And I don't understand where you're... now, if I take different lenses, if some guy wears glasses and you ask him how many degrees it is and he has to estimate it, people come up with, it's 50 degrees.
So let me ask you a question then, Moyak. If you say it's just strictly based off of geometry, everybody gets the same answer, and you're taking angles based on your observations over long distance, when you have optical effects that take place and your measurements to those objects changes, what's going on there?
That's beyond perspective.
So perspective is no longer coming into play, right?
No, it is part of it.
Part of it, exactly.
Well,
and this is why I asked Zanuck the other night, what ingredient do you use to bake a cake?
Flour.
Okay, so if you gave me flour, I would be able to bake a cake.
No, you have to take all of the things into account to the best of your ability.
Correct.
So maybe I think I should put so much sugar in, I could vary that a little bit, and I'll get a different cake. But nonetheless, it will be cake.
Right. So how we view the world is based on many different factors. The overarching one tends to be what we deem perspective, meaning how the world presents itself to the observer. And even Craig, Fight the Flat Earth, I think it was last night, literally said something that was like you have to think in doublespeak in order to say something like this. He said, an azimuthal grid of vision is not based on observations, or it's observation based. It's not due to vision. How can you make an observation that's non-visual?
I'll tell you, frankly, I don't really know what the if there is a technical term, azimuthal grid of vision and whatever the hell you guys say. I don't know what it means per se.
It's literally go ahead.
Yeah, you got it.
It's just how we see the
That's
world.
non-visual. Well, any observation that's not optical, that's not visual, is not visual. Acoustic, heat.
Okay, so what's the azimuthal grid is your azimuth and your altitude. It gives you an observational grid or coordinate system. Okay, it's quite literally the overarching aspect of perspective. Quite literally. So yeah, there you go.
So it's
very simple.
It's using you as the center of the coordinate system, essentially.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That doesn't now that in and of itself does not explain how the sun moves 180 degrees from where it should be, or 120 degrees from where it should be. In this, when you're looking at a sunrise in,
What do you
let's
mean
say
should
Australia, should be geometrically.
Based on
What do you mean?
Based on the assumption, which this is one place where it's hard to pin you guys down, but based on an assumption that the sun circles over the Earth and is north of you on the in the tropics.
No, this does explain. It quite literally does explain. So you can put in a program and you can actually take the sun, move it in a circle over top of it, and you can put that personalized dome. You can literally program this, put a bunch of different domes, and you'll see that the size of the sun doesn't change in your inside of your azimuthal grid, and that the directions change relative to the observer's position, and you would get exactly where the sun is or perceived.
That's not just an azimuthal grid. That's an azimuthal grid and refractive conditions, or whatever you want to call it, that are heretofore unknown.
So let me ask you a question, Moyak. When you have really tall light posts or lamps on a flat street, and you have one that's above your head, and then you look off in the distance, and they appear to go down towards the horizon or your horizontal, is that due to refraction?
Probably in part, but mostly that is a part of perspective.
Okay, so if you moved forwards and backwards along this road, and those light posts appeared to rise up as you're getting closer to them, and then set as you're getting further away from them, is that due to refraction?
For me, I don't see them setting. Basically, let's say I'm 6 feet tall, and those lampposts all have some kind of an indicating feature on them at 6
Let's
feet.
just say moving
Those will
towards
appear
the
at eye level. Those will appear at eye level for an infinite distance, or at least until
moving
it becomes
towards the
unresolvable.
horizon, so that we don't obfuscate from my point. Moving towards the horizon, you see them close to the horizon, and you keep walking forward, and as you're getting forward, the ones that are getting closer to you appear to come upwards. They're on their apex when they're directly above you, and then they appear to go downwards as you get further away. Is that due to refraction?
No, it's perspective.
Okay, so why would something that would be moving above you, let's say the lights are just in the same positions, but they are moving and you're standing still, why would that be any different than the way that the sun presents itself to you?
Well,
why would
first
it
off,
need to be
when
refraction for the sun?
when you look at those, they follow a pattern. As you move back from those telephone poles, like I was talking about my 6 foot spot, my 6 foot spot will stay in the center of my vision. The top of it will move down to that, and the bottom of it will move to that central point in my vision. Yep. But that 6 foot spot, all of those will line up across the length of the operation. So they actually aren't changing in height relative to each other. Then they'll get to a point where it's just too small to discern anything useful.
Right. So when we're dealing with the sun, when it's moving towards the horizon, or from the horizon towards your apex, and then from your apex towards the horizon again, why do you assume that that's an effect of refraction?
The exact way that it does that is the antithesis of it. Essentially, what you see something that's coming down, but it's not coming down at the proper rate. It's not following perspective rules.
Dude, look, man. For one, we see things start to converge into the more dense part of the atmos. Okay, that's true. But just based on perspective, I just dropped a picture of the program, right? All you did was put a sun with different observational azimuthal grid, and it shows you that the sun, it's in one position, but it's in a different position for all those observers. Okay, so just based on how... What?
Oh, using math and things that have never been observed in reality. There's no way for the sun to do what it does, except for to assert it via a mathematical formula. What do you call it? What do they call it? Transposition.
No one did that. No one put any
transform.
Dude.
It's not a transform.
Oh
You can
God,
do that
people...
with. I can do it
Okay,
live.
let me see what you're talking about. I thought you were talking about Walter Bison's.
No. Well, that's the same thing. Walter Bislin, what he did was he drew arbitrary stars in the sky and then drew big curves to them just to make it look ridiculous and say it was impossible on a flat Earth.
Right. If you took
you have to explain those curves, and that was where I was talking about.
We don't have to
where the sun is physically.
Arbitrarily did.
A lot of those stars that he's showing that need to be curving, we don't see them. So in order to see them, which we don't see them, they would need to be making those crazy curves, but we don't see them at that moment in time in the sky.
He
So that
didn't
shows
even.
that he's being dishonest. And why was he? Why would he dishonestly pretend we have to see stars you can't see? Right. And secondly, it's not physically bending. The light wouldn't have to physically bend anyway. It just, you see the stars in your azimuthal grid and you see them relative to that dome, if you want to call it that. So it's an optical effect that makes it look like the light is in a place differently than it really is. And your own model invokes this exact same effect for anti-crepuscular and crepuscular rays. Okay? So it's just funny that people would deny it.
Anti-crepuscular and crepuscular rays do not invoke that model. They invoke perspective. Those lines are, their angular position to a point on that line is reducing.
You guys just don't seem to understand. Is the light rays, when we see crepuscular rays and anti-crepuscular rays in your model, do we see the light rays where they actually are?
Yes.
No.
Just like the tree in front of me, or the two trees in front of me, as I get closer to them, the angle changes.
Okay, so it displaces relative to the perspective, dude. Like you guys think that the light rays from the sun are parallel. They appear to diverge, but it's just an optical effect. Okay, and this is where, dude, this argument's so bad for the Globers because now they're trying to argue basically that perspective isn't an optical effect. What the, dude? It's insane, bro. It, like, in your own paradigm, it is actually parallel, but they look like they're diverging. Okay, that shows that there's tangible reality and then there's optical perceived reality, and that they are different things. Okay, so parallel is not the same as divergent. That means they're different in perspective or optics and actual tangible reality. Now, then when you had the anti-crepuscular rays, that's 180 behind you. So that shows that you basically have a circular limit around you, and that it basically wraps around and creates this optical convergence point, even though the source of the sun is in front of you. In your own paradigm, you're invoking the same thing we're using for Southern Star Trails. That's what is. So it's not even like we made something up to try to make flat Earth work. We take a real life observed phenomena and then account for it, and all of a sudden, flat Earth can explain every celestial phenomena. And you want to know why? It's because the Earth's actually flat. That's why. We didn't have to make something up.
Essentially, what you're doing there is you're taking railroad tracks in the sky and complaining about them. They converge in both directions, and as they get closer to you, they expand. It's the exact same thing. If you had two beams up in the sky, physical iron beams in the sky above your head, they would do the same thing.
I know what you guys think, right? Like, it's basically like if I stood in the middle of a railroad track and I looked both ways, it would converge on both ends. That parallel rays are going the whole way. Now, of course, in your paradigm, those parallel rays are effectively wrapping around the ball. That's what you think. And when you
Wrapping
see
around the ball? How's
yeah,
that?
because it's going through the spherical atmosphere. Okay, and we're perceiving it relative to that. But like, so if it looks like the convergent rays, the crepuscular rays are on the horizon, and at the same time I can see anti-crepuscular rays on the horizon behind me, and you guys are claiming the light rays are actually going over my head. Well, if I take a point on the horizon and then I draw it going over my head back down to the horizon behind me, what does that give you?
Didn't follow.
Okay, if I have the horizon with a point on it,
Mhm.
Triangle.
straight ahead. Let's say I'm looking at an orthographic view of a guy standing in the middle of the picture. On the left side is anti-crepuscular rays. On the right side is crepuscular rays. If I draw a line from the crepuscular rays over the observer's head, then back down to the horizon for the anti-crepuscular rays, I'm going to draw an arc. It's going to be a dome over that guy.
To be honest, I couldn't tell you what I don't think I've seen crepuscular rays that did the entire sky.
Oh, yeah, there are anti-crepuscular rays on the horizon observed all the time.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, well, just Google anti-crepuscular rays and you're going to see tons of them. So this is what I'm saying. For your own paradigm to explain that phenomena, they have to invoke an azimuthal grid of observability that limits the observer's view, and that's all we're saying exists.
And they're only like crepuscular crepuscular rays and anti-crepuscular rays. You know, you're talking about for like the average cloud deck, there's something along the lines of 4,000 to 8,000 feet. So I mean, as it gets several miles away from you, it's going to become smaller and move down, you know, with perspective. So I don't see that as a necessarily a problem.
It's not that it's a problem. It's that we're just acknowledging that phenomena, which your own paradigm requires you to acknowledge. Once you acknowledge that phenomena, which is there's an azimuthal grid of observability that creates a limit to our view or perspective, and it creates optical illusion. So this is where the anti-flat earther says, no, it's not an optical illusion. It's just perspective. That's just a stupid comment. Okay. Perspective is an optical illusion. The convergence of railroads are optical illusion, right? Where something looks like it's where it really isn't. Okay. Because in reality, things don't physically get smaller. Things don't physically get smaller in reality. It's an apparent angular size change. It's an apparent convergence. Okay. So all we're saying is there's an azimuthal grid of observability that gives you a difference between tangible reality and observable reality. Yeah, these are two
it's
different
not
things.
optical in that, like I said, if I take my protractor and I get rid of the optics from it, and I just start pulling a protractor off into the distance, I can have little physical contacts on there that'll tell me that angle is changing. It's physically changing. The relationship of me to that point is physically changing.
Yeah, because you're
Your
physically
spatial
moving.
relationship changes, but the object in reality doesn't change size.
Right.
It's all in Euclidean 3D space. You add in optics, you add in apparent size change. Nothing is actually changing size.
Position change.
Yes, your spatial relationship between the object and yourself will change your angular relationship, but it's an illusion.
Yeah, because if you're taking that angle, say it's to the top and the bottom of an object in the distance, use a tree, whatever you want to. The top point and the bottom point of that object are always going to remain the same. And the only way that you have what you are calling a physical change is when you're physically changing your relationship spatially to that object.
Yes, geometry.
So you're saying angles are physically changing. Angles are not physically
They are
changing.
physically changing. Absolutely.
You are physically moving around. And I think one of the
geometry is not
things
world,
I
not
wanted to
real.
talk about, or I wanted to jump in, Witsit was saying basically that there is a point, right? Or a distance or a limit to your vision. And I think that's the thing you guys struggle with the most is the limitation to your vision. The limitation is what kind of sets this this
We're not
grid.
talking about a limitation, though. We're talking about strictly an angle that does change due to position. That's physical. That is a geometric law. These things cannot be altered, changed, and are never been exceptions for.
So
When you
you're
raise
saying
the-
we're not
when you ra-
talking about a limitation, we're just talking about angles. So is there an angle in which it limits your ability to resolve something?
Only for a particular optical system.
Yeah. So you agree?
No.
Well, not that
There's no
it's
angle.
unresolvable. It's just that you can't resolve it. Just get yourself a P1000. All of a sudden, you just increase that. Okay,
Yeah,
P1000
like
is not good enough. Get yourself a Hubble telescope.
There's no
That's not
angle
good
of
enough.
size.
Build
on
yourself a new telescope.
it's
There's
based
no
on the
angle of size.
optical device that you are using, right? So if you change the optical device, or if you change the optics, like we were speaking about earlier, then you can change the perspective. You can change
Not
the
really,
limitation.
because like even with
No.
that zoomed in analysis, I could now measure. Let's say I only got a field of view that's a quarter of a degree, and my object I'm looking at is 10 degrees. I could go across that field of view, taking a picture at each half degree mark or a quarter degree mark until I go across, and I can measure still that it's 10 degrees field of view.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not following what
You're
you're saying.
forgetting that position. You're forgetting that point that we're changing the angle. The angular size isn't changing, and it doesn't change the ability to resolve something.
Oh,
whatsoever.
thanks for your concession. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying.
It's not in there. It's not in the equation. Has nothing to do with the
We don't care about your
diffractive
equation.
limit or the radial criterion.
That's being rude.
No, this is what's so funny, man. It's like
You're
literally
being rude. Is what's funny.
Woyak started off by saying that the angles are tangible physical reality. Oh my God, angles are constructs that we came up with. You don't go out and grab.
They are.
tangible
They're physical.
That's ridiculous. If you think
They're
that
physical. We put a scalar on them, but it's still physical.
No, it's not.
Excuse me. I can use any
No.
system I want on it. It's still going to be
Okay,
the
can you
same
go grab
relation.
an angle?
The Egyptians didn't use degrees. They didn't have a name for those things.
We don't care.
They had drawings, and those things were representations of reality. When
Doesn't
you change
change.
an angle, you are changing an angle.
Oh my
Doesn't
God!
change.
When you look at a tree, when you
they
look at
say
a
that
tree,
those
How
hey,
do
why
they
are
not
you
get
interrupting me? You're doing exactly what you tell us not to do.
You pause, and if someone goes to respond, then you talk right through.
No, I
them.
wasn't.
You do
No, I
it
wasn't
every
done.
day
I had
for
one
5
sentence.
years.
I was giving a. I didn't pause and nothing. So let me
You
finish.
did pause.
I did not pause. You hoped I paused.
Not
Let me
talking about
let me just finish. Let me finish the sentence, and then you can go. Hold on a second. So if you look at a
Alright.
tree, and you look at another tree, those angles are different. They're not constructs. They physically, one is larger than the other, and those angles are different. That's not a construct. What keeps
Okay,
using
just
that
think
word?
about how dumb you said it. If there's a tree right in front of me, 10 yards away, and then I see the tree from 100 yards away, the tree looks smaller. The tree isn't physically smaller. It's not physically
Nobody
smaller.
says it is.
He just said one is smaller than the other in its physical reality. That's literally what he just said.
I gave you an example of it. I gave you the foundation that one tree was smaller next to another tree. Now, I'll bring in the other tree that's further away, and that angle would be the same too, but it is smaller. So you're saying that we can't correlate due to perspective the taller tree with the smaller tree, even though the taller tree is further away and the angles are the same. That's not what I'm saying at all. Please pay attention. That angle will change with respect to how far it is away. If we know how far away that bigger tree is away, and we know it's twice as far away, that angle will be half as high. Or half as large. That is a physical relationship. Physical. It's a law of geometry. You can't. It's not a. It's a representation. A reality of representation.
Buddy, you just saying "nuh-uh" doesn't mean anything. Okay.
I didn't say no. I laid out exactly what I was talking about.
Immediately, you're interrupting, dude. You need to be banned from this place.
That would go for you
Because
too.
you're never gonna change. Every time you come in here, you do it. You don't care how many warnings you get. You don't care how many times you get modded. As soon as you go on a rant, you start bringing up Egyptians and stuff. Someone goes to respond, you immediately talk through it. The second they say the first word, you start talking again.
Which you do the same thing to me, but I will respect you. Go ahead.
Okay. So we have an azimuthal grid of observability. Agree or disagree?
Yes, we see in all directions.
Do we have an azimuthal grid of observability? Yes or no?
You're making up terms. I know what you mean, but I'll agree with you just for the sake of argument here. Go ahead.
How are we making up terms? The azimuthal grid is based
Of
on the
observability?
observer's position and the observer's angles.
Well, you have an implication with the word grid, but I know what you're using it for, so I'll go along with it. Yes, we see in all
No, that's
directions.
what Solarium calls it, Zanuck.
I know, but it's fine. I don't care who calls it that. The point is, we see in all directions. Yes.
Dude just said I made up terms. So how about you go put yourself on mute, go to Google, type in azimuthal grid, and learn about what you're talking about before
No,
you pretend you're teaching.
of observability. I mean, come on, that's not in the.
Oh, so first you said it was grid that was wrong.
No,
now
I said
you're saying
observability.
Okay, now now where does the azimuthal grid is relative to what?
Your position in the grid.
Your position doing what?
Observing.
Oh,
looking.
So it's an azimuthal
Oh, you
grid of
got me.
observability.
Yeah, you got me. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for playing. You guys, the mental gymnastics and doublespeak you guys are partaking in this part of the conversation
ironic.
is insane. This just goes to show the flat earthers are right, because every rebuttal that you guys have come up with is blatant doublespeak. It's that you made up a term. You can't Google azimuthal grid of vision. So vision and observability, it's just unspoken with what the azimuthal grid is. But we have to say it because you guys deny it. We literally have to add the word vision.
Why do you have to use that? It's obvious we
literally
see in all directions. Why do we need to
We
actually
literally have to add the word observability or vision because you guys deny that it's actually a part of us viewing the sky. That's how insane you people have become.
Wow. I'm agreeing with you. I said we see in all directions. Tell me how that conflicts with your term.
So how is azimuthal grid of observability incorrect then?
It's not. The term of observability, like you're making so complex that something is so simple. We see in all directions. There's no special nature of our vision in all directions. We see 120 degrees left to 130 degrees left to right, 120 vertically, and that's our field of view. It's called a field of view. No one says azimuthal grid of observability. It seems like more words needed to describe something very simple. And the point is, and you're making something out of nothing, because I told you about the angle not being a construct, that these angles are reality. Whatever terms and units of measure you want to use, if you have two trees that are the same distance apart, one angle is less than the other, then one is less height than the other. And if it's further away, twice as far away, and the same angle as the first tree, foreground tree, then yes, it could be the same angular size, but different physical size. But we know that because the distance is farther. These are realities. These are relationships that are in stone.
Okay, so we have an azimuthal grid. You said we're making it complicated. No, I just don't want to use the word personal dome because it alley-oops you anti-flat earthers to just spew your freaking bigotry, right? So we just say instead an azimuthal grid because your own paradigm uses that exact term, and that is a more descriptive, precise description of what it is. That's what it is. It's an azimuthal grid. You take your azimuth, you take your altitude, you take these angles, and it gives you the grid, the coordinate system of observability. That's what it is by definition. By definition, the azimuthal grid is based on observability. That's literally what it is.
It literally isn't, because I can give me the dome, which you think that's our limit of observability, and I can find some larger object 5,000 times farther away that we still can see. So that blows the shit out of your fucking stupid dome idea.
No, it doesn't.
It does. So, I just got done telling you why.
Okay, so once again, in Stellarium, in time and date, in all observations made from the sky, we use an azimuthal grid. In every single system that even the globe uses, we use an azimuthal grid. Okay? That's objective. Go to Stellarium, go to the bottom, you can turn on the azimuthal grid. If I go stand on the ground and I take angles to all the stars I can see, and then I map them out to get a coordinate system, guess what I'm going to get? An azimuthal grid. So you can't even take angles to the stars in the sky without having an azimuthal grid. That's what it is.
I agree with you. You're not telling us anything new. It's that you think you're reinventing the wheel. You're not. And we
No,
have the
I don't think
azimuthal
I'm.
grid. We agree.
I think
We
you
agree
guys
that
are
things are
remedial.
around us. Hold on. We agree that things are around us at different elevation angles or co-altitude angles, however you want to claim it. But we know that this does not work as far as saying it's a dome, because when we make a motion to one way or the other, it's a movement, and measure that angle again, you have all sorts of problems with the grid. You have all sorts of problems with the dome. It doesn't work.
No, just because you say we have all kinds of problems, void of any
I
substantive
can show why you
specificity,
have problems.
immediately talking, doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. So this is what's so funny, right? It's like your own paradigm uses this same thing. So see if you can answer this question. If I'm standing, look at the picture that Dan just dropped. I'm on the boat, okay? And I look out to the sky. On the globe, why do the stars look like they drop in the sky from my position?
Why do they look like they drop?
Yeah, why do
What do you
certain
mean? What do
stars
they drop? Because they're in that position in the sky.
Their geometric relationship to you is that way.
At that angle. Now, if you move, why do we have a 1 degree for 60 nautical mile relationship? That doesn't make sense on a flat surface at all. It doesn't work.
It does. Now you're changing the subject, and it doesn't matter because it still
No,
works.
because that's related to your
You guys
nonsense of why you
always
think it's.
have to change the subject. You always have to not address the point. You always have to double speak. You always have to gaslight. You always
That's
have
a
to
real
deny
lousy
reality. You
argumentative
always
technique.
no. This is what you guys do. You guys
No,
say,
it
"Oh,
doesn't.
I made up a term. I made up a phrase that doesn't make sense." Then we press you on it. Oh, you concede it does make sense.
No,
so
I
why
didn't
do you
like your
say it?
your azimuthal grid of observability. It just sounds like you're making something more complicated than it really needs to be.
No, it doesn't, because that's what it is, buddy. Do you
Yeah, the only
understand?
reason we have
That's
to
what
say
it is.
vision, the only reason we have to add vision or observability for the third time is because you guys will deny that's what it is. So we added the term to be more specific and descriptive, okay? That's it. It's not because we made something up. It's because you guys don't comprehend simple concepts. You don't seem to know that the azimuthal grid is literally based on observability. That's quite literally what it is.
Okay, I have one last thing to say real quick because I have to go get a dentist appointment. But the guy, Dan in the Waterman's picture shows the dome and also shows some band of stars above it. And he shows these two objects are in line with each other. If that's the GP on a flat surface and we use basic trigonometry, that boat moves. We have a 60 nautical mile per 1 degree relationship of that boat on that baseline. That will not comport with that. The triangle will not work. Period. End of story. What's it? Why do you argue the point? You belabor it. No, wrong. Why am I wrong? Go ahead.
I'm going to tell you, but you're going to interrupt it. So as that boat moves, that personal quote unquote dome moves with the boat.
That
Do you
sounds
understand
logical
that?
to you?
Oh my God, I think that you guys shouldn't be allowed on the internet. Does your
Why?
wife
What
know?
happened?
Dude, because it's just a joke. That sounds logical to you? Yes, that sounds logical to me that we get an azimuthal grid of vision based on
No,
where
your
we are.
dome moves. Your dome
Yes.
actually moves with you.
Hey, when you move, does your angles to the stars move?
Yes.
Does your azimuthal grid and stellarium move?
Yes.
Oh, so does that seem logical to you?
But it's not a dome because a dome does not work because of the 60 nautical mile per degree relationship. You keep on hand
That's
waving
not
that.
All right, I'd like to step in here for 1 second.
You can derive any kind of radius from a circumference, buddy, which comes from a flat circle. So spare me your shit.
To Zenik, to put this in perspective, what they're suggesting is that there's somehow something in this personal dome that makes it happen at that rate.
Right.
So you will see 69 miles per degree because of reason.
No. See, this is the part that what you guys do now in 2023, right? Is you pretend that we've come along after you made up, you discovered reality, and then we try to take your discovery and say, oh no, actually it magically works on a flat earth. In reality, we went and took observations of the sky on the flat earth. We then mapped out those observations and then made the globe from that. We literally made the globe from the sky. Literally. So no duh, the globe's metrics and dimensions match the observations in the sky and the rate in which they decline in our sky, because that's how we made the globe.
More importantly, Zanuck, if the Earth isn't planar, how does stereographic projection work? Can you show me how stereographic projection works if the Earth isn't planar?
Yeah, I think they're starting to realize that the celestial sphere was hijacked and placed below their feet, and that's what's convinced them of their worldview.
No, it's basically because there's no mechanism by which a celestial sphere can work, at least using known physics.
It's literally been described for the last hour or two.
No. Okay, describe to me
the argument whether travel in a straight path or a curved comes down to the orbit in question, which is big in the question. You can't have planets travel in straight lines, right? Because it returns back to the position where it started, right? So that's the argument.
Even if they want to now discuss bending light, that's literally been their argument for the last 5 years, is that the reason we have the observations we have is because light bends, you stupid flat earther. Light bends, light bends. Now they want to look at something and be like, why is this light bending? How does that work in reality?
Well, we tell you that, or at least describe how we think it works.
So do you think light bends?
I call it bending, yes.
Okay, cool. Then why is that now the globe Earth response to an azimuthal grid of vision? Even though it's not the proper response, why is that now the response? Like,
okay, why would that be a response to this? Essentially, what you've got is, now we got to take like my example of Australia. You look out to the southeast and you see sunrise in summer, southeast of your position. Now, if you take the fact that they've got 14 hours a day of sunlight, or if we could even move this to Chile where we can get 16 hours a day of sunlight, you've got the sun that is going around the Tropic of Capricorn or Cancer or somewhere in between. And that is way north of me.
You want to know the answer?
Now, what I'm seeing is now is I'm looking to the north and I see
hours of
this
daylight.
thing coming back.
Hours of daylight, dude, with a constant 15
Have a good
degree.
one.
You can't get 14
Data,
hours
what are
of
you
daylight.
doing? Data.
Because the guy's full of shit again. You can't get 14 hours of daylight with a 15 degree moving sun.
And then you can address it.
The sun has to.
Right. Go ahead, Moyak. You're right in the middle of your thing.
Yeah, I was. All right. So you've got the sun that is based on moving around the circle of the Earth every day, every 24 hours. Its ground position is moving around the Earth. If you use that, you get the sun. It's something like about, I'm going to call it 100 degrees off from where it should be. Geometrically speaking, it's south and it should be way north, almost making a circuit. It should be going back to the left, and it's not. So somehow this dome is bending light from that position to make it appear in the south. That takes some real hoops to jump through.
Well, I didn't hear. No, we don't have to jump through any hoops. I wasn't listening, but I don't know what you're talking about. What hoops we have to jump through? Because what I've seen is that you guys are constantly moving the goalpost. That's what happens. Oh, the term is wrong. Never mind, the term's not wrong. Oh, perspective is actual tangible reality. Oh, never mind. No, it's not. It's not an optical illusion. Never mind, it is. It's not an optical effect. Never mind, it is. Oh, anticorpuscular rays is actual. Never mind, it's actually perspective. Never mind, it's actually optical. But it doesn't matter. The azimuthal grid is something you made up. Oh, never mind, stellarium and timing.
You love to toot your own horn, don't you?
I'm pointing out that you guys have been moving the goalpost the whole time. So to pretend that you haven't been, then it's a disingenuous recollection of this conversation. You have moved the goalpost every single time you've desperately tried to come up with a refutation of the position. Then you change the argument. So that's what's actually happening. Because you guys know that if you can't invoke celestial phenomena and claim it debunks flat Earth, that you guys have nothing. The only way you guys can even claim to debunk flat Earth is to bring up the sky. If you don't have that, you have nothing.
And you've come up with a mathematical transform that takes the sun from being over South America, whatever, and way to the north of Australia, like the opposite side of the Earth, much further away. And now that sun is way the fuck over there. You can still see it, but now you're bending it around so that it rises in the south.
No,
That
so
doesn't make sense.
We're not physically bending anything. It does objectively make sense. If you have an azimuthal grid of vision, if you have a limit to your perspective, you're going to perceive everything that you can see through that perspective limit. There's no other way. It has nothing to do with making stuff up. It has to do with addressing objective reality, okay? Like, it's nothing else to do with anything else. Nothing has to physically bend. That's just a talking point the anti-flat earthers say, because that's all Walter Bislam could come up with to try to debunk his own model, was that light would have to physically bend via refraction in some way that's physically impossible, defying physics, and that there would have to be some unknown gradient causing this refractive effect bending the light. So now you guys just repeat it ad nauseum, just over and over and over. You're like, oh yeah, well, the light would have to physically bend. But our position is that the light is not physically bending at all. Okay? It is that
so the stars are in this personal dome?
No, we perceive the illusion of it bending relative to us. Okay? It's not physically bending, it's an optical effect, just like the railroad tracks aren't physically converging. So now you guys have gone as far as to say that they are. See what I'm saying? This is insane, dude. This is such a death blow to you guys. And the way that I know that is because of the arguments I'm getting back.
Hilarious. They're literally just rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic.
This is crazy.
You say that.
Dude, cue the violin, dude.
He just had to say
I'm playing it for you all the time.
Tracks are physically converging.
Yes,
Nope.
dude. That's what they have to say now.
Nope.
Because
Their
they admit
angle
it's
is
not
physically
net.
changing. Their relative angle to you is physically changing.
He said the railroad tracks. Are you hard of hearing, dude? I dropped out earlier so you wouldn't have an excuse.
You don't need to
He
babble
just
in
said
on the conversation if you're completely wrong as normal.
You're talking over me now. He just said the physical railroad tracks are converging, and you butted in and interrupted him and said they are.
Their angular position is changing. Your position relative to them, whatever you want to say, the angular size of them is changing.
So the physical railroad tracks aren't converging.
No, it's physical. You can measure it. You can measure it with a string and a protractor. It is changing. The angle between you and point A and point B is changing. Yes, it is.
Perspective things that are subjective aren't physically changing. This is only a perceptional thing that takes place due to the observer's perspective. So
except it's on my protractor, a physical item.
So we don't need we don't need the light bending, right? It's just the angle that's changing. That's all that's happening. When you say that the light would have to be bending from where we expect the sun, blah blah blah. Nope, it's just the angle is changing.
Yes, that
the
could
angle
happen.
is changing.
Theoretically. No physical way to get to that conclusion. Yeah, there's no first principle you could follow to why it would bend like that. But
angle changing and the railroad tracks actually converging or two.
Oh no, that's not bending. No.
Yeah, you interrupted me again. You're batting like 100.
That's okay.
This is so bad, dude. Watch, like, hey, is parallel and divergent the same thing?
In perspective, yes.
See, dude, you guys think that parallel and diverging are the same thing?
Not exactly, but they appear the same. Yeah, you will have things that appear to diverge.
Guys, let me try something.
That's an actuality.
Real quick, we're not talking about
Let me try something, guys, real
subjective
quick.
things. We're talking about actuality. Are they actually diverging or are they parallel? Are they different or not? And actuality.
All right, after Jeremy.
I want a quick back and forth real quick. So just don't let me just get a couple quick ones. So Moya, can something be parallel and converging physically at the same time?
No, they're not truly converging. They're not coming closer together. They just appear to be because of and are measurably the angles are decreasing.
I don't know. We'll try again. Can something be It was a yes or no question. I don't know. Can something be? Can something be Can something be physically parallel and physically converging at the same time?
No, I would say no when you phrase it that way.
Well, wait a minute. What do you mean by physical? Because Kosho would say yes.
Okay, cool. So the convergence, hold on, man. Yo. So the railroad tracks can't be a physical thing, right? Parallel.
It measures on physical objects. My strings will show it that they are convergent.
You just told us that things can't be physically parallel and physically converging at the same time, right?
Don't know what, if you want to phrase it in a way that makes it muddy, I mean, that's cool.
It's not muddy. This is a clear, something's either parallel or it's converging, right? Both happening at the same time.
I can't say that because of the way that you're trying to pigeonhole the conversation.
Trying to pigeonhole it. We're talking about railroad tracks, and if they're hold on, bud, I'll be out there in 1 minute. We're talking about railroad tracks, and if they're physically converging or if they're physically parallel. And something can't be both at the same time.
And yet a physical measurement to them shows that the angle changes.
Yeah, can I just get in here quickly? It's really simple what he's saying. It's obvious what the trick is. He's saying that he's got a physical implement measuring an optical phenomena, and he's conflating the physicality of the instrument with the physicality of the optical phenomena. It's really simple what's going on. I don't know why this is being taken seriously.
Well, it's not. See, that conflation statement. Oh, go ahead.
I'm saying it's awesome that you guys have to do this. So I personally love it.
Yeah, it's hilarious because you can't give an honest, straight answer.
You mind if I? Can you hear me? You mind if I interject real quick?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Can I just real quick? So the angle is measured. There's no convergence, but that angle comports with what it looks like to us to be a convergence, but it's not a convergence. It is a relationship of two lines that are going off the distance that are parallel. If I measure that angle from me to that point in the distance, that'll comport with parallelity. If I look at it from a side view, there's no difference, or any other angle, there'd be no difference. It's all parallel, but the angles are what gives you perspective. There's no back talk, double speak, nothing. It's all geometry.
All of that you just said, we already know. Literally, we already know. The problem is that you're conflating the physicality of a measuring device with the physicality of the object that's either converging or parallel based on your argument.
I just got done telling you why that is not the case. You measure two lines. Hold on. Can I go real quick, real fast? Two lines going straight away from you. Two parallel lines. We measure an angle that changes. That comports with reality of those two straight, non-converging lines. They're not converging. They may look like they're converging due to perspective, but they're not, just like crepuscular rays look like they're going in two different directions from the sun, but they're not. That's just a perspective issue.
Thanks for
I'm
proving
not
that point.
conflating anything.
That's what
I know
we've
you
been
guys know
saying.
this.
So now
they have to misunderstand you.
So anyway, I mean, like, I think everyone knows what's been happening here. So I don't need to go on about.
You're going to hand wave what I just said?
Everyone already agrees with what you just said.
I know you do that. That's why we're just getting pedantic and talking about these terms and reality versus conjured terms and such. We all know what they all mean. We have to think straight. These converging lines look like they're converging. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. You got it.
Well, it's just that you said that I hand waved you, but actually the very first thing that I said was, yes, everyone already knows that that's true. And then I went to make a second point, which you interrupted, which I'm not going to make.
I didn't interrupt.
You did it twice.
Okay.
So anyway, effectively it's like saying that maths is physical because I have a physical calculator that I can calculate numbers on.
So you say you understand. Sorry, I thought you paused.
I fully understand what you're doing.
You say you understand, but then you say something like that that shows that you don't. So I'm confused.
I fully understand what you're doing.
Then why would you say that? That's a construct.
Because I fully understand what you're doing.
Oh no, so you don't understand what I'm saying, but you understand what I'm doing.
do understand what you're saying and doing. It's very, very simple.
Talk about talking in circles. All right, well, let's just leave it at that because it sounds like we're not
You're
really
just a
communicating.
false assertion. I'm just saying it's incorrect, and we can
Well,
do
it
this.
isn't. It's provably correct because I can show you these two lines going the distance, measure an angle from any perspective whatsoever. It'll all comport with those two lines being straight. Now, it may look like they converge, but they're not converging because the math proves that they're not converging.
We all know that.
I know, but why do you say it's conjured up or using math to get away or something like that? It just doesn't, I don't understand the point. What is your point?
Because before
This is so bad.
you were saying that the physicality of the instrument was what made it physical, and now you're not saying that, so there's nothing to disagree with.
How is a physicality instrument? The physicality instrument is not, you don't even need an instrument. I mean, you're smart enough.
You were saying. Are you now not saying that?
No, that's what I was saying. I use a physical instrument because you guys like physical instruments.
You don't have to use a physical
Yeah, it was
instrument.
more
If I'm smart enough, I know perspective is giving me those same angles without an instrument. I guess my brain is the instrument.
Dude, this is
And an
I
azimuth
so
grid. We
simple,
get it.
dude.
Okay.
My God,
Azimuthal
yeah,
grid.
like crypto just exposed it. It's crazy. Crypto has to come in and like emphasize basic breakdowns of what you guys are saying because you guys emphasize or utilize pure sophistry, right? Which,
Oh
in
my
case you don't know the definition, it is the
I
use
know what
of
sophistry
fallacious
is.
arguments with the intention to deceive. So you guys are trying to muddy the waters, intending to deceive the audience, right? Via fallacies, which would of course be
I could
the
say the same
equivalence
of you.
like, yeah, this would be a false equivocation, right? You're like saying that physical and optical are the same thing.
I don't think anybody said physical and optical are the same thing.
You are saying that. You're saying that if I can look at an optical effect and then use a physical measuring device, somehow it becomes tangible or something. It's so stupid. So we obviously have a difference between the optical and the physical, right? In your own paradigm, it's just reality. All Flat Earth is doing right now is taking the observable reality that there's a difference in tangible physical reality and the way that we view that. There's a difference via optical illusions and perspective and technically hyperbolic visual space, where we're just acknowledging the distinction and we're like, well, if we're going to try to understand where we live based on what we see in the sky, the first step is to acknowledge how we view things because we're trying to view the sky and then make a physical determination based on what the earth is. So we need to know the distinction between physical, tangible reality and how we view it. And that would be the first thing we have to apply to be able to figure out what's happening in the sky and where we live. You actually can't use the sky because of this very reason to determine where you live, right? But you guys claim that the sky debunks that the earth is flat. So this is now ripping that out of your dying grasp, and that's why we have a cascade of doublespeak at this point.
Doublespeak, as you call it, is because you guys keep on trying to simplify it to the point of idiocy, and we keep on trying to humor you. Essentially what you're doing, and just straw manning me with the talking about trying to join optical and physical. No, I'm trying to bypass optical and show you that it's physical. That perspective is physical.
Yeah, you're saying the train track.
Perspective is physical. Can you explain
It
that?
is a relative
converging.
relationship
But we know
between
things
you and
can't be
optical.
physically converging and physically.
Let Jeremy go ahead. Sorry, you were like a little delayed, I think, and you went out. Go ahead.
Nah, go ahead. I'm in a bad spot. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. There's a relative position that is geometrically related to you, and that geometric relationship is something you can measure with physical tools. You can even use optical
cool
tools.
story, man. That's a great,
Cool story,
that's a
man.
very exciting. That totally
Yeah,
changes
that was
nothing.
useful.
Yeah, it wasn't. So if I take a trash can and it's 5 feet away from me, okay, I can use a physical tool to measure the optics of how big that trash can looks. And then if I move the trash can 100 yards down the street, I can use another physical tool to measure the optics of how big that trash can looks. Yet the trash can didn't actually get smaller physically, okay? it just appears. It appears to be smaller. That's
The
why we
angular
have a different.
relationship has changed.
Do you agree that apparent and actual is different?
Do I agree that second?
Apparent and actual are different things.
Yeah, we measure the actual and we can also see the apparent. We got both, and they coincide in this case, usually.
No, because the railroad tracks are tangibly parallel. The trash can is tangibly 4 foot tall, right? But it looks like it gets small. It looks like the railroad tracks are converged, right? These are apparent effects. This is so redundant. It's painfully redundant and monotonous, but it shows you why. Like, think about why would the conversation
Tooting his
ever
own
have
horn
to,
again.
how would I want everyone to think about it. Why would the conversation ever have to regress to such a painfully redundant and remedial conversation?
Because you
We
drag
know
it there every time.
it's because you guys are fighting tooth and nail to not just say the obvious conclusions of the points we're making because it validates our position.
Okay.
All right.
Did I hear what I think I heard? That you said that that when Whitsitt had the trash can example, right? That you said that the physical is measured. So in that example, the trash can is physically measured as being optically smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, it's physically smaller.
Its angular size has changed. Say in reference to you.
Yeah, we know that, but that's the apparent bit. You said the physical bit is what we measure.
It's not apparent. It's measurable. The angle has changed. Again, take two pieces of string, walk away from an object. You will see that the angle changes between you and that object. As you go further away, the angle becomes shallower and shallower.
So I guess the contention here is whether or not angular size is considered apparent and or physical. When we say size, and we would preface that with physical or apparent, how else would we determine what we're talking about, right? So if we're saying the size of the tree, we would want to go physically measure it to give the size, right? That would be the physical size of the tree. Now, if you wanted to get an apparent size of the tree, that would be based on the observer's point of view. And that would be an angular relationship to a physical object, but not the physicality or the physical measurement of the object itself.
I guess in I guess your perfect world where optics didn't play in, how I don't even see how you guys would think you should see things.
Well, here's the thing.
I've got a box on the wall that's maybe 100 feet away from me right now. It appears like about I don't know, about the width of my thumb extended, so about 1 degree or 2 degrees. And I don't know how a world would work if it didn't taper off into the distance.
You can't conceptualize how you would perceive that kind of world. But we do have living beings who see the world very differently than we do, right? So to them, if they were somehow mapped into our eyes and observe the world in our perspective, they would probably be very disoriented for a long period of time. Just like if you're suddenly mapped into the eyes of a bee or a fly, you would be disoriented for a extended period of time as well.
Sure. But like
it doesn't
a bee, I
change
don't
the
think any animal
physicality of the
sees.
world around us, right? How we map the world based on our observations doesn't change the physicality of the world around us. Only changes how we appear to observe the world.
I doubt there's any creature that sees in for lack of a better term, like 1D unvarying size.
I never said that there was.
Well, you cited other creatures that see things differently. Nothing sees
Correct.
the way that you
And I
guys
gave
are
an
describing.
example. I gave an example of how another insect or another living creature that
Right.
would see the world different. Their perspective would be different than ours.
Some. The fact that that object on the wall away from me is only 1 degree wide, right? I wouldn't see any creature as seeing that different. It may see 10 of them or 1,000 of them in their, multi-fractal lenses. But they would all be smaller as the distance gets greater.
I didn't say that it wouldn't. They are also seeing in their own version of perspective.
Well, I don't know that.
You guys are just getting dunked
okay.
on at this point. You guys are just
Yeah,
getting
that's
dunked
really good.
on
Toot your own horn again, Witsit. Have some fun. You guys are getting dumped on, man.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to walk you through like the simplicity of understanding that the physical world is what the physical world is. And if you want to lay measurement to it, you can do it in multiple ways. One of which deals with an observational measurement, which is based off of a observed angle, right? Meaning it doesn't change the physicality of the object itself at all. The
Right.
object is always going to be 5 feet regardless, but you can change the way that you view that object angularly. And this is what we call perspective or an observation, which is different than physically laying measurement upon that object.
Yeah, like I said, it seems like you're well into Woo Land. I don't know how to
Oh my god.
Woo
deal with
Land?
it. Yes.
Really?
Yep.
Says the guy who claims that optical effects are physical.
I can measure on a physical tool that box is only 1 degree, yet when I'm right in front of it 4 feet away, it takes up 45 degrees of my field
So
of view.
Crypto just exposed
That is a
that
physical
specific
difference in angular
Crypto's-
relationship between me and that object. You can hear me talking, I think. Can't you, Witsit? You should be banned from here, as you requested that Xanax should be banned.
I thought you were done. See, that's totally
Oh,
different.
you thought I was done when I'm talking like this. Good job. Go ahead.
Well, I immediately stopped talking to let you finish. The difference with Zanuck is he'll say something and then you go to respond. He'll interrupt you and just keep talking. So I thought you were done. So that's Crypto just broke down the little trick you're trying to do, and you're just going to keep saying it anyway. So it's like this conversation has reached its limit, right? But the reality of the situation is that what we're saying is just simple and objective, and a 5-year-old can understand. It's just objective. You guys are just getting dunked on. There's really no way around it. You're literally getting dunked on. That's what's happening.
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys
Yeah, we hear you.
So the train tracks, we already agreed. The train tracks can't be physically parallel and physically converging at the same time, right? Like that'd be some kind of like law of non-contradiction or something. Right, Moyak? So when you say they're physically converging,
I'm not going to play the word game with you anymore.
It's not a word game. This
It
isn't
is
a game. What game am I playing? We're trying to figure out
word
if the train
game.
tracks are. We're talking about train tracks and if they're converging or not, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. So no word game so far. Let me know when there's a word game involved. Okay, point it out. So something can't be physically converging and parallel at the same time, right? Is it a word game yet?
Yep.
Oh, what was the word game?
It's from the beginning. It's intentionally not understanding the physical measurement I'm talking about. So that's where your word game comes in. Yes, I agree. Parallel things don't converge. But their angular size does change physically. The relationship of you to the left side of said object and the right side of said object and the top of said object and bottom side of said object all decrease with distance.
Do you
Hey, is
realize
this size
that
change apparent? Yes or no?
Physical and apparent.
Yeah, this is literally what I just walked you through, Moyak.
Yes,
The
you
physical
incited
one
some
is when
magic
you lay.
insect that doesn't see things the way you see them.
The physical one is when you lay physically a measure upon that thing, right? And then the apparent or the optical one is based on how you observe that object, based on its angular relationship.
I
That is an
measured it with a physical tool.
Bro, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
So it's not a physical measurement.
So let me ask you a question. If something in the distance, like the black swan, is that a physical measurement?
No, that's all optical.
Why not?
Because it's all optical. It's done with optics.
But you're physically using an apparatus to take measurements.
Is that physical object connecting to both points?
Can you measure
in one continuous string of molecules?
Can you tie a string to them?
You could.
Can you get an angle? Could you get an angle to those oil rigs? Could you get an angle to them?
You could. And
Okay.
left to right, it would be pretty accurate. Vertically, it would not be accurate
Why would it be inaccurate?
because the density of air increases or decreases with altitude.
So you're telling me that a physical observation where you're measuring an angle to an object could be affected by
Oh, no.
the
The physical
atmosphere?
measurement would still be right. If you had like infinitely strong spring and stuff, yeah, that would be
So-
still right.
If we got an angle to those on one day and it changed on the next day, did your physical measurement change?
Do you think that the angle would change on those strings if they were infinitely strong going to the top and bottom of it, or would those angles remain uniform?
You're not answering my question.
I am answering your question with a question, but it's, I think, fair.
Why aren't you answering my question?
Because the question is answered with your answer to my question.
No, I think it's because it destroys your idea that you previously had.
The angles with that physical measurement will remain invariant through all time and history between the top of that oil rig and the bottom of the oil rig and the left side of that oil rig and right side of that oil rig. They will all fall on the protractor at their given angles, day in, day out, year in, year out, rain, shine, and sun. Therefore, the physical measurement will remain uniform. The optical one will change because it's, guess what? Optical.
Thank you for proving my point. I don't, they either get it and intentionally try to divert away from it, or they just don't get it and they're never going to. I don't know which it is.
That's certain things they have to say. Moyak, picture a lighthouse on the beach, right? Me and you are walking on the beach. We fall upon a lighthouse. We wiki it. We check it out. It says it's 100 feet tall. We go, we physically measure it, me and you. We throw a tape down, whatever, we measure it. And then we start walking back from it. What would it would appear to get what? Smaller, right? You with me, Moyak? Am I coming through or?
No, we hear you.
We hear you. He's just on mute.
Okay, maybe he's busy.
I mean, they're literally backed into a corner, which is kind of funny.
I was actually wrestling with this myself, I think, yesterday. Because yes, it's optical that they're converging, but if I were to shoot a bullet at the railroad track, it would hit the track. Like that's where it is.
Well, are they backed into a physical corner or an apparent corner?
I actually think I understand what he's saying now, which I never thought I'd actually say, but it's wrong in my opinion. I think what he's saying is that there's actually three states. There's the physical nature of the thing. There's your angular relationship to it, if you were to exclude optical effects, and then there's the optical effects that you would add on top. Now, I think what he's saying is that you have access to that middle one, and that's where the quote-unquote physical measurement comes from. Of course, you'd have to exclude the possibility of an atmosphere fucking with that relationship, right? But I think that's what he's saying is the middle one. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
I think what he's saying is you can measure the apparent divergence. That's what I think he's saying.
Nope.
And that's just ridiculous. Yeah.
Nope.
Did I get you wrong, Moyad?
Yep. You can measure the
Okay, so
physical
what is it?
relationship with a physical tool.
There you go. So you're saying physically you can measure the apparent divergence, is what you're saying. Yeah, once you hear it like laid out plainly, it sounds ridiculous, right? And it is ridiculous, bro.
Most things you say do.
You're saying you can measure the apparent divergence of the railroad tracks. How can you do that?
Nope. Physical.
Is it physical? Is the apparent divergence physical?
It's geometric. It's physical. Measured with physical items.
Like what? The apparent, what would you use? The apparent, say it? Well, what's the instrument? We know it's an apparent, whatever it is, right? It's not actually happening. So how are you going to measure an apparent thing? A visually apparent thing. Yeah, you know you can't, bro.
I think I figured out the problem. He was raised by wolves and didn't have a parent, so he doesn't know what a parent is.
Yeah, like you don't have to argue every point, Moyak. I mean, you don't have to go I can't even say it. Don't go opposite every single point.
Yeah, the contrarian. But dude, SE, what's so funny, bro, is that they have to fight this point because if you really step back and look at it, what are all the globe earthers' alleged debunks of flat Earth? Like, think about all of them. They're all in the sky. All of them. Sunset, sunrise, the position of the sunset and sunrise, moonset, moonrise, the position of the sun, the equinox, how many people can see the sun on the equinox, the eclipses, the positions of the stars, the 60 miles per degree, the southern star trails. Everything they claim debunks flat Earth is in the sky. Everything. So if you take away that, they have nothing. So they have to fight it till they die. Like, basically not fighting it would be conceding the argument.
Take
As a
away
whole.
this ball and chain.
It's called the model dictates. We know, you see, your problem is now you're in a position where we know what you're going to say, what you have to say while we're asking you the question. We know what you have to say because you know why? Not because we're smart or anything. It's because your model dictates what you have to say.
Well, Witzer, I would say that there's one element where they don't use the sky, and that's the surveying of. They're not really sky based, but they do use the same optical is physical bait and switch phenomena. So, I mean, the argument is kind of the same that applied to the ground.
Yeah, that's right. They have a couple
Sorry,
that they
mute
don't,
me.
right?
Dude, can you hot micing Dice then?
Yeah, just mute me.
But
Sorry,
he
guys.
said someone mute him. So you're right. They have the alleged surveying. They have like southern flights, and they have the map. Those are about it. That's on the Earth, and those are all easily refuted, right? So, yeah. But the point is, if we can move them to where they can only talk about those things, then that's progress. But they can't do that, bro, because they need the sky, bro.
It's a must. All their stuff is somewhere where we can't test it, we can't do it. Like yesterday, line of sight. They couldn't even get line of sight. Couldn't even get them to agree on what line of sight means.
It's got to the point where I actually can't believe I'm hearing some of the arguments. Like they're so off the wall. I can't. Like I can. There are certain arguments where I hear them and I think, yeah, I understand why you're making that argument, but here's why it's wrong. But sometimes I hear arguments, I think, wow, I wouldn't have even thought of that argument. Like that is so off base for what I would expect as a retort. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like if
because this
somebody
is
was
so
to tell
bad.
you, if I was to ask you, do you think that you can target a Mirage with a weapon system? What would you tell me?
I mean, the
What have you
honest answer would be, it depends how the weapon system works, right? But probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only way you could do that is if you're accounting for the difference in position of the Mirage and the actual position, or you couldn't target anything.
Right.
So you can't
Exactly.
physically
You can't target
Mirage,
a
right?
rainbow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which remember when we had, I can't remember who said it, but it was like if you have a physical, non-rocket based weapon that uses laser targeting, then the laser would have to curve around the Earth at the rate of gravity. Do you remember we had that? And they said, yeah, that sounds legit.
Yeah, they have to make up stories like that. Exactly. Yep.
So,
Bruh. You guys have seen Owen Benjamin's Globe or Sniper?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're talking about. SC, you've seen it?
I don't think I have, no.
Oh, you've never seen the Globe Earth Sniper, bro? Can someone help me out and drop it? Dude, it's so funny, dude. It's so funny.
I could imagine.
The sniper's like aiming for the target. He's like, but he can't be there. The Globe says he wouldn't be there. He's like, dude, just take the shot. He's right there. He's like, no, can't be.
Targeting apparent positions. Yep.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's funny because the whole joke in that video is talking about how it's obvious that you can't do that. So even the Glober's like, no, I can't shoot this guy because he can't really be there, according to the Globe. Like something else, it's just getting really bad. Like as time progresses, it's getting really bad. So by the end of the year, we will have ripped all celestial phenomena out of their argument. We already have, and it's just going to get more and more precise, right? And we already have people working on replicating that model because they're going to end up trying to pull down Walter Bisland's model. Now, he probably put so much work into it, he's going to be reluctant to remove it, but they're going to try to get him to remove it because the Thanks Walter is going to catch on, and they're just not going to like that. They're just going to keep screaming Bindi light rays ad nauseum. But then the other one that I found recently, I think is such a freaking death blow to the Globe, dude, is the ground wave propagation. So the long distance radio transmissions, ground wave propagation, line of sight, horizontal ground wave propagation. And like the military, I found a military document that says that they have like a 10-foot tall tower, 3 meter tall, and that they can shoot this horizontal ground wave and they can pick it up a few percent of the time over 800 kilometers away, which is 497 miles, right? So that's like just under 32 miles of Earth curvature.
This is Tesla territory now we're going into.
I mean, like the military uses it right now. It's what's so funny. The military isn't like trying to explain on a globe. They're literally, it's just an analysis of the data. They're like, this is what we observed. This is the efficacy and use case of the technology. And it explains it. And it's like 10 meter tall, 800 kilometers, a few percent of the time. And it's ground wave. It's not skywave.
Yeah, Tesla explained longitudinal waves as instantaneous and without limit. Instantaneous and without limit. Yeah.
And I think everyone knows, but just so we know, right? Like you have ground wave and you have sky wave, and they claim the radio waves bounce off the ionosphere, right? That's their out. But that's called sky wave propagation. Okay, you have ground wave propagation. That's not bouncing off the ionosphere.
Yep. As a matter of fact, what's his name? Oh, damn it! He has a video on it, and they go and they do where they go where Marconi did his transatlantic thing, and he does a show on it. What's his name? Dollar does that, and he uses the ground as the antenna. Yeah.
They also they try to claim that this is not refraction but diffraction, which does not in any way answer it. And by the way, that's not even the official answer. That's the anti-flat earther answer. The official answer is something different, and the official answer is a joke. I'll just say it. Who cares? It's basically that something to do with the water on the earth, even on the land, actually causes the radio wave to bend around the earth.
That's
so they
nonsense.
claim that the radio waves bend, not diffract.
That is sheer nonsense.
Yeah, literally, yeah. They admit they don't even really know how it happens.
Even their own
just
thing.
must
Look
be.
into radar shadow. Anybody Google radar shadow. Same with sonar. Yeah.
Yeah, Dollard has some good not only explanations but also experimentation around this stuff. He grew up or lived around the RCA installment in California, where Marconi actually had a building where he was doing some experimentation with radio waves. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, could somebody take Dicelo off mute, please?
No, we'll let him suffer a little bit longer. You're good, Dicelo.
I feel like a Glover over here.
Yeah, these longitudinal waves are something freaked out, and it's a big deal because Tesla said there's no limit to the distance, and they're instantaneous. In other words, instantaneous power transfer to anywhere. So you can have a transmitter transmitting power, and as long as you have line of sight, you can access that power.
Yeah, it's just getting bad for the globe out here, man. It's getting bad. Like, yeah, once the average person understands the azimuthal grid argument, they're not going to do what the people in here do, right? Like, if you ask a normal person, like, about the railroad tracks, they're never going to try to drag you through the mud and be like, oh, well, it's physical. No human being in their right mind would do that. Like, only anti-flat earthers will do that. So, really, we just have to get it to, like, stick. And, like, once people realize this is not something flat earth made up to try to explain it, this is just something we know exists. Right, we have a limit to perspective. We have circular eyes. We have a circle around us in which we see. And that extends up as well. So we have basically a dome, a personal dome, an azimuthal grid, a celestial sphere. Really, it's a hemisphere or azimuthal grid of observability. So, like once that's really explained to people that this is just a fact, and like establishing the fact outside of flat Earth, just like showing them all the ways that we can prove it. And then if you take that acknowledgement and then put it on the flat Earth, all of a sudden you can explain why the sun doesn't change angular size throughout the day. You can explain why it appears to come from different directions on the equinox, how many people can see it. You can explain southern star trails. And it's not us making it up. It's just put the grid there and watch what happens. Put the grid there, all of a sudden it worked. And it's bad for them, right? Like the average person would be like, oh, wow, I didn't realize that. And then once the average person sees, oh, well, that's how we made the globe, was we looked at our limit, we mapped it out, and then we attributed it to the Earth. It's like over. It's just over.
About that azimuthal grid of vision, I was watching your debate last night with Mark Reed Tard, and he had the idea that the anti-crepuscular rays from the sun going to like 180 degrees behind you was, or rather that the stars in the southern hemisphere were really originating from the stars in the northern hemisphere, and then the anti-crepuscular rays would pinpoint as the star in the southern hemisphere. There was this part where in the debate where he was bringing up this idea, and I just didn't know where he got it from, or if that is part of the azimuthal grid model. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably their misunderstanding of like the sun, and they think that there's a southern star, which there's not, Cygnus Octantis. When in fact, we're just saying that when you look south, so you have like all the stars moving in a circle around Polaris, and they could be flat above us, right? Doesn't matter. They could literally be flat above us. Which if you had a huge dome, even you would have circles. You could draw circles inside that dome. They would get bigger and bigger and bigger as you go down, right? And so you could have a circle plane of stars. But anyway, you have this huge, let's say, plane of stars. Doesn't matter either way, of stars moving around above you. And so as you look out south towards the edge of the star trails, it's going to create the optical illusion that there's a convergence point.
Right.
And
Southern star. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's why no matter really where you look towards the south, you're going to see it. And now we have to get to the bottom of, apparently there's evidence that if you're in the south, you can take star trails from different angles, like different directions, and still see this convergence point. And if that's real, that is a direct refutation of the globe. And one of the main ways the globe has been pulled off is wait. So you're saying that if I'm in the south and I look in one direction, and I take a time lapse and I see all the stars circle one point, and then I turn 90 degrees and take another time lapse and see the same thing, that doesn't refute the globe?
Oh yeah, that would. That's ridiculous. That doesn't happen. It only circles one
Okay,
point.
you say it doesn't
south.
happen. You say that, but we actually have people that lived in Australia that did it and saw it. So,
Guess who else has lived in Australia?
did you take star trails?
What do you mean? Did I take star trails? I looked at
Did you
stars.
take time-lapse
I
of
see
star
that
trails?
they only rotate a point due south. They've never
You don't
rotated
see
a point
stars
due west.
rotate. You don't see stars rotate in the sky, dude. So, like, this is the problem. You guys just say things.
Yeah, you do. You spend enough time under the stars, sitting out there at a barbecue, and you watch the Southern Cross do a 6-hour arc across the sky. When you first see it and when you last see it, it's clearly circling a central point, and that point is always due south. If you're suggesting
And
that
it's-
point is also west and east, then yeah, you would destroy the entire globe. But it just doesn't happen.
Because it's
You just made it
relative
up.
to it's.
Somebody else has made it
You're
up.
just saying that. You've never even taken a time lapse. I've taken dozens. There's someone in the south that took
In the
them.
south?
You didn't take them. You didn't. No, I'm saying you've never even taken star trails time lapse. So
I don't need
why are
to.
you
I can
telling
see
us
it. You can see it with your eyes.
But you don't seem to
Bullshit,
understand
man.
that it's going to be relative to the observer. So of course you're going to see that with your eyes based on where you're looking. That's
But you're
what
just
you
making
think.
it up, or somebody else is making it up and
I
feeding it
didn't
to you,
make
and you're
anything.
uncritically swallowing it.
I'm not claiming to know what happens or doesn't happen. I'm saying if it does happen, like this guy claims to show evidence of, unless the pictures are doctored, that would debunk the globe. Either way,
It
it
would,
works
but it
with the
doesn't happen.
azimuthal grid of vision. What?
It would, yeah, that would absolutely, multiple celestial poles would immediately debunk the globe. That would say we're spinning about more than one axis, which is impossible. Would absolutely debunk the globe, but it's never, ever, ever been photographed, is what I'm going to tell you. If you've seen a video of that,
You're
which I
just
don't
making
think you
stuff
have.
up. You're just making that up.
That's what I'm. Yeah, yes.
You think
What
I
I'm
made
telling
it up?
you
You
is
think I made it up?
no. Keep saying either somebody made it up and you swallowed it uncritically, or you made it up. Those are the two options I'm giving you.
But I didn't swallow
Show me-
uncritically.
show me.
I just
Show it
said
for-
that I don't. I just now said that I don't know for sure, and we would have to double check that. We would have to go do it
Okay,
ourselves.
cool. So go find the link. Go find the link. This is
I already dropped it. I
absolutely
already
globe
dropped the
breaking
link.
here on the spot.
I already dropped the link. I also
The
dropped
link-
all kinds of pictures.
Right, but every time we've done this, you just say I've already dropped it or I've already shown it, and then I have to go and find it, and then it doesn't say what you wanted it to say. That's at least the last time we had this conversation. So can you
Okay, so
ante
now
up
you're
this
just
time?
now you're just saying nothing. Now you're just saying nothing.
Can you ante up this time and show us this multiple south celestial poles? Where? What timestamp? I'm scrolling.
Dude, I don't know. It's been a while now. I'll drop it again.
Please. I got to destroy celestial navigation. That wouldn't work if there's multiple south celestial poles.
No, you don't understand celestial
Because of
navigation.
all the stars, it'll be wrong. Like, it's just so insane.
Nothing to do with celestial navigation. You don't understand it.
Yeah, it is, because stars are relatively fixed in their latitude.
Yeah, and we perceive them relative to the observer's position. Yeah.
Why do you have the right to then say we don't understand celestial navigation when it's truly apparent that we do understand it? What's it? I'm curious.
No, you don't understand it either. Probably.
I do.
You might. No, you don't. You don't understand.
Can we?
See, this is what you don't. This is what you guys don't understand. You guys can't think outside of the globe. Like, all you can think of is globe, globe, globe. You can't even fully understand the flat Earth position that's being discussed. You can only think about the globe, kind of like your girlfriend that cheated on you, doesn't hang out with you, but you're obsessed with her. So no matter how many girls I bring to the house to hang out with you, you're just thinking about your girlfriend the whole time, your ex-girlfriend that's cheating on you.
Can I steal man your position? Because I do understand.
I bet you can't.
Okay, so I say the globe model, and we determine the globe after we see the results of our measurements, which are very easy to replicate, and allows us to navigate all over the world with this information for trilateration. We understand celestial navigation fairly well, and I would challenge you and I both to go into a boat and be stuck in the middle of the river or river in the ocean and find our way back. I bet we both might be able to do it. I think you understand it too. But to steelman your position, you think that we have this dome, and as I move, this personal dome moves with us and provides us the exact same angle change for every distance we travel to comport with this personal dome and a flat surface. So that's what you're thinking. But the problem with that, and I think Flatzoid actually made a drawing of this dome over our head and the angles, it just doesn't work unless something really supernatural is happening with these objects in the sky that follow us and they change their distance and heights as we move.
No.
So that's not what you think.
Okay. Well, no. Of course, I don't believe some supernatural thing happens where the stars change their height and distance. That's ridiculous.
Well, how would it happen if they were in the stars? Okay.
For all constructs, we use the stars to be at equal altitude. Whenever we try to do celestial navigation, that was a dumb comment. And you just said, like, there's this personal dome, and that when you move, I think that the amount the stars change consistent with the person moving. Yeah, they have a dome that moves with them. Of course, the stars change consistent based on where they are.
Okay, so if you have your dome and I have my dome, and you're in New York and I'm in California, and we both say something really simple. Let's look at the North Star. Where is it? And you're going to say, oh, it's 40 degrees to the north of me. And I'll say, oh, well, it's 35 degrees to the north of me. If it's the same, if it's a personal dome and yours a personal dome, and I can then measure the distance to that GP, which is going to be, 3,000 or 4,000 miles, it'll comport with 60 nautical miles per 1 degree. And I also can determine by other stars how far away you are from me, and it also comports with a round surface, not a flat surface. But I don't see how this personal dome, which if it's personal, you move, and then and the angles change based on how much you move, it doesn't comport with trigonometry or trilateration for how far you might be away from me in New York if I'm in California.
You genuinely don't understand it, and like, it's okay, you'll get there. But so the way that we got to 60 miles per degree, 69 miles per degree, is we went out, we took angles. So like, okay, I'm in position X. I took a bunch of angles to the star. You're in position Y. You took a bunch of angles to the stars, okay? And we mapped them out. And then we travel a little bit, and we take elevation angles at the same time from a different position. And they're a little different based on what. So then you end up getting this construct of 60 nautical miles per degree, right? Because based on where you move on the Earth and you look at the stars above you that are not changing position, then you see them in different positions. But you're always seeing them through your azimuthal grid, which is curved. So you're actually seeing them through a curved optical limit. So yeah, it's a
We already know this.
consistent
That's
rate.
the point I
It's a
keep making with it.
It's a consistent rate. The fact that Zane just said that it wouldn't be consistent just shows that you don't even understand like the basic concept.
I listened to every word you said,
Yeah,
and it doesn't make any sense logically.
exactly. It
You
doesn't
have this
make a jot
personal.
of sense.
There you go.
It
Just
doesn't make
circle
any.
jerk and pretend that you
No,
guys have
I
intellectual
seriously.
superiority when in
Listen,
fact
I
you
swear
don't
to God,
understand basic
I
concepts.
swear to God, I am really trying. I'm not trying to argue. I'm really trying to understand your position.
No,
It's
you guys
interesting that
definitely have intellectual superiority. You can't understand basic concepts, so therefore you're smarter than me.
That's not a matter of smarter. I think your logic is flawed, and I'm trying to understand the logic because there's a chance you could be right. So I'm trying
That's
to
the
really
key there. You're
understand it.
trying to
Explain it with it.
understand it. You're trying to understand it, but you
I
don't.
am, but it doesn't make any sense that this dome that is the optical limit of your visual space, this azimuthal grid observability system, whatever you call it, doesn't make sense if I move and the angle changes and it moves according to this dome. If it's an angle limit, that means that position of that object is on the dome. In the dome, is it a 3D dome or just a circle, outside of a sphere type of dome? Because if it is an
Well,
outside of a sphere type of dome, well, I mean, is this object have a fixed distance from you in that dome? Is that physical limit of you and this dome, which is your azimuthal grid? It's a physical limit to that object. That object is a certain distance away. Is an object or just a reflection or whatever it is? It's a physical distance, right?
What the dude? It's not a physical object. The fact that you're attributing physical attributes to the azimuthal grid of vision is insanity, bro. How about this? See if you can answer the question.
It's a light.
See if
It's
you
a
can,
light in
see
the
if you,
sky.
buddy. See if you can answer the question. If I have
All right.
an azimuthal grid of vision, okay, and
Okay.
everyone has a personalized grid of vision. If
Okay.
I change positions on the Earth, does my azimuthal grid of vision change?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
But it's not.
yeah.
It's still just. It's like saying if I fill my car with different fuel, will it change? Sure, but we need to explain how fuel makes the car go. You just
guys
keep
see
going.
they
Fuel
don't
makes the car
understand
go.
it, bro.
Fuel makes the car
No,
go.
yeah, we
How?
move, and if that's grid, well, does the grid change? Well, it's almost like reference frame. Hold on, let's make an analogy so I can. So I understand differently than you. So let's just speak in a language that I can maybe understand, and maybe it relates to you. So let's talk about this grid. Hold on, let's talk about that grid as like a reference frame. Is that grid ubiquitous for everybody, or is everyone's grid personal to that position? And when you move, does it move? When you hold on, hear me out. When you move. Is the grid moving with you, or are you moving within your grid, or a grid?
Okay. Now look, this is what's not going to happen.
It's a simple question.
We're
Please
not
help
going to
me.
drown. No, I asked the simple question, and we're not going to drown it. Okay? So I asked a very simple question. Try and keep up for once. Okay? So I said, if we have an azimuthal grid of vision, right,
Okay.
and then I change positions, does my azimuthal grid of vision change? That's a yes or no question.
Well, it really depends whether the grid follows you or if you're moving within the grid. That's why I mentioned the analogy of reference frames.
Oh my God! So you don't understand.
Okay. So does the grid have a point coordinate system? Is a grid a point coordinate system? Yes or no?
It is a coordinate system, yeah.
Okay. So if I'm at 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and I'm in that position, and I move in that point coordinate system that you call the azimuthal grid, have I moved to 1, 0, 0?
The grid moves with you. You don't even understand it.
No, I do. That's why I asked the question. Okay, great. So now I move, and I'm still at 0, 0, 0, but the whole grid moved with me. That's what my question was. You answered it. Hey, don't make fun of me. Don't make fun of me. I'm good now.
Answer the question. If I have an azimuthal grid of vision, and then I change position, does the azimuthal grid change?
Well, yes. And it could change two ways. Either you move within the grid or the grid moves with you. And that was my question. It's not a stupid question. It's a very logical question.
No, it doesn't change. It doesn't change. Okay.
Okay, so it doesn't change? You said you
No.
moved.
Yeah, see, you don't understand it. It doesn't change.
I don't. That is accurate. Can you
If it doesn't
can you
change,
it is.
just
if it doesn't change,
pretend with it? Just pretend with it that
That'll
we're
make
really
sense.
remedial.
Yeah, I'm
and
trying.
Describe how it works.
Okay,
Don't
look. So
assert that it works. Describe how it works.
No, I'm trying. So you guys are trying to pretend you're teaching me why it doesn't work prior to understanding it. That's the problem. So
that's not
if I have,
true.
a person standing on the ground, okay, and we're going to get an azimuthal grid of vision. That is a coordinate system, okay? Do you guys know how we get the coordinate system?
It's a change in position relative to you in every direction, and it's a grid, like you said, a point coordinate system. You're telling me now that as I move, that point coordinate system, all the identifiers of that point coordinate system, my limit of vision, which is a dome around me, will move with me. So when I made one step to the left, my position is still 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 in that point coordinate system. I get that now.
There you go. Wait, no, I
valid?
need you to answer my question though. So, like, let's just use Stellarium for example. If you go to Stellarium, you can turn on an azimuthal grid. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How did we get that coordinate system? Where did it come from?
You just turn your vision into a sphere,
No,
so you can
where
get
does it come
angular
from?
sizes.
No. Where did it come from? They didn't just make it up. Where did it come from?
So the way vision works.
Measurements, right?
The measurements of these objects in the sky at any point on a sphere. That's how they came up with it.
It has nothing to do with the sphere. So what specific measurements do we use?
Well, co-altitude angles, for one.
We use an azimuth. That's why it's called azimuthal grid. Okay? We use an azimuth, and we use altitude.
Yes, the co-altitude angles and the azimuths will tell you where the object is, based on any spot on the surface, whether it be flat or spherical.
Okay, listen. So if I use my azimuth and I use altitude readings to map out a coordinate system, what's it going to give me?
It'll plot out every object in the sky around in your what do you call it? Your azimuthal grid.
Yeah. What will that create? If I use those two readings and I take all the positions, what will I get? What will be my final product of a coordinate system? What does it give me?
It'll produce objects in positions azimuthal and co-altitude. We don't know how far away they are.
It gives you a dome.
It won't give you a dome because I can easily give you the geometry that shows you an object that's beyond the dome or closer to you. Like, what if I have a bird above your head? Is that in the? Is that on the dome?
You're not understanding his point, Zanuck. You're not understanding his point. If the bird's a long way away or it's closer, it's just going to be at a different altitude or sort of point around the dome.
In the dome. So
there's a dome. That's fine. How does that create a single point in the sky around which things circle?
Oh, well, we'll get there. So, but we need to understand,
I've been trying to get there for weeks now, man. You've been on this for weeks, and I just keep asking the same question. You're like, yeah, we'll get there, or I've already explained it, but
you
you
can
just keep saying
pretend that,
it's
but
an
the whole
azimuthal
room
grid.
is sure that both of you guys don't even understand the basic tenets.
No, we do, because you're telling me that this dome. So you can see the bird. I think I do understand what you're saying, by the way. The bird that's closer to me, even though it has an altitude and it has a azimuth, it's still within the dome, so that still counts as this azimuthal grid, right? But you're saying that but you're saying the limit of our vision, this dome, it's kind of a finite end, and it's a circular, spherical container, if you will.
It would be hemispherical, yeah.
Hemispherical, yeah. So, but the problem is when we have something outside of it that we can show that is further than other things that are outside of it, then that kind of blows a hole that it's a dome, that it could just be a space, point coordinate system that's going out into infinity.
Yep, that's where you get your near infinite, right? Once you get past the limitation, then it sets it at that near infinite. Exactly. It's a perspective issue. It's a limitation.
That's right. So, that's why I am honing in on Stellarium. Time and date and Stellarium use this very construct. When you're in Stellarium,
so does all vision.
Real fast. When you're in Stellarium and you turn on your azimuthal grid, right? It puts a dome coordinate system over you, a grid. Now, on Walter Bisland's model, that's just zoomed out and you're seeing the dome from the outside. On Stellarium, you see the dome from the inside. That's it. It's literally the same thing. If you deny the azimuthal grid, you deny time and date, and you deny Stellarium, and you deny
No, that's not true. But the problem is when we do parallax tests on some of these objects that are very far away, like Alpha Centauri, for example, or Sirius, or other types of objects in the sky. That does, even though they look like they could be on this dome and at the limit of our vision, because you're saying, I think you're basically saying that we can't determine whether one object, that little light, is larger than another object. We say we can, but you're saying we can't. But yeah, we do certain things by our, not only the motion of the position on the Earth, position change on the Earth, but we do time change in our orbit around the sun to see the parallax. And that we can tell on some stars where we see a great change, and some stars we see very small change or no change.
Okay, you're lost. You're lost again. So, like, can you stop jumping ahead? Like, do you not remember when I had to get you to take notes? When you jump ahead, then you don't understand. Okay, I'm not trying to be rude. So,
isn't it funny how you always say I don't understand, and then when I say you don't understand, you get upset?
Yeah, but you're not
that smart. You're
nothing to
smart,
do with
but you're
that.
not that smart.
Dude, a 7th grader could understand this. It's just that
No.
you're not wanting to understand. You're just desperately trying to find a flaw with it. When you hear me talk, all that's going in your mind is, what can I say that would make this wrong?
No, that's not true. I'm listening very attentively, and I'm really trying to understand your position, because you're not a dumb guy. You're a smart guy, and you've come up with this idea and this logic, this idea and logic that explains the universe around you, and it's interesting to me. So I'm trying to understand your logic.
Listen. Even in the glow paradigm, we treat the stars to have equal distances, okay? Equidistance and technically infinite, which is kind of a paradox. So we treat all the stars to have an infinite distance. They're all the same. We go out there. So both situations, we do the same thing. We have this limited ability, so we just try to make a grid system. We try to figure out what's going on in the sky. We treat them as infinite distance or equidistant. Okay. So then we're going to take our angles. So our angle, what we see in the sky is going to be relative to our observer position. We take all our angles. It gives us the azimuthal grid of observability because it's relative to the observer. Okay, cool. So then when we move this around, like say the sun is moving in a circle above us, well, we're just going to see the sun at the edge of our azimuthal grid. So as the sun moves away, you're not going to see it change angular size. It's just going to stay at that edge of your azimuthal grid. It's going to be the same quote unquote distance from you. So it's not going to change. Okay. It's not expected to change. So
wait a minute. Yeah. You're not moving though. The sun is traversing your field of view. If it's on the edge of this azimuthal grid on the dome, then why would it not take this straight path? Why is it taking a curved path around you?
Okay. What? So say it's circling above us. Okay. We're going to see that move through. I dropped a picture earlier. I'll drop it again.
Yeah, I'm not. I guess I can see
that. So your limit of vision is circular, right? If you did that, if you expand that into the 3-dimensional, it would technically be hemispherical because you have the ground below you. And that's your limit of vision. So anything past that kind of gets set by that limit of vision. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, there's 2 pictures. Okay, so now the main question is, of course, how would this explain convergence? Now, it doesn't just explain that. That's why we have to understand the concept first. Okay, but how would it explain the southern circumpolar rotation? That's the Globers' home run because they don't get past first base with flat Earth, right? Okay, so it's just an optical effect. You have all the stars moving over top of you in a circle. You look out to the south, you're going to see this motion. The stars are moving. You're going to see this motion through your curved visual space, your azimuthal grid of vision. And that's going to create the optical illusion that it's actually converging. You can replicate this with a dome. You can take a dome and put it on a piece of paper that has different circular stars. You're going to see a convergence point. Okay. You can look at railroad tracks. You can look at anticorpuscular rays, right? We know that we have a circular limit all the way around us of vision. You guys want to believe that you can see forever. That's retarded. You can't see forever. Okay? We don't see railroad tracks not because the Earth blocks it. It's because we have a limit to our perspective. They appear to start to converge, okay, to where they're no longer resolvable. That's perspective.
Those are 2 different, completely different concepts. The resolvability and convergence are not synonymous. You have objects that are larger that you couldn't see before. Let's say you had a supernova, where we see that explosion of a star in the distance. Now, if it's within your dome, it gets larger. If it's outside the dome, it's further away, as I'm contending. If you couldn't see it because it's beyond your ability to resolve it. However, we have telescopes and things that can magnify, which suddenly blows a hole in that kind of logic that you're using. But that supernova that's really far away that we can't see ever, suddenly it appears and we see it. Some of them we see with the naked eye. So that it's not a distance thing. You can see longer and further than this azimuthal grid has been explained to us.
Oh, yeah, that's what you think. But of course, in reality, when we go take our angles, that's what they get. That's what it gives us. Now, you guys think you can see trillions of miles, and that we're on a globe, and that the reason that they look like they go down is because it's in a real physical position, encapsulating us around the globe. And then when we move on a curved surface, blah blah blah, we moved on a curved surface, it changes the declination of the star. But in reality, the way we came up with that construct of the globe was we went around on the Earth, we looked at the sky, and we're like, okay, look, we're going to claim that those aren't optical effects, those are actual positions, and that it's changing because we're changing our physical actual position on a curved surface. And then we got the dimensions from that. We got the dimensions from the sky. That's how we came up with the globe. We literally have the same starting point, stuff in the sky. You guys said, oh, there is no optical effects. We can see forever, and the Earth is curved. Here's the rate it curves. Let's take the sky and make the rate. Okay, that's what you guys did.
Can we measure? See, forget about all this the technology we have now in the 21st century. But can we measure with rudimentary tools and angles? Can we measure how far the moon is away, for example? Because it's fairly close.
No, dude.
We can't.
No,
So you're saying we look at this moon, we see the craters, we see shadows, and we see it move in the sky, and we have vast distances to also to measure an angle to that moon. I can call you on the phone right now, and you're in Texas or wherever you are right now, and I'm in California. Hey, where's the moon? And you can tell me, oh, it's right here, and I'll say, oh, it's right there, and we can actually determine.
An angle requires two straight lines.
Yes, we have two straight lines.
So you have no straight lines that you have created to the moon.
Yes, I do. I have a straight line to the moon because you can see it.
Where? What straight line have you made to the moon?
Me to the moon is a straight line. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
How do you know? Did you make a line and measure its straightness and hold it out all the way to the moon?
No, we can see. In a position in the sky, we say that's probably straight.
You can see
like,
it.
High probability.
You can see it. You can see it is your explanation for it being straight.
Is it not possible that that's a straight line to the moon?
So it's a possibility that it's straight, but not confirmed that it's straight.
Correct.
Got it. So you're working on an assumption that you have not valid. So you're working on an assumption you have not validated yet.
If you go and try to counter that with your assumptions, I'll have to laugh at you. But okay, just give me. So you say it's possible that it could be straight. It's an assumption that it's straight, and then the vertical line. Hold on. Then I have a vertical line. I have plummet. Is that a vertical line? Yes. So there's two vertical lines. Two straight lines that I'm using to get an angle. I can measure the angle to the moon, and so can with it. Whatever factors are making either straight or not straight, it's going to be relative to each other. Especially if we do something where
it's all based off of the assumption that you're seeing the moon in its actual position, basically.
Yes.
So yeah, it's an assumption.
Also, it's an assumption based.
You see my defense of azimuthal grid with FTFE yesterday.
You asked me a question that we're gonna bring Whitson into it. We're talking. Hold on, you don't need to bring Whitson in.
Wait, real fast.
You can stand on your
for Eggshell, real fast. I dropped 2 little GIFs there. You can play them, and you can see this. The whole argument about how could the southern stars be seen from these different positions, and why does it look like there's a circumpolar rotation, is broken down in that GIF right there and in the picture. It's very simple.
You mean the 2 that are at 32 minutes past the hour?
37.
37. Okay. Hang on.
So it's to say the reason that
basically Walter Bisland's thing. Again, I mean, I don't want to.
You didn't even watch it, dude.
Maybe we should talk sometime when Xanax. Otherwise it's sort of a 3-way conversation. But I get what you claim happens. I'm not asking what you claim happens. I'm asking how. Right?
Because
so
you're viewing it through the curved visual
I put fuel in my
space.
car. The fuel makes my car go. I'm saying how. What happens?
You view it
to
through
make
the curved.
fuel make your car go.
You're viewing it through the curved visual.
Go on.
You're viewing it through the curved visual space that is your azimuthal grid, if you want to call it a personal dome. So you have a limit to your perspective. It's an azimuthal grid. It's a dome, right? You perceive things. Everything you're seeing that's at a great distance is going to be perceived all along the edge of that dome. So it's going to.
Why at a great distance?
Say the stars.
No, but I mean, why at a great distance? To me, angular size, or this azimuthal grid, is descriptive of our vision even up close. My hand in front of my face fits into that grid such that it blocks out everything in that
Correct.
angular size behind it. So
That's
from my understanding, that starts at my eyeball. So at
Yes.
what point beyond that, when you're saying it happens at a great distance, at what point from my hand to the stars does this come into play?
It's in play
4,000
the whole
miles.
time.
4,000 miles is the limitation. Anything past 4,000 miles is not going to make any change.
Where did you get
Does that make you
4,000
feel
miles
better?
from?
Does that make you feel better? 3,959 miles. That's where it starts.
Sure. Where did you get that from? And what's causing it at that point, but not at 3,000?
Where'd you get the R value from?
I don't have the R value. We're not talking about that. Let's not be
So
dickheads now,
you
if you
can
can.
pull your side can pull shit out of nowhere.
No, we
What's
can just
wrong
have
with
a
3,000?
conversation about a
Can you show me how
particular topic if it's okay.
Can
What
you show
happens
me
at
how
3,000,
Can you show me how
3958 miles?
3,959 miles to the limit of your vision wouldn't give us what we see based on the stars that may be past that?
I'm not going to be able to answer your questions for you. This is a question for you. What's happening at 3958 isn't happening at 3958 that is happening at 3959?
Same thing that's happening in your model when the azimuthal grid is set, and then you can effectively put the stars at infinity.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense to me. I'm trying to understand.
It's not my
You're
fault
just
you
saying
don't
what happens.
understand it.
Just please listen for a moment. Delete my model. Just pretend for a moment you're trying to explain yours, and mine as a result of that doesn't matter. So what I think, what I believe is
the same
completely
explanation.
irrelevant to you explaining what, but just put it out of your mind for my sake, please. And then go, here's what I think. What happens from 3958 that is different at 3959?
It's your
Because if I see a
limit
wheel
of vision. It's your limit of
Why?
perspective.
What's
Why? I
happening?
don't know.
What's causing it?
Why do railroad tracks appear to converge, right?
They don't do it
Why
at
do we see in
3959.
perspective?
They start at my
Why?
feet and it continues out into the distance.
Mhm.
There's no point at which they touch. It doesn't change at 3959. They
What do you mean?
continue to do exactly the same thing. So
Wait, the
that's not in
railroads
my model. Can you
appear
tell
to
me what's
converge.
happening in yours?
They do appear to
Yeah, the
converge.
railroad does appear to converge. What are you
In
talking
your model or in mine?
In
In
all models,
reality.
in fucking reality, when you see a railroad track,
Look.
it converges as it goes to the horizon. No need of a model, just physical observation. Visual, I mean.
So what's
Do they actually
happening
touch? Do the
at my
railroad
feet?
tracks
At
actually
my
touch?
feet.
Why do we have to continue to go over the same shit over and over again? Like, how do you guys not comprehend this?
Because
know, it's weird.
you're not answering the question, right? That's why that's why you keep getting
Literally
asked the same
answering the
question, right?
question.
The railway tracks at my feet are 6 foot apart, and they appear to be 6 foot apart. And then in the next step, they look a bit smaller than that. But that's a linear relationship. Well, it's not, that's a trigonometric relationship that I can track all the way off into the distance. It doesn't
How far
change
off
at
in the
any point.
distance?
It doesn't get to 3958 and do one thing, and get to 3959 and do a different
How
thing.
far off in the distance can you track that linear relationship?
Yeah.
Depends how good my telescope is. If I've got a good enough telescope,
How
the
far?
horizon.
The question
Stops at
is
the
very
horizon,
specific.
actually.
My question is
Okay.
very specific. How far off in the distance can you track that relationship?
Okay, if I've got a good enough telescope, 700,000 miles.
Have you?
Not
Can
3959.
you provide me
That
any
is-
evidence for this?
That was a fucking ridiculous claim, Meg Show.
Why do I have to provide? I'm just asking what the fuck happens in your model.
Because you're
It's
just
so
pulling
weird that you
shit out
need
of
to
your
ask
ass.
me what I think about railway tracks in order for you to explain what you think about vision. Do you
Because
get
it's
how
a
retarded that is?
limitation of your vision due to perspective. It's exactly what we're
How?
talking about. What do you mean how? That's
Does
how
it?
the world works. That's how we see the world.
Does that sound like an answer to you? Does that sound like an answer to anybody here? That's how the world works. It's
Yes.
not. This is what's called a
Can you change the
thought-terminating
way you see the
cliche,
world?
which is you cannot
Why do you have
conceive
eyes?
of the next step. So you're just your mind goes blank. You're blue screening at this
Okay,
question.
okay. Use your model and describe it to us any other way.
Sure, it gets
Good luck.
smaller and smaller and smaller at a trigonometric rate
Okay.
that
What's
we
the
can
difference
map
in what
with
he's saying?
distance.
That has
Yeah.
nothing to do with
Because
the globe.
he's saying
Not
something
one thing.
changes
No,
at
it's not.
3959. I'm not. That's the point. How
Where
are we
does
not
the
having the same
trigonometric?
conversation?
Not with
We're in the
perspective.
same room. If there is the moon is big.
in my model, beyond 3959 away, but it is still the correct angular size for its given size and distance, as is the sun. So they're beyond this realm that you say we both have. I don't have it. We don't
This
have
is
it.
why I brought up the railroad tracks.
How do we
to
go
the
from
side
railroad
on the
tracks?
flat Earth? It's like
You can
like
go
this
measure
is
the railroad tracks.
look.
What
Look,
happens?
so you
What
understand the
causes this
concept?
effect?
Look, bro, look. You see the railroad tracks right there. Now we flip them to the side because the Earth is flat and the sky is parallel to that. We're gonna have the same thing. They're gonna converge in the distance at a limit.
Absolutely, yeah. That's perspective. It shrinks at a trigonometric rate.
So on a flat
But
Earth,
that
we would have
doesn't
a
explain. Like,
convergence point.
okay, let's say we've got a wheel, and I've attached fairy lights to this wagon wheel. The wagon wheel's right up against my forehead. It's touching my forehead, spinning around. There's an angular distance between each of those lights on that thing, but it's circling a central point. If I move that wagon wheel away from me in this azimuthal grid of distance, the angular size between those fairy lights will change, but the fact that it's rotating around a single point remains the same. And if I look where the wagon wheel isn't, then there won't be fairy lights circling around that central point. Why does that suddenly change at 3959?
Because it's
just
within
weird. It's just
your limit.
it appeal to the
Don't ask
magical
a question
thinking.
and then continue to talk, bud. So
Okay.
the wagon
I'm
wheel
asking
is
you what you think.
and I'm trying to answer and you continue to talk. So the wagon wheel is within your limit of vision. Now, if you have something that's outside of your limit of vision, you don't get the same perspective effects that you do see with things that are inside your limit of vision.
Okay. So if the wagon
Hopefully
wheel's
that makes
inside my
sense.
limit of vision, I do see it, and it's doing what it appears to be doing at the distance it appears to be doing it. Then it gets beyond my limit of vision, which according to you is 3959, and then it does something different. Why?
This is funny because you're literally arguing against exactly what your model claims to begin with. That's the best thing
Again,
about this
forget
argument
my
is
model.
we're literally
My model doesn't
using
have
your
this weird
argument against
vision.
you guys.
Again, forget my model. I'll tell you what my model is. And my model is if there's a wagon wheel sufficiently large, far enough away, at 3958, it appears to be doing something very similar to what it does at 3960. 3 miles, 2 miles, it doesn't change. It just keeps trigonometrically getting smaller. It doesn't change magically. So can you describe what's happening at this limit of vision and how you determined it was happening at that limit of vision? First question first. What's happening? Is it refraction? Is it a glass thing? What is it? Is it a physical barrier? What's doing it? What's making this suddenly light warp and do weird things? And now I've got multiple wagon wheels if I look left and right.
Who said light was warping and doing weird things?
You've got to be able to see how lunatic this is, that you can't describe it. And you've got to be like, well, it's the same as yours.
I can give you an example within. I can give you
an
an example within our vision. We can use corpuscular and anticorpuscular rays. And why is it doing that? Why is
that
it doing what it does?
I'm asking you for an answer, and you're giving me a question about a different thing. Okay, sure. What's your answer?
I'm giving you
What's
an
your answer
example
about
of what you're
corpuscular
talking
rays?
about.
Great. What's your answer? What's happening at 3959 with corpuscular rays?
Change once we get past our limit of perspective? I don't know, because that's the way the perspective is set.
So what's causing it though? That doesn't. I don't. What you've got to have some idea of what's causing it.
Like, what do you mean? What is the causal nature of why we see the world and the way we see the world? Is that what you're asking? It's because of our eyes.
No, I'm saying it seems we agree. It seems that we are on the same page of a wagon wheel up to 3959 away, that a sufficiently large wagon wheel circling a central point with fairy lights on it would look like a wagon wheel, one wagon wheel circling a single central axis of rotation.
What the fuck are you
We seem like we're
about?
just identical. Easy. We seem like we're identical.
What are you talking about a wagon?
Why are
we seem
you
like we're
why are you reading?
We seem like we're identical up to 3959, and then my logic continues to be consistent.
Discussion points, and then you're going off into the weeds about random bullshit that we don't want to talk about, and we're all forced to sit here and listen to.
Calm down, dude.
No,
Jesus.
Noah, just shut your neck hole a bit. You're kind of out of line. I'm saying we seem to have the same view
You're
about what's
talking
going to.
about fucking bullshit when fucking Napalm just
Okay,
explained it to you.
then just go whinge into a pot plant, then please.
No, then you shut up.
We seem to have the. I'm not talking to you, Noah. Please, just neck up. We seem to have
I've
the
already
same
explained
view
it to you.
of what's happening with a wagon wheel at 3958,
You're
right?
talking fucking gibberish. No, you're not talking about anything.
Napalm is going to try to explain it to you again. Just listen to what he's saying with please just don't interrupt him. You have to try to fully understand what he's saying and then ask your questions. Okay.
Yeah, your wagon wheel of fairy lights is within your limit of perspective, right? So that means it is within your limit of perspective. So perspective and the effects that perspective has on objects will be an effect when it's within your limit of perspective. Now, when you go outside of your limit of perspective, the concepts of perspective change, meaning we don't always see the angular changes that we see within our limits of perspective.
The question, yeah, so I get you. We've got something inside our limit of perspective is relatively as it appears to be. Is that kind of what you're saying? And when it's outside that, it's different.
No, what do you mean as it appears to be? No, even with inside our limits, we see things appearing to go down or rise up based on their distance from us, when in reality, they're not going down or rising up.
Well,
so they don't appear to be what they are. They actually appear to do things that are not exactly what they're doing.
So to me, it's like you've got a radius as well. We've got a radius of 3959, and you've never said it to me, Napalm, but flat earthers say, how have you measured that? When did you get it? How did you get R? And it feels like you've got an R value as well. And I feel like all I'm asking you is, how did you get the R value?
Yeah, it's based
What's
on
the R value
the
made
celestial. It's based on the celestial sphere and the relationship of the stars to the ground below it.
Cool. How did you measure the celestial sphere and the relationship of the stars to the ground below it?
It's been done over time, typically with a sextant that measures elevation angles.
So we get a sextant. We're standing on the ground. What do we do next to get 3959?
Bro, I'm not. What are you even doing? Do we need to reiterate
I'm
what?
saying, how did you get your R value?
What do you mean?
I'm saying, how did you get your R value? Don't you think it's a reasonable question? Like, we're in here day in, day out hearing, with us having to deal with this question of where does R come from? How did you measure R? And then I'm saying, how did you measure R? And you're just like, I feel like you're waving your hand a little bit out with the sextant.
It's based on the extinction point of these objects in the distance and their relationship to the zenith or their GP.
So how did you measure the extinction point of these objects in the distance?
Go back and look through all the articles about how they mapped out the world through celestial navigation.
But I'm asking you to describe it to me now.
I'm not here to teach you. I actually have work to do, and I have a call in 8 minutes.
Are you not here to teach me, or you're not able to describe it? Because it's sounding to me like
I'm accurately describing it to you. I just don't want to sit here and waste my time with somebody who, at the end, is just going to hand wave dismiss anything that I say without further investigation.
Answer. At least it's something I can understand. But I mean, it sounds like what if? Let's switch the conversation. What if you said to me, "Where did you get your R value from?"
I'm sorry that you can't understand this. I mean, it's very simple. It's not my fault. Maybe an education in this would better serve you to be able to understand these simple concepts that I've laid out for you, or maybe do some research into the topic.
You failed to lay out for me.
Yeah, it's not my fault. You don't
told me to go and
it's okay.
Search. You've told me, hey, I've said, hey, can you support your position? I've said, hey, can you support your position? And you've gone, no, you go do it. You support my position. You go do the reading.
No, I literally told you
what I'm saying.
I literally told you.
Why?
Based on
I'm saying to you.
I literally told you. Are you not listening?
Eggshells. Maybe let him try to explain to me again. Napal, we talk the same language. Or give me your explanation to see if I understand it, because I don't think he got it all. Hello. Testing 1 2.
He said he had a call, man. I'm dropping gifts for you guys and everything. You guys have no excuse, man.
No, you got it.
How to get your R value?
Yeah,
and we're getting this like, well, you go get the R value, or we've already done it, or we did it with a sextant. I'm like, everybody I've heard talk about a sextant.
You mentioned 3 or 4 things that neither one of what he said. He said it's already been done. Go look at the. Yeah, now you're talking over me as you talked over him the whole time, asking him to explain it and then talking all over his explanation. It's weird.
Even a sextant. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rika.
Go for it.
Even. You're not gonna talk.
Do you have an explanation, Rakir? What happens at 3958 that's different at 3960?
You couldn't even understand perspective. Why should anyone go any further with you? while you overtalk them and tell them things that they didn't say. It is weird. I'll state again. As the audience member, it is strange for a grown man that it had nothing to do with flat Earth or whatever your model is. I don't even know anymore because y'all change it every day, right? And then double speak about it, and then get on page with each other and kind of come up with the same thing and do that for a couple weeks, and then change again. I really don't even know what your model is anymore. It's damn confusing.
Like I keep saying, my model's irrelevant to this question.
In the relative vision, like up to that point, you couldn't even understand that. Like, it's strange, man. Don't say you're smart. Try and teach us stuff and can't understand simple logic, like simple things. Things that have nothing to do with the model.
To me, it's like this is what we're talking about is the inverse square law. We're talking about the reverse of the inverse square law, right? We're talking about anything that emanates in a spherical pattern will have an inverse square. There is nothing in the inverse square law that says this changes at 3959, right? So this is special pleading. It's claiming that this thing follows a linear, a trackable trigonometric relationship up to a certain point, and then it changes at that point. And I keep saying, why? And people are like, just seem to be blue screening at the rather than answering. What happens at 3959? It's a simple question, right?
Is it the end of our vision? The limit of our vision based on what? Based on what? Based on what? How do you get that limit?
Based on the fact that we're not insane people that think you can literally see forever because your belief system's retarded and you think you see stars from 46 billion light years away and look back in time.
That's right.
And that you would be able to see forever.
Trillions and trillions and trillions of miles.
All right, this is why no one likes to talk to you guys because you interrupt
Yeah,
constantly.
no one. Don't you love that argument? No one likes you. Everybody hates you. I think I'll eat some worms.
Because you keep interrupting.
That's not an argument.
We're just trying to understand it, and then someone finally takes the bait, goes to explain it, and then you interrupt incessantly. This is why I stopped talking to you guys.
I don't think I was interrupting at all.
It has nothing to do with us not being able to explain it. It's that you guys are just being ridiculous. Like, look, I'm dropping gifts.
Let me ask a different question then.
And then pass the test.
Okay, so let me ask you a different question then, Witsit. I think, does magnetism follow the inverse square law? I think magnetism does. Does magnetism also stop at 3959? Does other things that follow this inverse square law? I think sound does. Does sound stop at 3959? Like, do all of these terminate magically at the chosen radius of the Earth?
Well, some of magnetism follows an inverse cube law.
You don't even know how they got the radius. This goes to show that you don't even know how they got. It's not the magic radius that we took the radius and then made it. No, that's how we got the alleged radius in the first place.
Yeah, inverse square law.
It sounds like you're dreaming up an edge to our vision. And when I say, how did you decide that? Where is it? What is the distance? How did you determine that? You're kind of like shouting, blue screening, switching from one person to the other.
I'm dreaming up an edge to our vision, but we see railroad tracks appear to converge in the distance. Then you guys say it's because of perspective, and you think that doesn't give us a limit to our vision.
Yes. Correct. Okay, we don't think there's a limit to the vision. We think this linear relationship.
Eggshells, real quick. Everything that exists that has a definite size, right? Due to inverse square law, will be unseeable at a certain distance. Would you agree?
No. What if something is sufficiently large? According to this.
Wait. So you gave the answer no. So you're saying if I had a grain of rice and I put it a mile away from you, you would be able to see it?
Yeah, just pull out a telescope. You zoom in.
If I can finish the answer, it is resolvable dependent upon my optics or the size of the object. We you guys don't act surprised. We think the moon is beyond the radius of the Earth.
Now you're done.
So you're talking to people. You're talking to people.
Oh wait, now you're done. Now you're just monologuing. Now it's not a discussion because you already answered it.
Let me expand on the answer. It just sounds like you're trying to sandbag me and
real quick. I'm gonna
limit what I can say.
Another yes or no question. Do you believe quantum mechanics is correct that light comes in quantum packets and that it's not infinitely energy is not infinitely divisible?
No idea. I mean, that's well above my pay grade. The idea of things getting smaller
at a predictable. About. Wait, you're done answering the question.
Well, if you can just stop shouting at me in the middle of my answers, it would kind of help.
Your answers are yes and no. We would have been done already if you just didn't go off on your monologues real quick.
Okay,
So
so
you don't even
but
know
it
that.
just seems like a reasonable
You don't
question.
even know.
I
You
think
don't
there is
even
a
know the fact.
predictable
You don't even
relationship
know
that
about quantum mechanics and the nature of light and how they describe it to come in discrete packages of energy, which is a problem because
I don't know how
if
that.
you apply the
Okay.
inverse square law to a radiant object or a reflective object, the amount of light that you're going to be able to see at some point is going to become extinct. You're no longer going to be able to resolve the object because it's been dispersed in all different directions.
Sure. Are you done?
Bro, yeah, see, that's the thing is you don't fucking listen. You don't want to answer my questions directly. You want to monologue on. And then when you've gotten a perfectly good, valid answer, you just say, "Are you done?" Showing that you didn't listen whatsoever.
Well, no, it's just you seem to get upset if I don't say exactly the one word answer you want me to, and I'm hoping now I can
Dude,
answer.
Eggshells, are you gonna look at the gifts, dude?
Wait,
Are you
hold
like,
on. First of all, Nate, whoever was talking, no, that's not the way it works. It's just because we have inverse square law doesn't mean something will be completely unresolvable. You can keep on magnifying and see that object. It doesn't mean it goes to zero. It means it goes away the inverse square law, inversely proportional to the square of the distance. That doesn't mean something goes
if
away.
something keeps halving,
Yes, it does,
Noah.
Zanik. It disappears
Noah,
from
you
No,
already
it
know this.
doesn't.
You're
So,
incorrect.
It doesn't. That's. I'm not incorrect.
If quantum mechanics is correct and light is given
So
out
irrelevant.
in discrete packages of energy,
Right.
there is a whole number of discrete packages of energy that the radiant or reflective object is going to disperse out in a 360 degree around it. Now, due to the inverse square law, the probability of one of those discrete packages of energy being in the inverse square on the other end of the distance, i.e., you, the observer, will become lower and lower until there's a point where you will receive no photons, which are those discrete packages. You will receive
Right.
no photons from the object.
Oh, I
Therefore,
see what you're
the
saying.
object
I
will
see what you're
not
saying.
Correct.
therefore the object
Presuming.
will not be visible to you on the other side.
Correct. Presuming it switches off and on.
Can we all stop for a second? Eggshells. What
No,
he's saying
I
is,
wanna speak. Yeah, I get what he's saying. But
no,
that
but
is
it's interesting because hold on. It's interesting.
Zanik.
I don't. Why can't you
Zanik,
listen? I have a question for you, real quick. Think about it. He's thinking that these individual packages are coming from an origin point, and that they start fanning out. Eventually, there'll be spacing between them initially, and that space between these packets will be so great that there's a good chance if you're in a certain spot that you're not going to get a packet because you are angularly not in line with that packet's direction. That's what he's saying. Did you get that?
I get that.
Okay,
Yeah, I get
I
that.
just didn't know if you did or not. It's interesting though, right?
Yeah, but you didn't need to interrupt me to
okay.
explain. You could
Basically,
have
what I'm
waited
saying
till I
is,
said it and then be like, okay, here's what you missed.
what I'm saying is, because Zanik just talked about what I said
Noah,
for about
that
15
assumes.
seconds. So basically, what I'm saying is, say you have a light bulb that only puts out 100 photons of light. Period. There's only 100 photons of light that comes out of this light bulb. Because the photons are discrete, you can only have a finite number of them. Let's just say it's 100. If I go like miles and miles away, there's only
We both get
there's
what you're
less and
saying.
less of
Don't
a
say it
chance that
again,
one of
please.
those
We get
100
it.
photons would get to me.
Yeah, you're
We
confused
get
on
it.
the
Yes.
Presuming we receive multiple photons. If you receive no photons from the object that you're looking at,
We get it. Honestly, we get it. We really get it. We really get it. You won't get a photon. We get it. It'll only emit 100 photons. And so after a certain bit, the probability of getting a single photon becomes 0. We get it. But it assumes that it only switches on and off in a single instant and emits 100 photons once. If it is staying on, then it is continually emitting photons in random directions, meaning the probability now goes to 100 that you will see those photons.
It can only produce a finite amount of photons. There's not an
Why?
unlimited amount of energy in your model. There's discrete. There's a discrete
what's the
amount.
rule that says a star? Okay, what's the limit of photons for a star?
I don't know. I'm
how
not
did
a
we
fucking
get here,
astronomer.
dude?
It's emitting
Dude, how did we
photons as long as it's shining.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
And it's
emitting
random
photons as long
distribution.
as it's shining, which is trillions of fucking years or something like that.
Yeah,
So all you need to
anything
do
but
is
talk
catch a
about
couple every now and then. You got a twinkling star in your vision.
as long as we don't talk about the subject. I dropped the GIF right there. I don't know why. Why can't you watch a 20-second GIF? You guys can't even watch and understand GIFs. So, like, what can we possibly do to help you?
59 minutes past the hour. That says some basics before we begin.
Yes. It's like, damn,
Yeah,
dude.
I'm trying to make it play. Do you get my point, Noah? That you're assuming this light quanta is sent out once and never again? It's emitting these photons forever?
No,
Everyone is
incorrect.
burning?
Incorrect. No, there's I didn't say that. I didn't say it. No, incorrect. I didn't say that. It's the fact that there is a finite number of photons that in your model. I'm not even talking about anything. I'm talking about your mainstream model. If you have a star, there is a finite number of photons that star can produce. It cannot produce more than that number.
That's constantly producing photons.
Until that constantly producing an extraordinarily large number.
You're talking past my point now. It can
We're
only
not.
produce a finite amount of photons.
Sure, it's constantly producing a finite amount of photons, but it is a finite distance from you.
It cannot produce any more.
Sure. But you're just going, if it's finite and then the world is infinite, but the world isn't infinite. The distance between us and the star isn't infinite. The distance is very, very large, but that just requires then a small number of photons to be out of this very large number of photons. So you're just talking about a maths equation where the number of photons needs to be greater than the distance, but with the square applied, and that's all you need. All you're saying is the stars we don't see because they're too far away or they're not emitting photons. Sure, we don't see those ones. I don't get it.
An average
While they are
star,
there and they're shining, we're seeing them.
An
The
average,
probability of you catching
an average star emits an average star emits 1 × 10⁴ photons per second. So, like, I don't know. This seems like a moot point to me.
Well, his confusion is he thinks that there's this limited number of photons that are emitted by a star, like, and they go out at a radius. Can I finish? And that the spacing between them gets greater and greater. If you had 360 photons that all shot out of a star and they went out to infinity, at certain trillions of miles away, there'd be vast distances between these photons in their path. That's what you're thinking mentally. That's flawed logic because that's not how
no photons.
That's helpful. He's talking about his different photons. We're attacking his argument, and you come in. There are no photons. So let's just stop the conversation because you just ended it right there.
No, actually, what stops the conversation is that you guys can't answer the questions that have been getting absolutely dunked on all morning.
We have
Grid of vision, and you guys want to ramble on about photons from stars in space where you make up stories.
Well, that's what
Noah introduced that. I was still trying to figure out how you measured the radius of this dome.
Witsit, the way it works with your argument is that I'm showing that even in their model, there's a point at which objects are unresolvable. Because of their discrete energy levels, there's only a discrete number of photons that can come. And I know you don't believe in photons, whatever, but I'm just bringing it from their model. Even in their model, they have to admit objects become unresolvable after a certain distance. This is a fact in their model, and they're denying
No, hold on, buddy. Stars don't emit photons because of electrons changing energy levels. Stars are doing nuclear fusion, and that's how they emit photons. It's a minute amount that comes from electronic transitions in atoms in molecules in a star. The majority of the photons emitted, 1 × 10⁴ power, is coming from the nuclear fusion reactions.
Well, that still doesn't
yes, and they're all directions
because there's a finite amount of energy within a nucleus. So that still doesn't affect my argument because
that they're not coming from that.
As long as there's a finite discrete amount of photons being emanated from the object, there is a distance at which you can get from it to which you could never possibly observe.
No, because it's constantly being produced randomly in all directions.
Yes, Zanuck,
that is right.
10 to the 45.
Okay, so
there is
real
a
quick,
distance
I want to ask Jace.
at which hang on,
Chase,
hang
I want
on,
to ask
hang
you. I
on.
want to ask you a hypothetical, real quick.
Oh my god.
I want to ask you a hypothetical. If I had a light bulb, just a normal fucking light bulb, right? No, just a light bulb that you can plug into a socket, and I brought that light bulb and I plugged it in your model, not your model. If I went to the Pleiades constellation, I went to the middle of their fucking group of stars and whatever, and I put that light out there, would you be able to resolve the light bulb from miles away?
Yes.
No, you're not gonna be able to resolve a light bulb. You can't even resolve certain stars once you get to a specific distance.
Thank you. So you
You
cannot
could
resolve
zoom
it
in.
after a certain
You could
distance.
zoom in. You could zoom in and see the light bulb.
Bro, I
With
just
your
heard
telescope.
Jace, the subject matter fucking expert, affirm
He's just
what I
some
said
rogue.
and not
He's
affirm
just
what
some
you
rogue
said,
chemist.
Zanik,
Jace,
you
he's
just
just a
got
rogue
rolled over by Jace.
Listen, the problem is you also understand the waveform. See, these photons are packets, but they're also in the form of a wave, and there's a wave form, right? That these waves actually manifest themselves in. So that also is throwing a kind of a confusion in your mind about what this energy packet is. This energy packet, for example, AM radios have a very, very large waveform. And there's certain antennas you see on your roof. Why do you think the antennas are certain heights to be able to receive certain types of signals, whether they FM or AM for radio? That's still light. That's still electromagnetic radiation. It covers vast, and as it gets further away, that waveform can be enormous, can be very large, and it's going in all directions. So the probability that you're going to get one of these waveforms is quite high. It'd be almost impossible for you to think that you wouldn't see the light that comes from some star, very, very far away. Now, at some point, Jay said you won't see it because it will be beyond your ability to resolve it. And that's why we have this Hubble
Jace
telescope
just
that shows
said,
off in the dark, and it has to be on for a week before it can see.
Jace
Okay.
just said that the light bulb would be unresolvable at that distance, and that even stars are unresolvable from certain distance.
Correct.
Certain stars
With the
are
naked eye.
unresolvable
With the
their
naked eye.
distance.
With the
That
naked eye.
is even with the
But he
telescope.
didn't. I added.
That is you're going up against your own model.
Well,
Buddy.
hold on.
Double speaking.
Hold on. Let me clarify so we're not confused here. Right, with your eye, right, the human eye needs about 5 to 9 photons to activate the photoreceptor cells in your eyes within a certain, it's like nanosecond, picosecond time frame for you to get a signal to your brain that there's light coming in, right? But for a telescope, right, telescopes can collect photons over large amounts of times, days to months in certain cases. And that's why they can resolve certain stars that are at specific distances. And the ones that they can't resolve, it's not that really that they can't resolve them, it's that they don't have the kind of detector. The light has been, say, redshifted from the ultraviolet visible range into the microwave range, and you're using a telescope that's not a microwave telescope, so you can't detect that star.
So, Jace, let me ask you a question. If I'm standing on the Andromeda Galaxy, say I'm a giant and I'm standing on top of the Andromeda Galaxy. Actually, no, I'm not a giant. I'm my normal size, but I'm on top of the Andromeda Galaxy, a little bit like couple, maybe a light year away from it, just chilling. And I flick my flashlight on, and I turn my flashlight and point it in the direction of Earth. And then you're there on Earth, and let's just say hypothetically, you have all the funding of NASA, SpaceX, all that shit. You have all the telescopes of the entire world, all the world scientists. Everyone unites in an effort to see me with my fucking flashlight. Now you're gonna aim all your fucking telescopes all where I am, and I'm gonna point my flashlight at you from light years away. Do you think that you're going to resolve my flashlight?
Well, there's going to be caveats to that. Are we ignoring the light from the other stars around you? Because if that light is present, then probably not. Your light's going to be completely washed out.
Okay, right.
Because they're a star, and you have a
certain
flashlight.
Things, yeah, so certain things that aren't emitting or reflecting enough light disappear from your vision given a certain distance.
Yeah, right. The photons are taking a path, right? They're being
So
emitted.
that's a yes.
They're being emitted, and if it's a star in 360 degrees, but their paths are going to diverge from each other as they keep traveling. And if you happen to be on a certain distance, right, you, like I said, with your eyes, the star has to be sending you 5 to 9 photons within a certain amount of nano picoseconds, whatever it is, for your brain to detect that light is coming from that star.
Right. So there comes a point where, depending on how bright an object is, will give you the distance that you could resolve it at. But Zanuck said it doesn't matter how bright the object is or how far away it is, you will always be able to resolve it.
If you,
So now
enough time, with enough time, and enough
now you're arguing with Zanuck, basically, because you're
No,
saying no.
he said
You're saying no. The distance and brightness does affect if you can resolve it or not. But Zanuck is saying it doesn't matter the distance or the brightness. It could just be anything, and we can always resolve it. So it's weird.
with enough time,
Different answer.
with enough time and enough magnification, you can resolve anything.
With I'm talking about with your eyes.
Yes.
He's talking naked eye. We're not talking about that, Napalm.
That's why you don't see.
I just said in the hypothetical, Jace had every telescope and every NASA worker and every astronomer on Earth all united under him in the big fucking fight to find the flashlight that I'm holding light years away. So no,
Right.
Zanuck, you weren't listening.
I was listening.
Our current technology wouldn't have
that. I caveated that with, right, if your flashlight is nothing compared to all the stars that are going to be around you. So even with all that technology, I'd never be able to pick out your flashlight amongst all the other light. But if we just we pretend all those other stars aren't there, then yeah, you could use some telescopes or whatever you want and do it. It would take a long amount of time, like a year's worth of exposure, to actually pick up enough photons from your flashlight for it to make an image.
All right, so in your model with the Big Bang and all that, is there not a part to where the universe, they say that this is your globe model with your space, your time, your Einstein, all that, okay? So don't they say there's a limit to which you could see, though, even in the universe, that beyond a certain point, like say something is infinitely far away from you, you would never, or even like, just think of some astronomical Googleplex number, whatever the fuck, light years away from you. You would never be able to resolve that object in your model, right? That's why they call it the known and unknown universe in your model.
It's at for the Big Bang, right? There's a moment called the recombination moment, and it was approximately 380,000 years into the universe age, and it was because before that, the universe was too hot for hydrogen nuclei to hang on to electrons, right? It was a plasma. So the light wasn't able to travel freely. It was just being scattered by the positive hydrogen nuclei and the negative electrons. But once the recombination event happened at 380,000 years, approximately 3,000 degrees Kelvin, the nuclei, the hydrogen atoms formed. The nuclei captured electrons, and light could then travel freely. That's the furthest back you can see, and that's called the cosmic microwave background, is the radiation from that we see.
All right, I gotta do some shit real quick, so I'm gonna be on mute. But I think for you and me, we both know that if a finite amount of photons are released from an object, and you're a certain amount of distance away from it, there's no possibility that you're getting any ability to detect that it's even there. Thank you. Have your time, Zanuck. You reign.
I'm not trying to reign. I'm just talking about how we see things, and you're making some claims that just didn't, make much sense to us.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same question again and again.
You have this exact same radius that we do, but it's centered on your body. Well, some of you have exactly the same. It won't give a radius, but he says 4K works good. And all I just keep asking is like, how'd you measure it? Like, describe to me the process one did to go, here's where light does something different to what it's been doing the previous, 3,900 miles it's traveled. Or the perspective, what about perspective changes at 3959 or 4,000 or whatever it is? Each of you have a different number. That's also telling, right? We're just saying, what's causing it? Is it a physical phenomenon? Is it hitting some glass and refracting? Is it bouncing off helium?
Dude, you don't
What's
understand
happening?
basic concepts, dude.
But that's just an insult. That's not an answer.
No, you just keep saying it. It doesn't matter how many times someone explains it to you. You think you've come up with some gotcha script, even though it's stupid. You're just going to keep saying it. Watch, I'm just going to immediately refute what you just said, and you're going to say it again. You're going to say it again. The distances require other variables. All we have is angles. In fact, the distance doesn't matter. There is not a physical, tangible wall or glass or anything like that. That's stupid. We take angles in the sky, azimuth and altitude readings. That gives us an azimuthal grid, specifically of observability relative to the observer's position. This gives us a hemisphere, a celestial hemisphere, a dome. Okay, we take this limit of perspective. Now, it's a limit of perspective regardless of what you think, or you might think it's a physically obstructed limit of perspective. The truth is, there is a limit to how far we can see the stars on the Earth. We take it based on the angular measurements to the stars. It gives us an azimuthal grid of vision. It isn't a physical dome over top of you. It's nothing like that. That's ridiculous, egregious straw man, okay? So do you understand that it's just perspective mapped out on a coordinate system and an azimuthal grid of observability, and that time and date and stellarium both use the same construct?
I get that you say time and date both use the same construct of an azimuthal grid mapped around you, and this is a natural function of perspective. What I keep saying is, I'm fine with the azimuthal grid. You can describe angular size given a single observer. Fine. Things will get smaller, such as going twice as far from them will make them appear half as big, and that will keep happening. The point I'm making is, if there is a giant object that is rotating around a central point, it will do that right in front of my face. I might need to move my neck around to see it, but it will do that right in front of my face. There will be a central point, and I'll go, this is the closest fairy light to that central point, and that is a further one from that central point. Now, as they recede from me, the angular distance from that central point will change, but the fact that they're rotating around a single central point will remain the same. They might decline in my vision, again, because the angular size between horizontal and the height of this object will get smaller. And that will keep going and keep going and keep going. We agree that's going to happen with a tower or a building or a car. And then there is a point at which it seems, from what you're telling me, that azimuthal grid of vision will then make a single centrally rotating point appear in multiple places. You told me earlier that you think that there are multiple south celestial poles based on one guy's fairly dodgy photo. I'm just asking how that happened. I don't think it's a weird question. I think it's a reasonable question. I'm saying at a point closer to me, 300 meters from me, you wouldn't say that happens. So we're agreed up to a certain point. I'm saying, what is that point? What is that distance? And what is causing it from beyond that point? Is it a physical
I've
thing?
explained it 15 times what causes it. 15 times. And now you're back to, is it glass?
You haven't done it once.
It's a perspective limit based on the azimuthal grid of observability. Where he got 3959 is using all the angular measurements relative to the different positions on the Earth. Okay, we have the same data, flat Earth, globe Earth, same data. You go out on the Earth, you go out on the water, you take angular measurements of celestial objects, and then you travel a distance. You take the same angular measurements. You do it at the same time at different positions. You see that there is a declination in the angular position relative to your observer position. We have the same data. You guys claim we can see forever, that there is no limit to our perspective, that the lights are trillions of miles away, and that the reason that they look different is because they encapsulate us in all directions and that we're physically changing direction on the ground. We're claiming there's a plane. There's a plane. We're seeing the optical declination based on our limit of perspective. That's why we get the same number. You guys take the number to claim that we're bending on the ground at a certain rate. We're saying that vision itself bends at a certain rate. The only difference is ours agrees with reality. We can go look at something as simple as railroad tracks or crepuscular rays and anti-crepuscular rays. We know that we have a circle of vision around us. We cannot see forever. It causes optical illusions like convergence. This is reality. You guys then have to compartmentalize the sky with railroad tracks and anti-crepuscular rays being something else, as if the stars defy optics all of a sudden, and now our true verifiable optical results don't apply to the stars, so you can make up your story, hijack perspective, and claim that the Earth is turning. If you don't understand it, I promise it doesn't
Oh my
make
God,
it stupid.
dude, take a
I
breath,
promise it
take a
doesn't
breath.
mean that it
Fuck,
doesn't make
man, come on, take a breath. I've heard it all before. We're just saying the same thing again and again.
You
So it's
couldn't
like,
even
I don't need to hear
steel
this
man
for the
it for
fifth time.
$1,000.
I've asked my one question for the fifth time. You think you've answered it. I'm quite confident you haven't. So,
Okay,
like,
steel
if you
man my
don't
answer.
have a
Steel
mechanism
man
that
my answer.
changes perspective, what perspective does from right at my eyeball to arm's length to a football field away to 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 kilometers away, then we just don't. You think you've answered it and I don't. But
You
yeah,
have
I'm done with the repetition.
You have a limit to your perspective.
That you've never measured and you've got no explanation for. That's the point. You can't give me a distance at which this limit suddenly appears, nor a reason why it suddenly appears. That's the point I'm saying to you.
You can't see forever. Let's see if you can answer a basic question.
That's just asserting your conclusion.
Oh, that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you to assert your working.
You weren't intelligent enough to go look at it yourself and try to figure out. You're just repeating a remedial third grade understanding of what the model that you were given said. So why does the railroad track converge? Why does the railroad track appear to converge? Answer the question.
Because it gets smaller in your angular vision away from you, because you see in roughly a sphere and it shrinks and the tracks appear to get closer to one another at a trigonometric rate dependent upon their distance from your eyeball.
Okay, so what causes it?
The distance from your eyeball.
Oh, so why do we have anti-crepuscular rays?
Distance to your eyeball.
Wow, what is that distance?
Whatever distance it is, it will continue to follow that steady rate.
No, you need to know the distance. You need to know the distance. Oh, you can't make a claim unless you know the distance. What's the distance?
The distance of what exactly?
Oh, why? Well, the distance from our eyeballs that causes a convergence. You have to know a distance. You need to know a distance. You're just making it up. What's the distance?
Sure. Okay. So find that. I mean, which crepuscular rays? Show me which crepuscular ray, and I'll give you a
railroad
distance.
tracks. Railroad tracks. We'll just do railroad tracks.
Which railroad tracks? Which railroad tracks?
Any of them.
Okay, sure. The ones outside my hotel are 400 kilometers away. They appear to be very close together. Like, it's just fucking stupid, man. You're claiming something changes at a certain point.
Yeah, that was so easy, dude, to expose you, dude. You don't even see that you were exposed.
You think you're winning here. It's just it's showing that you all think that this word perspective is magical. When we can do perspective drawings, we can draw it out with trigonometry, we can make reliable relationships, and you're like, no, but it gets magic after 4,000 kilometers.
Actually, buddy, it's
I
not
don't have a distance at which those things change. I think the moon is further than that. I think if you brought the moon up closer, it would get bigger and bigger and bigger until it's basically the size of America.
I have a textbook that's like 4 inches thick that would fold your brain in like a card table. You can pretend that you know all about perspective, but in reality, perspective and optical visual space is a very complex subject, okay? You can pretend that since you can draw straight lines on cartoons that you learned in 3rd grade in art class, that you know what perspective is and that you know it's Euclidean geometry, but you don't. You don't.
That's right. I'm wrong. I'm trying to get you to educate me on what changes from that basic 3rd grade drawing where you draw a vanishing point, you draw lines going to it, then you draw your drawing and rub out all the vanishing lines so it looks like you did it all from eyeballs. Yeah, I'm wrong. You're right. I've got it. I'm an idiot. I think that vanishing point is infinitely far away, and I can see the moon even if it's more than 4,000 kilometers from me. You're right. I'm a moron. Can you please explain it?
No, see,
I think there's a steady relationship. You agree with the steady relationship, and then it magically changes, and you've got no explanation why.
He didn't stop talking.
You're consistently showing that you don't understand it, but you're arrogant at the same time. No one claimed that you can't see something that's more than 4,000 miles away. We're saying that where your limit is 4,000 miles. You're going to perceive it
based on how it looks at that limit. At the limit of perspective, you're going to view it relative to that hyperbolic visual space. You don't know what that
So you
means.
can,
So therefore, I'm stupid.
Now I'm even more
Therefore,
confused.
I know.
So there's a
dude.
limit to my vision, but I can see things beyond the limit. What do you mean by limit then? To me, the word limit means stopping point.
Oh my
A
God.
point at which nothing goes past or something like that. What do you mean when you say limit?
Yeah, so if we have a curved limit to our visual space, but light's coming to us, okay, and it's further away, the light still comes all the way to us. So we begin to pick the light up at that limit. So the light can be coming from further away, but we pick the light up at the limit of our curved visual space. Do you understand?
No, that's why I'm asking the question.
See what I'm
asking you to
saying? It's
explain
like
it.
insane, dude. It's like, if there's a light further away, let's say it's 4,000 miles. Let's say our curved visual space limit 4,000 miles. If there's a light that's further than 4,000 miles away, well, we don't pick the light up until it reaches our limit, but we can still see the light once it reaches our limit, even if it's further than 4,000 miles away.
So why are you calling it a limit then? It doesn't sound like a limit at all.
Oh.
It doesn't sound like 4,000 miles means anything then.
This is a time
To me, I think I just think you either don't understand or you're intentionally trying to muddy the waters at this point.
I mean, I guess I'll just have to leave it here and just, I'm eagerly waiting because I remember you saying you've got some maths and stuff that shows this, or like.
It's the same math.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to I don't think any Globers here. I mean, I think there's half of the flat earthers are in here who are like, I don't quite know what he means.
He can't stop
if I'm honest.
No, you don't understand.
I'm sorry,
it.
Rick. Here, I should have stopped because I should have known you were going to interrupt. I beg your pardon.
On, dude. You
Okay,
seem
you
real
should go for it,
excited
Rick.
today.
Go for it. Go for it, Rick. What is it? We all want to hear what you've got to say. Go
Listen
for
to
it.
you.
We're very curious. You've always got.
Well, actually, you have been talking
Tell us
for
what
a
you
long
think,
time, and you still
I'm
don't
very
understand
curious
the
to hear it.
basics.
You're a very
He's
interesting
still
person.
making my point.
You don't shout. You're right. You're right. You
He's
don't shout.
just making my point and doesn't realize it.
This is the point, right? Watch this. You can ask him this, right? See if you can answer this question. Where did we get 60 nautical miles per degree? Where did we get that number?
I think we got it from observing how far the polar stars move, depending on where we are on the ocean, going north or south only.
Oh, so we took angular measurements?
Yep.
Okay. So we took angular measurements to the stars, and that's how we got the 60 nautical miles per degree?
Yep.
Okay, so then could we also get the radius value from that?
Sure. Yeah. You can use that times it by 360, and then you've got the thing of what you're standing on.
So perspective
no
or
information
radius,
as to why that gives you a south celestial pole, which is the question we started
See,
with.
then he diverted back away. As soon as he got exposed for the number, he diverted back away to the celestial pole. It's so easy. It's too easy.
You're saying, where did we get it from? I'm saying we got it from under our feet, measuring how much.
He was literally arguing the exact opposite to Napalm earlier. If someone could like somehow make a clip, that was fucking thanks, Witsit, bro. You got him.
Yeah, and like I wasn't joking about the geometries of visual space. I've only began to read it, and I'm like, damn, bro. Visual space is so much more complex than the people in the anti-flat earthers want to pretend. Okay, and that's just a fact. And everyone that works with it and has to be very precise with visual space in the higher levels of technology and academia and stuff like that, they know this. They all know it. But let the anti-flat earthers tell it. A 5-year-old's drawing with straight lines perfectly explains all of it, and it's always consistent. It's perfect ratios, and it's all Euclidean.
That's why
That's
I say
not reality.
perspective is optical illusion, because the brain interprets what we see and how we see it, especially over distance. But at any distance, a certain way, like literally every time when you take out other factors that affect it, and then when you throw in those factors, your brain really goes berserk. And to tell me that you know how everyone's brain is seeing each individual, even just perspective, there's no way, man. It's not possible.
I don't claim that.
Right,
I haven't claimed that. I'm just saying, how do you think it works?
It slightly varies from person to person. Let
maybe
me
I'm
read what
remedial.
Gleam said. Maybe
Everyone seems to be missing a mechanism for an effect. You've got an effect with no cause, and I just keep going, what's causing it? And it's like, oh, the
but
all
when the
green.
globe
I'm like,
doesn't
what's
have
it
a
made?
cause, when the globe doesn't have a cause for 90% of its claims, it's fine. That's science. Yeah. So PhD in optometry and leading peer reviewer, no single geometry describes visual space, quote unquote. And then you say, nah, mate, I can use Euclidean stuff, get over it. That's a perfect summary of what's going on. Okay? And it doesn't matter because I just got you to concede that by taking angular measurements to the stars, that you then get the 60 nautical miles per degree, thus could get the radius value, tomato. So we could then say it's not a physical geometric dimension cause, right? It's not the Earth's physical dimensions of convexity that causes that ratio. It's actually perspective itself, because that's what we're starting with in both scenarios, is we're looking with perspective, taking optical measurements on the Earth. You guys are taking the optical measurements and then taking the convexity that we observe, the declination, right? And you're putting it on the ground and saying it's a physical convexity.
And leaving perspective out of it.
Exactly.
I'm just
You're
trying to get
using
you to explain
perspective
what's
to
happening.
get your data. You're using perspective to get your data and then throwing perspective out. And that's why we have all the Globers saying the most nonsensical bullshit I've ever heard. Oh, no, the railroad tracks and the sun is different than the stars. Oh, stars have nothing to do with perspective. Oh, convergence and parallel is the same thing. Oh, optical convergence that's just apparent is actually physical. Like, the most insanely absurd and retarded stuff is coming out of the Globers' mouth at this point. And it goes to show you that this is like a decapitation.
You just reliably get into these ad homs when you can't answer a question.
I didn't name none of that was an
pretty clear. You've got this radius to yours. We've give you a bunch of reasons why we think we've got it and how we measured it, and you're unable to answer the same questions when thrown back at you. That's the thing that's obvious.
I think you're actually. I'm not like.
How'd you measure it then, Rakir?
Nothing I said was.
What you're saying is we measured what we thought was the ground.
You can't shut up, man. For 5 hours. It's been the eggshell show for 5 hours, but if anyone else tries to talk, you talk through them, you keep talking, you just dismiss whatever they say and then repeat your same bullshit ad nauseum. So I didn't ad hom anyone. I just pointed out specific points the Globers have made and how they're stupid, how they're contradictory.
You called me retarded just now.
That's
if you
not
don't
an
think
ad
calling
hom.
someone retarded is an ad hom, then you're probably a little bit retarded yourself.
See, this is what's so funny. Watch how embarrassing this is going to be. If I say convergence and parallel are not the same thing, that's retarded. That's not an ad hom. If I say you just claimed that parallel lines and converging lines are the same and that the optical apparent convergence is physical, that's retarded. You're retarded. That's not an ad hom. You don't even know what ad homs are. You literally don't even know what an ad hom is.
Calling people retarded, saying Globers come in here and say this, and that's absolutely retarded. You don't
that's
think
not
that's
an ad hom. Dude, an ad hom is when your argument is just an insult of the person's character or person.
Like calling them a retard.
It's when your argument is the insult.
Right, because it's retarded. Because I'm just saying, throw my model out, explain yours, and you're going, but you can't understand it, you're retarded. It's not an ad hom? Okay, what is it then? It's solid reasoning, is it?
You're incorrect. Gave an explanation, i.e. the argument. Then you kept on trying to overtalk him, so he called you retard. The first part was the argument. The second part was an insult because you were interrupting him. An ad hom is when there is no argument and just an insult as the argument. Do you understand?
It's so
It sounded
crazy.
like you're about to shoot yourself in the middle there, man.
See what I'm saying? And that was an ad hom because your only response, your actual rebuttal was just a shot at him. And that's the irony, is that you guys also fell in logic. So we've broken this down to an excruciating degree, okay? We go out and we make angular measurements to the stuff in the sky, whether that be the sun, the moon, the stars, whatever. Okay, we created a construct based on that. We have an azimuthal grid because we take an azimuth reading and we take altitude readings to the positions in the sky. That gives us an azimuthal grid, which is a dome. It's a celestial hemisphere, a dome. It is an azimuthal grid. That's what we get. Globe Earth, flat Earth, triangle Earth, doesn't matter. We go out on the Earth, we make measurements. Those measurements give us an azimuthal grid. That's a dome over top of the observer. Okay, if I move over and take more measurements, as I take measurements moving on the Earth, what I perceive in the stars above me changes relative to where I am. Okay, and I keep getting more and more and more azimuthal grid in both models. Both models, as I change position and continue to take readings, the stars' angles change. The stars' angles change, and I get different positions within the same azimuthal grid. I have the same coordinate system, and then I have different positions of stars on those coordinate systems as I change position on the Earth. We're saying that it's because you're perceiving the stars through your azimuthal grid from a different physical angle, therefore you perceive it through the azimuthal grid at a different position. Okay, you're claiming that the Earth is curving, that we're curving away from the stars or towards the stars, and that's what causes the change. That's the fundamental difference, as you guys are claiming that the perspective effect of optical declination of the angle is actually due to physical convexity of Earth. We are saying that it's just what it really is, optical effects being mapped out via an azimuthal grid of perspective. That is the difference. So when you bring up what's the distance, and he told you 3950, it's because where we got that number is based on the angular change of the celestial object. Okay, that's where the number comes from. So you could use the same number to say that would be our limit of perspective. The same number, it's gotten the same way, only you interpret it differently. But you want to pretend that there's no foundation to get that number. There's no foundation to get that number. So what you're saying is that your own model has no foundation to get its number. But it's the same foundation. It's angles to the stuff in the sky. Okay. I'm glad we got it clear.
No, I mean, it still doesn't make any sense. It doesn't explain a thing. It's just, again, you're saying the same thing. But we're obviously not getting anywhere. I think the thing that would help me get somewhere with this is if you can finish the maths you said you were working on to explain it, and then use that with some predictive power. Like, I mean, flipping sextant readings so you can show how navigation works by presuming we're on a curved surface rather than the curved surface is above us. That would help.
You just don't get it. The math is the same thing. You don't understand it. The math is the same thing.
That's right.
When we map out an azimuthal grid on the globe, when we map out the sky on a globe, i.e. time and date or stellarium, we use the azimuthal grid. We're using the same azimuthal grid. We have the same data. We're using the same thing. You guys are claiming that when the stars change position, it's only due to the physical change of the surface of the Earth. We're saying, no, that's dumb. Because what we're doing is making optical measurements relative to the observer. The azimuthal grid, by definition, uses the azimuth and altitude angles relative to the observer. It then gives you a coordinate system or a grid system around that observer in all directions. So you have an azimuthal grid of observability or vision relative to the observer. So we're saying that is what causes what we see in the sky. You guys are claiming, oh, well, we take that. That's how we get the data as well. But we ignore that it would have anything to do with perspective. And it's only and strictly physical curve of Earth.
If you're telling me that's what I'm saying, then I'm telling you that's not what I'm saying. No, I'm saying stars are roughly in the location you expect them to be. You draw an azimuthal grid around you so you can get the elevation. You map that onto a curved surface you're standing on it. For some reason, that reliably tells you where you are on Earth, such that you can find ports in the middle of the night.
Yo, don't interrupt Noah.
I'm so sorry. I had the rest of a thought there. I should have just
don't let him finish. Don't interrupt, please.
No. It's I get it. Dissonance causes.
Bro, he literally fucking interrupted me so many times when I started out talking, and then he drones
nobody interrupt.
Okay,
this goes for everyone. I know this goes for everyone. No one interrupted. Please, let's keep it concise. As concise as possible.
It has to be concise. Like I can't sit here.
Soliloquies that go for half an hour.
And then he says I'm interrupting him, and he literally goes right through me. He started it, and he's the one who drones on for longer. Either he has to be able to be interrupted, or he has to make his statements in under 30 seconds. Yeah, see, look, he's doing it right now.
All I'm saying is, presuming that the ground's curving gives you predictive power, I'm excited to see this predictive power. You can get some sort of better result or something different as a result of the azimuthal grid.
Yeah, using visual space curving, you have complete predictive power. On a plane Earth, using the curved visual space of the azimuthal grid of observability, you can explain the position of eclipses are observed. For the last 3 years, which is the only time that we tried to. You can explain the position of the sunset and the sunrise, the perceived direction of the sunset and sunrise, the observability of the sun from all the different positions on the plane, the positions of the stars, the optical declination of the stars as you move position, and the southern stars. You can explain all of this with the azimuthal grid on a plane. It works perfect. It predicts all of that. Everything that Stellarium can predict, the flat Earth can predict.
Thanks, Walter. Thanks, Stellarium. Thanks, Niho Brahe. Thank you. All three of you. All three guys. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Walter.
Thanks, Brahe.
I know that you guys don't like this. I get that you don't like it. I get that the main quote-unquote debunk of flat Earth for 7 years has been, oh, this couldn't happen in the sky. I get that you guys have said Southern Star Trail so many times that you'll never change it. I run into the same thing with flat earthers. When I started explaining there might be an ISS up there actually going that fast, I got a bunch of people that couldn't hear me out because for so many years they said that was impossible. But this doesn't matter. Bias and pride and ego doesn't matter. It doesn't change reality.
Sure, but I mean, we both think that of the other side. So what I was saying before my internet shit itself is, I'm excited. I'm obviously it could well be a me problem. I don't understand what you're saying, but if you're able to make predictions that are better than what we currently can make, then that will show that your model's more robust or more useful in some way, and I'll eagerly await that day.
What this actually does, it doesn't
the
actually
same predictions. It's the same data. It's
exactly.
the same data.
But then it's no more useful.
It's the same data that it is more useful.
No, listen, it's not more or less.
How's it more useful if it produces stuff we've already got?
This goes in the flat Earth and globe Earth basket. Dave explains it right. You have the flat Earth basket, the globe basket, and then the both basket. This goes in both. The reason it's important is because practically the only refutations of flat Earth that any globers claim to have are all about the sky. So this eliminates that BS claim that the sky debunks flat Earth, and with specificity. Every prediction of the sky that the globe can make, the flat Earth can make. Okay?
Sure.
That's what it
Well,
does. It doesn't
they
prove
can
the
say
Earth
that
is flat.
That's false.
You can just
Point
say
is-
that's false. No, somehow now wins the argument.
No, it's not just saying it. It is false.
Name one specific one.
The observation of the stars.
In order to
We've already explained the
celestial
stars.
navigation, and then you can do celestial navigation to say,
Eggshells, let the other...
I've got a better.
Okay. Oh
I've got a better system, but it doesn't work any better and can't produce any better results.
There was another glober taking your place.
So we already explained the stars. You have an azimuthal grid of observability. You take the azimuth angle, you take the altitude angles, you map it out via perspective on a plane, and all the stars' positions match perfectly. What else you got?
No, it doesn't. It only works in the globe.
Just saying nuh-uh somehow makes you right?
Well, just saying that it works doesn't make you right. You have to demonstrate it. You're just flapping your lips. You're not showing anything.
You really got that fight of I dropped all kinds of gifts. I dropped all kinds of links. I dropped
Yeah, where is it?
It's in the chat, bud.
Yeah, let's see one. Post one.
I already posted tons.
All right, let's see one of them.
Hey, Whitson, isn't it funny how he can have the authority to say that you're wrong, but he himself has not provided anything to debunk what you just said? Isn't that funny? That's absolutely ridiculous. I don't know how you think conversations work, but normally if you make the claim as the first person to just, go between it and say, nah, you're wrong with it, you should at least, as a positive thing, give something for the audience, okay? Not just, no, that's wrong, and then put it back to Witzit so he needs to further explain what you already explained. That's ridiculous.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for that. Thank you. That was very useful.
You're not going to do it, right? You're not going to do it.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, Witzit, where's your one piece of evidence?
Hey, Peter, get a backbone.
Mr. Ed Freese, if we've been discussing the evidence and posting in the chat for the past 2 hours, and then you come into Mr. Ed Freese, if you come into the fucking conversation 3 seconds later and ask us to re-explain what we've been re-explaining for 2 hours, how about you go to the live stream and watch it, and you go through the text chat and look at the evidence instead of just sitting here and flapping your fucking gums.
All right, well, that's very cute. Witsit just posted something, which is actually a globe map. So thanks, Witsit.
See, and this is all he can do. He literally just repeated the comment he saw underneath. Like, he's so he only can repeat what the Globers tell him to say. So, like,
Nobody told me to say anything. It's just that it's a globe map.
Oh my God, you guys all interrupt. Directly under the GIF, the dude said that's a globe map. And that's what he said. He didn't press play. He didn't watch it. He just repeated the comment underneath it, which is hilarious.
Because it is a globe map.
The Gleason, just because you say that doesn't mean anything. The Gleason,
it's not me saying it. It is a globe map.
He literally
the Globers are allowed to run wild in here now, dude. What a joke, dude. Like,
it's
why
it's literally the comment underneath Witsit.
I know, that's what he did. He just read it. That's all he did. So
no, I actually typed it since that's my name in this voice chat right now. If you're paying attention, that's my nickname. So I typed that, dumbass.
Why do you keep interrupting?
You're making stuff up about me. Stop doing that.
Okay, listen carefully. So the first of all, the Gleason map was made by a flat earther. Okay, the fact that you guys say that it's just the globe flattened, that's not true. Gleason made the map, and he's a flat earther. You guys then wrapped it around a globe. That's what actually you then wrapped it around a globe. That's what happened. Okay. So he writes about it, and he writes thousands of pages about it, but you guys know more about it.
In his patent, he says that in the patent he says that this is a projection from the globe. That's what he says in his own admission in his patent for the map.
Yeah, this is where you're coming from a position of ignorance. So
I'm getting it straight from the patent.
To interrupt every one of them.
I am
let him finish.
straight from the patent, not anybody else.
Lael, let him finish explaining why it's not a globe projection or whatever.
The government
says it was.
The government is the one that had him make the map, okay? The government gave him strict stipulations on what he was supposed to say and do with it. He wrote about all of this, okay?
Any evidence for this?
Yeah, Gleason's writings. The person that made its writings.
Perfect. Provide that evidence.
Yeah, where's the evidence? You're just saying it. That doesn't make it true, remember?
Have you ever read Gleason's
No,
writings?
don't ask me what I read. Post your evidence.
Okay, I have to get off my computer.
Peter, you have no backbone.
I seriously can't do it.
So no evidence then. You're just gonna keep talking about it as if it's true because you say it's true.
They're just allowed to run wild. They just run wild now.
So no evidence then.
Stop interrupting.
Can someone mute that guy? He just keeps interrupting.
Everyone stop interrupting and go one at a time. Okay, come on, guys.
All right. Well, Witsit just told us you shouldn't just talk about things as if they're true. You need to post evidence. And then his cheerleader Noah backed him up. So where's the evidence,
Dude,
Witsit?
I swear to God, I'm going to my computer. I'm giving you a warning next time you interrupt. Next time you interrupt, I'm warning. I'm giving you a warning because you're going to not.
I wasn't interrupting, by the way. I was speaking. You interrupted me.
There you are again.
Okay.
Interrupting again.
Can I get to the? Can I respond real quick? Yeah, Ed Freese. The thing is, he gave you the title of the book and the author of the book, the name and the title. With that information, that evidence, that support for what Witsit says, you should be able to go and then read that book and then come back to us with the knowledge.
No thanks.
With the knowledge of Gleason actually being a flat earther and him.
No, that's cool. I'm not going to look for your evidence for your claim.
Jeremy, he's interrupting me now. Yeah, so with doing that, taking that evidence that Witsit gave you, the name of the book and the author, you can then go and read the book and see what we're talking about. And
you're just repeating yourself instead of showing the evidence.
Listen. He just said, "Hey, Witsit, why don't you post the evidence?" Then Noah suggests and read the evidence, and he's like, "No, I'm not gonna read the evidence for you." That you
he didn't post any evidence. He just talked about it.
Stupid, dude. If you don't understand how stupid you sound, that's really
all right. Look, here's the deal.
He didn't post anything. He just talked about it.
Here we go again. Dude, the fact that you're even allowed in this room is a joke at this point. So I'm trying to answer the question.
Wasn't he kicked?
I'm trying to answer the. Oh my god, dude! I have the book saved on my computer. I'm not at my house, so when I go to my house, I'll drop the book for you. You can easily research it.
All right, thank you.
It's just a fact that Gleason wrote in depth, for example, in tons of letters to his friend, explaining to him that the Earth is flat with vivid details. He expressly said that he was a flat earther. He expressly explained that the government gave him stipulations. They actually held his data for many years after he turned it in, and they said that he had to make it a certain way. That's what the government told him he had to do. So if you're ignorant of the subject and have never read Gleason's writings and don't know what happened, I can promise you that doesn't give you a position to tell us what happened.
Right, well, that's very interesting, but I'm not seeing any evidence. You're just talking about it again instead of showing us.
Yo,
so until you actually show us, we can just ignore it.
Can you stop, Peter, or can someone mute him? Because literally trolling at this point. Like, Witzer just explained he's not at home, and he already suggested you can look it up yourself. You said you not want to read it.
I'm not going to look for his evidence.
So, see, you already said you're not going to read it. That's what you said.
No, that's not what I said. I said I'm not going to look for his evidence. Don't lie.
Noah said you can read his books, and you said that's what I'm not going to do. You literally, we can rewind.
That's a lie.
Live stream. No, it's not a lie. You said
yes, that's a lie.
What you said.
It's literally what you said, Peter. Do you have some problems with your remembrance or something?
Wait. Okay, Clay, real quick, I want to ask Whitsett. Are you Whitsett? Can you actually send me those letters and books? Because we both know Ed Freese isn't gonna actually look at it. Like, let's just be honest.
Yeah. That's just poisoning the well.
But real quick, Whitsett, I would like you to actually, like, when you're sending it to Ed Freese, who's not gonna read it, you could send it to me too. I would much appreciate it, Whitsett.
Yeah, I'll get it to you.
Right. So instead of showing it, you're gonna poison the well. Good job, Noah.
Oh, dude, can someone
just a troll?
This guy? He's really a troll. He's just here to gaslight and make people angry. He doesn't.
No, I'm just asking for evidence, and you get angry. That's not my problem.
The only thing you contributed to this conversation was nah so far. There's nothing from your side. You have
asking for evidence is not saying nah.
Just so you know, dude, even in Jim Panda's server, they know he's a troll. Like, even in Jim Panda's server, they have to mute him a ton and to tell him to stop interrupting. He does it every time. Shane went in there for.
I haven't been in there for over a year, so you're making shit up again.
There he is interrupting again. So Shane went in there a couple.
Because you're lying.
There he goes interrupting again. Like, I'm 100% giving you a warning when I go inside. So,
where the
Shane,
fuck is moderation?
So Shane went in there and gave a presentation at Jim Panda's, and Chris was in there. This is who this is, right? Chris Lell, yeah. Oh, he hasn't been there in a year, except a couple months ago when Shane was in there, and he incessantly interrupted.
That's a lie.
That was a month and a half ago when Shane did his presentation.
Yeah, and I haven't been there in almost a year, so you're making shit up.
Is your name not Lell? Is your name not Chris? Is your name Chris?
No.
Oh, that's what I was asking. I thought you were the Chris Lell dude.
I'm Chris Lale, and I sound way different than Ed. I don't have an accent.
No, actually, you guys both sound like trolls.
Yeah, that's a cool story, but it's not evidence for your claim, so you can do better.
Mixed up.
You'll have to do better with it.
I just admitted that I'm sorry I got you guys mixed up. But this is the point that I'm making. Well, the other guy that's being a troll with him because they're feeding off each other, he's even in Jim Panda's, they know he's a troll. That's all I'm trying to say. Just so you guys understand that. That's just how it works.
That's a lie, too. He's never called, Jim Panda's never called me a troll. No one in that server besides Flat Earthers called me a troll.
I just watched. I'm saying they know that you constantly interrupt and say things that are irrelevant, and then repeat yourself over and over and over and over in the middle of other people talking. I just watched it happen.
That that's true. Provide evidence that that's true.
Okay, I'll drop a link to Shane's Southern Star.
You're just poisoning the well with it. You're scared because you're required to provide evidence and you have none.
All right, dude.
You're just scared. Admit it.
I'm giving you both a warning.
Someone moderate in here, like,
giving you both a warning.
What's wrong with this channel?
Because they come in here and think they can do whatever they want to.
Yeah, you can stick your warning.
They can't, guys. Everyone, relax. Stop the interrupting, please. Let's just. Do we have a topic we can argue about or something?
Well, I thought attacking people personally wasn't allowed here, and that's all Witset's doing.
Yeah.
If you don't have a topic, multiple times.
Well, to change it off of
this topic to discuss, don't even talk right now. Just who's got a topic.
So like one thing I was gonna bring up like a long time ago, but they were kind of talking about that for like a long time. So one thing I heard someone talking about like measuring stars And I was going to bring up a point like, how do you measure the width of a star if you're just seeing this light from it? And I'm actually, I'll kind of explain what I mean. I'm going to post a photo in the chat here, and if somebody can tell me how they can tell me the size of that light based upon the photo, right? Like if your eyes see this capturing this big ass ball, shining light, what's the first thing you would do to measure it? Now, obviously, they're full of crap and they're not going to be able to do that. But let me just show you what that light actually is in the distance behind this amazing glow of it all. I'm going to post a second photo. So that big, huge ball that they would have calculated is actually even a smaller ball, as you see in the second picture. But then that is even just a an amplification of the light because of the sky we're looking through. So when people come in here and say, "Oh, we measured the stars by the light. We know how big and wide it is," total bullshit. That's all I wanted to point out. You guys could argue about whatever else you want to argue. I just wanted to say those things. Goodbye.
Well, irrelevant topic.
Right, irrelevant.
Typical flat Earth.
Makes sense. I know. Too much logic for us.
I've never even claimed that.
Wait. Jeremy just said, let's make a new statement, a new thing. And that's exactly what Apocryphon did. He just brought up a new subject and a new thing. And the next thing the Glober says was totally irrelevant.
It's actually the thing we've been talking about the whole time with this azimuthal grid vision thing. Right? Is that not?
I've never once claimed anything about measuring the width of a star. So you're putting something on me that I've never claimed.
Okay, so earlier they were talking about putting a flashlight far away. Maybe you weren't here at that time. I'll give you that. But this was a while ago. This was like about 30, 40 minutes ago, maybe. And I when I heard that, it reminded me of this light that I caught up on, from the camera in front of the house, and how large the sun looked. Okay. But in reality, it's not even that big, because I put a second picture to show you how actually large it is in the sky. But for some reason, it was being amplified right here. I believe it's because it was off a wind chime. The wind chime, it's amplifying it. So all I'm saying is that if I was a baller with your type of head, and I'm like, I'm going to measure the width of this source, and then I did all my stupid ways that you guys think you're actually doing anything. And then I came up with a calculation for you. And then I just, spoon fed you it and said, this is how big it is. I'm going to call it Apocryphon Z star at, 25 trillion miles away. And then you're just going to have to believe me because you're like stupid, right? And then, actually, if you look at the second picture,
me and not the argument.
You're right. My bad. You're right.
That stuff.
You're right. My bad. So look at the second picture, and then you realize that I would actually be giving you an inaccurate measurement, because that is not how wide that source truly is. But then I would go farther, going back to what Witsit's saying, because we're looking at something at this azimuthal, grid, that we are looking through a medium which can even be amplifying these lights even more. But you guys, and alike, want to claim that you can measure them, and they do. They measure the widths of these stars all the time, because we have certain lights, and you've seen that video where they show this star is this big, and this star is this big, and this star is this big. You've seen the videos.
No, I have not.
Oh, come on, man. Everyone's seen that video.
I've not seen that video. I'm not making that claim. So when you say you guys, that includes me. I've never once made that claim and prove otherwise.
You've never once seen a diagram.
No. I've never made the claim about how big a star is and that we can measure it. Provide evidence on that I have.
Okay, so you're going to be honest with me and say you've never.
Yes, I've never made the claim that we can measure.
No. I didn't say you made a claim. Wait. I didn't say you made a claim. I made the claim that everyone's seen how big a star is on a chart compared to the moon, because guess what? If you've ever seen the sun, then you've seen a star, because technically the star is the sun, right? Dude, you're go ahead.
You specifically stated you guys claim you can measure the length of a star. And I've never once claimed that.
Oh, okay.
Provide
Okay.
evidence otherwise. You said those words. Those were the exact words out of your mouth.
Welcome to FE, buddy. Welcome to FE.
I'm not a flat earther.
Welcome to
But
FE.
provide evidence
so you do
that
have
that's true.
do have a claim. So you do have a claim. Would you care
So
to make it?
you have the claim that the
Earth
Earth is.
Quiet?
You have the claim that the Earth is flat.
Are you going to stop interrupting?
Claim or not? Are you going to make your claim or not?
Moderator, this guy keeps interrupting.
Bro, you're a troll.
Well,
no
once you provide evidence that I've made the claim about measuring the length of a star, then I'll believe you.
Well,
Okay. So, I'll tell you what.
What does that have to do with
argument?
FE? It has nothing to do with anything.
Hey, listen.
No.
Listen.
No.
For the sake of argument, hold on.
That's a
For the sake
stupid
of
argument. How is my argument welcome to FE?
Dude,
That
can you
doesn't make no
stop
sense.
cutting me off?
Correct
Can you
How?
stop cutting me off?
How?
Correct me if you're not. Correct me
Can
if
you
you're not.
stop? Listen, for the sake of the argument, let me retract. let me take back that all of you guys have made a claim to the size of a star. Let me take that back. Everybody except you in this Discord server has said that there. Maybe I'll even take that back because you're right. There might be one more person. Most of you guys say and claim that they could grab the measurement of a star by using all this cool math and all these cool instruments that man have built, and that we know the size of stars in the sky. Is that fair to say, yes or no?
I would say there are people that may or may not have claimed that in the server. I've never heard them claim it.
Okay, where's Zanuck at? Zanuck, I think he's the crime suspect for that. He always says that. But listen, Zanuck, have you not made that claim that we can get the size of the star by using spectrometers and all this spectronomy and all this cool math and stuff? Yes or no? Sorry, yes, spectroscopy. My bad. Isn't that how you get those sizes?
Well, it's not exactly. No, it's usually the brightness.
Okay.
And spectroscopy, both.
Okay, so, but you do say that we can get the size of the stars, right? Using these techniques and calculations.
Absolutely.
Okay, there you go. Okay, that's it. You as a witness, you can sit down, Zanuck. Let me go back to him. Thank you for coming up in front of the jury. So next, let me go back to you.
Thanks,
so Zanuck just said. So you're saying you don't agree with him?
I never made that claim. You quit putting words in my mouth.
You disagree with Zanuck. Welcome to FE.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
That's not welcome to FE.
Yes.
Do you
Welcome to FE.
I will never be a flat earther.
Okay. Good. Okay. Good.
Well,
do you disagree?
With Zanuck, so you disagree with the globe?
Do you
Here's
disagree
what I have
with
to say to what Zanuck says? I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you guys accept that answer or not?
Hold on. Do you disagree with Zanuck?
What I don't know. You're not going to change my mind.
I'm just asked. Do you disagree with Zanuck's statement?
I can neither confirm nor deny his statement as being true. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Then, all right. It's a pointless conversation. If you're not going to be,
I'm being 100% honest. I don't know.
Okay. You don't know. Okay. You don't know that it's doable, or you don't know that's the way it's done.
I don't know that it's doable or the way it's done. Okay. He claimed that. That's his claim, not mine.
But he knows it's a globe somehow.
Okay. So
the size of a star has no bearing on what the shape of the Earth is.
Real quick. You do think that the Earth is a sphere, though, right?
I want to make it clear that the size of a star has no bearing on the shape of the Earth.
It's a yes or no question.
Yes, I'm responding to something you said before that. Why won't you accept that?
Is it a yes or no question?
The size of a star. Well, you're jumping logic.
It's a yes or no question. That is not a yes or a no. That is not a yes
you're
or
jumping
a no.
logic
That
from.
Is not, sir. Do you need the
you're
question?
You're jumping logic from the size of a star to the shape
question?
of a planet has no bearing.
Do you need the question again?
No,
Do you need
but
the question
you're jumping logic there.
You do know the question. Would you understand that the
No.
question is either
Can I
affirmative
answer it the way I
or
want to answer it, or am I forced to answer it the way you want me to answer
You
it?
can only answer yes, no, or I don't
No,
know.
I can answer the
For
way I
any of
want
those.
to answer.
No, it's a yes or no
I
question,
don't
so you
care.
cannot
Let me
answer it
answer the way
anyway.
I want to
So
answer.
you cannot answer it if it only has 3 options: yes, no, I don't know. You
Your
cannot answer it with anything else. You cannot.
your
No, you would
jumping
not be
logic
answering it.
from
You would
the
not
size
be
of a star to
answering
the
the
shape of the
question.
earth has no
You would
logic.
not be. You would not be answering the question itself. You would just be monologuing.
No,
The
I'm giving you
question
a very
only has
simple,
3. If
straight.
the question only
Well,
has
if
3
you let
answers,
me answer,
and none of
no,
the answers is what you said, then you aren't answering the question. You're monologuing.
I'm not monologuing.
Yes, you are. If you are not answering the question being asked to you, then you're monologuing. You're not listening and answering.
The size of a star has
You are
nothing to
now
do with the shape.
monologuing again instead of answering.
Thanks for interrupting me. Are you
You
going to
are.
let
You
me
are
answer the
now. No, I'm
question?
not. You are not answering it because there's
Yes,
only
I
3
am.
answers.
Just because
There's
you
only
don't
3
like how
answers.
I'm going
No,
about
no,
answering
you
it,
are not
doesn't mean
answering. You are
that
not
I'm not
answering
answering.
it. You are monologuing.
You keep
You are
interrupting,
asking the
dumbass.
question.
Be quiet.
No, I don't. Nope, because the question
Yeah, this
is
is
not being
really
answered.
tiresome, Noah. Just let the dude answer.
Yes. So the size of a star has no bearing. The size of the star could be 5 trillion times bigger or smaller than the Earth, but that has no bearing on the shape of the Earth. And yes, I believe the evidence supports the idea that the Earth is a sphere. There you go.
So
you don't like it, that's your problem.
Okay.
So the answer is. So in conclusion, the answer is yes. That's all you needed to say. All the rest was garbage.
No, sorry. I answered it the way I wanted to answer it.
No, you answered it at the end. You monologued, then answered my question.
No, I answered the question the way I
No, you
wanted it to answer it.
monologued. You did answer it, but after panel.
Damn.
Okay.
No,
an example.
You got your answer. Hold on, Lyle. I'm modding. Calm down.
Okay,
I'm
if I could
modding.
jump back
I'm
in,
modding. Hold on, I'll
some
give
more
it back
stuff.
to you. You
I have
got your
some more stuff.
answer, Noah. So
All right, let me jump back in. Okay.
I just want to know why the size of the star has to have any bearing on the
Stop,
shape of the Earth.
somebody else.
He's monologuing again.
I'm about to mute both of
I
y'all.
want that answer. I answered your question. Answer my question. Why does the size of a star have?
Okay, yeah. Can I please jump in and finish what I was going to talk about?
Give me a second.
Cool?
Give me a second. Please stop interrupting other people. If you're not the one that started speaking, don't speak up. Otherwise,
Yeah,
we'll server mute you.
It was getting really frustrating.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
So going back, I'm actually going to answer what he's going to ask right now. So it goes hand in hand. So Layout, when you are when I mean, let's go back to the beginning when they first started trying to figure out if this is balls in the sky and we're going around them or not. So they have the sizes and the distance of these lights in the sky, right? And we even in the planets, right? They've mapped them. Even the sun in the sky, they say they know the width of it and the circumference and also the distance, right? So having all this data, all that stuff is supporting the model that the Earth is spinning around the sun in this huge galaxy universe, vacuum space, whatever you want to call it. But this is why the size of a star matters, right? Like, star lives matter here. Okay, so listen. So you have the size of it, because then you're using the size of the sun, and you're also using the size of the light that we call a planet. Like in a distance, if you just look up, you just see like a little cool little light in the sky, and we can use those sizes to
Are you
shape.
going to get to a point? Are you going to spend the next
I'm getting there.
hour showing me stuff?
I'm getting there. We can use those shapes and sizes to map out your model. So this is answering you why the size of a star matters. But here's my argument though, that the fact that you can't truly measure the size of it because it's just a light and a shine of it, then you no longer have your model. You do away with the model. It's no longer space like you've been brainwashed and indoctrinated to believe in. But go ahead, you can say something now, Leo. So I'll shut up.
I'm going to be very succinct and clear. the size of a star, whether it's a million times smaller than the Earth, no matter what the shape of the Earth is, or 5 billion times larger than the Earth, has no bearing on the shape of the Earth. It could be the flat Earth. It could
This
be a
guy's just
dinosaur
repeating
shape.
himself.
It could be the shape of the. It could be the shape of
Just
any
repeated
shape.
himself 10 times.
It could be the shape of any shape, and the size of the star, whether 1 billion times smaller or 1 billion times larger, has no bearing on the shape of that Earth or planet.
Okay, I get what you're saying, and I get what you're saying. Now, here's the problem, though. If you're told that we know stars to be these sizes by these practices and findings and experiments, even though it's not through science, even though it's not real science, if they tell you all these lies, but then they tell you, oh, by the way, the Earth is also a ball, spinning 25,000 miles. I'm sorry, 25,000 circumference, spinning 1,000 miles at 66,000 miles. Like once can't you see how then you can point out like, wait, you lied about all the other stuff. Why wouldn't they be lying about now the shape of the Earth? Because you believe it to be a ball, right? But what makes you believe it? You think that we can prove it to be a ball by the celestial things in the heavens. Is that incorrect?
No, I never said that. You're putting words in my mouth. I never said.
Okay. You're right. Let me restructure that sentence. Do you think that the ball Earth has been proven by the lights in the sky, like the planets and us knowing? Like, so what? So, yeah. I'll follow up after that. Do you think that the lights in the sky prove the ball Earth?
I believe that, and I want to be very succinct here, so don't interrupt me. I believe that thousands of people have driven across the United States and other countries, and we know pretty close to the exact distances across those things. And that supports the idea that the circumference of what we live on is at least 24,000 miles in circumference. So that is not a lie. That's confirmed year to year, even maybe day to day. People drive across the United States, fly across the United States. They also fly to other countries and know the distances that it takes to fly.
Are you saying
that circumference is a known circumference? I don't have any problem with accepting that circumference.
Okay. Are you? What if I, told you that this model that that has been, you've been told, and you say I have no, that you totally believe it, that because people are driving on it and flying on it. Now, what if you were told, hey, guess what? We found out, they were lying, and it's just a plane. It's just I mean, there's topography, ups and downs, hills, valleys, caves, all this stuff, but it's like a plane in a round pool, like like a bird bat sort of. And then every time you're traveling, you're just going over a plain Earth. And what if I told you that, and it does make sense on the plain Earth when you don't use the model of a ball Earth? What if I told you that?
I never said the Earth was a ball in what I said. I just said that the circumference can be verified day to day, year to year, over and over again, that it's at least 24,000 miles or closer to 25,000 miles.
So the Earth.
I never said that confirms the shape. I'm just saying we confirm year to year, day to day, how big the Earth in circumference is.
You said earlier yes to my question that it was a sphere, and now you're saying that you didn't say it was a ball. That's kind of.
No, I said in the explanation that I just gave about the circumference, I never mentioned anything about the shape of the Earth, just that we know the circumference.
Right.
Okay.
But earlier when I asked you the question,
what I'm saying now has no bearing on what I said earlier.
But earlier when I asked you the question about the Earth being a sphere,
you're trying to add two things together.
Leo, stop talking over him. Hold on, Noah. Hold on, Leo.
On, man.
You cannot talk over him. Everybody, wait for your turn, one at a time. It's audio chaos. That goes for you too, Noah, as well.
Yes,
All right.
sorry about that, Napalm.
All good. Go ahead.
Yeah, but earlier when you said when I asked you the question specifically, if the Earth was a sphere, you then proceeded to monologue and finished your monologue, and then proceeded to actually answer the question. And you did affirm that you thought the Earth was a sphere. And now you're saying that you're not claiming the Earth as a ball, but you can just get its circumference. So either you're double speaking or I'm misunderstanding. So how about you clarify?
How about I did try to clarify? You keep interrupting me, so I can't clarify. I get interrupted, and the person interrupting me does not get muted, but I get muted if I interrupt. That's stupid. Anyways, the circumference is known. Whether the Earth is a flat pizza dish like you said, and sorry if I'm misrepresenting it a little bit, or a sphere, the circumference is still the circumference.
Yeah, so you mean the distance of the equator or the length of the equator is confirmed on either model. Yeah, okay. Okay, we got that. But like you didn't answer my question or clarify the point where earlier just get the length of the equator or something. Like you're becoming more confusing, not less. Because earlier it was just simply yes, the Earth is a sphere. Now you're giving some sort of caveats on top of that. So could you please explain that? Thank you.
Very simply, the Earth, no matter what the shape is, at the center point of that shape is 24,000 or close to 25,000 miles. There. And that's confirmed.
So that works on a plane as well. Like from the equator, if you go from the degrees like that's been like put upon like to create a map over it, right? Like if you go to the middle part where which we call the equator, like yeah, and then if you flew in a circle around like a hula hoop on your mattress, if you put like a little like a Hot Wheels car in the hula hoop and you just made it stay on the hula hoop and you went in a circle, then yeah, so this ring at what we call the equator could be 24,000 plus miles, but that doesn't mean it's a shape, right? Like we're still not we're still not arguing the shape. Do I understand you correctly? You're still not even calling it a ball, right?
Let me be even more clear. The largest point of that circle is 24,900. Not.
So then you're saying that if you go further south.
Yeah, I finish. Yes, because on a flat Earth pizza map, the further south you get from the center,
it'd be larger.
The larger those circles get.
Okay.
Therefore, it can't be that because we know for certain the largest point is 24,000 or close to 25,000 miles.
So how do we know this for certain? What flight travel has gone circular on the lower hemisphere of your ball belief? What plane has gone from the tip of Africa over to Australia, then to the tip of South America, and then back to the tip of Africa? What flight path has done that, please? And then represented less than 24,000 miles, because obviously if you're all the way that far and your ball is smaller on that side of it towards the South Pole in your belief, then it should be way shorter than 24,000 miles, right? Am I correct?
Wrong. So let me explain.
Oh, okay.
We know the distances across the United States because it's driven every year thousands of times over. So we know the rough distance across the United States is 3,000 miles. Okay, so the Earth's circumference has to be at least 3,000 miles, which is exactly an eighth of the reported distance around the circumference of the equator. Would you agree with that?
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about, though.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Because
no, it doesn't.
It has exactly to do with it.
The problem with that is that a circumference is a measurement of a circle, the length and how long in length
and the United States
around it. This God fucking damn it, bro. Listen.
Do you disagree that the United States fits within that circle?
Fucking damn it. I'm trying to fucking get fucking 3 words out. Holy fuck.
Do you agree that the United States fits within that circumference?
Bro, come on, moderation. This is ridiculous. I haven't even been able to get my point out once. Listen, the circumference of a circle, not a sphere, a circle. So where do you get the circumference on a sphere from? The equator. You're saying the equator is 24,000 miles. The problem with that as an argument is that we can just take that circle, take it off of a sphere, and just plop it onto a flat fucking plane, and that circle still exists with the same circumference. It's not a globe proof. And yes, you can map a United States with 3,000 miles or whatever the fuck the distance is across it on a map with an equator of that circumference. Thanks for playing.
Hey Noah, no, one second, Noah. No offense, but can you pull a little bit down with the words of fornication and stuff?
Sorry.
Hey,
yeah,
just
my apologies. It
real,
was
real quick.
trying on my patience.
Layout real quick. Something that I was just. This is what I want to point out. Okay. If
Fine, I
you're
never
flying,
get an answer. He replied to me. Can I reply back, or
yeah, go ahead.
Do I have to wait the next hour for other people to say this and point and that point? That has nothing to do with it. Okay.
No, go ahead.
The
Reply,
United
and then I'll
States
answer.
fits within the circumference of the equator. That is a fact. And the United States is about 3,000 miles across. And guess what? About 2 or 3 United States fits within the continent of Africa. So therefore, we can verify that if 2.5 or 3 times the United States fits in Africa, that we can add that to the circumference of the Earth. And guess what? That equals about 10,000 miles just right there. That's not including all the other continents.
Okay, so here.
Can I respond to that real quick?
Go ahead, no, go ahead.
Thank you, Apocryphon. So real quick, you're confused. Whoever that glober is, I'm talking to. A circumference is a circle measurement. It's the length around a circle. You in your model have a sphere. The circle derived from the sphere is from the equator. That's where you get the circumference. So it's not the circumference of Earth, it's the circumference of the equator. That's what you're confused about.
No, I'm perfectly understand that. Those continents fit within the equator. Across the equator, you can put those continents.
I'm not fucking done.
You're never done.
I would be if you would have shut the fuck up. All of the northern continents are within the circumference of the equator. The circumference of the Earth, though, would be much larger because it would be outside of the circumference of the equator, adequately giving enough area or space to fit Africa and the southern continents. Now I'm done. Thank you.
Let me jump in real quick, Leo.
No, I'm answering his thing. Quit interrupting and trying to add more points on.
I told Apocryphon he could talk after me.
He wanted to reply to you, and I'm just and he did, and then I'm just because I was gonna reply to you. So here, Layout. Here's the thing.
Oh, I don't care. You don't let me respond to him. You keep interrupting.
You already responded to him, and he responded back. You responded to him, and he responded back. That's the way it worked. Okay. So now but I've been trying to respond back, and I mean that's probably even a better thing that he leaves. That's even probably better because he did. Noah, here's what he didn't grasp. He didn't grasp that north of that equator or south of the equator, their little circle of travel is smaller than at the equator. For some reason, he's a grown man and a child can understand that. But for some reason, he couldn't. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird to me. I don't know why these guys...
I'd like to apologize for getting so angry, bro. But it's just like, I'm making a fucking home run case on this guy. And like, everyone knows it. And then he's just literally just speaking directly into what I'm saying, not actually arguing, just making noise to basically like mute my point. And it was just
Yeah, so my
That's what
bad
they
for
do, man.
swearing and shit. My bad. My bad for swearing.
It's what they do, man. They just gaslight you all the time. It's
Well,
unbelievable.
I'm sure even the ballers in here understood. Like, oh my god, who's this guy representing us right now? Because he was trying to make a claim that even if you fly at the northern part of even in their ball world or the southern part, he was saying that it's all going to be 24,000 miles. Dude, does he not even understand his own model? It's crazy. It's actually comical, to be honest. This guy's
Yeah, you
now
guys
I
embarrassed
listen.
yourselves. It was quite quite funny. Yeah.
Oh, Peter, no one cares what you have to say, man. You have brought nothing to the table. You have no backbone. The only thing you can say is nah. So no one cares what you say, dude.
All you can do is
I
scream
would
and
be
shout.
actually, I would be actually
Every
interested
time
in.
with Ed Freeze with the nuh-uh. That's what Ed Freeze says every time.
You really got
Nuh-uh.
that fight the flat Earth tactic. So.
That's what I was waiting for him to go. Nuh-uh.
That's just boring, you know, these type of people. They just contribute nothing but gaslight.
Well, I
You're
mean,
projecting.
well, Ed, here's the thing,
No.
though. Ed, here's the thing. Would you agree with Lyle, or did you totally disagree with Lyle of what he was saying?
I agree with him.
So you agree that the southern part of the equator, if you flew a plane in a round, according to your ball, that it wouldn't be less than 24,000 miles in travel?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Okay, let me repeat all. Hold on, listen. I told him that if you took a path from the tip of, from Africa, the southern tip of Africa, to Australia, to South America, the southern tip of everything, and then came back to Africa, then that flight of path would be less than 24,000 miles because that's the circumference at the equator. He said, no, it wouldn't be. It would be the same. That's what he said.
If it's also a great circle, then yes, it would be the same as the equator, of course.
Okay, no. Okay, so on a ball, right? Okay, imagine. Okay, put it this way, Ed. So because maybe also you don't understand it. Listen.
No, I'm saying if it's a great circle route, then it doesn't matter if you're following the equator or not. A great circle is a great circle. It's going to be the same.
Okay, so imagine this. Imagine you have a basketball, okay, and we're going to put an equator line on the basketball because there already is one because there's a rubber, like a cool little black line, right? Now we're gonna put like little stickers on top of north of that, equator, that imaginary line, that middle line, and then south of them, okay? And then we're gonna get a string, right? And this is probably why you guys, when you guys explain like the great circle route is such nonsense, because that's not even reality over the ball that you would be living on. Because if you were going to go from north of the equator and go from America, and then you're going to like travel, and I just want to go, around the North Pole, right? In one flight, I want to head east and stay that same longitude, right? Or yeah, and then I'm just gonna go around it, like kind of like somebody with a string attached, like a
Right, I understand. So you want to
Okay.
go in a circle that seems so. If you're looking from the outside, that circle would seem parallel to the equator, but it would be north or south of it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. And now,
All right, that's not a great circle. That's not a great circle. It's not even a straight line over the surface of the globe. That wouldn't be the same distance as a great circle.
That's why. Okay. That's what I'm pointing out. It would never be the same distance as the equator because you are traveling less, because you have less land surface to go over, to hit the stickers of representing, Canada.
Yes, that is correct. You are correct. However, maybe Lil thought you were talking about great circles because it took me a bit of effort to figure out what you're talking about. And Noah kept interrupting the whole conversation, so
I'm not
nobody
talking
could get
about
clarity
great
anyway.
circle.
There's
Okay,
Gleason's
I get it.
book, by the way.
No, I was slam dunking on Lil on a fucking topic that's not interrupt.
Yes,
Gleason's book right there, talking about how the Earth is flat.
Nice.
Wait, where is that with it?
It's in. I sent it to you personally, and it's in the text.
Thanks, bro.
I see.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
I guess Ed Priest has to eat his word.
It's called "Is the Bible from Heaven? Is the Earth a Globe?" and it goes in vivid detail about how the Earth is flat.
And does it mention all these things you said he had it to do from the government and all that stuff?
No, I have to find the rest of the stuff out.
So it's not in there. So you didn't have evidence for
I'm just
those
going
claims.
to. Actually, you're lucky that you're even still in here.
Hey,
Because
what's
I
up,
was
boys?
actually supposed to come back to the computer.
Is that
Listen, I was
supposed to
actually
make me
supposed to come
scared
back
or
to the
something? What are you
computer
doing,
and
man?
I was actually supposed to come back to the computer and give you a warning since you repeatedly ignored the
warning.
moderation. Now you're interrupting again. So, because you repeatedly ignored moderation, repeatedly tell you to stop screaming through people and interrupting them constantly, and you just kept doing it anyway. So if I were you, I would.
Are you
I'd
talking
chill
to Noah or me?
I'm talking to you, actually.
All right. Well, then you're not doing your job very good, so I'm gonna ignore you.
Like no one here would, in for a slight second, miss you being in this room. Let's be real.
Oh, man. I miss seeing you around. Where you been?
Well, you guys can go create your own room.
Together. A special little room, Ed. You coming? Oh, he ditched me, so now it's just me and you. He left me hanging.
He's like a prime example of gaslighting. He has this. I think he's not even serious about the whole thing. It's just here to create division in a conversation, make you angry.
He's upset about listening to FTFE get beat up yesterday.
By the way,
Yeah,
there's
I fucking slam dunk on FTFE for you, Witsit. He's trying to strawman you.
Nice. I'm pretty sure this book actually covers the government telling him to do the map as well.
So by the way, I have on record that Fight Flat Earth said that you can do a rainbow with spraying water and just an artificial light source in a dark room, which is impossible. It will not give you the light spectrum that a rainbow gives you. You maybe have two colors at least. That's everything. And he claimed he had done it many times with his children, making an artificial rainbow just with water and an artificial light source inside. Even though nothing points out that is even possible. Every scientific experiment you can Google up needs at least glass, or some other reflective material, like a CD. But I think a CD is also made out of glass, right?
Why do you suspect that it's impossible? Like, what's the reason that it's not possible?
Yeah, can't you just shine a light
Because
through
no,
a glass
you
of water?
no. Yeah, a glass of water, yes. If you shine artificial light through a glass of water, then you get a little rainbow. But you need glass. If you just he claimed that you can just shine artificial light on water being sprayed in a dark room, and you get also the same result, which is a lie. It's a straight up lie, out of probably not knowing actually what the priorities are. You literally need glass to create the rainbow with its colors like we see outside. It doesn't work otherwise inside. You can guys try it for yourself. And I sent you, dude. Let me do this. Anyone listen to my voice? I send you $50 via PayPal if you do this. Make a dark room, get a spray can or anything to vaporize water or let water fall down in driplets, and just shine an artificial light source on it. No mirror below it, no mirror above it, nothing else to see, just water and an artificial light source. Create a rainbow with its colors like outside, like this inside, and you get $50. Should be pretty easy. And I know I'm gonna keep my $50 because it's not possible.
Why is it impossible?
Dude, I just explained it. You need
I'm just asking, why is it impossible? What's
because you
stopping it
need
from being created?
because you need glass.
What properties does glass have that allows it to happen?
I don't know, dude. It's just what you need. I don't care. I'm not this guy that goes into specifics about certain things. I could, but it's just
Do
enough
it.
for me to know that no one can recreate it. That's why I bet $50. If it's so easy, just get some water spray and put artificial light source in it in a dark room. And I want to see you getting a full spectrum rainbow, like on the outside. And I can bet you the least you get is 2 lights, a little bit of red and yellowish. That's all. You will never get the typical wonderful, colorful rainbow you see outside, because you can only do that by either using a glass of water, which still will not give you a beautiful rainbow, because then the best way to do is actually have a glass of water, put a little mirror inside it, and then angle the light through the water, through the glass onto that mirror, and then you will have a wonderful spectrum of rainbow light on your wall. But anyways, I mean, I guess I'm the only one who was really interested in the fact that rainbows literally debunk the globe.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I'm just saying. So, what is it in the glass that allows it to, I guess, create a rainbow, or just the color? Is it just the
I
colors?
already told you. I don't know. I just know from the Bible that it says that the firmament looks like a molten-looking glass. You always talk about a glass dome. So again,
like,
to create the rainbow you
so then
see
what is,
outside, you need these things on the inside. Otherwise, you will never get the colors that you get through the sunlight on
something
the outside.
that's like glass. So like how would you create glass with pressure,
Dude.
or like a glass thing? Would it be pressure?
Thanks. I don't know about the specific. I'm really actually not even interested in that, to be honest. I'm just saying it proves that there must be something outside that makes rainbows possible, which the globe first needs to explain. Coincidentally enough,
who cares what the globe thinks about it? I don't know. I don't know if you think.
Yeah, they think the sunlight is hitting the water, and then it's just like in a what's this pyramid shaped thing called again?
Pyramid shape? Pyramids? Prism.
Prism. Yeah, the water bounces off, gets reflected, and then comes out, and you observe it as an illusion of a rainbow. But again, creating the lights and the rainbow like we see it outside naturally is only possible artificially inside with glass, mirror, and water. Anyways.
Yeah, but like, what could you? So, like, what are the components? I'm saying, if you were just going to try to think about it, what are the components of like glass? So it would be, I mean, would it be glass or something like glass? What would be the components of that would be needed? Or would it be because of the atmosphere, because of gas pressure that's in the air rising, that rises out of your room, that you can't do it inside because of the gas is rising? I mean, what do you think the components are?
Dude, I actually don't know. I'm just saying it gives a positive claim for us. And anyway, someone needs to explain why we need these certain materials on the inside to create that rainbow that we see in nature on the outside. And again, it points positively to the direction that there is indeed a firmament above us that makes that possible.
And I've seen them do it in a garage with just a sprayer, and it seems like you get the same result from any light source.
Okay, so again, I send you $50. Go into your garage, make it completely dark. Either spray the water or let it drip down, whatever you want to do. But it just needs to be these two things: the water and the artificial light source. No glass container. Okay. No.
Can I do it at night outside?
Dude, no. That's how are you? Even the globus and fight flat Earth chat wouldn't understand this after the third time of me explaining the experiment.
You think my flashlight is reaching up to the dome and coming back?
This is the very thing we're talking about. How to create a rainbow artificially inside a dark room without any outside influences.
Right, but
dude, I'm not stupid. As a kid, I also hold a water hose into the air and I've seen a rainbow because
I'm not talking
outside.
about that. Listen carefully. I was saying, can I go outside at night in the dark, no moon, turn on a light, and do it outside so I have to wet the floor of my garage? Or do you think that my flashlight is going to go up to the dome 3,000 miles away and bounce back and make the rainbow? I would think it would be just as good outside.
Oh, dude.
The answer to that is not dude. What is the answer?
The answer to this is that we're talking about the inside experiment, not the outside.
I understand. But do you think that is my experiment polluted?
Have you ever seen a rainbow at night?
No, I'm going to use a light.
Yeah,
I'm going to whip up a light, and I'm going to take that light, and I'm going to spray water in front of it, but I don't want to wet the garage. He's doing it outside at night without the without the advent of sun. Acceptable. And
I send you $50 if you just do this in a dark room.
I'm not going to fucking wet my garage for $50. I'm not getting that. I'm asking you if it's acceptable.
So you can literally just use a spray can. It will not wet your garage. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, that's fine. Is there any way that this experiment is polluted? Is there anything wrong with this experiment doing it outside my garage on my driveway at night?
Yes, because it's destroying the very premise that I'm talking about. Nothing with the outside, not with the natural world. We want to create an artificial rainbow. But again, it would be interesting, and I give this point to you, it would be interesting to see if that's even possible at night. So just try it out and enlighten us.
No, I have to try it out unless you find it an acceptable method. So I'm not going to do it in any case because I don't wish to wet my garage.
I'm done talking to you.
That's fine.
Oh, are we talking about making like a rainbow with spraying water?
A sprayer, spraying water. I was talking about doing it on my driveway rather than in the garage. But somehow he thinks that it's going to go up through the clouds, the light's going to come off, bounce off the dome, come back to my little rainbow.
Why are you doing this, man? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why are you inserting lies upon something I've never claimed or said? That is so ridiculous. That's absolutely disgusting. I'm gonna mute you if you do that one more time. I don't care.
But isn't that like the implication though? Because if that's not the implication, then what's the issue with it?
He's already inserting as if there's going to be a rainbow outside. I already said we can close this conversation, do that experiment outside at night, and try to create a rainbow just with the water and the artificial light at night. If that happens, from there on we can have another conversation, okay? But so far, don't start inserting things I've never claimed or said.
What's wrong with the morning time?
Oh, dude.
Well, can you explain it? I mean,
morning time would be a pain in the ass. You can't get the rainbow bright enough. The incandescent light bulb.
No, I mean like with the sun itself. Why can't we use the sun itself? Like, what's wrong with that?
Because that could be somehow involved with the dome. They think it's a proof of the dome that you get this curved shape.
Dude, Moyo, you're such an. Dude, I don't even want to. You're trying to ridicule me and misrepresent me in a way that fits your stupid idea of a spinning, wobbling, tilted ball flying from every expanding universe.
Clay,
he's a very angry little man, isn't he?
Can you just stop doing it? Yeah, because you're just a gaslighter. You're not here to learn. You're just here to create division, gaslight people by misrepresenting and inserting lies upon their personality and things they've never said. That's just absolutely ridiculous and exposes you pathetic.
He's a little angry man, little angry boy.
Right. Hold on, Clay. Okay,
I'm not an angry man. I'm a very passionate man, and you're just being pathetic right now, exposing the very weakness of every claim you might try to make.
Saying someone's an angry man is hilarious.
Well, look. Anyway, Clay. Look. Then why don't you make the argument?
I had no conversation with you, Amma.
Well, I just wanted.
And I'm not looking forward to talk to you. You're another time waster. I'm not wasting my time here.
He's an angry little man. Then don't talk to Clay.
I'm not trying to. I'm literally just trying to understand this. That's all. Jeez.
I have repeated myself at least 3 times regarding what the exact experiment is. I'm putting out there for $50 to do.
Yeah, but I just came
And
in though.
still
So
people come up with, why don't we do the rainbow outside in the sun, which you just did?
yeah, because I just came in. I don't know what the argument is. I'm trying to ask you why that isn't allowed.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you have already been in here. That's my fault.
No.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Then I highly apologize. I thought you have been in here already. Yeah, so I can explain it to you. I'm giving the person $50 via PayPal that can create a rainbow with its light, with its full light spectrum, like we see outside. Like you would hold the garden hose in the summertime, and the sunlight is going onto it, right? Or not even summertime, just the sunlight hitting it, and you get a rainbow, right? So
Okay.
that rainbow with its color spectrum, if someone goes, the premise is you have a dark room inside of your house or anywhere, and the only thing you're going to use to recreate that rainbow is maybe your garden hose, whatever dispenses water, and an artificial light. And if you can recreate the same colors on the inside, I give you $50 via PayPal. But you need to film the whole room. You need to show that there's no mirror below what you're doing or above you, or any other material you use, because then I unfortunately it's not legit.
Okay,
Well, I won't get it. Won't be able to get a full spectrum. I'll tell you that, because the light bulbs aren't spectrum. You'll get a rainbow, not a full rainbow, all colors. You have to get a special light to do that.
Something that looks like the rainbow outside. Okay, let's not say the specific spectrum down to its specific whatever. Okay, just something that looks exactly like a rainbow. And you can do this, by the way, on the inside with having water in a glass with a mirror inside, and you put an artificial light on it, for example. Then you have like a perfect, colorful rainbow on your wall.
Okay. Well, here's my question though. So, 'cause I need to sort of figure out what the limits of this is. All right. So, real fast, why can't we do it why can't we just do like like outside in the daytime with a fucking water hose? Like, what's wrong with that exactly?
Is it my is it my bad English?
No,
I don't know what
no,
it is.
it's
no.
fine.
Let me
He's
just
coming
ask
in
in
late.
general to other people. Guys, is it me? Am I too fast, or what am I doing
No.
wrong?
Armor was here before me, and I can tell you just by what you said: artificial light, no mirrors, inside.
I got that. I'm just asking why we can't.
And why did you bring up outside with the sunlight?
Because I'm asking him why the fuck are we doing this outside? God damn it, man!
Shut up, Rakia. You're not helping.
Holy fucking shit!
That's not what he's asking for.
I know. I'm asking him why can't we do it outside? That's why I'm. That's why I'm asking. It's a question.
Because
Holy
no
shit!
one's debating whether you can do a rainbow outside, Arma.
Hold on. Why is
because
why,
outside we
hold on,
already
why
agree
is
you
M6
can
keep
do
screaming? I'm screaming because it's every fucking time, man.
No,
Holy
every
shit.
time y'all obfuscate and don't listen to his
I'm not
exact repeat and then over talk.
No, I'm trying to ask.
Yes,
no, that's why people ask questions to find out like
Arma, dude, dude. If you were actually listening to him, then you would know that the whole point is that there must be something that's causing the rainbow outside.
Yeah.
So
I know.
why would we go outside and then try to make a rainbow?
Because I'm trying to figure out what that thing is that's making the rainbow outside. Is he claiming it's like the dome or the firmament? I'm trying to figure that out first.
Oh my God!
Is that what the speculation is? Like,
no, that's what Moyak speculated.
Well, then what is the
What's your speculation?
So all we know at the very least is that the sun, can make rainbows. All right, the sun, a bit of hose water for spraying that, you can make a rainbow out of that, right? So at least we know that. The question is, what other variable is there? Is are you saying there's like glass or something? Is that the firmament? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is there another variable besides the sun and the water?
Oh, this is so painful.
Just let me know. I'm only asking a simple question.
Make that $50, bro. Get that money.
Well, just complain about it being painful for another 10 minutes.
No,
just
it's
waste
not
the
just
airtime on
painful
that.
because Arma was here the other day when this guy brought this up.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know.
Oh, he playing dumb. Oh shit.
No, I really don't know if I was quite here yesterday. I was in a bunch of
that
calls.
makes sense.
I know it was in
Sometimes you do seem a little
Tartaria.
smart.
I was in Tartaria, but I don't know if I was in here per se with this argument.
Dude, what does it matter? What does it matter to you? What I think about the outside rainbow? If I just want you for $50 to give me the same rainbow inside, if it's just water and light that you need to create it in a dark room.
Why don't you do it?
No, you know what? I'll tell you why. The reason why I'm asking is because this is what's going to happen, right? We do it, right, and we get the results, but then, right, you might realize, oh wait, a flashlight has a fucking glass thing in front of it, right? Maybe that's causing the fucking rainbow. So I'm trying to figure out what you think is causing the rainbow.
I know it won't, but again, you can use a normal flashlight. Even with that glass in front of the flashlight, it has no influence on that.
You don't think it has any influence? Because I feel like that might be where that goes next, where we get it.
Yeah, I've had a lot of flat earthers claim that the flashlight and the reflector are the mirror.
That's what I'm saying.
So-
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like that's why I'm asking these questions. Like, is there a dome that's causing these rainbows when I go outside and doing it? Because then we have to get rid of that as well. Maybe we have to use like a flame or something. Like a fire to get this rainbow. But that would be the most genuine way to do it.
I thought an arc welder would be the best.
Can you calm down and stop complicating? I'm just putting out an experiment you can do.
I'm not.
That's it, dude.
I'm not here to
It's
yeah,
terribly
you are. You're
unscientific.
just going into something I didn't even mention.
I'm trying to future see this, or I'm trying to see where this is going to go, because someone's going to do it, and then it's another excuse. I'm trying to
simply recreate the rainbow you see outside on a rainy day, or you can do with your garden hose on the inside, just with water and an artificial light source in a dark room with nothing else needed. If you can do that, I send you $50. That's it, dude. No more talk, no more discussion. That's just it. If you do that, and you have the same light, like the rainbow outside, you get $50.
Arma.
Just make sure to properly record it.
Let me see something.
Get that
but
money.
I can already tell you what will happen if you even manage to get to that point of seeing something that slightly resembles the rainbow. You know what's going to happen? You at least get two colors, a slight red and a yellowish tone, and that's it. You will never see the rainbow you see outside, because you only will get this if you introduce a glass prism to the whole thing. And, for example, you would contain the water into something. Then the whole experiment would change. Or you use a mirror, which is also made out of glass, right? Then you will get the nice visuals that you will see on the outside. But anyways, I didn't want to go so deep into it.
So, just to be succinct about this whole fiasco here, if Moyak tried to make rainbows in his garage with the garage door closed, sparing no water expenses or wetness here, you're saying that he's not able to create a rainbow inside with an artificial light source, provided that there's no glass or container glass or other glass element being used. But if he did it outside, it would work.
Yes, if you go outside and just put your garden hose into the air and let water fall down and the sunlight hits it, you will see a rainbow, yes. That's the very thing I'm trying to say. If it's just the water doing the effect.
Right. And so they think that that's mysterious, or that you're wrong, possibly, because they don't understand how any kind of effect like that might happen.
I mean, we had a pathetic.
No, actually, I tried to change it because I agree.
Just keep interrupting. Yeah. Just normal. We had a pathetic try of Moyak actually trying to, introduce something I've never actually said with my own words to make me look stupid.
No, you did that on your own.
See, that's why I really don't want to talk to you, Moyak.
Good.
He's toxic, I know. But Moyak, so what were you gonna say? What would you have said?
What?
What would Moyak have said there? I'm just curious.
Oh,
he's saying that he knows something.
You want to know what he tried to pull upon me, as if I actually said that or claimed that? You want to hear that?
How about I tell him?
He said if I would go outside.
How about you stop talking?
He doesn't want. Tell the lies.
Okay. I asked him a couple of questions. Essentially, what I asked him was, would it be okay, because I don't want to wet my garage, to do it out on the driveway at night?
Right.
With my artificial light being the only source of illumination.
Right.
He was a little bit antsy about that, but he said I could do that if I wanted. I was answering one of the other guys' questions is why you can't do it outside in the sunlight. And that's because, most of the time I've heard that described as being because there's a dome and that acts as the light, as the prism required to make rainbows.
Okay, but that's and as a science guy, you know that there's like ice crystals at the high atmosphere that create the rainbows, right? So
not necessarily. They happen lower than ice crystals typically.
that's why they're at certain times of the year more prevalent in certain areas because of the weather patterns. That's why they happen like frequently. You'll see them more at different times of the year because of the angle of the sun and because of the conditions in the higher atmosphere that create the refraction necessary to project the rainbow. But that's neither here nor there. What would be learned if like it was impossible to do it, if it was disconnected from the atmosphere, or if it was possible to do it? You know what I mean? I just think that would be an interesting thing to know, at least.
Yeah, but do you accept, based on what you know of rainbows and what you theorize about rainbows, that doing it on my driveway at night with an artificial light would be the same as doing it inside the garage? Or do you think that somehow the light is going to go up from my little 10-watt flashlight all the way up to the sky, bounce off the dome, get refracted back, and somehow make the rainbow that way?
Well, I think that is a particularly absurd idea. However, that doesn't discount the possibility that some kind of field effect is either modulating or demodulating the light in order to create a rainbow spread or full spectrum spread.
Those field effects don't go through roofs on houses?
Like, no, because it wouldn't be connected to the same medium of like, you know what I mean? Like the material or the light is not in the same space as is connected to the overall. But I don't know, right?
It sounds like a bunch of bullshit.
That it is conjecture on my part. Yeah. So like, what more would you expect? I don't have actual data to provide you with, so it is spitballing about the nature of Clay's ask for someone to provide him with that for compensation with money, because I guess he's willing to put that up to just see if it's possible that somebody could recreate it. So yeah, I'd be willing to be interested in that, the results of that, and then possibly bring up some conjecture. But in any other way, like how would you even try to explain why that works in any other way? It would be a mysterious thing if that were true. So I would be interested in seeing that. That's all.
Somebody just posted his test. No prisms, no mirrors. Let's see, that's at 501.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I know that there's definitely different qualities that different types of light sources provide through different types of mediums, whether they be glass or plastic or something else.
Well, this is the garage medium.
Again, that rainbow has two colors. If you look up what a real rainbow looks like, you will see a lot of colors. That's why we call it a rainbow. It's very colorful. That rainbow is not even close to the rainbow we see inside. That just looks like a halo. Nothing more.
Well, hold on. First off,
it just looks like a halo.
Hold on. First of all, I think you're maybe moving the goalpost because that is pretty rainbowy, all right? But second off, all right?
The goalpost was already clear set. Do a rainbow with the colors you see, like the natural one on the outside. It's so easy, a kid can understand it.
Rainbow's seven qualities of color. Okay, we're not going to fuck around with that.
Yeah, and that obviously does not have the qualities of color that the real rainbow has. This looks like just a sun halo, nothing more.
It might. Well, okay.
Look at the ceiling. Look at the ceiling in that.
What about the ceiling?
In that video. Look at the ceiling.
What about it?
Do you notice anything about that ceiling that might be an indication as to why he's getting a rainbow inside?
No.
What's needed for a rainbow inside? Glass, a mirror, a reflective surface, right?
Okay.
What does the ceiling look like?
Because it's like some metal, I guess, a little bit of metal.
A reflective
No,
surface, so it kind
no,
of improves place point, right?
Look
Right.
at
Anything
1
that's
minute, not even that, but look at 1 minute. You see something on like a tablet on the ground. If there's water in it, that is already messing with what we want to see. There's another video on YouTube where another guy has a water bucket underneath the water spray, where he fills water into it. Again, could be also already tampering with the outcome. I don't know what the actual thing is he has down there. It also looks like a reflective surface, actually. Again, this is unfortunately not a clean thing. But anyways, even though it's not clean, it still doesn't depict a real rainbow.
okay, because we can get refraction of the light through the water mist droplets or garden hose or whatever the case may be, but we're not going to get a full spectrum thing. Is that what that? Does anybody have any proof against that at this point? Without using like a water or another optical surface to create a like tertiary refraction or something like that. I don't know, or what's going on there, right? It should be that all the water droplets would together be additional refraction.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Right?
Hold on. I'm a little confused. So reflective surfaces, right? You don't need glass. You guys are saying you just need a reflective surface. Is that correct?
His garage door is very reflective for light, like literally, like you can.
So you don't need glass, just a reflective surface, right?
It's like an optical surface, I think, would be like that which is like reflecting like a really high amount of the light that's received.
Light, yeah.
I mean, water is pretty reflective. I mean, why isn't that just enough to? Hold on, let me see.
That's the mystery here. It's like is there another dimensional like part of this that's needed to have that, and I just mean like a plane, like something to reflect that light scattering off of.
The real mystery is that only if you introduce like a CD, a mirror, or a glass to the experiment, you get this full colorful spectrum of rainbow you see outside. That's the mystery.
Right. And so I just think this is like about crystal in itself, because polycarbonate crystal is what the CD is made out of, with a foil that's prismatic itself. That's why CD would work, and glass is like a real, optical medium.
Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah. Interesting shit. Somebody do it.
This is still stupid, because even if we give you all this, right, you're still going to say the light source has some kind of glass in front of it. I don't.
No, I already told you, man.
Is that not a variable though? Could we not be like,
Arma.
oh, this?
Okay, it's like you pick
Arma.
your own light source.
What's your question, Arma?
I'm saying, because there's this whole like rainbow inside thing, whatever. I'm saying even if we change like the ceiling where it's not reflective, and even if we get like the full like rainbow, although I'm pretty sure that is the full rainbow, it's just a saturation thing on the camera. But even if we get all of this, right?
There's another video I can show you where you have the same colorful colors that he has. It's just very plain. It just looks like a halo, nothing more.
But there's clearly red on one side, blue on the other. I think the green's a little bit faded out, but that's
It
still
just literally proves that water will only reflect the colors of the light source.
Look, okay,
there needs to be another material interference, like a glass mirror, that will create the light you will see. That's why you have a straight rainbow when you put light through a glass prism.
Okay, sure, but here's the thing.
It's a glass thing. That's the thing. That's the bingo point. Like bingo, the glass is the.
You don't have to talk for 10 minutes.
Yeah, here's the thing, though, right? Here's the thing. Even if I fix all this, right, I still feel like you could still make the argument that the light source uses glass, though. Like even if you don't make it, someone could still make the argument that the light source is using glass.
People can make all kinds of things.
So it's fucking stupid. This is a stupid this whole thing is stupid. I mean, it's gonna be really hard.
I said for me, it's no problem, but it's also no problem to just get that glass in front of your flashlight away. That's also not a hard thing. I have a flashlight where you can just literally twist it, and then you can pop it off, and you just have the LED.
Isn't the LED still in case of some kind of like?
You can put water inside of like a UV vis spectrometer or graphite furnace spectrometer and get the light to refract. You'll have to adjust your mirror and your detector angles for the wavelength that you want to detect, because the light will refract through the water, and different wavelengths will have different angles of the refraction.
Also, here, this I don't buy this argument that isn't a complete rainbow, because here is a rainbow right here. Check this video out. All right, here's a rainbow, and it looks almost exactly the same as the video, where you don't really see the green. That's
not at all. Yeah, you just pick the most like 2000 like 2003 911 camera you can imagine.
That's the point. Some cameras don't have like good settings. How do you know that?
The camera
No. This is a good argument, right? This could be happening with that guy's camera. All right, that's the whole
why
point.
You're such a strawman and all.
How is that a strawman? I'm literally showing you the exact same fucking rainbow look. It's the same thing. So how do you know that camera isn't doing the same thing?
Are you blind? Even on the
then this isn't a real.
camera,
Then this isn't a real rainbow. Then this isn't a real rainbow because apparently it doesn't have green in there. Whatever.
You're still strawmanning. This is the third attempt of trying to strawman me.
What was your argument earlier? Did you not say that's not
wrong with you, Arma?
You said it's a halo because it doesn't look that colorful, whatever. I'm seeing the exact same thing here. This isn't a rainbow. This is a halo.
If that's the exact same thing you see, then I'm done talking to you. Then you just.
I'm done talking with you. You clearly want to just have this one. Like you don't want to be convinced. Obviously, it's obvious.
You just don't want to. You're just scared that. Actually, glass is the only thing that makes what you see on the outside possible. That's what you're scared of. That you only get the full spectrum of these colors because there's another phenomenon that you're not aware of that you just want to get rid of because it will destroy your whole paradigm. That's why you make these strawman analogies.
No, I'm trying
I don't get what is the argument, right? You can put water inside of a UV vis or a regular AAS spectrometer, right? You put water in there and it will refract. If you use a white light source, you'll get the full rainbow of refraction through the water, and you'll have to adjust the angle of your mirror and your detector for the wavelength that you want to detect.
Mirror, you broke the rules.
Mirror is a glass, right?
Yeah, you have to adjust the mirror because the light. You have to adjust the mirror because the light.
Without the mirror.
The light. Yeah, you can take out the mirror. Then you have to adjust the detector angle. It doesn't matter. You have to adjust the detector angle then if you take out the mirror, because the light refracts through the water.
I
mean, any of you are free to, you can come to my.
It's still like even things that are represented as being full spectrum lights are not equivalent to sunlight. They are not the same. They may hit the frequencies, I guess, but I mean,
I don't know. I don't get this argument, man. I mean, you can't just.
Yeah, I can tell that you don't get it. Yeah, I can tell you.
Are you trying to say that water doesn't refract light?
No. How many times do I need to repeat myself? How many times? It is like literally so annoying. Like it's draining my energy. As if you're doing this on purpose. Is that what you have? Like, is that the reason why you do it? Like trying to make people annoyed, or
because you don't make no fucking sense.
Well, I came in kind of late, so all I heard was Arma
Dude,
talking.
I cannot go on repeating myself constantly. Again.
The point?
Okay, yeah.
Why don't you guys quit flirting and just go get it on?
I would think the easiest thing for him to do would be to do the test himself. It takes a garden hose and a garage. He's apparently not afraid of wetting his garage. And he'd be able to see it in full color with his eyes.
Yeah, why doesn't he do it, actually?
You can remove the whole detector and the mirror You can remove the whole back wall of the spectrometer, right? You can build your own at-home spectrometer, shine the light through the water, and just have the light hit the wall behind the water, and you'll see that it's split into a rainbow if it's like just a white light source.
Boy, hey, this must be on purpose.
Would you shut the hell up, man? You're not even.
No, how about you get to understand what I'm saying? Both of you.
I understand, man. All right.
Yeah,
Well,
so
I only
again,
really heard
you will
Arma
not be able to make a full spectrum rainbow just like you see outside without using glass, prism, mirror, CD, whatever. Do you get that? These two videos that people post in chat just showed at least maximum 2 colors.
No, well,
Actually, I saw at least three. At least three.
I'd go even
At least
well,
3. Okay, let's
I'd
do
go
with
as far as
that.
4 actually, because I count cyan as another color. It's not cyan is it's not blue. All right, so I count it's 4. It's like blue, cyan, yellow, and red. I'd say 4.
Again.
Oh well, you're still 3 short, dude.
That's fair
It
enough.
will again.
Hold
It
on,
will
that's
never.
bullshit. Actually, hold on. The whole 7 colors in a rainbow is kind of bullshit. Actually, I mean, like, because you kind of get to
Dude,
define like
It's
different
not
shades
bullshit
and
if the
whatnot. So
premise is
it's closer to like 5.
It's just not bullshit if the premise is that you need to create a rainbow that you see outside, and you can only make these colors visible inside if you use glass. How many times do I need to repeat myself?
Well, hold on. Here we go. We got red, we got orange, we got yellow, we got
No,
cyan, and we got blue. We're
I'm done.
literally only
I'm
missing green.
done
I don't
with
count
you.
violet because violet is practically blue or whatever in this
But it
scenario.
doesn't match the exact rainbow taken by a professional photographer on Tuesday,
Yeah.
the 22nd of January.
Yeah, Moyo, this is the only thing you can do, right? Like last time. You're just going to do the same thing again because you're miserable. You're a pathetic man with no argumentation. Just can't accept that you're completely lost and that I'm right, that you need indeed glass to create that rainbow you see outside. You both cannot just
No
accept
glass.
this point and say yes and go on. You need to keep doing what you're doing right now and not just end the conversation there and accept the fact that it only works inside with glass.
Noisy little man, isn't he?
Hey,
Just
guys.
screaming. Yeah, I have to say that I think that guy did a fine job of doing it. I could not probably do any better, so he would not give me my $50. So I would have had a wet garage. Glad he did
Not
it.
sure. Not sure if anyone heard me the other day, but I was waving the XRP flag, telling everyone to get on board. Had you listened to me, you would have been 30% richer than whatever you had invested.
Yeah, Bitcoin went up, so they all went up. Yeah.
Stop with that.
Yeah. Well, that's how it works, though. But yeah, you're right. Let's see. XRP. Yeah, XRP is the top gainer, at least on this one exchange here. So yeah. Yep, you're right.
Bought another $50 yesterday after you said it. Woohoo! Let's go to the moon.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, you're right though. XRP is the big runner today. Yep.
I really like when they go up 5 million%, though. It's more fun.
So what's the rainbow thing? What?
Oh.
So his argument is, go ahead, bud. His argument is that you can't. I wasn't even talking to you. I was hot mic. My bad. His whole argument is, you can't recreate this rainbow that we have outside unless you use glass or something, reflect a mirror, glass or something, right? Is that it, Clay?
Clay's argument?
Yeah.
Again, I've already completely clarified the whole thing. The very reason why they keep on going on about this is because they just can't accept that they have lost, that there is no explanation to it. You only get the full spectrum of light like the rainbow originally outside naturally when you use glass. That's how you actually do the experiment inside. Everything, the 2 videos they showed will never show the light spectrum of a real rainbow. And
So
we're
if you
still going
use
on.
glass, you can replicate this inside?
Sure,
Yeah.
yes, 100%.
Crystals, glass, but that doesn't
With
mean
sunlight.
if you're not using the sunlight, you can't really say it's caused by crystals. Like, I have to be
Yeah.
on their side a little bit. But it is kind of weird that it's not created. I don't think it's. I've never seen a rainbow at night, but you know, if you're not using the sunlight, if you're using artificial light, then maybe the glass or the mirrors or whatever.
Talking. You never seen a rainbow in the dark, dude? Come on.
I haven't personally. No.
Well, it's a great song at least.
I've seen a rainbow in the dark. That's why I'm confident I could do it on my driveway with a light bulb and a spray. But it doesn't meet ARMA's requirement.
I see them around the moon.
Wait, hold on. What?
The way you calibrate a spectrometer is by making the rainbow through the substance that you're putting in the spectrometer. That doesn't require any kind of glass. Like
It's
I said, you can remove the mirror, you can remove the detector if you want, and just shine the light through the sample onto the wall. But for quantitative purposes, you use a detector in a mirror so you get precise angles. But all of that can be done without any of that. And you can start from the UV part, deep into the UV part of the spectrum, and go all the way deep into the infrared part of the spectrum. And it will refract all those wavelengths, many substances. That's how you calibrate a spectrometer. It's how you figure out what
Clear me up 1 second, though.
It's what you figure out how the lambda max of the substance is.
I'm not sure if that's now. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that still required you to go through a prism to break up the light properly. Is that true or not?
No, you can do it just through certain substances that have high enough refractive properties. Not every substance, but it's not just glass that does that. There's multiple organic solvents like DCN, dichloromethane, will do that for you, and many others.
All right, I posted the song in Livestream. If anyone wants to listen up with me.
It could be the sunlight going through all the gases.
It's funny, but
it creates a shape.
Screaming in the background. Turn that
off
my YouTube. Like, what the hell are you guys letting this go on for?
Yeah, Moyak, you've got Rakia turned down?
No, but people have it periodically disappearing.
All right. If you don't have them turned down, then you need to disconnect and reconnect because it seems like you can't hear them. But if you're turning people down and talking over them, then that's also a problem.
I don't do that. I turn them down, but I leave them audible.
All right. Try to disconnect and reconnect because I think you can't hear Rakia. Unless you could hear him, but you've overtalked him like 3 times in a row.
So unless the sunlight is projecting through the gases and at the certain angle that viewers are seeing it come through those, gases, it's emitting a color spectrum in a shape of a rainbow. But, you're really having to go far-fetched then that the gases are shaped like a sphere, which, okay, in both models, they kind of are. But with a crystal-like dome, with light shining through it or bouncing against it or whatever, you would get this type of effect. I would think. I mean, it seems easier, but it's hard to prove one way or another.
Yeah. So what would that surface be? Of course, on an Earth where there is some kind of a structure, whether you call it a dome or whatever it may be, that is obvious what it would be. But what would it be on a globe? There's nothing there, right, to reflect it.
Well, they have curved atmosphere, right? So curved gases. The gases in the atmosphere at the upper atmosphere also are curved. They follow the curvature rate of the Earth. It's a radius of curved gas, spinning, mind you, rotating with the Earth until a certain point, which they don't know that point, that it stops rotating with the Earth. So that seems a little bit harder than shining a light through a crystal-like substance. And oh, by the way, the Bible does say it's crystal-like.
The flashlight in the garage didn't have any curved reflectors and tools or anything. It just didn't meet ARMA's requirement because it needed more colors. But that's probably more of a function of the light that setup that they had. Still made a rainbow. So rainbows do not require curved reflectors or crystalline substances.
You really think I'm gonna engage again, Moyok?
I didn't ask you to. I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah.
Curved gases. Curved
Sad
gases,
man.
Marakia.
Curved gas in my garage?
Curvy
Well,
gas.
that's what they have, right? A curved atmosphere.
Yeah.
A layer of atmosphere that follows the curvature rate of the Earth that creates their barrier, basically.
It's just funny to imagine that someone thinks that that's real physics.
Well, I mean, you know, if gravity is pulling all of these particles of gas towards the center of the Earth, then yeah, well, I mean, there you go, I guess. But if the moon's gravity is pulling tons of water, millions of tons of water away from Earth, pulling the Earth itself, then it seems like it would also pull that layer of gas that's above the Earth at this like a more drastic rate. Like if it can pull the water, it can pull the gas too. But anyway,
I think it's funny though that you give him exactly what he wants, except for the exact colors that he wants. You get a rainbow in a garage, no curved surface. Why we've now proven that it's not required to have a reflector.
It's funny how you
or
can
curved
just
surfaces.
not stop, right? You can't let it sink in and get out of the concept. You just need to go on until you have the feeling of winning something, right? Until it's like, oh, actually, I just gonna ignore the premise that was said. I'm just gonna reinsert something he didn't want to see, so I can be right, right? That's like your tactic, right? That's how you, like a child is making himself look right,
All right.
or lies to himself. That's
Not for
really
nothing, but I'm not
pathetic.
talking to you, and you're talking at length. And
No, you again are misrepresenting why this conversation started. It was me giving an exact premise to the whole experiment. Still, now you're trying to complain. Yeah, actually, it gets a little bit of a rainbow, but just because it doesn't get the colors. I need to clarify it.
Clay, just go listen to the song I posted. Read the lyrics. It explains it all. Fucking awesome song, dude. Just finished it.
And buy some XRP.
Oh yeah, I can't forget that.
Well, Clay, if you want to finish with the point, though, then Clay, like outside, if you feel like he's misrepresenting or whatever, just say it to everyone else. Then instead of,
I already said it right now. I already said it. He is now trying to pervert the premise I said, and reinsert something that was never the point to make himself look like as if what they have posted with these two videos is still right and makes the point wrong that I wanted to claim. What they always do. It's the typical fight the flat earth tactic.
What's up, everybody?
I'm not gonna make it happen. You know, I'm sick of this.
How long is he gonna go on for? Jesus Christ!
It has nothing to do with the Messiah.
Yeah, this fight the flat earth dumpster fire thing seems to be bleeding all over the place like a fucking mess. So I don't know why you guys are all doing this, but what's up, Platypus?
What's up, guys? We need a towel in here. Is there a mess?
Yeah, it's a fucking clean up on aisle 5, bro.
Can we get this guy a towel, please? I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Can we get
Arma?
curved gas?
Arma's spitting on his microphone.
Moyak, would you shut up about people, bro? And explain the curved
Shut up
gas.
about people, though.
Curved gas topic. You know, curved atmosphere, rotating with the Earth to a certain point, and then not rotating, I guess.
Where is that? How high before the atmosphere stops?
How high before the atmosphere stops?
The gas that's not spinning with Earth. Yeah, there's gas all the way up, right? How high before the gas stops spinning with Earth?
I don't know. When it becomes essentially random.
When you've had it up to here?
I've had some pretty random gas these days.
I mean, I guess gas does sort of curve in a way. Like if you have like a cloud of gas, you know, it does kind of curve. Like it doesn't curve around a sphere like and hold there, but it, you know, you can kind of have like a smoke cloud or a gas cloud that does kind of curve a little bit like that.
Yeah, it's called a whoosh.
Yeah,
right?
whoosh.
Whoosh.
And if the model is correct, it would have weight. It would curve around the Earth. Not a problem.
You're saying the Earth
Just
has
a rainbow in the dark.
whooshing effect?
Was that a real question, or are you just babbling?
I mean, all these celestial bodies have an atmosphere, right? The sun's got one.
To some extent. Even the moon has an atmosphere. In the loosest of terms, you could say the moon has an atmosphere.
Yeah, so these atmospheres got to be colliding with each other, right?
Wait, I thought the moon was in our atmosphere.
Yes, but there's a point where it
gets
becomes
weird
gravitationally affected by the moon.
They made it weird.
They made it weird. So you got all this stuff out here. That's what we're wondering about is the extent of them. Like how high before the Earth's atmosphere clashes with the moon's atmosphere and all that clashes with the sun's atmosphere and Jupiter's atmosphere.
What does that even mean? You've got essentially a decreasing gradient that slowly doesn't follow the rotation of the planet anymore, and then you get out into a medium. Just random shit out.
The question is like, when do you get out to the other medium?
A couple of tens of thousands of miles tops. Then it's just loosely associated.
Dude, you got a friction problem here. This is fluid dynamics. You got two bodies, both with fluids around them, and they're all the gas that leaves Earth as conservation momentum. It's got to keep spinning with Earth. At some point, there's got to be some friction going on here. No.
How much friction would you expect from a loosely organized blob of gas in space? Would you expect it to slow the Earth?
I just keep picturing Kosho's mom with the
I think I was talking. Would you expect it to go and slow down the millions of tons of Earth at any kind of appreciable rate, or could it go for millions of years?
Well, they claim we've been going for millions of years, and I don't know.
Well, if you had loosely, like if you look at how much effect a vacuum 10 to the minus 17, that would give you a cross-sectional area that you'd be crashing into with the wave front of your planet, and you've got billions of tons of Earth. How much would that slow it down? Not much. From 66,000 maybe to 65,000 over 25 billion years. I don't know.
If you give it millions of years, anything can happen given millions of years. Look at what you guys had happen.
But then the Earth would speed up also as it got closer to the sun.
You guys had inanimate matter turn into animate matter with these millions of years.
Yeah. But this is more of a function of how much energy would be robbed from the planet of whatever mass it is, moving 66,000 miles an hour. If it was crashing into 10 to the minus 17 air molecules just sitting out there.
I'm just saying, I'm just saying there's got to be a spot where like Jupiter's atmosphere meets the moon, meets the sun's, meets Earth. Like it's got to be a whirlwind tornado in some area.
Random particles, there's not going to be any effect.
How so, right? Because the actual law of gravity says that the gravitational interaction is proportional to the distance, right? So why would gas from Jupiter be interacting with something so far away as Earth's moon when it has objects like Jupiter, which are much more massive than Earth's moon, that are right next to that gas? So that interaction would be much stronger than the interaction of the gas with Earth's moon, right? Don't get the logic there.
Yeah, because you got conservation of momentum going on with all the gas that leaves Earth. So wherever there's going to be a spot where all these gases meet and have an intersecting point, no?
Most of them would miss each other.
Yeah, if you're going just solely on the conservation of momentum, whatever vector, whatever velocity vector the gas had as it left Earth, that's the direction it's going to continue on. If it was to change that direction, that would violate the conservation of momentum.
Let me ask you, Jace, does light have conservation of momentum?
Yes.
It does.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Is it angular?
If it was going around in circles, then yeah, if it was going around in circles, then it would have angular momentum.
Is there any way? Is there any like demonstrations of this?
Black holes, the sun.
Jace, is there any actual demonstrations of this?
Of what? Sending light around in circles?
Light having conservation of angular momentum, yeah.
Well, is there is that even a real
brought
topic?
Up one. Right, light takes paths through space, right? So it would have to be, the space would have to have a curved path if you're going to send light on a curved path. So the best demonstration of that would be things that can curve the path of space, which are like black holes and such.
Is there any realistic demonstration of this, though?
What do you mean by realistic? People have taken pictures of like the photon sphere, which is light going around in circles. But
Einstein,
it
Rosen
doesn't
bridges.
get any more real than that. Like I take a picture of something.
Then light going in a circle? How do we know it conserves momentum angularly, though? Yeah, you could have a light going in a circle, okay.
I'm not sure. Is conservation of angular momentum a thing? I don't even think of that as a
I hope
technology.
so. I hope
Yeah.
so, because you guys told me for years that's what Coriolis was.
Okay. I
Yes,
call that
conservation
conservation
of
of momentum, but
conservation of angular momentum is indeed a thing. Like it just means that you can translate inertial reference frames. You can, rotate them, and the physics doesn't change.
Which type of angular momentum is it, though? Jace.
What do you mean? Which type? You have to fill me in.
How many types of angular momentum is there?
Angular momentum is a quantity, right? It's a number.
So you think there's just one type of angular momentum?
why don't you tell us what you think?
Yeah, I don't get what you mean by types. I know angular momentum as a quantity. It's a number. I don't. You can't change the type of number. That doesn't make any sense.
Come on, Jeremy. You brought it up. What do you got? You got anything, or are you just asking questions?
I mean, I'm dumbfounded that you guys don't know that there's two types.
Go ahead, shoot it.
There's spin and orbital. Why is that funny? Why are you laughing like that was a joke? That's
what does that have to do with?
See, that's
Jeremy?
not a good start. When I was asking you which type it was.
Yeah, because you're. What kind of
Dude,
object
don't laugh
are we
like a clown.
talking
Yo,
about?
don't laugh like a clown at me. You know what? I'm done, Jace. We're good.
Good escape.
Yeah, no, I'm not escaping. It's just that's a straight up tactic you're using. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm trying to change my ways. Okay, but have fun.
All right, Jace, why did you laugh? I didn't catch it.
Because spin and orbital angular momentum are for quantum mechanical objects, right? Therefore, orbital angular momentum is applicable to electrons in atomic orbitals. Each of the atomic orbital has its own orbital angular momentum, right? And then electrons have a spin, which is a type of, it can be thought of as a type of intrinsic angular momentum. But these are not what normal people, right? The orbital one wouldn't even apply to photons because it's only for electrons and atomic orbitals. But it's not what normal people think of when you're talking about angular momentum and the conservation of angular momentum for macroscopic objects.
So would an orbital around a planet have angular momentum? And would that be different in the same way?
Well, the object would indeed, like a moon or whatever, an asteroid, whatever it is, would indeed have angular momentum, but it's not orbital angular momentum. Orbital angular momentum is solely for
specific to
atomic
quantum
orbitals. Yes.
Well, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, and now I'll read the actual definition in classical mechanics instead of somebody just making stuff up off the top of their head. The spin angular momentum is the angular momentum about the object's center of mass, while the orbital angular momentum is the angular momentum of a chosen center of rotation. Two types of angular momentum of an object. Shit about photons or electrons. This is classical mechanics, not quantum mechanics. Classical.
Ooh, Jace, you've been called out.
Maybe laugh again. Maybe laugh at me again.
Well, all right, that could have been my mistake. I'm a chemist and most familiar with quantum mechanics. I heard orbital and angular momentum. That's the context that I'm usually thinking of those things in. I rarely ever heard people refer to macroscopic objects in that way, but I'm sure you can find Google definitions for it. So my mistake. If you want to talk about macroscopic objects spinning on an axis and orbiting another object, we can.
All right, Jace, I'm going to do this just to help you out. I'm going to laugh at you.
I laughed at myself. All right, so what? I jumped the gun because it's not common that you hear people refer to classical mechanic objects like that. But yeah, I may have jumped the gun. So what? Continue the conversation. Now we all know what you're talking about. You're talking about macroscopic objects spinning on an axis and orbiting other objects. So now we can continue the conversation.
Okay, so the macro and the quanta have this, you said, right?
Sure.
Yeah, but it's different for quantum.
I don't know. I'm in a bad area right now. Am I roboting? Can you guys hear me?
I hear you.
I don't even know where I was because now I'm so frustrated.
You were talking about the pedantic little argument over what types of angular momentum there are.
Yeah, so, okay.
And you had no reason to bring it up, right?
Which type is the light?
Ah, I see.
So much for a pedantic argument.
Yep. I would say who cares, but
well, light is, except for those very few situations that Moyak said and that I second, like black holes, light typically has linear momentum and not angular momentum.
I thought you told me it did have angular momentum a minute ago. I could be mistaken, but okay.
Yeah,
so
on the classical level, like in situations like when it's going around a curved path of space, like around a black hole, then yes, and in that instance, it can have angular momentum. But typically, here on our everyday scale, light has linear momentum. It's going in straight lines.
Okay, listen, if we shoot a laser beam to the moon, do we have to adjust for the movement of the moon by the time we shoot the laser beam, the 1 second or whatever, 1.5 seconds it takes?
Well,
if you don't know, it's fine because this isn't. Go ahead.
Well, usually, right, you're sending, for the things I know about people sending lasers, when you're sending it at the retro reflector. So that's supposed to send the light, it's supposed to send it back the same way that it came, right? It's not supposed to send it at any kind of angle. So it just has to adjust for the small little orbital movement in the however many seconds that it takes.
It's like 2.5. But do you have to lead the retro reflector, or do you, when you're going to put about the?
No, you got thousands. You've got a light that you're firing up there that by the time it gets to the moon is probably miles across, and the reflection is going to be miles across. The reflection coming back to Earth.
And the light that we do shoot is going to keep its movement with all the other movements we're doing.
Yeah, I think it essentially goes straight.
There's only one velocity vector, right? You only have one movement.
But what about,
yeah,
so
but there's a
when
lot of angular. Go ahead, Napalm.
I was just going to say, what about the idea that people put forth that light is traveling at the same speed through a medium like glass, but it's taking a longer path through that glass, meaning it's taking a curvy, windy path through the glass, even though it's going the same speed, so that when it exits, it somehow conserves that momentum. How is it doing that if angularly it's changing throughout that path?
Well, because that's quite a complicated question, right? And there's multiple angles you can approach it from. The one I'd say is the most correct, is the path, the most correct to reality of what's really happening, is the path integral approach. And when you compute that path integral, you see that the velocity of the light has an interaction with the glass or the medium that it's going through, which slows it down a little bit. But you can also think of it as the light is interacting with the atoms in the material and causing oscillations in their electric fields, and that slows the light down. So there's different ways of viewing that whole situation, but they all account to the light slowing down.
Yeah, are you on board with some people that say that it's a absorption and re-emission, or is it just a longer path, even though it exits at the same velocity in which it entered?
No, I think the absorption and readmission thing isn't a good way to think about it. I don't agree with that, because it would be emitted in any direction. There's nothing that would require it to be emitted in the angle, the Snell's law angle that it's gonna reflect off of.
Sure. So how does it conserve its angular momentum within Snell's law?
What do you mean, how does it conserve? Snell's law is a statement of the conservation of angular momentum.
Because it's reflection. So when it goes through glass, it's a bending, right? So it can come off based on its incident angle. So how is it conserving that angular momentum once it changes? Anyways, I gotta go.
It's confused. Like, what are you asking? It has the angular momentum doesn't change. That's what Snell's law is that it has the same angle, the same angular momentum. The incident angle is equal to the output angle.
So listen, we shoot a laser beam off of Earth. That shit just keeps doing the same. It would keep doing a circle, if you will, around the whole, throughout its whole journey.
Oh, what do you mean circle? Why would it do a circle?
We're moving in a giant fucking circle.
No, it goes essentially, as far as I'm concerned, straight.
So it does. So it's
Except
not going to conserve
any gravitational effects. Yeah, it doesn't. I don't think it conserves momentum in that way. Like if you're moving 100 miles an hour sideways, it doesn't keep going with you at 100 miles an hour sideways.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about now. Is that true, Jace, or what?
Yes, that is true. It goes off at the tangent angle because the object that it's being emitted from isn't losing any angular momentum, though.
Okay, cool. So when we shoot this laser beam, am I breaking up at all, by the way? Do I sound okay?
Good.
So when we shoot this laser beam off Earth, Earth's moving at like 1.3 million miles an hour, I think. So we should leave that laser beam in the dust then, right? Because you realize when we shoot
You're shooting it
the
at the
laser beam,
retroreflector.
yeah.
So it's going to send it back at where it came from.
What's up? Yeah, but we're moving through space at 1.3 million miles an hour, right?
Yeah, I don't know the exact number.
Yeah, it's give or take. It's give or take 1.3 million. Yeah. So you're saying the laser beam keeps up with that?
Well, it would have to, right? If it's going to hit the moon, because the moon is also moving at that rate.
Sure. So it does. So the light would have to have conservation of momentum now.
Almost sounds like it.
I mean, when you guys make up your mind,
able to hit the moon.
When you guys make up your or there's another option. How about this? Earth is not moving. There's your other option that I know you've never considered.
Not an option, though.
I know.
That's a shocker.
No, there's only about 1,000 things that say it's not an option.
It's more
Anyways,
than
I think
that.
I've done what I can do here.
I still don't even really know what you're talking. You're talking about trying to send light in circles at first. That's only going to happen where space is curved itself. And then you're talking about angular momentum. I'm still not sending a light to the moon. Yeah, it has angular momentum.
Let's take it like assume that the the Earth and the Sun are moving at 1.5 billion miles per hour directly above the Sun, above perpendicular to the orbital paths. So we're all moving 1.5 million miles an hour that way. Now I shoot a laser in, and how does it keep up with the moon, the Earth, the Sun, and hit the target? They would have to conserve its angular momentum.
Yeah, it still has that momentum from where it left the Earth, the same momentum that the Earth had. This is just like a different flavor of the airplane angular momentum argument.
Right.
If something's leaving from the Earth or going through the Earth's atmosphere, it still has the momentum that it had from the surface of the Earth. It doesn't just like magically lose that momentum.
So when I shoot a laser at the Sun from Earth, I would have to include in that angular momentum the 66,000 mile per hour orbital velocity.
So when we look at the stars, like are we seeing them refracted as well?
See what? What's refracted?
When you're looking at a star in the sky or something in the sky, are you looking at it correctly or is it refracted?
Well, there's very little refraction looking. For example, if it was straight above you, there'd be zero refraction. There's dithering, but there's no refraction. The light's not bending because there's nothing to bend it. Laterally.
Yeah, but if I stand above an object in the water and I'm standing above it, it still refracts, isn't it?
Only when you're going from dissimilar mediums and there's an angle of incidence. So if you were looking straight down into water, no refraction. Just straight down. There's refractive effects where things kind of be distorted, but the position of the object would not change anything.
What from the side? Does it refract if I look at it from the side?
If you're looking from it straight down, there's no refraction that changes position.
Yeah, but sideways is refracted, isn't it?
Not sideways either. Anything, it has to have an angle that actually gives it the this part of Snell's law, which to have a inverted trajectory.
I would a little bit disagree, if I can throw a little angle in here. When you have ripple water, like water that's rippling, it creates its own optical angles.
You go to spear a fish, you're directly over it, you stab it right at him.
Right.
Yeah.
If you have ripples, and there is some refraction, but that kind of
there you
ripples
go.
usually average out. But yeah, you can go into a little bit of a wave that the water hits at an angle, and it would actually refract. Yeah, that's possible. Very small because it's
that creates a little bit of a refraction, right? So if you spear a fish straight down, you might miss it because of that.
That's why when you look in water that is wavy, the object will move around a little. It'll go back and forth.
Right.
Waves. Yeah.
That's kind of my point. I think a lot of these perspective and whatever things are basically like a starting point, and then you need to use a little of your knowledge and common sense and world experience to know that they were just talking like in a vacuum or in a perfect situation. So that's why when you spout off, when you spear a fish straight up and down, you're going to automatically hit it, especially when you're talking to a spearfish.
Out in the distance, that's where it's at, and you have to lead it. Look at the sun. You have to lead it to get that light to actually hit it.
Everything's in an apparent position, especially in the distance. You can look up NASA documents. They even tell you where the moon is in an apparent position. Well, like I said, it's a starting point.
If you're sending a laser to the moon, if you want to hit a target on it, you have to lead, and you have to actually adjust for that. But it's such a small, it's only a 2-second movement, so it's not going to be off by very much because the differential speeds are not that bad, not that great.
Yeah, the quantitative means something, right? In some of these arguments, that's my issue with a lot of these arguments, right? Like you can say your hand, you put your hand out in front of your face, and you could say that your hand is in a refracted position, and you're not wrong, but the amount of refraction that's happening is way below the threshold value that your
What would you say affects that the most? Distance, medium, or the combination?
1/10 of a leaf art?
Yeah, but put your hand 250,000 miles away through an unknown medium. Would you say it's refracted more or less than when it's in front of your face? Chemistry guy.
Well, the medium is one of the major variables. So if it's just going through empty space, like plane, then there isn't going to be much, if any, refraction.
It's not going through
if it was
just empty
going
space,
through
then.
like water, then yes, there would be quite a bit of refraction.
Well, it is going through water then, right? I mean, that's what the atmosphere basically is. So it's not going through empty space.
1 inch of water isn't going to move it much.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's a long distance through the atmosphere and then through another unknown medium, which you can call empty space, but it's actually a medium. But it's a long distance. Wouldn't you say distance is a big factor too?
Well, big factor is the refractive index.
Not really.
Is quite. Hold on, can I finish?
Well, I never got to finish. You don't mind if I finish, huh? No, I didn't. No,
Who's
actually,
talking to you right now? Somebody else disappeared.
I just stopped. Yeah. So when you look 1 mile through the atmosphere, you're going to get one effect. When you look 10 miles at the same object, like you just move away from it and you get 10 miles or change the angle or whatever, everything is going to change, right?
Only if you change the angle. The point was air.
No, that's not true either.
Hold on. Again, you're doing it. I must not be heard or something.
You're misrepresenting what I'm saying.
I let you finish. Let me just finish the sentence, Rakia. Seriously, come on. So you have refractive index of air is quite different than the refractive index of a liquid or water. So we're looking through air. Just because there's water in the air doesn't mean it has a refractive index of water. And then the angle of incidence is critical. So you're looking at great distances laterally. You have to have a vertical differential medium and a progressive angle of attack. And this differential medium is what's going to give you a curving line over the earth
You keep your same angle to the same object, but you just increase the distance. You have to change the angle when you do that because it's, it's perspective. But when
No.
you know you keep everything the same, you just increase the distance. That object becomes harder and harder to see because of the distance matters, right? Through the medium.
You have an angle of incident you got to talk about. So if you have an angle of
Forget
incident,
about
let's
all
say
that
an airplane.
distance.
Let's
Just
say an
distance.
airplane. Let's say we have an airplane we're looking at.
Let's say what
up at
I
a 45.
said. The distance.
Oh my
I'd like
God.
to get an answer to
You know
what
it's
I
almost
said.
impossible to have a conversation with
You like to move things to different things. I was talking about just distance. Let's take my example. Yes or
I
no
did.
would be
You
object.
said how things go down due to perspective. I gave you an airplane. That sounds like it's in line with what you're saying.
Not
So if you look
my
at an airplane,
main point.
well,
You know it.
Okay, if it's at
And
eye
you're either
level,
doing this on
okay.
purpose,
So the answer
or
to that is
you're
no.
dumb
If you're at eye
with
level,
physics.
then there's no differential distance vertically in that observation. It's at the same level all the way out as far as you can see.
Just let me know when you're done. Are we talking about distance? When
Usually, if
stuff
I
goes over?
stop talking, I mean,
Oh
it's
my
done.
God.
God can't help you.
God can't help anybody.
Help
You talking
yourself.
from? Oh my
God can
goodness.
help you help yourself.
Did he just talk to me again? Is my mic broken? Hello? Is my mic broken? So I'm gonna try it again.
It's good.
Does distance matter? Like if you take the same object with the same angle and you just increase the distance, how it appears to you and what position it appears to you will change, right?
No, it won't. If the angle is 0, it won't change.
And the way we see it won't change?
No, it just gets smaller with distance. Doesn't change
Okay.
position.
Yeah, but if it's going through a more disturbed atmosphere with distance, which is what usually happens, right? You increase the amount of atmosphere you're looking through.
Yes.
The medium is more turbulent, disturbed, distorted. So the image is
No,
distorted. You're
that's not. No,
receiving
it could be the
less
same.
information. I think that my mic must be broken because there is no way an intelligent man can keep doing that. No way. Unless he's doing it on purpose. So you looking at an object at 1 mile and an object at 10 miles through the same atmosphere, it's going to be more distorted.
I would
Yes.
agree. Doesn't mean its
Thank
position
you.
will change. And if it did, it might dither, might be moving over time based on this medium that is dynamic. But it doesn't mean there's going to be any preference up or down, left or right. Just because by the very fact that is going through more medium. You either can see it or you can't see it because there's so much dirt, dust, whatever, clouds, whatever, fog, water
Yeah,
droplets,
whatever.
whatever, in the way you won't see it. That's
No,
possible.
there's always that in the atmosphere, right?
We can see quite far on a clear day. We cannot see that very far
Yeah, it's
on a
called
foggy
visibility.
or hazy day. Sometimes we can't even see the mountains behind my house. It's 5 miles away.
Exactly. It's called
foggy or
visibility.
smoggy day.
Yeah. You're not teaching anybody anything.
So
Why
you didn't
can't
hear
you
me
see?
talking, did you?
Yeah,
You
I
didn't
did.
hear me talking,
Yeah, I
did you?
did. You can't
Wise
see the
guy.
mountain sometimes
Wise
5
guy. You
miles
didn't hear
away at
me
your
talking,
house.
did you?
Yes, I heard every word.
You
Can't see
only
the
have
mountain
rules for
sometimes
you,
5
not for
miles.
anybody else. Okay. Got
Yeah.
it.
It's called visibility. So why is visibility on a clear day usually
No, why
12
are
to
you
14
talking over
miles
me
and
when I
not
was speaking?
further? I heard every word, bro. How can I be talking
He's a
over if I heard every
snowflake.
word?
Just don't worry about it.
He's the one that's worried about it. Fuck, I just talk like normal human.
Yeah, just talk like normal people and answer the question, why is
I did.
visibility usually...
So if yes, you have a limit to your vision because of objects in the way, such as dust and dirt and clouds. Yes, that'll
Okay.
affect it. The
So
position of
what's
an
the
object
normal
will change
visibility?
based on refraction and going through a differential medium and an angle of
Great.
both have to
What's
be present.
normal visibility? On a normal clear day, what's normal visibility in your area?
40, 50 miles?
You can see 40 or 50 miles?
Easily.
From where? I'm talking about from
my
sea level,
house.
from ground level. Yeah,
From my
what?
house.
Come on, man. Are you on top of a mountain? Never mind, dude. I'm done.
No.
I'm done. Hey, you
Right
win, Danny.
right on the
You
water.
won
Right on the
again,
water in the
bro.
bay.
You won
Sonic, just
again.
take the win. Just take the win, man. All right.
40
Take
or
a picture?
50 miles.
You can see from my house, just up on the hill that I run on, which is just
Why
about
are
a
you
mile
still
up the hill.
talking, dude?
Because
Why are you
talking about
talking over him?
Visibility.
Hey, Snowflake, shut
Yeah,
up.
he's clearly obfuscating the point, Moryak. Do you know what that means?
That
You
means
know
shut
what
up.
obfuscation means?
Yeah, that means shut up and let him finish.
That means for me to be quiet. Let's let Zanuck finish obfuscating every time I ask a question. Let's let him finish and
We'd
waste
rather hear
time
you bellow.
all day so Moyak can be happy and go on with his life.
You're
I'm not
whiny.
bellowing.
You're
I
such a
just want
whiny
my
bitch.
question answered. And it's obfuscated every time.
I can stand on my roof
Listen to
and
this
see
guy following his
45
script.
miles Mount Diablo from my house. I'm not
Why
on a
is that,
mountaintop.
Zanuck? Why is that?
Because you said, how far can you see on a relatively clear day? In a relatively clear day, it's very easy to see 45 miles.
Yeah, from your roof is what you said, right? You
Well, it's
clarified
only
from
because I
your
can't
roof.
see through
Why can you
houses.
see 40 or 50 miles? Why is it me over talking now still? Why is it you can see 40 or 50 miles from your roof? What elevation are you at?
100 feet?
100 feet from where? The ground or
Sea
from sea
level?
level?
Sea level?
You're 100 feet above sea level and you can see 40 or 50 miles?
Yes, of course. Why wouldn't you?
You can see the ground 40 or 50. You sure you live on a flat earth?
I'm seeing a mountain 40 or 50 miles away.
Oh, you're seeing something.
Mount Diablo.
How tall is the mountain? Yeah, how tall is the mountain?
3,000 feet.
So you're seeing something that's 3,000 feet above sea level now. From a roof that's 100 foot above.
What are we
Okay,
talking
let's get
about
back to
heights
my.
for when you said how far
Yeah,
you could
because
see?
I'm trying to figure out
Right?
what visibility we're talking about. What is the weatherman when he says visibility is 12 miles? What is he talking about? Is he talking about your roof to a mountaintop?
Yes.
That's what he's
12
talking about,
miles
your
means
roof to
12
a mountaintop?
miles.
Because
You're
I'm
flying an
confused.
airplane, you can't see more than 12 miles in front of you.
You're saying
That's what
visibility is
visibility
12
means.
miles. You can't see
What
a
do you think it
mountaintop
means? Earth
more
curve
than 12
changing?
miles away?
Dude, it's almost like this is the Dumb and Dumber hour.
So I'm
Get
asking
with
you.
it,
I asked
man.
you a very
If
simple
someone says
question
visibility is
before
1
you
mile,
insult me.
what does that mean? That means you can't see
Means
more
you.
than 1 fucking mile. It means I can't see the
Okay.
tops of the mountains near my house. It means I can't see down the road more than a mile. That's what 1 mile visibility means. When we had the smoke around here from the fires, there was 1 mile visibility, sometimes a half a mile visibility.
So
But if you can
that's
see
what the
12 miles,
meteorologist.
you can see 12 miles. If you see 50 miles, you can see 50 miles. It's a common term that has a very specific and easy to understand message that you don't seem to grasp.
Okay. What's the longest visibility you have in your area?
About 100, maybe 100, 150 miles.
What day was that?
That was January 2nd, 2022.
You're lying. You're just making shit up.
No,
now.
I'm not.
How you just remember that?
I remember it, of course.
Okay, wait. January 2nd, what?
January 2nd, 2022.
And how many miles?
150 miles.
That's what the
Unless I'm a
meteorologist
little farther, but I recognize
said the visibility was for
that
that
far
day.
away. I recognize the object.
That's
that
what the
day, so I know.
meteorologist said. That's what the meteorologist on that day in California said that visibility was.
Well, if you were where I was standing, you would see it. So I was at a spot where I could
That's
see
not
an
what I
object
asked.
that I could recognize. Can I talk without
That's
you?
not
Is it possible?
what I asked. Can you
You said,
repeat
what
my
was the
question?
visibility that day? That visibility was miles.
No, I said that's what the meteorologist would say on that visibility was on that day,
Yes,
because
if
that's
he was
exactly
with
what I'm
me,
talking about.
if he was with me,
So
standing next to me, he'd say, yes, the visibility is 150 to 200 miles.
if he was with you,
If he was with me,
the meteorologist that gives the
if
visibility
a
of the day.
meteorologist was
So
with
what do
me,
they base it on?
that's what you can
They
resolve.
obviously don't come out with you and stand on your roof every day. So where do they base it on? The airport?
The same thing. They look out the window and they see what they can see.
They look out their window and see what they can see.
They do.
Why do you lie so much, dude? You know people
How
are
do you
listening
think
to
they
this.
measure
If
visibility?
they
What do you think
believe
they
you,
use as a
why are you
metrics?
asking me? I obviously
Because
asked
you
you.
don't
I don't know.
know.
Why do
Because
you
you don't
say they
know.
look out their
We're
window?
arguing about something
You know
so
people. I'm not
stupid. I
arguing with
can't
you.
even believe
No.
we're having this discussion. So
Yeah, I
therefore,
can.
I am out because you're being ridiculous.
See you later. Anybody else want to discuss visibility and agree with Zanuck that a meteorologist just looks out his window? Because Zanuck doesn't think he's teaching people. Believe it or not, there's probably people that come here that trust Zanuck. And when he says a meteorologist looks out his window and gauges visibility,
it's a metaphor for looking
they
outside and
shouldn't believe him.
measuring what they see.
So how do they do it?
They have objects that are known distances, and they can see whether they can see them or not. And they say that's the visibility for that day. It's not
That's
that
how a
hard to understand.
meteorologist does it?
That's how meteorologists do. Yes, they come out of their weather tower or outside of some specific site where they have objects in the distance. They know how far they are away, and they see whether they can see them or not.
That's how a
And they
meteorologist
say, "Oh,
does
if I can see them, then the visibility is that far."
it. Meteorologists go on top of their buildings and have distances to known objects
wherever their
and gauge the
observation points
visibility.
are.
Is that that's what you're
Because
saying?
they have
That's the final-
observation. Yes, they measure temperature, pressure, and visibility from certain
Well,
positions.
they lick their finger. You think they lick their finger and hold it up in the air
Did
to
I
gauge
say
the
lick
wind?
their finger? Dumb
Well, that's
shit.
kind of what you're saying by gauging
No,
the
I'm not.
distance to objects.
They have instruments that show the temperature, the barometric pressure, the humidity, and then they have a visual distance of certain objects that are known distance to see whether they can see them or not. In the tower in an airport, which I've been in many times, they do the same thing there. When they give you a visibility at the airport, when I fly in, they tell me your visibility is 6 miles. I know it's 6 miles. How do they know? Because they're looking at something 6 fucking miles away that they can see. You moron.
Why'd you call me a moron? I'm asking you how
Because you're
meteorologists
being a
do it.
moron. You really are acting like a complete other fuckwit. Stop it.
Why is this allowed?
Because you're being an idiot. You're just not even engaging in an adult
That's like
conversation.
5 names in 2 sentences.
Okay. Yeah, because I had to get it out because I'm so frustrated with you being a knucklehead. So I'm going to stop because I don't want to get more upset than I am.
Another name call. You done? You sure? Final answer, right? Meteorologists go on top of their building and visually gauge.
They go to an observation position. They measure the gauge. They look at the gauges. They look visually for those cues that tell them how far they can see, and that's where the data comes from. They go to observation point at an airport. Usually, they get the information from an airport because they have a good observation deck. That's where they get their information for how far they can see.
So they
from
don't
the
go on
airport.
top of their building or
SFO,
look out their
San
window.
San Jose International Airport, or Stockton, Sacramento, Reno, Tahoe, wherever you are. That's where they get the information from, idiot.
You called me another name. So you're changing your answer now. Meteorologists don't go on top of their building or look out of their window. They now call airport towers. Is that your final answer?
That's where they look from, or they get it from by proxy from those lookout positions.
So both answers you're going with.
When I said look out their window is a metaphor for actually how they do it.
But then you clarified and you said they go up on top of their building. Yeah.
It's a metaphor for observation point.
I get it. We'll throw that out.
You don't even know what a metaphor is, I bet.
Another name.
You're dumb as a box of fucking rocks.
Another name.
Can you stop, dude? Really?
Name after name. I guess the mods are on break right now, but anyway, I'll take it. So you're changing. The metaphor was the window thing, but they definitely go either call the airport or go up on top of their building and view things that are at known distances to get visibility. That's your answers. I like it.
That is the correct answer. That's exactly what they do.
Yeah, I like it. I never knew they went on top of their building. I would have thought they called like either had some type of camera or called the airport. But I wouldn't have gone to the top of their building and visualized. But if that's your answer, that's fine. I like it.
Rakia, every time when Zanuck is wrong about something, or
he starts name calling.
He starts doing that. It's like a little child that they all emotionally attach to their childhood. That's why the inner child comes out in these moments, and they get very, emotionally annoyed and start name calling. Because that's they have been probably as a kid, they have been indoctrinated with space, and they're so emotionally attached to this idea of space travel and all this cool, wonderful stuff. Probably, I bet Zanuck watched all the what is it called? I don't even know the names because I was never interested in it. Like all the Star Wars and all the science fiction movies. What is this? The Star Trek, right? Star Trek is the most famous. I bet all the Globers or anti-flat earthers have watched this kind of stuff in their teens and in their childhood and so forth. They're just completely emotionally attached to the idea of space travel. That's all. That's why they get so angry when they're wrong. At least, being angry is not the biggest problem. Actually, name calling is just pretty bad. I think angry is okay. Everyone can be angry sometimes. But name calling is just childish. I mean, we have been all grown out of all of this, and it's on both sides.
It's out of frustration. You know that I'm getting frustrated with him. So when I get frustrated, I start lashing out, and it's a human condition. We all have it.
But let's just entertain this thought, Zenek. What if you're completely wrong about the globe, and we actually live on a geocentric enclosed system, and things like Judgment Day is a true thing, and you're gonna stand before the creator of all the things that you have seen around you as being self-evident as for what the creation is. How how would you feel? I'm just saying, is there the possibility you've ever thought about this? Maybe I'm wrong and I'm gonna stand naked there and literally have nothing in my hands, and what these stupid people on Discord say was actually right.
No, the stupid people on Discord are stupid because they don't understand what's obvious. They're making up silly stories about domes and azimuthal projections of our field of view. It's all nonsense because it's so easy to understand what the reality. All you have to do is go up in an airplane and see horizon drop over
Zenek, I've already debunked
that will
that
tell
to be
you
not
about
true.
how much curve you got and what the radius of the Earth is. So just do that. You'll have your answer. So no,
Zenek,
Horizon drop is just an
it's
optical
obvious.
thing.
You can get the answers yourself. Do the test yourself. If you don't like my answers, tell me why I'm wrong. Go ahead.
Zenek, I have already presented to you counter evidence to what you suggest with the heads-up display, and I've presented counter evidence exposing that you're wrong about that and you have a misconception about these things. And another thing is, that wasn't actually answering my question. What if you are actually completely wrong? You're gonna stand naked in front of your creator, and everything is gonna be exposed. You realize that actually NASA is a satanic / occultist institution, and heliocentrism is founded in occult sorcery and vain imaginations of man, and has contributed to a lot of evil and darkness into this world. I'm just think. Have you ever wondered that you might be wrong? That there is literally a spiritual war going on for your soul?
Not one single solitary time.
Well, I tell you the
Because
truth, man.
knowledge is king. Intellectual thinking, critical thinking is king, and you folks just don't have any.
Okay, Zenek.
Sorry.
I tell you the truth, and you're gonna remember these words. Okay, there's a fight for your soul. The very reason why I tell you this is because it's very important that you know this. There's a fight for your soul. It's literally about life and death, right? And the Messiah is indeed true. He indeed died for us. He loves us, and he's the ultimate mediator between the Father. And he is the way, the truth, and the life. There's no other way. Knowledge will not save your life. Being a good man will not save your life. Doing good deeds will not save your life. attending to some kind of religion will not save your life. Only accepting the finished work that has been done through the Son, going back to the glory of all the things he has worked out, which is the Most High. And we're all gonna stand naked. Me, myself included, we're gonna stand in front of him and gonna be judged.
Have you ever considered that all of that is just silly bullshit?
No, because it's self-evident. The very institution of
No,
the very
it's not, bro.
institutions it's self-evident. There's not that's why it
No.
says in the scriptures it's gonna not be. You want to know why it's self-evident? I'm not just saying it's self-evident. I can explain to you why it's self-evident. The very reason why you can look around in the world and navigate through the world and see certain things like having justice system, having laws, and so forth. You almost everything in this world, even you getting to be a father, having children, and so forth. Everything is somehow a metaphor for the things that only come from the Creator. So, like, there's going to be a judgment day for everyone according to the things we have done for this vapor of a life that we're living right now. That is nothing compared to the to eternity. There's going to be there's going to be day of judgment, and the thing is, if you look at our judgment system right now here on Earth, we have the same thing. You know, if you break the law, if you have broken law, and you're going to be caught by the police, you're going to be presented in front of a judge, and the judge is going to judge you according to the laws you have broken. Okay. And that's a very, let's say, because it's a human judge, it's obviously not the Creator, and because it's a human construct in itself, not the basis of it, the foundations of it, of the moral compass that we use upon these structures, is given by the Creator. But the way how we do it is still somehow, carnal-minded or human. It will never be like the glory of the Most High, which is the full truth standing in front of you, and you just being completely naked, and be judged by Him. Ultimately, like, there's no escape from it. There's enough evidence around you in reality showing the very thumb or footprint of the Creator.
All those are just like claims and threats and just saying it's self-evident.
It should be a threat.
Dude, it's self-evident that the pink unicorn gave me my breakfast this morning. It's just self-evident, bro. Everything around you tells you that the
judges
pink elephant,
do not exist.
the pink unicorn brought my breakfast to me this morning.
Can you really compare this? Is that not just like a straw man? Is a judge?
No, it's exactly analogous.
Is a judge a unicorn? Is our laws not existent? Is the
judge is a person?
Is the justice system like
ran by people?
Is the justice system non-existent? Can you really compare
No,
it to unicorns?
What on earth does the justice system have to do with your claims of superstition and magic?
Well, I have not made any magical claims or superstition. I'm saying it is self-evident. It is self-evident all around you that there is the ultimate footprint of the Creator all around you. Everything is heavenly inspired. Not let's say.
These are all claims, dude. You're just saying that it's self-evident.
It's just self-evident. If you have been in front of a judge, you're going to be judged according to the law you have broken. The same way you're going to be in front of a perfect judge, which is the Creator of all things. You're going to be judged according to the laws that you have been broken.
And those are just threats.
It's not a threat. It's just logic. It's simple logic, man.
It's not logical in any
really
way.
Think, like,
it's not logical to propose that like something invisible that you can't speak to, see, interact with is going to judge you at the end of your life. Like, what kind of logic is that?
Do you think until people die, when people die, they get away with what they did on this earth? Do you think that's life? Life is just things happening, and essentially it has no meaning. The very reason why we get judged
That's a straw man.
the very reason why we get judged at the end of time is because this is the ultimate thing that gives our lives a meaning. Because that says that everything you do is indeed recorded and going to be put against you on the day of court.
Says who?
Says the one who has used human beings inspired by the Spirit of Truth, which is the Holy Spirit. It's called the Spirit of Truth also, to write down something on paper, so you know what the Creator says and wants and going to do, and you're fully aware of it.
Hey, can I ask you a question, dude?
So the Bible.
How does God record? Hold on, dude, you're monologuing, bro. Let other people get in. How does God? No, not you, Jace. The other dude. How does God record everything that happens? Like, does he have like a record button? Does he have like an impeccable memory?
Yeah. He has a record button. Yeah.
Can you cite this in any way?
Dude,
Can you
I'm just. Can you not hear the irony? I'm just making fun of this question because it's a ridiculous question. He's the creator of all
then
things.
we're supposed to make.
How do
we're not
you
supposed to take your God serious?
how do you create a human being?
Why are you giving me another red herring, dude? I don't need that.
I
already asked you a question.
You already gave me a red herring, and now you're blaming me for giving you a red herring. I'm just pointing out
I didn't give you a red herring. I asked you a direct question. How does God record everything that happens? What's so hard about that? You can't answer that?
Am I the secretary of the Creator? Do I know His ways? It even says in the scriptures, His ways are not my ways. So I don't know how.
Why do you believe it then? Why do you believe it if you have no evidence for it?
Because
why do you believe it if you have no evidence?
Because you can't even the very comprehension we have. Let's say all the minds of all the smartest people together, everyone who lives, bound together in one, is still a number of 0.0000000 minus percent something compared to the knowledge and superiorness that the Creator of all things has. Have you
take you seriously? You and your
how'd you measure?
I got an answer. I got an answer for you.
How do you measure that?
Let's hear it, Dice Flow.
It says in the scriptures that water is the
Yes, you
recorders
don't
of
understand
life.
how minus percents work.
Okay, so is God water?
No. It says you asked what's recording, and I said, and that's what I told you.
So then I asked you another question: Is God water?
Oh, I have no idea. From what I gather, we can't fathom necessarily what God is with our own human conception. Yeah, like from a mortal perspective, it's like unfathomable.
So just because you can't fathom it doesn't mean you have evidence for it. You can say whatever we see here is the reason, but if we didn't see God literally interact with the water or even make it, how can we prove that God is
I would agree.
somehow using water?
I would agree 100% with that if we didn't have a thing called logical deduction.
Okay, so let's use logical deduction reasoning then. Let's go down the path. Let's go. Let's do it. Break it down.
You can't use logic and reasoning to.
No, hold on. I asked.
1 second.
I didn't ask you to pipe in.
I'm just saying you can't use logic and reasoning to try to understand something that is only spiritually discerned. And by the way, you have a carnal mind, which I also have. We just can't comprehend certain things. You think He would make you a god? Do you think the Creator of all things would create you to be a god so you can be completely all-knowing, completely fully aware, and have the same skill set that He has? No. He made you limited.
You asked
He made you in a flesh suit. You're gonna die.
You said, do I think? Why do you shotgun me?
You can't even control your own heartbeat. You can't even make a heartbeat. You can't control your own heartbeat.
All right, so I got an answer for you. Another answer for you.
It's all vanity, man. All this discussion is
vanity.
Let
this guy go ahead and go monologue if he wants, but I mean, he's not convincing anybody by just saying I don't know because I'm
Neither
not
do
God
you.
and I don't have the power.
Neither do
Look,
you.
I would say to you, the closest thing we could identify to God would be darkness.
that's just another aspect of
What?
another thing in reality. That's not an actual direct evidential or like example or anything that anybody's witnessed. Like to make something real, a lot of people have to witness it, right?
Still, that's. I want to hear him elaborate though, because that was very silly.
No, I mean, he could say that, but still, at the end of the day, no matter what we do, we'll never know the creator because we weren't there for that event. And
I would say of the absolute, it's spoken of by the wise only in negative terms, like via negativa, such as that all positive appellations belong to the realm of phenomena. So the divine darkness is the one, the unmoved mover, the most unmanifested absolute, which is most perfect, and the profane darkness is cast by forms and matter, which are the objects of desire for beings deep in ignorance and evil. And nobody can grasp the absolute without knowing principle and attribute are but one. So seek never first cause, because there is none.
well, now you're bringing moral what's that? Moral like perpetuity into this, and it has no business in being good or bad. You know, that's something we've created because we've already proven it's not bad for lions to eat baby gazelles. That's just the nature of this world.
This isn't about morality.
So you have both. No, but you said darkness only, but darkness can't exist without light, so they're both. So if you really want to, I mean, what God, because look, I can make up my own God, right? I could make up my own God, and I could say, hey, it's written in this book. You gotta believe me because it's in this book. It's kind of the same thing that other guy's doing, Clay. He's saying because it's written somewhere and somebody told him that in fact is true, but that can't be because I could go ahead and do the same thing. I do believe there is a creator. I just don't know who he is. I don't have any evidence that
can't know
what he did, but I'm sure there is one out there.
You can't know. It literally says in the scriptures itself, for what man knoweth the things of a man, save the spirit of man which is in him, even so the things of God knoweth no man but the Spirit of God. Now we have received not the spirit of the world, but the Spirit which is of God, that we might know the things that are freely given to us of God. Which things also we speak not in the words which man's wisdom teaches, but which the Holy Ghost teaches, comparing spiritual things with spiritual. But the natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of God, for they are foolishness unto him. Neither can he know them. Neither can he know them.
Here we go intertwining morality into this whole being thing. That has nothing to do with it.
Because they are spiritually discerned. But he that is spiritual judges all things, yet he himself is judge of no man. For who have known the mind of the Lord that he may instruct him? But we have the mind of Christ. You can literally
and can you point to a spirit? Can you point to a spirit and direct me to everybody's spirit? There should be like billions of them, right? Because there's billions of people. There should be spirits everywhere, right?
Neither did
you
anyone.
should be able to
me.
measure it, weigh it. How come you can't weigh it?
Richard, you see again. You're proving the point. You're trying to understand something that you're not able to understand because you have not the spirit to understand it. You're thinking about it from a natural standpoint, from a carnal-minded standpoint, and it's not your fault. I was blind to all of this the same way as you. I would be you right now.
I'm not blind, dude. I just don't believe crazy stories.
Exactly. That's me 2 years ago or 3 years ago. I would be saying the same thing as you right now. Okay. It was no man that put me here where I am now. It was no priest, no one in my family, no friend, no human being that exists on this world has saved me from the life that I once lived, the person I once was, and completely reborn me into a person that I'm now. That I am now. Okay, the spirit I have received that completely changed my life was not on my choice. Okay, he came into
Okay,
my
but
life.
you're
He
only
chose
believing
me.
something. You're believing something with begging the question that the spirit gave you some sort of discernment, but you have never verified this spirit, and all you can say is because my thoughts are different now and somehow my carnal brain changed. How do you equate your brain thinking differently with discernment from Christ, is how you call it?
It's a double standard
How can you say
because he
that your
says we
carnal
can't
mind
know.
changed?
Nobody can know, but unless it falls in his line of thinking, it's always like that. Nobody can know unless they agree.
Peter,
Because when someone argues for when someone argues for your God, Clay, do you give the same reply? Do you also tell them that nobody can know, that they can't know, or is it only when someone argues against your God?
There is no for and
Yeah, that's a
against.
good point. Hey, that's a good point, Ed, because say I had, because most Christians are against other religions because they say their God is a jealous God, and thou shalt not worship any other gods but me, right? So if you do bring up another God and say, hey, my God told me that your God, is a piece of shit, or whatever. Your mama's fat. You're not going to respond in the same way. You're not going to say the Spirit discerned him, or anything like that. You're just going to, like Ed said, you're going to disagree because it's against your God.
I don't understand what the point is. I just hear poisoning the way.
Ed, do you want to explain that? Because I think I went off the rails. Forgot what I was going to say. I forgot the point, actually. Go ahead, Ed, again.
I'm just listening now. Sorry.
No, hurry up. Finish your point, because that was a good point you made, and I kind of derailed it. But go ahead again. Okay, so nobody's going to talk? All right, I'll talk then. Yeah, everybody wants to claim that just because it's written in a book, the spirit has changed them in some dramatic way. Their spirit, how is their spirit interacting with your thoughts? Because your thoughts come from your brain. Without a brain, you can't think. So somehow that spirit that you claim that you don't have evidence for, you never seen, is somehow rehabilitating your old ways and turning you into something new. And then you're filled with some spirit. Like, do you have some spirit gas tank? Can you show me how full you are? Are you like, 50%, 75%, 100%, like a cell phone energy bar?
Richard,
Like, you can't tell me how much spirit you
can I
do
add
have.
some? Can I add some? No, 1 second, Crypto. He directed this to me, and I just wanna quickly answer that. Okay. You've already listened to what I
Nothing
said,
you
right?
answer is quick,
You
by the
have
way.
you have already listened to what I said, that certain things need to be spiritually discerned. I have said, or every attempt of you making a question against me is from a carnal-minded stand view, from a natural man that looks at it in a natural way. And you just proven the point again. You just made a question by this gas tank, proving that you're trying to understand something through a carnal mind, something that only can be
Okay.
spiritually understood.
You know what? You're right, dude. You're right. Carnal. I should be using my brain to think different, right? So somehow this spirit. So then what it comes down to is we got to prove this spirit then, because without this spirit we can't think different. Because I'm going to still think like a natural man. But if this spirit, if I do witness the spirit coming in me, somehow changing the way I think, which is impossible because look, it's interacting with my physical brain, which There's no evidence of that, and you're saying it's somehow turning me into some spiritual thinker now. You're gonna have to prove your spirit. So without you telling me anything else from the Bible or any, show me proof of the spirit.
I can't, and I also don't want to do that.
Then why? Then everything you're believing is based off of faith and based off of just belief.
Yes,
You have no
exactly.
proof or evidence. Just
Yeah,
like
you're 100% right.
you think the Globers
about
don't
crypto?
have proof or whatever.
Yeah,
You're doing the
Richard,
same
you're right.
thing as them.
You're 100%
I
right.
know
It's
I am
based-
right.
Yeah, you are right. It's based in faith and belief. 100%, man. Hallelujah.
Can I get in with my question now?
Yes.
So, JS, you
think I
said
love Jesus
that,
now.
sorry. I think someone talked, but I don't know what they said. JS, it sounded like you said that your thoughts come from your brain. Can you verify that?
I did not say that. I haven't been talking.
Richard.
Yeah, I mean, and I have no brain, so that's not good.
What did he say? He asked me, my thoughts come from my brain, and how did I verify that?
Yeah, someone said that. They said, "Oh, well, I know that my thoughts come from my brain," and it was in the context of him not being able to verify that the spirit. So I just wanted to know how you
What
verify.
kind of question is that?
I mean, it's a
What
question.
do you mean? How did I verify that?
Yeah. How did you?
I mean, we
this
all
is
got
how we
spirit, right? I mean, haven't you been to a pep rally?
No, come on. Let me answer the question and let him respond.
That's all. But yeah, Karen.
Sorry.
Did you hear it? I mean, it's pretty simple. You even know the answer.
Do I?
Did you hear it, or you want me to say it again? It's simple.
Well, I heard a bunch of comments that had nothing to do with my question, but yeah, go on.
Okay, state your question one more time, clear and concise, and I'll answer it.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you made the claim that your thoughts come from your brain, right? So how did you verify that?
How did I verify that I use my brain to think?
No,
because I don't use my bladder. Because I don't use my bladder to think. I don't use my heart to think. I don't use any other part of my body but my brain. It's adjacent to my mouth, which words come out of. Conveniently, might you ask?
You're be ridiculing the question while not answering it.
I just answered it. I said, "Oh, what other place would thoughts come from? They don't come from your dick. They don't come from your ass. Those have different functions. Do you understand things have different functions?"
Let's analyze what you've said. You've said, okay, well, the thoughts come from my brain, and my brain's next to my mouth, right? Okay, well, your ears are also next to your mouth.
That's not all he said.
Well, yeah,
those are all sensory devices. Yeah, your mouth is a sensory device.
Why are you talking?
Do you know what a sensor is?
I waited very patiently for you to stop talking, and then when you wouldn't stop, I asked you if I can go. And then as soon as I started talking, you started talking over.
Blah, blah, blah.
Wait until, yeah, you can also interrupt me if you like, but I'm still going to make my point.
Well, get on.
I already gave you the answer. Why aren't you convinced?
Good White, hold on, man.
Telling
Let him
us to
finish.
shut up and go
I
on.
haven't started yet. Okay, cool. So you made a bunch of irrelevant red herrings. So first of all, you said that your brain is next to your mouth, therefore you know that the thoughts come from your brain, which, I mean, your ears are next to your mouth, you know, your chin's next to your mouth, you know.
I never said chin. I never said chin. I was comparing different parts of our body that are used for different functions. So I never said chin.
Finished.
Your teeth is next to your mouth.
There's lots of things next to
I know
your
your
mouth.
teeth have a function too. They chew food.
Dude,
so does the thought come out of the teeth?
Guys, come on, man. Let him finish.
I haven't even got close to finishing yet. So first of all, just it's completely irrelevant, fallacious reasoning, right? So that's the first point. The second point you said, "Oh,
no, it's not. It's not fallacious." Can I respond to that before you shotgun me with like three other red herrings that I can't remember?
And you interrupted me. Can you just not interrupt me, and then you can address what I say? Is that okay?
Can you be clear and concise?
I haven't been able to because I keep getting interrupted. So, you made the first point about the brain being next to the mouth, which is completely fallacious. The second thing that you said was about your bladder and your dick, right? Now, is there anyone here that thinks that your thoughts come from your bladder? No one thinks that. So, a red herring. So why are you wasting
hold on. You gave two examples.
No, it's not a red herring because I'm using other organs in the body that have different functions, and if we can establish what functions our major body parts are, we can start. Have you ever heard of like checking things off, or some sort of like ruling out method? So say you have a list of 10 possible candidates that have functions, right, of your body parts. You can start checking off. That's what I was kind of doing, just to give you like a rough overview of what our body does, because our body does have a function. Would you agree?
Yes, but the problem is that it was fallacious.
Okay, so let's go through all the organs that could possibly create thought.
Right, not gonna let me
Why don't we do that?
So, Richard, I think my digestive system is actually creating my thoughts, because my digestive system has 100 million neurons. The network of nerve cells lining the digestive tract is so extensive that it has earned the nickname second brain. So actually my thoughts come from my digestive system.
Second brain. So which is the first brain?
Let's go about
Where
the
is that
evidence
located?
of the removal of brains. If we've removed the brains from people, do they continue to think?
Guys, what are you guys doing?
No,
Crypto was
he's
in the
not
middle of a point, man.
satisfied with brains, dude. Like,
I appreciate that, Coach.
Hey, Crypto, can I ask you a direct question since you're done answering? What is your brain used for?
Finish my point.
No, what do you mean he's done answering? He's trying to answer for 10 minutes.
No, he's going on a monologue, and if he can't give a clear and concise answer, then he's finished.
Dude,
so I'll ask you
I
another
agree with
question
that.
since you're finished.
How am I not when you talk more than me?
I didn't. Somebody else
how long
went
do you
ahead.
need?
I think it was Kosho.
Yeah, I mean, how long do you need, Crypto?
Yeah, how long do you need, bro? Like you can't give a clear and concise answer?
Just wait for him to finish talking.
Bro, you didn't
I
even...
did, dude. I
just want to know if he needs like
But he
2,
started
5,
shotgunning
10,
me, dude.
20 minutes. How long?
How can you expect a debate if he's gonna, like, he has no time limit? I guess if he wants, we can go ahead and start keeping track of time. You want to do that? How much more minutes do you need,
Kosher,
bro?
why don't you go ahead, Kosher, and tell me who's talked more out of me and him in the last 5 minutes?
Well,
That's
certainly he
irrelevant.
has.
Go ahead and
but-
answer your question.
Exactly.
Go ahead and make your answer, and let's continue on, because now you're trying to divert the whole conversation, because you got crushed.
Dude, he just wants to finish his point, man.
Well, let him finish. Go ahead, dude. Are you going to run away now? Because I crushed you?
If you don't shut up, I'm going to mute you. Right. So the point is that you're presenting a false choice. What you've made a few different assertions. First of all, you said you know that the thought's definitely coming from the body, right? That's a claim. That's not necessarily true. I don't know that that's true. Second of all, you said that it's definitely the brain because the bladder and the dick isn't doing it. That's also a claim. You understand that, right?
No, I have proof of that.
Okay, so I was asking.
We have proof that thoughts come from the brain.
Yeah, what is that proof?
We have different sensory, other sensory parts on our body that react to our thoughts. Like when I think of a naked girl, my dick gets hard. That's direct evidence of my brain affecting my dick.
What's thinking with your dick?
Affecting my dick. What? No, that's a direct that's direct proof.
It's kind of weak.
Okay, so if it's the other
Now
way
rebut
around,
that.
if someone touches it and then you
This is boring.
No, nobody's touching anything.
is it then the
stop
other
straw
thing
manning
thinking
my
for you?
argument.
You haven't even made an argument, Dave.
Yeah, it's no argument, man. Literally, and another
And
guy
you
said, if I
that
one
is
second,
the argument, and I
Richard,
win.
one second. Another guy says, if I cut out the brain, does someone stop thinking? Yeah, if I cut out my digestive system, will someone still able to think? No, he's completely passed out, probably gonna die instantly from it because it's so heavily connected to the brain. So again, you have not yet answered the question that Crypto stated in the beginning, which is how can you how can you prove for yourself where your thoughts come from?
We even have MRI imaging of when you think different thoughts or when you're in a certain emotional state, certain parts of the brain will light up.
Okay, so
and we've dissected brains and know that there are different parts to the brain. We know the function of the brain is for thought.
Okay, how do you know
Nothing more. It's not for digestion. It's not for blood circulation. It's not for reproduction. It's,
oh my God,
it's for the only thing is the brain's network center.
I understand
it's
what crypto.
for thinking.
Yeah, I
Do
mean,
you agree with that or not, Crypto?
You're just reasserting the same thing that's already in contention, dude.
I just answered. Okay, look, I'm gonna answer you another. I'm gonna ask you another question. What is the function of the brain?
I've no idea. And you don't either. You just claim that you do.
Yeah, I do. Everybody knows that they use their brain for thinking.
That's not actually the topic of discussion anyway. The topic of discussion is where
Oh my God.
Where do the thoughts come from, man? Is it the brain or is it the brain just working with your thoughts?
Hold on, Clay. Hold on. How can you address what I say if you don't fucking listen to it? How can that happen? You started talking over me before I finished yet again. Can't respond to it if you didn't hear it, if you're not listening. Okay? So the specific question was where thoughts come from. Okay?
And I already answered you by saying we have MRI. You paused, so stop crying that I cut you off. You already finished, and you already gave your answer, so you don't need to say any more, because then you're just going to be repeating yourself. So I got the question. Where do thoughts come from? And we have brain scans that show when you think different things, different parts of the brain will be stimulated, thus showing that that's where those certain thoughts take place.
That doesn't mean that they come from.
Exactly. It still doesn't give an answer to where they come from. It just can still be like every other organ interacting with the thoughts. Still, we don't know the origin of them. The same way as your thing gets, it is because it's reacting some kind of inputs that you can read on these devices, but still it doesn't give you an answer to where thoughts actually come from.
Yes, it does. Because when people get brain damage, for example, in the past lobotomy, they stop thinking. Or accidents, their brain is damaged, they stop thinking or they stop remembering.
Yeah, Peter.
That's all evidence that the thoughts come from the brain.
Peter, I understand. No, it isn't. I understand. The same way as you cut off your legs and you can't move anymore, doesn't mean it just means you can't move anymore because your legs are gone, right? How can we know where the thoughts come from if we're not 100% sure that the brain is nothing else than the tool to...
hold on a second. Can you finish the analogy, please? You started making an analogy about your legs being removed. Can you finish the analogy?
Yeah, if you remove the legs, some people claim to have this feeling of legs still being there, even though their physical legs are not there.
Yes, phantom pain.
For example, my uncle lost his leg. So just because things are not there anymore doesn't mean that we know the origins of where these things come from. The same with the brain. How do we know where the thoughts come from if there's just this device we call the brain that is interacting with these thoughts? You don't know the origin of the thought. It's
because
just
there has been interactions done with the brain, and it changed how people think or remember things.
You don't understand.
So that's clear evidence.
You don't understand what I'm saying. What if the
Yes,
brain
I
is
do understand. I'm responding exactly to what you're telling me.
the same way as you put food in your mouth and your digestive system is digesting your food? The same way could how can we be 100% be sure
Because
that
if you remove the stomach, you're not digesting food anymore.
yes,
That's
if
the
you don't,
evidence.
yes, exactly, because
Right, so then when you remove the brain and
Peter,
people
can
stop
I
thinking,
finish? Why are you
then it's
doing this?
evidence.
Why are you doing this, man? Why are you doing this to me? You don't really want to understand what I'm saying, I guess. I'm saying the same way I can say, still, how do we know where the thought came from in the first place if the brain at the end of the day is nothing more than just like your digestive system doing the work that this has been created to do? Okay, it's just digesting the thoughts, but where the origin of the thoughts are that are being digested, computed through that brain, we don't know.
I've answered that many times. There has been studies done on the brain. There has been people studied with brain damage. They stop thinking or think differently, remember things or don't remember them.
Do you understand me?
That's all evidence that it's coming from the brain.
Crypto, do
Okay,
you
so let me
understand what I'm
present a
saying?
scenario. Clay, let me present a scenario. So let's just say that you've got two scenarios. One in which the stomach, I don't know, digests food, and another scenario in which food comes from the stomach, right? In both scenarios, no stomach means no food gets digested. But in one scenario, the food comes from the stomach, and in another scenario, the food has to be added to the stomach. Now, what I'm saying is I don't know which of those it is. Now, of course, with no stomach, no digestion will take place. And I think with no brain, no thinking will take place, right? But I don't know the origins of those thoughts. It could be that the brain...
I see. So what you're saying is there could be a soul that's giving you the thoughts outside of the brain.
I don't need you to talk over me. Okay, so it could be that the brain is the origin of the thoughts. That is certainly possible. But it could also be that the brain is receiving those thoughts from a secondary thing. Maybe the body itself is taking place in that process. Maybe something outside of the body. And that the brain is just a processing center for that. I don't know which of those is true. And neither do you.
Well, that's an interesting theory, but there's no evidence for it.
But they're
it's
both
the same way around.
Presented.
Can I provide some evidence?
For what?
Well, when my dad had a massive heart attack, they told us that he was brain dead. And they kept him alive for 3 days. And then we had to decide to shut the machines off and let him go. And he was the type of person that would never want to go through that kind of ordeal for his own daughters to have to make that decision. So right when we walked in the room to actually turn off the machines, he went before. So we wouldn't have to actually take the credit for that. So where does that come from?
I'm sorry.
That's a red herring.
That's just too much damage to the body.
No,
well, it
it's
could be,
irrelevant
but it could
to
be
the question.
explained. It could be explained with something else. Nobody knows.
It could
Nobody
be.
knows.
Sorry for your experience, but I do think that a situation like that, although you can glean a multitude of ideas of how that could have happened, but like Occam's razor, or the one with the least amount of extraordinary unknowns would just be like just random happenstance. Like it just happened.
Yeah, but I mean, I think there's a lot of unknowns about this place. We talked about this the other night. I don't know if yins all were on that conversation or whatever, but there's a lot of unknowns. Science wants to tell us they know everything, but they don't. They just put it in mathematical equations and pictures and things like that to try to tell us that they know everything.
I don't think science.
Yeah, okay, well, just because some things are unknown doesn't mean that it could be anything that someone thinks of.
Agreed. I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing that. I don't know what it is.
I
That's
think
what I'm
that
saying.
that is what people here are arguing. because people don't know, therefore it could be all these sorts of things. Well, what's the evidence that it's even possible that the scenario you're bringing forth is even possible? Is there any evidence that it's possible at all in the way you're portraying this?
Yeah, but you're saying science can prove
No, that's not what I'm saying.
not being able.
No, I'm saying that's where the evidence leads to. I'm not saying that has to be it. I'm saying in contrast to all these theories that are being brought up, well, it could be this or it could be that. Well, that's fine, but are you even sure that it's possible? Because the evidence leads to something else.
No, you're just interpreting the evidence in a specific way.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Just because a
You're
majority
incorrect.
of the scientists agree on one thing doesn't make
You're
it true.
wrong.
Just like if a majority of the people believe the Bible is real, doesn't mean it is. This is how this world works. It's by belief.
What do you mean by that?
Just that a majority of people believe in one thing or say that it's so, and everybody else falls on board with it. That doesn't mean it's so.
Yep.
That doesn't mean it's actual evidence.
I agree with the latter of what you said.
The economy is a really good example of that. Everyone
That's
believes.
the same analogy for the Bible. How everybody believes in the Bible.
Then you
That's
talked over.
exactly.
Like dude,
That's,
I was like in my second sentence, and you talked over me.
Relax, dude. That's totally analogous to Christianity.
Stop talking over people, dude. You need to stop doing that. So anyway, as I was saying, that's kind of how the economy functions, because people all agreed with the utility of money, and so they believe concepts, and so then it works. But money doesn't really exist, as we know.
Yeah, but that's where the analogy breaks down, though, is because the economy is a belief. It's like a belief-based structure. It's based on belief, whereas reality or nature or whatever you want to call it is not at all based on that, or the truths that we come to understand are not even based on that. Like it's because there's not really a consensus. There's not even a need for a consensus. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm not sure if
No, I don't know what you mean actually. Do you want to explain?
Yeah, like okay,
No,
so if we like science, the reason why science is so trusted by many people that that science is a method to the truth is because
think about what you're gonna say first.
Because it does to refine. Hold on, dude. Because it refines what it is your answers are, and narrows it down to the most likely probable answer that answers the question, whatever it is that you're searching for clarity on. So
yeah, but
it's
most
not that
probable
people
isn't evidence of truth. It's just the most probable logical explanation. Still doesn't.
Right.
So.
Are you saying?
I agree with that.
Sorry. Are you basically applying operator to reality, saying like, grass is green because I don't know, there's a green substance in it called chlorophyll, and that requires the fewest like assumptions or whatever. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Well, no. I'm just saying that like if whatever it is, the truth, it's gonna be the truth whether or not many people all agree on it or not, and whatever method you use to come to the truth, you're gonna want to the one that's obviously the most robust and seems to be the most trusted one is the one where you investigate, especially using science. So, I disagree with the analogy about the economy just because the belief-based thing, and I disagree with what she said also about people just trust science.
The economy is different to money though, so I was talking about the economy being the belief-based thing. Anyway, but that doesn't matter.
Were you talking about the
But
economy
we
or
also
about
talked about
money?
science yesterday about, science doesn't provide evidence of their whole genre of science. It's like, yes, we can measure something and build something. That's science with what they're telling us or whatever. But everything is not like that in science. Everything is not capable of proving to yourself.
Well, then, yeah. Well, then I would claim that was there was no conclusion to be made to whatever the specific topic would be. That was a conclusion. If you can't provide evidence, to make a conclusion, then it's inconclusive and it's an open question basically. But that doesn't mean that science is not the best method to come to whatever the truth is, right?
I would agree
I
with
mean,
that. But like a consensus of science doesn't prove that it's true. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, sure.
Hey,
Yeah.
Tosto, some people would disagree with that. Some people would require you to sacrifice their firstborn child or cut off their son's foreskin. So.
Sure, man. If that's what they'd like, then I'll do that for them too. But for me, science is a great way to know the truth, a great way to approach the truth.
I think I'd agree if you said the scientific method was a good way to approach truth.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I can agree with that.
But when I say science, the reason I say science and I say scientific method, the same thing to me, is because those are both very, very, very general terms. More general than probably you guys would allow, but it's not as cut and dry as the the scientific method that quantum eraser shares and stuff like that.
Okay.
Not that that's what you're using.
Not necessarily. I mean, that would be a whole separate debate, which probably isn't worth going into. But it's like in the UK, you get when someone says the word conservative, it's like you have to ask them whether they mean small c or big C, because big C is the Conservative Party and small c is like having conservative values generally, right? So, like, the reason I asked that is because I don't know if you were using science as like small s or capital S, like the establishment of the positions versus the method. So anyway, well.
I got you. No, I got you. That's fair then. Yeah,
is this like the big
that's what I
G
meant
and
then.
the small G? That's funny.
middle case G. No, but yeah, that's fair, Crypto. And then the scientific method, as you were referring to, that's what I meant.
Fair enough. Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, science as an entity almost is like kind of strange. Even like it's not really.
Hey, it seems like quantum eraser like ruined the scientific method for Globers. It's hilarious. It's like you accidentally got drunk at a prom date and now you're pregnant. It's like same thing. It's like you fucked up.
It's basically the same thing. Yeah.
Is this how you deal with it, Kosho?
It's the only way.
I'll have to learn a thing or two from you then.
I kind of like the new term, theoretical science. I mean, doesn't that give you an idea of what they're up to?
Yeah, they're coming up.
Sciences, yeah. But I mean, they have a very important purpose, though. But yeah, there's certain, like Michio Kaku, for example. He's a smart guy, and there's a lot of theoretical scientists, smart dudes. But I think like their science communication, job also they kind of overinflate the confidence in certain ideas, maybe. But regardless, theoretical science is an extremely important component of science, though. I mean, without it, we wouldn't have some of the greatest theories we have.
Right.
There's no proof that Michio Bukkake is smart. Okay, like just because he comes up with crazy ideas doesn't mean he's right.
And when he was in high school, he made a particle accelerator in his house, and took out all the power in his town. So I mean that would kind of to me be the only other person I've seen do that was Tony Stark in Iron Man 2, or maybe 3. But but yeah.
Well, I mean, you could say that, but there was this guy out that lived by my sister. He actually plugged into the electric line to get free electric, and he took down like 3 miles of electricity. Yeah.
That's clever too. I mean, that's the kind of clever that I delve into. I'm less like Michio
Yeah, I
Kaku, more
respected that
like
guy until he got
friend,
caught, you know? And the only reason he got caught is because when he plugged into it, they were having like intermittent outages or whatever. And the neighbors kept calling saying, you know, our electric keeps going out or whatever. And they finally caught the guy because he was the one siphoning the electric.
I wonder how he did that. I know in places like in the UK, don't you guys have like smart meters or something like that, or meters that you can kind of like turn off, and so they can't really tell.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know how it works over there.
Well, the way it works is that our energy companies tried to rip the arsehole out of us.
Try? They do it.
Probably the same in the US.
Well, no, I mean it's funny that because when she said that there was outages, I was thinking back when Enron used to fuck with people big time, in like because they're here in Texas, but like in California, I forget exactly how it went down, but they would basically like throttle the prices during when there was like a huge surge or whatever, when a lot of people needed energy, they like throttle the prices like super high. They do a bunch of shit like that.
Yeah, they still do it now to this day. I mean, during the winter, everybody's prices go up here in the U.S.
Yeah, but the way they were doing it was particularly. I forget the exact details. I hate that I brought it up now, but
Enron got they got shafted for a bunch of financial improprieties. Improprieties.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they were naughty boys. Let's put it that way.
They were funky the whole way around, but there was something specific that the dudes who like run the who run like the prices, like when the prices when they go up and shit like that, they were doing something funky out in California, and I just forget exactly what it was.
I still don't understand why anyone would live in America and live further north than, say, North Carolina. I don't really understand that.
Why?
Because you've got all that beautiful weather. You've got Texas, you've got Louisiana, you've got Tennessee, Florida, all these beautiful weather states, and you go and live in Chicago. Like, what are you doing?
I agree. Chicago sucks, but Texas being a beautiful weather state, I'm not sure. The one thing they say about Texas is if you don't like the
where
weather,
all the tornadoes and hurricanes happen. Sure. Yeah, that's where I want to live.
yeah, when they say in Texas, they say if you don't like the weather, just wait till tomorrow, or wait one day. It's true, because it'll be like freezing one day and then super hot the next day.
There's no point doing that in the UK. It rains every day.
Yeah, I live in Ohio, and we get 4 seasons in 1 week. So
yeah, it's like Texas. I mean, California as a state in total, you kind of get that whole thing. I think there's a few states like in the middle of the U.S. where they're big enough to where you kind of get, all seasons and stuff like that. But yeah, Texas is extremely hot almost all the time. It's either winter or summer. That's it.
Sweet.
Yeah, yes. I mean, I've been when it was like literally 30 degrees, 20 degrees, 10 degrees, and then it'll be like 80 degrees, 90 degrees, like 2 or 3 days.
Are you in the north or the south of Texas?
In the center, in Austin.
Don't worry, I'm not
And the weather itself, I think, just proves the globe. Just saying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because the only way the weather could work like it works is if the sun was way closer and the moon was way closer. Because they both interact with each other to form weather.
Well, you said disproves the globe?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you said proves the globe. Okay.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Go on what you said about the moon and the weather.
Well, I mean, Farmer's Almanac. I plant by that, and I missed my opportunity to plant my potatoes during the new moon, and it hasn't rained here, which is a good. I mean, that's when I would have planted my potatoes. I just didn't. I had other things to do, and I just let it go by. But we've been having really good weather, and that's the time to plant potatoes is when you're not going to have massive amounts of rain, because it'll just rot them out and they won't grow. So there's something to the waxing and waning of the moon.
I see.
Absolutely.
So you're saying there's a correlation between moon phases and like amounts of rain?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. I've never heard that before. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's when it's waxing, and like if you have a full moon and it's waxing, it's going to well, it's going to take away from the earth and get everything back that it needs. And when it's waning, I think I might be confusing the words because it's always hard for me.
I think you have it right.
But when it's a new moon, then it's growing. So it's going to replenish the earth with what it needs, and or it's going to, there's one waxing or waning. One takes away from the earth and one gives to the earth.
Hold on.
So
How do
the
you have
rain,
evidence of that? Do you have hold on? Do you
yeah,
have proof that the moon somehow interacts and gives and takes away? Can you
yeah,
prove that?
I probably can't prove it per se, but I've had a garden for many years now, and I always plant by it, and it's always, I mean, when it's waxing or waning, whichever one does the deed, it takes away or gives back. Like if it's giving back, it's raining. If it's taking away, it's drying it up. That's a fact, in my opinion.
Yeah, but that doesn't have to do with the moon. That has to do with the sun drying out the rain, and then that has to do with rain itself. So that has zero to do with the moon.
Saying,
Thanks again.
The sun and the moon work together, in my opinion, from what I've observed in my own lifetime or whatever.
Again, this is someone's opinion, and this is not based off facts. So this is just hearsay. I'd like to set the record straight.
I'm not a scientist, okay. I could write a book on it, but, you wouldn't believe me anyway. I'm saying it's from my own experience, and a lot of other people's experiences are the same thing.
You'd have to put that book that you're about to write, you'd have to put it in the science fiction section, because there's no evidence backing it.
Yeah, I could spend my days not working or whatever and not being able to make a living and pay my bills if I wanted to take the time to, put this out there. But the information is there.
Well, anything that difficult to explain is probably a lie. All I'm asking for is proof that the moon has some direct correlation with weather. So you couldn't prove or point to a specific example.
Fine.
So
that's fine.
If you want to say the moon is responsible for drying or the
that's
rain,
what the Farmer's Almanac is based on, is the moon. And they've been there since the 1800s or whatever, and people plant by it, and
again,
it works.
that's irrelevant to what I want as far as direct evidence of the moon being responsible for rain or no rain.
Okay, I will come on here again when it's the half moon, and I will tell you that it's raining here because it's going to.
So you're saying it rains every half moon?
Yes.
It was kind of interesting.
100% chance.
Well, it's interesting. This is actually because I was just looking up why in the Farmer's Almanac it's because I've known that. I've assumed that it had something to do with just kind of because the full moons, they have the same full moon during certain parts of the year. So I was just assuming that had more to do with it. But this does say that this comes from an old like a simple belief that the moon governs moisture. So it's actually
I wanted it. No, that's there's actually no evidence for that, so that's a baseless claim. But being that her authority of this claim that she's making is the Farmer's Almanac, I'd like to comment on the Farmer's Almanac and the validity of that book as well. That book comes from actually like pretty much snake oil salesmen or pretty much like the people who used to grow wheat back in the 1800s. They would use and try and devise certain devices to gauge where the market was heading, and they did a lot of they try to use the moon. There's no proof of that, but if you think about it, they're just speculators, and they're just trying to tie any correlation to weather patterns, because weather was, could severely affect their bottom line. Say they invested in, 1,000 bushels of wheat, and we all know how much a bushel of wheat is. It's, or 5,000 bushels for one contract is actually how they break it down. So, and if one contract of wheat costs, usually it's about, I forget, like $100. No, not $100. What is it? Gosh, it's expensive. It's not cheap. So I mean, you could stand to lose a lot of money, and I get why they try to use the almanac. They're trying to use everything at their disposal to kind of forecast weather, and which would help mitigate some of their losses.
Okay, but so she said she has personal experience, and this is her own account witness, where she has realized that when the moon is waning, that for some reason the climate at that time, or maybe for the next 2 weeks of it being in that position, for some reason was wetter, maybe rain, maybe, I don't know, precipitation, whatever it is. But if it's her own eye account of it, and then you want like somebody to, and then I'm not done yet. I'm not done.
Well, hurry up and finish, because you're monologuing.
Hey, check it out. Shut the fuck up. How about that? So look at while she's
okay,
talking.
Now you're gonna insult me.
Can you shut the
go
fuck
ahead and
up?
Finish,
How about that,
retard?
Can you shut up? Because I'm not done yet. So shut
Hurry
the fuck up. Finish. Otherwise, you're gonna be it's gonna keep going, and that's not healthy. So shut the fuck up. I can finish,
man.
and then we can
Hurry
go
up,
forward.
man.
Thank you. Shut up now. Thank you.
Go now. Hurry.
Okay,
hurry
shut
up.
Shut up. Thank you. Shut up. Thank you. So
hurry up and go, bro.
Shut the
Look
fuck
how
up.
childish you are. You can't even
Bro,
continue. You have to get the last word.
Can you
What's your
shut the
problem?
fuck up, dude? Can you just shut up? How about that?
Jeez.
Shut up.
I mean, your own
you
account
can
experience
Bro,
is not
just shut up.
relevant, I guess, based on science.
Do you have to get muted? Like you tell me. Like, what is it going to take for you to shut the fuck up and let me finish? So back to what I'm saying. So if she is saying she has a first eye account, like this is her experience, but you are going to say, well, I need proof or evidence that she is the source, she is evidence, but people like you are going to be like, if it says, if I can look it up in Google and some other person wrote an article or a story about how, oh, those fucking farmer almanac people, they're full of shit because yada 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 yada. But that might have been their experience. So why is somebody's personal experience not enough to be the evidence there for you? Why can't you just have an open mind and listen
because
to her?
it's only one person. Because it's only one person, and she has a limited time and experience with these things. It's not like she has. Okay, I'll let you go on forever and ever. Now you shut the fuck up and let me finish.
Hey,
okay?
fuck you, dude. Hey, come see me. I'll give you my
Shut the
address.
fuck up and let
Come
me
see me.
finish.
Come
I
fucking
wasn't
see me, you
finished.
piece of shit. I'll give you my address. Come see me, bitch.
Sir, hey, I will go fly over there right the fuck now
Shut
and,
the
and
fuck up.
fucking crush
Hey,
you,
don't
okay?
act hard
I fucking
online, bro.
slam you,
Don't
dude.
act hard.
Hey guys,
Don't act hard.
guys,
Dude,
You
you
just
ain't
run your
shit,
mouth,
bro.
I'll
guys,
show
I
you
have
my
to tell
address.
you.
You can calm down.
Dude, I would crush you,
Guys,
bro.
Witson,
today-
moderate,
today's
please.
my birthday, you
And
guys.
can I finish, please? I was going and he
Can you
interrupted me.
guys-
I
can
think
you guys
everybody's seen that.
Calm down, please. There's
Okay,
literally
can
no
I
need
finish?
for both of these
He said,
things.
how can one person or how can one person's experience not be enough? And I said, because she's only basing it off of her observations, but she's not the creator of that moon or the book. She's only witnessing like the cause and effect of it. Now, if she could vary it or like manipulate it in any way, like the moon or even the rain, then if she was doing some sort of science, then we'd have something. But she's only making an observation. If you want hardcore proof, then you do science, right? She's not doing science. She's just making an observation, stopping there. So you would say that this is directly to APOC's question now. She didn't go all the way with the science. So how could she be correct in what she's doing? Right?
Okay, so first of all, if you think she's the only person that would even make that claim, like maybe you should maybe look into it before you start like just knocking her down and saying, you ain't doing science. Because there's literally, and I think
She
there's other
isn't.
people, because there's other people in this room that would probably agree that that whole observation, which is probably like the best part to start, in your science little experiment. You observe it and then you want to like come to a conclusion and like maybe through experience and it's repeatable. And then maybe she says, you know what, let me wait till next month. Let me see if it happens again. And what if it happens again? And then again and again and again.
No,
But
she's
anyways,
not dude, you're not listening. She's not actually doing science. She's only making an observation.
Okay, but anyways, well, hey, that sounds like a baller. They observe a light in the sky and they say it's a space, and yeah, you're right. They're just observing it. They're not doing real science. I get it. I get what you're saying right now. But here's what I'm saying is that she's not the only person. She's not the only person that has making these quote unquote observations. She's not the only person saying that. I'm saying, what have you done about? Have you looked into it, or you just want to just be this like difficult, like just she's a woman speaking? Maybe you feel like you need to smack her down. I don't know the way you get down, but I remember how you get down. Maybe that's why I'm so aggressive right now, because every time a female would speak in other servers, you're a little bitch and you fucking put them down. So maybe I don't even know this person, bro. I've never talked to this person ever in my life, but I know you. And you're a piece of shit. So I apologize if I got really angry, because I still will give you my address, because I still want to come slap the shit out of you. But listen,
go ahead, give it to me, man.
you're an
Go ahead.
asshole with females. You are an asshole
Can I
with females
interrupt
in here, bro.
this
Yeah, please.
man fest or whatever you're having right now?
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry,
no,
but
it's
we
fine. I
don't know
can
this
take
dude.
it.
Sorry.
I'm not a fragile female, but I also observed the moon a couple years ago during the summer, and it backtracks. Like if you go out at 2:00 in the afternoon and you see the moon in the sky, the next day it will be a little bit to the east.
Yeah, that's right.
And so if my observations aren't good enough for anyone, I mean that's okay. I don't have to be
I
believed.
appreciate your observations. Like I said, the Farmer's Almanac, they even talk about like this comes from a classic, like this is what the way farmers, like, you know, they can call it folklore, or you can call it mythology or something, but this is what they actually, these are the practices that they use. They would do things based on when the moon was, the phases of the moon. This is what I'm reading, at least. Now, even castrating their animals, even you know, when to harvest, when to plant, all this type of stuff. Because
Yeah, but that
they very
came
much believed.
from, I think, an ancient like mystery school or you know, whatever, that the ancient people actually, they didn't have books to tell them what to do. They actually watched it and observed it. And the information was kept. And people want to toss that out today.
That's a good point. Like that was handed down like generation after generation. Like this is how you do it. This is what we do. Like Native Americans, they knew what to crop, when to plant, what to plant next to each other because they helped each other out. Like that's information that's handed down. But for some reason, people in today's world, if Google like just wants to hand wave that, you know, nonsense, like what fucking world do we live in, dude? Where the ancient practices and understandings are not being like understood. Crazy.
No. There's no understandings from that. There's observations from that, and so there's assumptions about what those observations mean. But with science, now that you have science, what you can do is you can actually take a look at the data, and you can confirm or you know, debunk that idea, because you can look at the correlation between the moon phases and the precipitation, for instance. But you know, I mean, it makes sense that it without that data, though, that you might just be going off of, like, especially if they're farmers and their family's been farmers for generations, it may be something that's been experienced by them, you know, firsthand. But again, without actually taking note of the data and analyzing the data, you can sometimes come to false conclusions. So,
No,
but yeah,
I agree with that. I'm not arguing that. I'm not saying it's 100%, but I'm saying I don't know the moon 100%. You see what I mean? There's no way for me to know, but I do know that from my observation and experience that the moon waxing and waning does influence the weather as far as rain and precipitation or snow. That's all I'm saying. And I try to plant my garden accordingly, just for the fact that, you know, I've observed it. But no, it's not 100%, because I think the moon and the sun are individuals just like we are, and they're complicated. And no one is going to say they do this 100% of the time or they do that 100% of the time. Because we can't even, you know, we wouldn't be able to analyze each of us the same way. So why would we think that we could do the moon the same way? That's all I'm saying.
that's fair.
Yeah, what do you think you're
Hey,
doing, Kosho?
what do you think you're fucking doing, dude? It was great until you fucking come in here and do that shit, dude. I'm in a bad mood.
Did you have some bad Chinese last night?
Actually, I did. Yeah, that's funny that you said that. I actually did. But regardless though.
My friend got
Kosho came in. Kosho came in one day. His arguments were just not happening. He's like, you know what, guys? I ate some bad Chinese food last night. That's why.
No, but sometimes that can happen. You know, that can fuck your whole day up, dude.
One day,
I mean, like,
yeah. One day, my friend ordered Chinese food, and he got the duck. I'm like, you sure that's a good idea, dude? I had to call the ambulance on him later that night.
Oh shit! Anytime it says duck and it's from a Chinese restaurant, dude, just assume it's a cat. That's another story. What was it? Oh yeah, you know,
Kosho,
yeah.
is it really your birthday today?
Yes, it is. And for my birthday, the only thing I asked
his
for.
Birthday. It's
the only
never
thing I
his
asked for.
fucking birthday.
How old are you?
It's not his birthday. He says
Yeah, I
that
just
all the
want to
time
know.
to get you
Yeah,
guys to calm down.
how old are you?
He'll be
I'll
like,
be
guys,
21.
relax. It's my birthday.
21.
That's right.
Okay.
It does calm people
But
down sometimes.
yeah, sometimes, yeah, it works. But I feel bad afterwards when people, like 1,000 people, were wishing me happy birthday. I'm like, dude, you were here last time I did this, man.
You had like 20 birthdays this year.
Anyhow, see now what I was trying to remember. I was saying to what was your name, by the way, Miss Moon Lady? I don't want to call you
Linda.
that, so.
Yeah, my
Linda.
name is Linda. Yep.
Oh, Linda. Okay. I forgot what I was saying to Linda, but I was thinking about that Chinese food thing again. I just want to clear it up that sometimes, like when I have Chinese food, say
You
with
have
some
terrible
pizza
globe
too.
arguments. Yeah.
Well, no,
What?
I
Wait, what?
don't put it in the refrigerator. Sometimes it's sitting in my car even for a day, and then I'll eat it still. Sometimes without heating it up. And so yeah, if I have Chinese food that was in one of those states, yeah, my arguments
Hey,
are going to suffer.
Kosho, I just ate Japanese food today. It was pretty good, man. You know what's pretty dope? It's like they have like spicy chicken, and their rice, man, is like very sticky rice. Like with that spicy chicken sauce over it, dude. It's just, dude, that stuff is insane. And it's fried spicy chicken, you know, like, dude, insane. Like I could even eat that every day, but you know, it's not good.
Anytime anyone brings up Japanese food, I only think of sushi.
Yeah, no, that's like, I don't even know if it's Japanese food, but it's just, you know, European Japanese food, whatever. It's just pretty dope. And I also ate like sushi with like I think it was Californian salmon and like some green stuff between. I don't actually know what it means, but
Avocado.
it was covered with Japanese mayonnaise, which is like a green mayonnaise or something. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Wasabi.
Wow.
Or the green man. Okay, yeah. Yeah, but the
Bro, you
green
sound like.
I
Go ahead.
was just letting you know that yeah, California roll is, I'm pretty sure, avocado and salmon, yeah. Or crab. No, I thought it was crab, imitation crab and avocado. But yeah, go ahead, dude.
I was just going to say, getting back to the moon.
I'm
Ask
hungry.
any paramedic
There
if the
we go.
crazies come out at the full moon.
Well, they know
What?
they
I
know
dare
they
you.
do.
What come out
They
of the
do.
full moon?
Crazy
The
Lunatics.
people,
crazies.
werewolves.
Crazy peoples.
Yeah, I'm a werewolf. Every time when it's full moon, I can't sleep. I literally can't sleep. Like full moon is always like very like I mean I do sleep, but it's just a very how's it called? I can't really sleep deep, and it's just what's the word, man? Unpleasant, I
Restless.
guess. Yeah, restless. You know, and it's hard to fall asleep. You know, I don't know what it is about the moon, but for me, it only also always gets me at full moon.
I got a
Don't you take a
test
lot
that
of?
actually involves. Go ahead.
Every time I
Go
want to
ahead.
talk, this guy has
Zero.
something to say.
Well, you just be saying irrelevant shit, but go ahead.
Like, oh, you go ahead, man. I was gonna say it was gonna be irrelevant.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Actually,
go
save
ahead.
it
know.
from
I
telling a bad
know.
joke.
Just go ahead, man. Yeah.
Keep
Actually, I had a
talking about
test.
food. That's
Yeah.
not that's
Just
that's
go ahead.
You
irrelevant
guys
shit
sound like
right
my
there.
ex-girlfriends. They'd be giving me a list of shit they ate, and then they tell me if they could sleep or not. I mean, you guys sound like
Yeah.
chicks in here. Listen,
Yeah.
I got a test
Go
that
ahead.
involves the moon. I got a test. Ranty actually came up with this before he left. Right before he left, he actually came up with this. We got a camera on Earth. We snap a picture of the moon, and then we send the same camera, same settings up in a high altitude balloon, and we have it catch more photos of the moon. That's the whole test.
And what are you looking for?
Photos.
What's the purpose of the test?
We're gonna get a really high resolution camera, really good camera, and
I get it.
the purpose is to see if it changes angular size.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Game changer, #1. Yeah.
You know how okay, so let me just put it in perspective,
No.
which is difficult for Jeremy because I'm not gonna make a joke about it, but okay.
Hold on, my AirPod died. My AirPod died. I missed everything that happened. Did Clay tell us
I
what
was
he
making
ate
a
again
joke
for
about you
breakfast?
being a Cyclops, but but
No, I ate it for not for breakfast. I ate it in the afternoon.
Hmm?
It's not breakfast. I eat it in the afternoon.
I thought you were working your way backwards. All right. What were you gonna say, Koja?
no, yeah. I was saying, well, I was making a joke about you, but then that wasn't the main thing. What I was saying, I'm saying, I'm gonna put it in perspective for you, uh, um, because if you put it in a balloon and you're got the most advanced balloon that you could possibly use, using purely just balloons, you're only gonna get about difference between
100,000 feet.
20 miles is just generous.
Okay, we'll
You
say
can
100,000
get
miles then.
yeah, you can get
Or
a much
100,000
bigger.
feet.
No, but you can get a much bigger difference just by going to two different places on Earth.
Okay, that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, this doesn't make sense.
How does
Did
that
you
not
have
make
some bad?
sense?
You did have bad Chinese food last night.
Okay, I told you
Yeah,
perspective is going to be
sure.
difficult for you, dude. But let me put it in an even better perspective for you. If you're on the Earth and you're somewhere above that person, two people, they have the same camera, they're looking at the moon, they're 25 miles apart, the maximum difference, if the moon is directly overhead, is going to be a 25-mile difference between them. Okay, so the angular size difference is going to be a 25-mile difference, angular size difference. Whereas two people across the Earth, like let's say somewhere where the moon is, 10 degrees above the horizon, and somewhere where it's, directly overhead, these two people are going to have a much greater distance to the moon from each other, right? Like you can imagine it would be like a triangle. You know what I mean? Like one would be the long side, and one would be the
Yeah, but the
hypotenuse
big
side.
difference is you don't see what the big difference is though of me going 25 miles away and then you being 25 miles somewhere as opposed to me going 20 miles up in the air.
What's the difference?
The difference is now we're up out of the gas, all the dense gas layers. We're in that. We get into that thin part or whatever.
Oh. You're not worried about you don't care about the angular size change because of distance. You just care about the angular size change because of what the atmosphere might be doing.
Yeah,
Oh.
I don't understand what Coach is saying.
I know it's just more. He had bad Chinese food last night. Give him a break.
Well, I
Coach,
thought
can
the
you
test. I was
can
giving you more
you
credit. I thought the test had a purpose, but it seems
Coach,
like
can you
There is a
be
purpose. What do you mean?
Coach, can you be more specific or clarify it a bit?
I made a wrong assumption. I thought that I was assuming that his test was based on the angular size change
It
due to
is.
the distance due to distance
Oh,
change, but
no, it's not.
it's angular size change, or seeing if the angular size changes due to being in the atmosphere versus not being in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Oh, you made a false statement.
I made a false assumption. Like I said, I thought his test made more sense than it does.
No,
Oh,
it does make more sense than you think it does.
that makes sense. I understand now.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, we got to
by
get
the
up. We
same.
got to get.
Go ahead.
I was just to say we got to get up out of this, all this atmospheric turbidity we're in, all this, this refraction bullshit. We get right up out of that and see what happens to see what the moon looks like. That's all.
Okay, well, due to the same. So my suggestion before, based on the wrong assumption, right, of what your test was, I'm gonna give the same suggestion again because it still applies. If you were to do the same test without going up in the air, but just going somewhere across the Earth where it's directly noon for one person and it's 10 degrees above the horizon for the other person, the difference in air mass, meaning the amount of atmosphere you're looking through, changes by like what is it, 1 in 20, just about. So there's 20 times more atmosphere for the person where it's just above the horizon uh, versus the person looking at it straight up in the sky. So you could see if there's a difference there first off, and then determine if you would expect one if you were further up.
Or we could just do the thing I said and see if the atmosphere is causing any kind of magnification or not, and then we'd see.
Well, I mean, if there's 20 times more atmosphere, wouldn't you expect it to be 20 times, whatever the effect is that you're talking about?
No, because you're in your azimuthal grid. What are they been talking about
Good question.
these past 3 days? I feel like if you get up out of where the fuck is that? You get up out of that azimuthal pictures from. We had 60 people in here today between the VC and YouTube.
Is that right? What was the big topic earlier?
Oh, dude, it was blazing for hours. Multiple topics. From the crack of dawn, it was just ripping. All kinds of different topics.
Just like Dawn's farts. Just from the crack of dawn, just ripping. Okay, okay, but that's cool. Yeah, I missed out then.
I feel like that's a good test to do, and it's cheap.
It's a great test to do. It's very cheap.
If the moon got smaller in angular size, you're done.
Yeah, I know. It's a great test, especially if you want me to be done. It's a great test.
I don't understand what you're saying, man.
Well, I'm just agreeing with Jeremy just for the sake of it. I don't agree with him, so.
Huh?
I don't agree with his test. I think it's a stupid test.
It was Ranty's idea, apparently. But what would you're saying if the angular size was smaller up in the sky, then that would not be possible on a globe, Jeremy? Is that the idea?
Yeah, because it should get bigger. You get closer to something, it should get bigger. So if it gets smaller, they're fucked.
Yeah. I mean, we do know that it doesn't happen, so like I said, when you look on the horizon versus straight up, there's 20 times more atmosphere that you're looking through, and the angular size is consistent during this time. So, yeah, I don't know.
You're claiming no shrinkage?
Yeah, no shrinkage. No shrinkage outside of the appropriate amount, which would be, once you account for the orbit of the moon and the rotation of the Earth, it's going to give you a slight adjustment, but nothing outside of that.
Why does Andrew Thomas Young say atmospheric magnification happens then?
That's a good question. It's because he doesn't mean what you think he means, and yeah, there you go.
He doesn't know how the word magnification means or something?
No, he does.
Okay.
He does. Sometimes
so he says that.
refer.
So he says this thing's happening.
Sure. And magnification that he's referring to is increasing. Like when you magnify something, it increases it. The size of it appears to be. However, the magnification he's talking about is the elevation of whatever it is you're looking at. So the magnification is actually the increase in elevation that it appears to look like. That's what he means when he says magnification.
What are you saying?
Atmospheric magnification is the increase of the vertical component of something that you're visually seeing.
Dude, I don't even know what you're saying at this point.
The magnification is only in reference to its angular height that it appears to you.
So it's not actually magnified. So when he said the word atmospheric magnification, he doesn't mean things are getting magnified?
Yes, he doesn't mean that. He doesn't mean they appear to be getting bigger. That's right.
Okay, what does he mean by the word magnification then?
I just said. What he means is that the elevation, the value for the elevation is getting bigger. That's what he means.
So why didn't he say the value for the elevation is getting bigger? instead of magnification. Oh, he just
Magnification's
wanted to
cool.
sound cool.
Yeah.
That's the kind of science we're doing. They're just using words to sound cool.
Sometimes, yeah. Or funny, yeah.
This is a joke to you? You think this is a game?
No, I'm just saying in other instances, sometimes they'll use a word, but just because it sounds funny. Like the hairy ball theorem. You ever heard of that one?
No.
It's a real theorem. Actually, it's in.
Bro, I don't believe you because you sent me into Gems one time with that stupid shit, and they all friggin' laughed at me.
I don't remember what.
You don't remember that?
What was it?
One time at summer camp or something, or at school, somebody did something to you, and you sent me into Gems.
I can't
It's
remember
fucking
now, dude.
stupid, bro. You're playing games. I know this is a joke. This is
No,
all
I
big
can't remember.
joke.
I can't remember
Yeah,
what it was.
I know.
Man.
I can remember, and you think this is all big fucking joke, and you're not going to get away with this.
I do. I vaguely remember that, but I think it's a true story. But maybe I couldn't remember the details of it. And I think I told it to you wrong.
Thing is, though, Jeremy, as much as you might think that this is just one of Kosho's fantasies, it actually is a real thing, the hairy ball theorem.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought that was some shit Kosho was daydreaming about or something, yeah. All right, what is it? Let's break us off with it. Hairy balls, let's go.
It has to do with like the rotation. Like if you were to take like a surface and you had like hairs all over it, there's a reason why there's like a spot in your forehead and on the back of your head where it's like there's like a swirl. You know what I mean? Some people have a cowlick, which is like another swirl. It's just a description of the topology when trying to describe.
Or what do you got, a do-rag on?
That is actually interesting how we all have people have a little
wave spinning.
We robot a little bit, Jeremy. No, that's interesting. We all have like the little spiral at the top of the head. That is interesting, and like that's like when you're standing, it's like the ether and the ether's vortexing. And then we've got this little spiral on our top of our heads. It's pretty interesting. We're just little vortice heads.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the. So the thing that it says here is it states that there's no non-vanishing, continuous, tangent vector field on even-dimensional n spheres. So I'm trying to make sense of that real quick. I remember this before, but that sentence doesn't make sense to me. So hold on.
Holy shit, that was a nightmare. What does that mean?
Non-vanishing, continuous, tangent vector field.
This says right here, a hairy donut, 2 torus, on the other hand, is quite easily combable. That's what it said.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's good thing you said combable. That's what it's about. So it's about like if you were to like take their directions or whatever, like on the sphere, you always have those 2 points, like the 2 points where you couldn't continuously comb it and then not end up with a center point or whatever. Whereas on the donut, yeah, you could do it forever. That's right.
So you're telling me that's why the air can't be moving with the surface of Earth?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just letting you know that in
We'd
science,
have this spiral head, hairy ball sack thing.
sometimes they say things in science. They name them to sound cool. Sometimes they name them to be funny. I'm sure that the person who that came up with this theorem, I'm pretty sure they knew what the words mean and they knew what people were going to think whenever they decided to call it this.
It says it was first proved by Henry Poincare in 1885, and then extended to higher dimensions in 1912 by this guy's name that I don't even want to try to pronounce.
Is it the Leshevs? Is that the one you're saying?
Knudsen, Egerbutus, John Brouwer.
Oh. Yeah, Poincare, he's a fruitful scientist. He gives us a lot of stuff, huh?
Yeah, he seems like a actual real one. Not these Freemasonic fabricated Jesuit disaster dudes.
What would you do
Telling
if you
us
found out
about-
that What would you do if you found out that he was a Jesuit and a Freemason?
Was he?
No, I don't know. I have no idea.
No, it seems like a legit dude.
Okay, so this is interesting. It says a consequence of the Harry Ball theorem is that any continuous function that maps an even dimensional sphere into itself has either a fixed point or a point that maps onto its own antipodal point. And this can be seen by transforming the function into a tangential vector field as allows. So it's kind of like related to the argument that we always bring up about the South Celestial Pole and the two poles sort of thing.
Yeah, rotation and counter rotation. Yeah, you're saying that when it swirls, it also has a counter swirl in it.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it has to be a counter swirl, but I do assume it will be. But it's just saying like if you take any continuous function. So I guess that would kind of be like the rotation and the movement of the stars due to that rotation. You're gonna end up with, two fixed points. It's interesting. Were you guys talking about maps earlier? I heard in the chat. I don't know. It seemed like it was remnant from some map conversation. Gleason maps or something.
Yeah, Whitsitt was talking about how some in Gleason's writings, how he talks about the Earth being flat and quite extensively.
I mean, he was a flat earther, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I always wondered why it's called the Gleason map, and I've only heard that in this community, but then I assumed, I just assumed it was because there's like the Mercator map and stuff like that. But the Mercator map makes sense because he actually made it, but I don't think the Gleason map, like the actual map, I don't think it was made by Gleason, right? Because isn't it like way older than him?
Well, I mean, if you want to, in terms of the points Whitsitt was bringing up, he was mentioning that in terms of, he was saying how he was like given money by the government he was like commissioned to do it, and then like he was saying that they weren't satisfied with what he was putting forth, and so they had to like alter it and adjust it. Apparently, so I don't know. He was talking about some controversy around it.
I didn't know that. I know.
Like maybe they didn't want the real map out, kind of thing, possibly.
I saw that. I know he has this thing that's like a clock thing where it shows like how you would derive the different time zones. It's basically a time zone map with like a meter thing on it, so that you can like move it around the map. But I mean, that's the only patent I've ever seen of his. I'm sure he's got more, but either way, yeah, maps can be cool. But usually the maps that I like, the map makers I like, are the guys who make the maps. I just never thought of, like, I assumed in the past that he had made the map, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what he did to the old-fashioned, like, azimuthal, equidistant, North Pole centered map. Like what he contributed.
Who's your favorite map maker?
My favorite?
Well, it's pretty
map maker.
It is weird that like this is the like one we have, I mean, there's some other older ones too, but it is all a little strange. Like it almost seems like maybe there were many maps that maybe some accurate ones, and then maybe there's some controversy and they kind of snuffed out some of the real ones, and then sort of have this one, that came through Gleason, basically. That's kind of the, popular kind of promoted one. And then all the only other ones we have are these really old ones. So it seems to be like there could be some foul play there.
Yeah, there probably is some foul play, but you know what? With the AE maps, like the one thing about them is they're not like I would never like use one in a way of expressing like in a visual expression of where I am, like for a general purpose. They're very useful in a very specific purpose, and it's usually in utility, not so much in like you presenting like that. I wouldn't present to somebody, this is what the world is, or this is where my world is. If you have like a AE map of a different center, but yeah, when you're utilizing it, they can be useful. Like for radar, for example. I think we were talking to Data in the past, and he was talking about how radar, like they assume this azimuthal grid, but that's exactly how radar works. It's like an azimuthal, grid. It's like they have one point, and then they have the, all the angles around that, and the distances between them are not going to be accurate, but the distances from the center point are accurate, or are the accurate pieces. But anyway, my point is, so it does make sense that there would be, in between the time the azimuthal maps were first made and when I guess the Gleason map came, I guess it does make sense that his is the first one that expressed the Earth. Like this is a map of the Earth. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, it really wouldn't be useful.
So you're saying Gleason, the flat earther. So you're saying Gleason, the flat earther, gave us the first map of Earth?
No, not at all.
You just said this was the first one that gave us the whole shot of Earth.
I'm saying this is the first AE
well, what
map.
What did you just say?
I'm saying that an AE map and a map. So if somebody gave you, if you had a map of the Earth on your wall, or whatever, a useful one to have up there is not the Gleason map. That is a very misleading map. However, it has utility in specific circumstances, and so that's the reason why they exist. So it makes sense that and in between the time where AE maps were invented in like the 1500s and the Gleason map was made in the late 1800s, in between that time, it makes sense that there doesn't exist other examples of people using an AE map of the Earth as a description or image of the Earth, because it's not useful in that way. But it also makes sense that him being a flat earther, wanting to come up with a flat map or a flat depiction of the Earth, it makes sense for him to use that because it is a projection of the Earth. It's just it's obviously not a correct distance projection one, but yeah, it makes sense to me now. I was sort of realizing it in real time why it's called the Gleason's map now. It's not that he invented it, it's just that he claimed the AE map with the North Pole at the center as an actual depiction of the Earth. You think there's more flat earthers now or more flat earthers back in the late 1800s?
Probably the late 1800s, because before this whole Apollo mission nonsense that you guys faked, I'm guessing, most people probably thought it was flat.
I'm not sure about that.
Who knows, though?
Well, I mean, we do know Robotham and his followers, and because he was in a club, or he was in a club, he was like in a community that was like a cult basically, and the flat Earth was just part of their cult, and then he had a falling out with him, and he was still a flat earther and stuff, and that's when he came up with that test, the Bedford level, and he had people actually try and do it and stuff. But yeah, so there's like a movement. It was like a kind of probably similar to these times. Like there was like a whole movement around the flat Earth, more so than like a already common belief.
I could just picture you. Everyone used to think Earth was flat, and then these guys coming up with the globe. You were probably fighting so hard for flat Earth back then.
That's right.
You would have been fighting so hard. You'd be like, "We know."
Oh, like
It's
people are fighting for
flat
science right now?
science. We've known it was flat for thousands of years.
Yeah, you could be right. I go off the evidence, man, and I go off what makes sense. And there
The
certainly
science that
would have been a
doesn't prove
time.
anything.
Yes.
It's called pseudoscience. And flat Earth makes sense. Yeah, we know.
There was probably a time where there wasn't enough evidence for someone like me to jump onto the globe right away. Like if someone just came up and said, "Dude, boats are going over the horizon. It's a globe." Like if someone just said that, and that was the first time that anyone ever mentioned that, yeah, I would think they were. I would be challenging it in the same way as I'm challenging the flat Earth. The thing that comes up to the top, the cream rises to the top, and in this analogy, the cream is the truth. And yeah, if you scrutinize, everything equally, you scrutinize it with honest scrutiny, then yeah, the truth will come out of it. So
Don't you think that back in the 1800s when the globe was coming out really forcefully or whatever, that all the little telescopes, the hand-seeing telescopes were coming out too? But they couldn't
well,
see very far. They couldn't see very far, so they still thought the boats were going over the horizon.
I mean, it's not my place to correct anybody. I don't usually do that, but I will say that I think there's three different time eras that you're sort of conflating, because like the boats going over the horizon is like 25 or 2300 years old argument from what was it, like Aristotle or Socrates or something, and
Well, yeah, but I mean, everybody wasn't to the telescopes or whatever, the handheld telescopes. So whenever they came out and they were being sold, that's when everybody started believing the globe, because they actually saw boats go over the horizon, because perspective. That's what I'm saying.
More used it today. More yacht.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, people see it today with their own eyes, and it's like the boats are going over the horizon. When you zoom in with a P900, that's not real. So, but everybody doesn't have a P900 yet, because it's not affordable to everybody in the whole entire world. That's how they do this stuff, in my opinion. Is they get the masses to believe something they can't prove for themselves because they can't afford it. So they just automatically believe it.
Can I ask you a question? And I don't know. Echo, shut up. Hold on, sorry.
Yeah, without
Sorry,
boats
my
going over the horizon, there's not a
Alexa came
single
up.
physical thing that you can touch and then confirm that would lead you to believe you're on a globe. So if you take away boats over the horizon, there's no longer any physical evidence, just optical, lights in the sky doing this and that.
You know, it's funny. I never ever consider that. I believe it's globe. I've never even considered that. I hear that argument in this community, but that has nothing to do with what I believe. I've even heard people say that that's why they believe it's a globe. Goldsteel said that. He said when he was a kid, he saw that, and his dad told him that's happening because the Earth's a globe. I was like, wow, that's fucking. I didn't even know that was real. That people actually thought that people actually used that. But I personally, illustration of that when thinking about the shape of the Earth. But I was going to ask about the P900 thing. Right. Oh yeah. So the P900 can bring back boats because it's got a good zoom and good resolution of the thing you're zooming into. But would that rule? So basically, that just tells you that it's decreasing due to angular size, and the zoom's going to help you see it. But would that same rule apply to like buildings and ships and massive objects? Like when you zoom in, can you see portions of that building that you
Yeah,
can't see?
I think you can, and I mean, there's videos out there of people doing it. So, I mean, this was the argument the other night when we were all, or whatever, about the space between the horizon, between the sky and the ground. When they said there's a gap, and the Globers were arguing that there's a gap because they were, I don't even know what they were saying, but it was all bullshit in my opinion, because I mean,
Are you
you can
talking
look down a
about
long
like when you?
hallway and the ceiling and the floor will eventually, if you draw a hallway long enough, they will eventually meet, and that's what we see in our perspective of the horizon.
Are you talking about the gap that, like, meaning that you can view a sunset, right, and you can see that the sun is touching the water, but if you get the
Yeah,
right filters and
yeah,
you zoom in enough, then you keep zooming, you're going to see a gap. You're going to see the sun rise
right,
back up off the water.
right,
But
right,
at
right,
a
right.
certain point, you can't zoom in anymore. But that's well past the radius.
Right,
Yeah, I've
because
seen
I mean,
that
our
video too.
technology can't even go that far. So, yeah, but it's not that the
I've
Earth
seen that
is
video too, but
round.
there comes a
It's
point
just
where you
go ahead.
guys hear me?
Yeah.
I've seen that video too, where there's a gap in between the gap closes, and then you can't get a gap anymore, and you're looking, and the sun's getting cut off halfway by the horizon, right? I mean, that is a dope ass video, but I'm just saying, like, there's a
Yeah,
point
but
where
that's not proof that the Earth is a globe. It's just saying that these two, the sky and the ground, are meeting in your eye's perception, and then you can't comprehend anything else beyond that. Like you can't
It's
tell what it's actually doing.
it's actually proof of how we see things. It appears to be at or below the horizon, but you zoom in and it's actually not. But there is a point, if it goes into a mirage layer or it goes too far away without a mirage, due to other factors, it's just going to appear that way. It's just how the vision works. You can't always zoom
Right.
something back.
Right. No, right. Exactly.
I've
But
shown
that
the shrimp
doesn't,
boat that's
yeah,
less than
that
4 miles
doesn't
away.
prove
Can't be
it doesn't prove a globe though. That's all I'm saying.
No,
There's
that's what
no
I'm saying.
evidence that, yeah.
I agree with you. It just approves optical illusions created by the atmospheric conditions. It's called a mirage. Look it up. It's very well defined, very clear. It uses very few words to
Right,
define it.
and this is where science doesn't come in, I think, as far as explaining it, to an exact science or whatever. Because I think it leaves it open for other things to be going on here, like some magical component possibly, to where we are never going to be able to know what this place truly is because it doesn't want us to. IMO. So,
I mean, if you go by the Bible, there's definitely knowledge that the Creator did not want us to know, right? Right off the jump, Adam and Eve didn't want us to have the knowledge of the good and evil. Now you think
Right.
that's the only
Right.
knowledge he didn't want us to have?
No, he tells us the sky is his also. That's where he shows his handiwork. So we're not going to have knowledge. Where were you? It explicitly says it.
Right, right. And I think there's words in that even though I don't believe the Bible is like a historical thing or whatever, but I do agree with the wording of that because we weren't here and we will never know.
But it also goes to say, test all things and hold fast to which is true.
Yes. Question everything. Yep.
Question everything. Never give up. This seeking knowledge, but don't let that overcome what the Creator has taught you about His creation. Let creation prove the Creator. Just look around.
Yes, and I agree, I 100% agree with that. And the moon is part of the creation, which leads us back to my observations of it. And people can disagree with me or not. Doesn't matter. It's my own perspective. I don't have to have this perspective of you, or you don't have to have the perspective of me, because I think we're so individual that each of our perspectives actually means something.
You can't see what I'm seeing. It's impossible. You can only see what you're seeing. You don't see too far. You only see as far as what the conditions and your sight allows you to see. And as far as the
Correct.
moon and sun, it's put in a layer of the firmament. It's put on its track to give the times and seasons like we do see. Like it definitely does that. And no man will ascend into the heavens. That's how no man will ever go to the moon. Can't happen. If man has
I
been to
agree.
the moon or
Yep.
can get to the moon, man would be on the moon today, right now.
Yeah, there was some guy in here, I don't know, 3 or 4 days ago when I came in or whatever, he was arguing, shined a light on the moon, shined a laser on the moon, and they didn't have to adjust to the movement of the earth or the movement of the moon because it only took 2 seconds. I was cracking up in the background because it
They only say that so you can infinitely see stars and light years away and things like that. So you're seeing the sunlight from 8 minutes ago and blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yeah.
Gives the infinite distance phenomena so
Yeah.
they can make everything work.
Yeah, and they can measure infinite nowadays. It's so amazing what science can do these days.
But can't measure 8 inches per mile on a local lake of curved water.
Right. Right.
Mic check, checking to see if my mic works.
Yeah, your mic works.
Yeah, I hear you, Jeremy.
Yeah, happy birthday, Kosha.
Thanks, no thanks. Okay, well, I appreciate it. And I mean, you guys were talking. I mean, a second ago, Linda was like giving me praise, and I was like thanking her, telling the story about the light from the moon. You shine light to the moon, laser to the moon, and it comes back, and you don't have to worry about the movements because of 2 seconds. And she said it was really funny. He was a really funny guy. And I was trying to say thank you, for kind, but I don't think you guys could hear me.
Well, you probably lost a little credibility because I DM'd her all your picking up men stories and bringing them back to hotel rooms and stuff like that. Daydreaming about men. So I don't know if she trusts you that much now.
2023, buddy, give the times, okay? It's okay to do whatever it is I do. Okay.
She doesn't know many 21-year-olds that do that and then come here on their birthday and talk about lasers to the moon.
Oh. That's what the world we live in today. You're gonna come across all types, even the extraordinary, even the
All
great.
right. Speaking of,
yeah.
How do meteorologists determine visibility? Do you know?
Ooh, that's a good question. It's so funny because all those words. Yeah.
Well, let me give you an answer. You think A, they look out their window? Just say no.
Oh, you said visibility, not invisibility. I hear this before, but on the top of my head, I can't remember exactly the details. I'm assuming it has to do with the data.
Oh, okay. So
be
looking
sure.
out their window, probably not the answer, right? I would agree.
I would
Looking out their window's fine. Okay, what about you think meteorologists go to the top of their office building and look at known objects at distances that they know to determine visibility?
That's not outside the realms of possibility. I would think it was more sophisticated than that, but that kind of seems like it could do the job.
I do as well. I agree with you. I think it's more sophisticated than men going into work as a meteorologist and saying, "Oh, wait a second, I got to go to the top of the building." Okay, so let's just put that as a maybe, but think it's more sophisticated.
You have to admit that would be. I mean, if I found out that was true, that it does seem like it was.
You won't find out that's true, but we'll move on. What about call the local airport? You think that would give their visibility that they're going to give out on the news?
Well, specifically to talk to the person who set up the data, the balloon that they do. I think that's very possible. That's what I assumed to begin with was that they probably
Okay, let me clarify.
and usually
Let me
the data is
clarify.
gathered that way.
Yeah, we'll go to data because I think that's a good answer, Kosha. But let's clarify the third. Call in the local airport to get visibility from the tower visible, like looking out from the tower at the airport. You think that's how I mean, I personally don't, so I'll give you my answer. I don't think that's how. Do you think that would be a possibility?
No, I don't.
Me neither.
I think they might call them to ask about the balloons, and then the guy doesn't know the answer, and he just gives him the answer, the wrong answer for what he sees. But yeah.
So you would think from hearing that they have some ways of measuring with data, like collecting like particles and how much fog or dust or whatever is in the air.
Atmospheric turbidity.
And then they would determine the computer would kind of spit out a visibility range, right? And that's what they would give the public. You think that number 4 would be the best answer, right? That you came up with?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah, and also just to be clear, also I'm assuming because obviously there's some forecasting that goes into it too, and I think the forecasting, would not only be based on that data, but on all the data, all the collective data put together, because there's
But
many
that's number
avenues.
4. Let's
But
just make number 4 forecasting and data. I'm gonna go with number 4. I think you are too, right? Would you?
Yes.
Would you say someone that came up with 1 through 3 is intelligent, non-intelligent, or just BSing around?
I don't. I think it's a false trichotomy, because I think
That
there's a
wasn't one of the
possibility that.
answers. I'm gonna go
No,
with
so
just
it's a
BSing
false.
around.
Yeah, well, I think personally that I can imagine, because like I told you, that second strategy, it does seem in lieu of the fourth strategy, like if that's not available to you, then second strategy does seem like it would have its, it would at least prove its veracity, right? Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you $1 for every meteorologist you find a picture of that's up on the roof in the morning time getting visibility readings from their eyesight.
Yeah.
There's
Well, I mean,
probably
it wouldn't be that.
thousands
It
and
wouldn't.
thousands of these people, so you could be a rich man, Kosha.
Yeah, well, I
But
mean, like I said, I don't think that the problems with that is you can't really make a forecast with that. You can kind of just like tell people what the visibility is at that moment. So it's like
yeah,
it does
from
have its
your
fault, you know.
view, right? From your office field, which probably hasn't, you know. So anyway, I'm glad we're laughing about this. Now I'm going to put a name to this. That's Xanax's first 3 answers. So I know you're not surprised at that, but hopefully he's just BSing around, right?
Well, no, I mean, it could be he's going off of his intuition, and I know he knows about the balloons and the data and stuff. But I mean, like I said, if I heard him say that second one, the intuition of that second one, I would, I'd be like, okay, maybe that's still look it up, and if it turned out to be true, I honestly wouldn't have been that shocked. I would have to look and see how, useful that is, but yeah, that one definitely seems like it's more possible than looking out the window. And when he said by asking pilots or the tower, not like when we were talking about the airport, like he wasn't talking about the data.
No, he was talking about visually looking at the tower because it was tall. He even mentioned how tall these towers were. But anyway, that they get weather from the local airport a lot, but the visibility, not quite sure. I know they don't look out the window. And be fair to Zanuck, he took that one back fairly quickly because that was his first answer. I think he's just BSing
Dude, he's
around.
freestyling this shit, bro. He's
Yeah,
trying to
BS.
freestyle this shit.
Yeah.
But he can do that, man.
Funny.
He's skilled.
Yeah, but all the while, right, while I was questioning this and laughing, he called me like 10 names because he was right. He could be right. I don't know. Maybe there's meteorologists every morning going up on the top of their building. I'd like to see it.
Well, okay. Would you agree then? Because I mean, I'm not. Like for me, I'll tell you where I stand. I stand at a place where I think I've heard the actual the answer before, of like exactly how it's gotten the visibility, but on top of my head, I don't know. It can't be certain. So
I
that's what
think
my
you're
answer is
right.
based on. And
I
I'm
think they
assuming.
gather data.
Well, I'm assuming you're in the same position as me though, where you kind of like you probably neither of us know that our answer is absolutely correct at this point. Is that true?
I think you would be wrong about that. I think I know they collect data.
Okay, well,
They
I know
sit at a
they collect data
computer and
too.
get a computer to tell them what the visibility is in their viewing area. None of them, I repeat, none of them are going up on the top of the building and doing a 360. To known
What was the
distance
guy's name?
objects.
His name who invented meteorology. I forgot what his name was. He was this British guy. God damn it. Anyways, he killed himself.
Wasn't Zanuck.
No, it wasn't Zanuck. But his name. I'm gonna kick myself. But anyways, yeah, he ended up committing suicide very sadly because his data, like the method he was using was valid. It was correct. He was looking at past data, like looking at the past data and the past weather conditions, and basically putting two and two together, coming up with patterns. It's only barely a little bit more accurate than what we can do now as far as predicting the weather. But regardless, on the times that he was right, like, you know, people really utilized it. But any time that he was wrong, he got so much shit from like the ship, sailors and people who are trading and ships and stuff like that, because they go by, those predictions he was making where he was usually right, and he'd get like so much hate mail that he ended up committing suicide.
Yeah, they're wrong a lot.
He was the first person.
Kenny, you need help?
You're hot, Mike and Jeremy.
He doesn't care. Yeah, his middle name is Hypocrisy and Hypocrite. I guess it's not both. It's one of those, though. I think it's Hypocrite. You know, it's funny because it was in Gems that we talked about this and the visibility, and somebody had shared how it's gotten. And I was thinking about this today. I take so many notes, and all of them are useless. I was like, why don't I should take a note for everything I learn ever. That way I can fucking refer to it. Because like I feel like I learn all this shit all the time, and then it escapes me completely.
Kosha, what's your just for you, like, what's your best proof of the globe if you're still there?
It's evidence that the Earth is a globe.
No, yeah, no. What's
Well, the one
your
that I go
favorite and the
to?
best?
Yeah, the one that I go to. It's kind of the one I always go back to a little bit. I'm sure if I actually think about it, I might have a better one, but this is one I always go back to when people ask that. And it has to do with longitude and latitude, aka atlases, aka the coordinate system that we use. Yeah.
Just curious what kept you believing.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, actually, with me and Litchwink, the late and great Litchwink, who was tragically taken from us by that horrible C-19 thing. Regardless, back in the day with me and Litchwink, we were both young and vibrant into this community, and just getting ourselves in gear. We actually wanted to make a flat Earth model because I thought that all the flat Earth models that people share have fundamental flaws, and by flat earthers' admittance, they have fundamental flaws. And so me and Litchwink wanted to make the flat Earth model with the least amount of errors, possibly no errors. And it was in constructing that I came across 2 or 3 damning holes.
So you threw it in my hallway? No, thank you.
Jeremy, you're hot,
Not a bad
Mike.
hoodie.
Jeremy, you're hot, Mike.
All right.
Walking down an alley with
Kosha,
hookers,
just
saying no,
just
thank
thank
you.
Walter Bislin. Thank Walter Bislin for the model.
Say that again, sir?
So just thank Walter Bislin for a model.
Broke up, but I heard what you said. Still, I have a very special skill. I can hear people even when they break up. And what you said was, just like Walter Bislin is good evidence for our model, or something like that. Or Walter Bislin's model is good evidence.
Yeah, you said you were looking for one. I said you can just thank Walter Bislin for making one for you.
Oh yeah, he's a good guy. Mm-hmm. Another German. Yeah, Lichwing was a German, and these German guys, man, I'll tell you, they're the real workhorses. This is gonna be kind of
Hard German.
controversial, but say what?
I said I'm part German. I am a workhorse. So.
Well, you know, I'm mostly German, as far as like all the different things. Yeah. Say what?
I get that shit done. I get shit done, bro. A German Jew.
I thought you were Italian. Yeah, there were a lot of German Jews. There were a lot of German Jews. But,
German Jew.
Yeah.
That's what you are.
A real product of World War II. That's right.
You're a
yes.
Black.
Get it out.
German Jew. I am Italian. Yeah, you're a black German Jew. You have this old Italian guy, and he was trying to, even though I had a blood.
That's right. That's what I'm saying.
You know, some people robot, but Jeremy truly makes it feel like you're in a movie with a real robot. Like he's like having like he has like his conversation is broken up in different like time scales. He's like talking like you hear him respond to something 5 minutes ago in the middle of him responding to something a second ago. It's crazy. But yes, Jeremy.
All
once
right.
you got masked by your